Chapter 361 Life Tree Essence, Silver Level 5. The next day, when Xiaoyao got up and brushed his teeth, he suddenly found that his points had increased by 2,000 points. Through inquiries, he learned that the school rewarded them for reaching the semifinals of the league. Lei Kuang and Long Jingyu were rewarded with 2,000 points each, while Zhao Feilu and Song Yu reached the quarterfinals and the top 16. The school also rewarded them with 1,000 points and 500 points respectively. In addition, the top 3 in the league will have additional points rewards: 1,000 points for the third place, 2,000 points for the runner-up, and 3,000 points for the champion. That is to say, if he can win the championship, including the 3,000 points awarded by the school before the game, he can get a total of 8,000 points. What is the concept of 8,000 points? Even if it is worth 160 million at the market value, it is worth at least 160 million. But the purchasing power of 8,000 points is much higher than 160 million. At least 160 million can't buy 2 drops of Tree of Life Essence. That's right. After getting these 2,000 points, he immediately exchanged for a drop of Tree of Life Essence. The Life Tree liquid can increase lifespan, increase affinity with the wood element, and increase the body's recovery ability. His previous plan was to first save 4,000 points, and redeem a drop of Life Tree liquid for Xiaoku. After his strength improved, he would redeem 4 drops of Life Tree liquid to give to the 4 elderly people at home. He didn't expect the school to be so generous, and reward 2,000 points for reaching the top 4, so his first step of the plan was completed directly. After coming out of the treasure house, Xiaoyao raised the special glass bottle in his hand, and carefully observed the Life Tree liquid in the bottle through the sunlight. It's called a drop. But in fact, this drop of Tree of Life liquid is about 10 milliliters. The crystal clear green liquid exudes a dreamy color. Even through the glass bottle, you can feel the infinite vitality inside. Xiaoyao found a training room and summoned Xiaoku. As soon as Xiaoku appeared, his eyes were fixed on the glass bottle in Xiaoyao's hand. "It works for me," he said excitedly. "This is for you." Xiaoyao touched his soft hair, then opened the bottle stopper and dripped the Tree of Life liquid into Xiaoku's mouth. Huh? As soon as the Tree of Life essence entered his stomach, Xiaoku instantly felt a surge of vitality rising in his body. This vitality was like a clear spring, constantly nourishing his flesh and blood. The warm and comfortable feeling made him close his eyes. Through the system panel, Xiaoyao saw that Xiaoku's experience value was soaring rapidly. After more than 10 seconds, he broke through Silver Level 4 and charged towards Silver Level 5. Time passed bit by bit, and the experience bar slowly but firmly advanced. Finally, when Xiaoku opened his eyes, his experience value just broke through to Silver Level 5. "Awoo!" Xiaoku excitedly raised his head to the sky and howled. A powerful aura made the corners of Xiaoyao's clothes rustle. A satisfied smile appeared on Xiaoyao's lips. It was a complete surprise for him that Xiaoku could break through Silver Level 5. His original plan was to increase Xiaoku's recovery ability through the Life Tree Essence. Unexpectedly, just 1 drop of Life Tree Essence contained such a huge amount of energy, which could actually allow Xiaoku to level up twice. Now Tuki and Xiaoku have both reached Silver Level 5, and if he can collect 100 diamond fruits for Lan Yo, he can also be promoted to Silver Level 5 smoothly. From this perspective, the 3 war beasts can all break through to the gold level in the next trip to the King Kong Forest. Perfect. Xiaoyao opened Xiaoku's system panel. Except for the level increase, other skills have not changed. But the ability of the Life Tree Essence is not just to increase a certain amount of experience points. Xiaoku. Xiaoku nodded, and used his sharp claws to scratch his body. Puff. A long wound appeared, flesh and blood rolled, blood gushed out. It can be seen that Xiaoku did not hold back. Xiaoyao fixed his eyes on the wound, and soon the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just as he thought, Xiaoku's wound recovery speed was extremely amazing. Without using the blood-sucking skill, relying solely on his self-healing ability, he could fully recover within 5 seconds, without any trace of the wound. This was the super strong self-healing ability given to him by the original liquid of the Tree of Life. After ordinary war beasts absorbed the original liquid of the Tree of Life, it was naturally impossible for them to have such a terrifying recovery speed. But Xiaoku is different. Originally, his own recovery speed is very strong. With the blessing of the original liquid of the Tree of Life, his self-healing ability has reached a new height. And with the addition of light self-healing 360% blood-sucking and self-healing effect, Xiaoke's self-healing ability is now just like a low-profile version of Wolverine. Although not as exaggerated as Wolverine, he will not die even if his head is chopped off, but Xiao Yao believes that one day, Xiaoke's self-healing ability will reach the peak of Wolverine, immortal. 5 days passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, the National League semifinals are about to begin. Dear audience, welcome to the National League semifinals. I am the commentator Guanshin. I am the commentator Wang Xiaoyu. Guanshin, I believe that today's semifinals, the audience has been looking forward to it for a long time, so let's get straight to the point. Next we will start the draw ceremony for the semifinals, but before the draw ceremony begins, let's interview the 4 players. The camera turned, and Long Jingyu appeared on the big screen. Contestant Long Jingyu, do you have anything to say about today's round of competition? Long Jingyu took the microphone handed over by the staff and smiled. I am very satisfied to be able to enter the semifinals. My goal today is to show my full strength. Long Jingyu's gentle and jade-like image attracted countless girls to shine and scream. Among the semifinalists, Xiao Yao is undoubtedly the most popular contestant, but Long Jingyu's popularity is only slightly inferior to his. Compared to Xiao Yao's handsome but slightly immature face, Long Jingyu's elegance and handsomeness can be said to be popular among all age groups. Young girls, aunties, and even grandmothers prefer this type. In comparison, Lei Kuang and Tan Chaoyi have a narrower audience. Lei Kuang's strong and tough image mainly attracts rich women and men, while Tan Chaoyi's cynical image is the favorite of little girls. It can be seen that Long Jingyu is very modest, so let's interview Lei Kuang next. Lei Kuang, what is your goal for this league? Lei Kuang took the microphone and said concisely, secure second place and strive for first place. It seems that Lei Kuang is very confident in his ability. We also wish Lei Kuang good results. Next, Tan Chaoyi, 3 of the top 4 are students of Kyoto University. Does this bring you some psychological pressure? Tan Chaoyi said, more people does not mean stronger strength. No matter who my opponent is, I will defeat them. Wow! Tan Chaoyi's words instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue, making the audience look forward to the final battle between Kyoto and Mizuki. Tan Chaoyi has made a harsh statement, so we will interview Xiao Yao next. Xiao Yao, may I ask, is your girlfriend here today? Xiao Yao, question mark. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yao's confused look appeared on the big screen, making countless audiences laugh. Guanshin smiled and said, just kidding, I believe Xiao Yao's girlfriend will definitely come to watch the game today. Let's get to the point. May I ask Xiao Yao, what is your goal for this league? Xiao Yao said, I have only one goal. That is the league championship. And he turned to look at Tan Chaoyi. I will prove that our Kyoto University is the best university in Longwa. Wow! This explosive scene made the audience even more excited. VIP room. Yang smiled and said, this kid is a little ostentatious. In fact, Shuemu University is also very good. Shuemu University President Ji Jianqing rolled his eyes. Don't be so proud of yourself. You just picked up a genius. Look how proud you are. What do you mean by a genius you picked up? Yang Xian emphasized, this is because our Beijing University has a keen eye for talent, and is willing to spend a lot of money. Unlike some schools that are petty. Ji Jianqing was so angry that his teeth itched. This Yang Xian has been so proud of him recently. Damn it, who was in charge of the joint entrance examination at that time? Don't even think about getting a salary for the next year. Guanshin. Okay, the 4 contestants have expressed their ideas, then we will start the lottery ceremony. Please look at the big screen. The screen kept scrolling, and everyone's heart was lifted. Snap. The photo freezes. Long Jingyu versus Lei Kuang. Xiao Yao versus Tan Chaoyi. Wow! When seeing this result, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly exploded. Wow, today's tickets are worth buying. Hurry up. Let's start quickly, I can't wait. Tan Chaoyi is going to be slapped in the face, as expected. You can't be too confident when you talk. In the VIP room, Yang Xian saw this result, and said with a smile, Old G, I'm sorry, this year's champion and runner-up will be contracted by our Kyoto University, next year, no, for years later. You guys should work harder. Ji Jianqing said with a dark face, get lost. Stop bothering me. He was extremely depressed. If they were lucky, Shuemu University could have won the runner-up. Shuemu University won the championship in the previous 2 leagues, so it would not be shameful to win the runner-up this time. Now, they can't even keep the runner-up. Wang Xiaoyu, wow. This draw result is interesting. Kyoto University's #1 seed is against Shuemu University's #1 seed. I believe the audience friends feel the same as I do at the moment, and are looking forward to the performance of these two players. Player preparation area. When Lei Kwang saw the result of the draw, he was relieved. This result was the best for him. Long Jingyu said with a smile, Lei Kwang, please be merciful later, don't let me lose too badly. Lei Kwang said with a smile, then you can just admit defeat. I treat you to a meal after the game. Long Jingyu said speechlessly, you want me to admit defeat after a meal, you're dreaming too much. Lei Kwang laughed, then there's nothing we can do, today should be the last time we fight, then let's have another good fight. Chowie, just go all out later. The instructor patted Tan Chowie on the shoulder and said. Tan Chowie's expression was very calm. Teacher, don't worry, I have been preparing for this match for a long time. Come on! Come on! Many teachers gave sincere blessings. Like the previous rounds, there will be an hour of performance time before the game starts. During this time, Tan Chowie closed his eyes and kept simulating the next play in his mind. On the other side, the atmosphere among Xiaoyao and the other two was very relaxed. What is the name of this girl group? They danced quite well. Lei Kwang asked while watching the performance on the stage. It seems to be called something like Girls. Xiaoyao had an impression of this group, but he couldn't remember the specific name. It's Cosmic Girls, and the captain is Chung Feifei, who looks pretty. Long Jingyu said. Wow. Xiaoyao was surprised. So Senior is also watching this. Long Jingyu turned his head and said, what's so surprising about this? I can't even look at beautiful women. I've always been wondering. Why haven't you two found a girlfriend? Xiaoyao asked in confusion. Logically, both Lei Kwang and Long Jingyu are handsome and talented. If they don't have a girlfriend, there shouldn't be any problem between them. Feeling Xiaoyao's vague scrutiny, Long Jingyu explained, I had a girlfriend before, but because she wasn't a summoner, we broke up later. I haven't met anyone I like until now. Is that so? Xiaoyao turned to look at Lei Kwang. Then you. Lei Kwang said calmly, women are too troublesome, they will only slow down my progress. Oh my god, this is a ruthless person. Xiaoyao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He could understand the first half of the sentence, women are sometimes really troublesome. But he really couldn't agree with the second half. Two people can also make progress together, just like him and Xiao Xiao. Soon, all the performances ended. Long Jingyu and Lei Kwang looked at each other, and walked onto the stage side by side, at this time. The audience also burst into warm cheers. The referee Yang stood between the two and asked, you two choose the battle format. Team battle. Team battle. Okay. Both sides step back and prepare. The two step back at the same time, and summon their respective war beasts. After the referee gave the order, the Earth Elf and the 100 Illusion Eyes attacked at the same time. Two energy rays rushed straight towards the Earth Elf. The Frost Tree Demon blocked the Earth Elf behind him, and used solid ice armor to block the attack of the 100 Illusion Eyes. At the same time, the land under the feet of the Thunder Troll and the Ghost Nightmare Knight began to turn into sand. But Lei Kwang, as an old rival, knew Long Jingyu tactics too well. He immediately ordered the Thunder Spirit Troll and Ghost Nightmare Knight to advance quickly and engage in close combat with the opponent. Although Long Jingyu's performance was still very good this time, the Flashing Blade Mantis used Space Jump to continuously threaten the Thunder Spirit Troll and the 100 Illusion Eyes. However, the strength of the Frost Tree Demon was indeed inferior to that of other war beasts. Whether it was the Thunder Spirit Troll or the Ghost Nightmare Knight, their attacks were difficult for the Frost Tree Demon to resist. In the end, the Blinking Blade Mantis eliminated the 100 Illusions Eye with a flying slash, and the Thunder Spirit Troll and Ghost Nightmare Knight also worked together to eliminate the Frost Tree Demon. In a 2v2 situation, the two fragile war beasts, the Blinking Blade Mantis and the Earth Elf, were indeed no match for the Thunder Spirit Troll and Ghost Nightmare Knight. In the end, Lei Kwang successfully defeated Long Jingyu and advanced to the finals. Long Jingyu, who lost the game, was not too disappointed, and even had a little smile on his face. In many battles with Lei Kwang, today was the first time he eliminated Lei Kwang 100 Illusions Eye. Being able to do this and achieve this result now is enough for him. The first group of duels is over. Congratulations to Lei Kwang for advancing to the finals. Next, let us invite the second group of players to come on stage. They are Tan Chowie Xiaoyao. Chapter 362, The Burning Soul Ancient Lamp, strongly defeated. Boom! The current atmosphere was like a volcanic eruption. The audience stood up excitedly, waving and shouting. Come on. Xiao Yao. Aw, so excited. Hurry up. Hurry up, I can't wait. Xiao Yao and Tan Chowie stood opposite each other. Both of them had extremely calm eyes. Yi Yang looked at the two of them and said, determine the format of the game. Tan Chowie took the lead and said, team battle. He knew Xiao Yao habits. When it comes to the game format, Xiao Yao always lets his opponent choose first, and does not argue. Sure enough, Xiao Yao immediately said, team fight. Yi Yang nodded. Okay, both sides step back and prepare. The two of them stepped back to a suitable distance, and summoned the war beasts. Awu! Moo! Aho! The appearance of the three beasts of Shao Kahn made the audience extremely excited. Just like a fanatical fan seeing his idol, the atmosphere reached a climax directly. At this time, the information of Tan Chowie three beasts also appeared in front of Xiao Yao. War Beast name Flame Demon Ape War Beast level Silver level 5 War Beast skills Fire Fist, Flame Acceleration, Flame Clone. War Beast name Soul Burning Ancient Lamp War Beast level Silver level 5 War Beast skills Soul Burning Fire, Soul Wall, Phantom Light Disturbing Mind. War Beast name Wind Raccoon War Beast level Silver level 4 War Beast skills Speed, Tear Claw. Wind Blade Tan Chowie is the number 1 seed of Shuemu University. His strength is indeed a level higher than others. Each War Beast has 3 skills. Only Lei Quan can compare with him in this regard. Moreover, Tan Chowie also has a very strange War Beast. The Ancient Soul Burning Lamp. The appearance of the Ancient Soul Burning Lamp is like an ancient bronze lamp, rusty, and a green light emanates from the wick, which gives people a tingling feeling when shining on the body. The Ancient Soul Burning Lamp is a very rare special War Beast, but the rarer it is, the more its ability cannot be underestimated. The Soul Burning Fire can continuously burn the soul of the target, putting it in a state of continuous pain. Soul Wall is a defensive skill, which uses spiritual energy to construct a super strong defensive barrier, to protect yourself or teammates. The Light of Disturbance is also a mental attack skill, which can make the opponent's mental state confused, crazy, and unable to distinguish between friend and foe. 2 mental attack skills plus a defensive skill make the Soul Burning Ancient Lamp the most important part of Tan Chowie War Beast system. Of course, his other 2 War Beasts are also quite outstanding. Silver level 5 Flame Demon Ape. His position is like a magic warrior, with super close combat ability, and also has powerful fire damage ability. Silver level 4 Wind Fox. This is a War Beast with assassin attributes, fast speed and strong lethality, and also has long-range attack capabilities. Judging from the strength on paper, Tan Chowie is not inferior to Lei Quan at all. If Xiao Yao had not emerged this year, it would be hard to say who would win the league championship. Both sides. Get ready. Yi Yang raised his right hand. Begin. Pa. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Ke, Lan Yo, Tuki feet instantly rose a dark green flame. Soul Burning Fire. Soul Burning Fire is a locked skill. As long as you are within the attack range of the Soul Burning Ancient Lamp, this skill is a sure hit, and the release speed is close to instant. Ho! The burning sensation on their souls caused the 3 beasts to growl in anger. A red light flashed under the purple crystal glasses, and Tuki raised his crossbow arrow, and attacked the smallest Wind Raccoon. Swish! The Wind Raccoon kicked his feet, and narrowly avoided the poison arrow attack. At the same time, several wind blades condensed above his head, and flew towards the 3 beasts. Puff puff puff, the wind blades were blocked by the huge body of the old cow. At this time, Xiao Ke and the old cow also entered the bloodthirsty werewolf and violent bull demon states. Awu! Xiao Ke let out a long roar, and his speed increased dramatically, and he pounced on the Wind Raccoon. To deal with this small and fast fellow, he is obviously the most suitable. And Lan Yo also strode towards the Flame Demon Ape. Ding ding ding, Tuki continuously shot poisonous arrows at the Ancient Soul Burning Lamp, but they were all blocked by the soul wall of the Ancient Soul Burning Lamp. But even the audience could see that the pale green soul wall was shaking violently under the attack of the poisonous arrows, and it seemed that it would fall apart if it persisted for a while. Seeing this scene, Tan Chowie frowned. Originally, he was quite afraid of this plague demon rat. After all, it was the only one among all Xiao Yao War Beasts that reached silver level 5, and could shoot the white-headed griffin with 1 arrow. But now he found that the attack power of this plague demon rat was much more terrifying than he had imagined. The small Wind Fox dodged left and right on the ring, turning into invisible shadows. Occasionally, he would slow down and release wind blades behind him to block Xiao Ke's pursuit. Xiao Ke endured the burning feeling of his soul. His scarlet eyes locked tightly in front of him, and his speed increased by 1 point. Boom boom boom, the old cow ran wildly towards the flaming demon ape. And while moving, he used the skill to draw body. Roar, the flame demon ape roared. Violent flames ignited on his body, and then a flame clone quickly separated from him. Bang, the flame demon ape kicked his foot, and flames flashed under his feet, and his body seemed to be equipped with thrusters, and it burst out at an astonishing speed. Flame acceleration, 2 fire apes on the left and right surrounded the old cow, and the right fist with blazing flames blasted out suddenly, forming 2 flame shock waves. Fire fist moved, the old cow's eyes flashed red, and his arms crossed in front of him, and at the same time he stepped heavily. Earth-shattering boom. The flames burned on the old cow, making a continuous crackling sound, and the flame demon ape and the flame clone also bounced up suddenly under earth-shattering. Bang! The flame clone exploded in midair, releasing brilliant sparks. Just as the flame demon ape was falling, he suddenly felt his right foot being tightly grabbed, and then his eyes blurred, and his head hit the ground heavily. Bang! Bang! The flame demon ape was like a rag bag, swung by the old cow, and smashed against the ground continuously. This scene looks exactly like the Hulk fighting Loki. Seeing this scene, both the scene and the comments were completely blown up. Oh my god, this is too violent. Damn, even movies don't dare to shoot like this. The purple prison demon bull has contributed another famous scene. I feel sorry for the fiery demon ape, who has been beaten stupid. Schwa, at this moment, a faint light shot at the old cow from behind. Falling light confused mind, the old cow's thoughts suddenly fell into chaos, but in less than half a second, his brain regained clarity. Firmwell bang. Throwing away the unconscious flame demon ape in his hand, old cow turned his head and looked at the ancient soul-burning lamp. Undertook a continuous attack. The soul wall of the ancient soul-burning lamp was already shaky and could break at any time. Tan Chowie stood in the corner of the ring with a gloomy expression. He really didn't understand why these 3 war beasts seemed to be completely unaffected even though they were hit by soul-burning fire. Could they all bear the pain of the burning soul? He didn't know that Warwick and Twitch were originally the product of madness, and this little pain would only enhance their fighting power. As for Ali Star, who was the most heroic warrior, what was the pain? The flame demon ape was eliminated. Yi Yang transferred the flame demon ape, who was already seriously injured and unconscious, to the stage, and announced after treatment, TSK, TSK, TSK. The gap is really too big. Fortunately, it is more durable than the #1 seed of the Magic City Military University. I can't believe that the purple prison demon bull is only silver level 3. Ho-Tuki licked the corner of his mouth, activated the energy in his body, condensed a ball of black light on the crossbow. Schwa! A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded, the black arrow shot straight at the soul wall. Kakaka. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the soul wall, and then it shattered. The soul wall shattered, and the light of the ancient soul-burning lamp suddenly dimmed a lot. Schwa! Another arrow came, and it went straight through the core of the ancient soul-burning lamp. This arrow completely extinguished the light of the ancient soul-burning lamp, and then it fell heavily to the ground. The ancient soul-burning lamp is out. Yi Yang moved the ancient soul-burning lamp out of the ring, but his ability could not provide treatment for this special war beast, and he needed the help of other logistics personnel. At this time, there was only one lonely Feng Li left on the field. Seeing that his 2 companions were all eliminated, Feng Li was extremely panicked, and at this time, a cold murderous aura enveloped his whole body, scared him so much that his hair exploded, and accelerated again. Huh? Xiao Ke's eyes were even redder, and his eyes were fixed on Feng Li. Closer and closer as he gradually figured out the movement habits of the wind fox. The distance between him and the wind fox was getting closer and closer. This little thing was extremely fast, and its route of movement was erratic, which made him unable to use his ultimate move, Endless Binding. But in addition to Endless Binding, he had another move that could allow him to advance quickly. When the distance between him and the wind fox was reduced to 15 meters, Xiao Ke's figure suddenly disappeared. Charge the beast's mouth paw. Xiao Ke appeared strangely above the wind fox's body, and stomped his foot hard, and pressed the wind fox to the ground, and his sharp claws were on the wind fox's head, and he could pierce it with a slight poke. Yi Yang's eyes flashed with surprise. But as a referee, he quickly announced, Feng Li is eliminated. Xiao Yao wins this battle. Wow! The audience stood up suddenly, their eyes full of excitement and shock. Damn! What happened in the last scene? How did the angry blood wolf get close to Feng Li? I didn't see it at all. Could it be that the angry blood wolf also has the ability to jump through space? That's too scary. I don't understand. Guanshin. Come and explain it. In the audience, the comments were full of discussion, and most people were puzzled. How did the angry blood wolf appear there? Guanshan explained, first of all, let us congratulate Xiao Yao for defeating his opponent and successfully advancing to the finals. Next, let me explain what happened just now. According to the information I have obtained, the battle video and expert analysis, a certain skill of the angry blood wolf is somewhat similar to space jumping. And this skill has a locking effect, which means that even if the opponent uses a similar ability to space jumping, the angry blood wolf can still rush to his side. In the Kyoto University on-campus election, the angry demon wolf defeated the flashing blade mantis of Long Jingyu with this skill. After listening to Guanshan's explanation, the audience suddenly realized. So that's how it is. A space jump skill with a lock-on ability. This is too shameless. On the stage, Fengli ran to Tan Chaoyi in shock, chirping and whimpering. Tan Chaoyi bent down and picked him up, combed his soft hair, and comforted him. It's okay. You're already great. Fengli rubbed his little head against Tan Chaoyi, and turned his head to meet Xiaoku's scarlet eyes, and shuddered again. Tan Chaoyi looked at Xiao Yao's calm face, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Before the league started, he was full of confidence, thinking that he had a high probability of winning the championship. And the only threat was Lei Kuang from Kyoto University. But even if he faced Lei Kuang, he still had the belief that he would win. But who would have thought that such a super genius would appear this year, completely shattering his dream of winning the championship? Maybe I really have no chance of winning the championship. Lei Kuang, do you feel that the strength of the angry blood wolf has become stronger? Long Jingyu looked at Warwick, who had transformed into a beast on the stage, and said in a low voice. Lei Kuang frowned slightly. It seems so. Long Jingyu sighed. It seems that for him, becoming stronger is as easy as drinking water. He turned his head and looked at Lei Kuang and smiled. The final is you against Xiao Yao. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Lei Kuang glanced at him and said, take care of yourself first. Tan Chaoyi is not simple. If you want to defeat him and compete for the third place, you have to prepare well these days. Long Jingyu shrugged and said, do your best. Anyway, I am quite satisfied with the result now. Xiao Yao took back the war beast and walked off the stage. As soon as he returned to the preparation area, Long Jingyu asked directly, Xiao Yao, has the angry blood wolf become stronger again? Xiao Yao replied in surprise. Senior, you have a good eye. Yes, he has reached silver level 5. Silver level 5? Long Jingyu exclaimed. How is it possible? Wasn't he only silver level 3 a few days ago? I used the points awarded by the school to exchange for a drop of life tree essence. After taking it, he broke through from silver 3 to silver 5. Life tree essence. Long Jingyu mouth twitched. He had also exchanged for life tree essence before, and used it on the frost tree demon, who was also a plant type. After using it, the frost tree demon, who was at silver 2, was upgraded to silver 3. There are bottlenecks in the upgrade of war beasts. The stronger the war beast, the harder it is to break through the bottleneck. If war beasts can be upgraded quickly just by accumulating resources, then a large number of masters and grandmasters will still be stuck in gold and platinum and unable to break through. One drop of life tree essence allowed the angry blood wolf to level up 2 levels. Is this a combination of attributes, or does he have no bottleneck? When he heard that Xiao Yao angry blood wolf had reached silver level 5, the veins on Lei Kuang's forehead throbbed fiercely. The silver level 3 angry blood wolf was already very abnormal, and now it has been upgraded to silver level 5. Damn it, I won't lose faster than Chongmin Lei by then. If I am eliminated in 1 minute in the finals, I will really become the best background board in my life. Just like the person Xiao Yao once said. What was his name? Yuluin? Chapter 363, The Magical Use of Invisibility. After the semifinals, Xiao Yao and Lei Kuang names directly topped the hot search list. At the same time, several famous scenes from the game were also circulated wildly on the internet. The most classic one was the violent scene where the purple prison demon bull used the fiery demon ape as a sandbag. Many people did not watch the live broadcast, but just because of this famous scene, they went to watch the replay. In addition to the discussion of the semifinalists, many professionals also posted their predictions for the final results on the internet. The prediction results were undoubtedly one-sided. No one thought Lei Kuang could win. Everyone predicted how long Lei Kuang could last. Some predicted 2 minutes, after all. Lei Kuang and Tan Chaoyi were equally strong, and it would take Xiao Yao about 2 minutes to defeat Tan Chaoyi. Some people also predicted 5 minutes. Their reason was also very simple. Xiao Yao and Lei Kuang were both from Kyoto University, and from various videos, pictures, the relationship between the two was obviously good. Then, in order to save Lei Kuang's face, Xiao Yao would most likely let him win, and let Lei Kuang lose decently. In short, there were many predictions about the finals on the internet, and Xiao Yao fame grew. His number of fans exceeded 5 million in just half a month. Unlike some small stars, who had millions of fans right after their debut, Xiao Yao's 5 million fans were all real active fans. And in terms of popularity, no one could compare with Xiao Yao during this period. In view of this, many big businesses rushed to contact Xiao Yao, wanting the Dragon Country's #1 talent to advertise their products. But they found that Xiao Yao's phone was turned off continuously, and no one could contact him. Are you really not going to take those ads? If you take them, you will definitely make much more money than you sell songs. In the dormitory, Liu said. Xiao Yao leaned back on the sofa, drank a mouthful of fat house water, shook his head and said, "Forget it, I have enough money to spend at the moment, and I don't like to make money by showing off." Unlike celebrities, the job of a celebrity is to be as famous as possible, so that the public can know him or her. On the other hand, a talented summoner needs to spend most of his or her time training his or her war beasts, and improving his or her own strength. Since the founding of the National League, there have been several popular players in each session. Among them, there are some who are attracted by various temptations from the outside world, and are deeply trapped in the world of fame and fortune, and have since become indistinguishable from the crowd. During the league, the teachers at Kyoto University often use these people as negative examples to remind them. Even if he needs to make money for his own reasons, he must not repeat the mistakes of these people. He is now a billionaire after all, and he gets a lot of dividends every month. There is no need to waste his precious time for this little money. If he can become a master level or grandmaster level summoner, what does a little money mean? I think so too. Taking advertisements will lower the status of a super genius like you. Su Xingliang nodded aside. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I treat everyone to dinner tonight. Let's go to Wanhai Tower. Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, "Are you sure you can get out?" Liu smiled and said, "The front and back doors of the school are blocked by those reporters. If you go out, you will be surrounded by them." Xiao Yao chuckled. "You forgot my ability. I can be invisible." "Fuck, that's right." Liu slapped his thigh. He remembered that Xiao Yao inherited the invisibility ability from Tuki. If those reporters knew that he used the invisibility ability to hide from them, they would probably cry. Su Xingliang smiled. "Let's not talk about them." Xiao Yao stood up and said, "Let's go. I will inform Xiao Xiao and Yao Yao now. You take a taxi and wait for me on the roadside." Okay. 10 minutes later, the 5-member team gathered not far from the school gate. The green trees here blocked the sight of the reporters at the school gate. "I found a business car. It's already waiting at the school gate, silver, license plate number 5789. Liu said. "Then let's go." Xiao Yao waved his hand. "Yeah." Liu, Bai Ling Xiao, and the other 4 walked out of the school like ordinary college students, talking and laughing. Many reporters were attracted by the high looks of Bai Ling Xiao and Tao Yao Yao, and their eyes kept falling on them. Some reporters also stared at Liu in confusion, as if they had seen him somewhere before. Sitting in the car, Bai Ling Xiao sent a message to Xiao Yao, "Come out." After receiving the message, Xiao Yao put the phone in his pocket, and after 1 second, his figure disappeared from the spot. "Hey, why do I feel like someone just flew past me?" A fat reporter scratched his head and said, "How is that possible? I'm right next to you. Where is there anyone?" The companion next to him curled his lips and said, "Really?" The fat reporter shook his head. "Maybe I'm a little tired today, so I have an illusion." Bang Xiao Yao sat in the car and quickly closed the door. His sudden appearance scared the driver so much that he shivered. "Master, don't be nervous." Liu, who was sitting in the front row, comforted him. The driver swallowed his saliva, turned his head to see who the person who suddenly appeared was. You are not that." The driver's eyes widened, pointed at Xiao Yao, and said in surprise, "Xiao Yao?" Xiao Yao glanced out the window, said, "Master, let's drive first, Wanhai Tower." Okay. The driver started the car excitedly, while driving and chatting. "Xiao Yao, my son likes you very much. He watches your battle videos every day. He said he wants to become a summoner like you." Xiao Yao asked with a smile, "Master, how old is your son this year?" "He is 17 years old. He will awaken next year." I hope he can get your blessing and bless him to become a summoner. His current dream is to be admitted to Kyoto University like you. Haha, then master. Tell your son that. If he can really be admitted to Kyoto University, I will treat him to a meal alone. Okay, I will tell him later to give him some motivation. After getting off the car, the master hesitated for a moment and made a request. Xiaoyao, can I take a photo with you and show it to my son? No problem, Xiaoyao agreed readily. Thank you. Thank you. The driver quickly took out his mobile phone and asked Liu to take a photo. After the photo was taken, the driver said happily, thank you. Then you go ahead, okay, Xiaoyao, and his friends waved and walked into Wahai Tower. After Xiaoyao and his friends left, the driver immediately sent the photo. Son, look who your father met. Alas, I waited for a long time, but didn't take any photos. The boss will definitely scold me later. The fat reporter sighed. The companion comforted him. Others also got nothing. The boss will understand. Then let's pack up. The fat reporter packed up his equipment. Before leaving, he casually browsed his circle of friends. Suddenly, his hand stopped, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. What did you see? The companion leaned over to take a look. Damn, this is not. The fat reporter quickly covered his mouth and whispered, go talk to the side. Yeah. The companion nodded repeatedly. The two walked to an empty corner and looked at the fat reporter's circle of friends. Dad and idol picture. The picture was Xiaoyao and a middle-aged man. Who is this person? The companion asked curiously. The fat reporter said, he is my younger cousin. His father is an online car-hailing driver. I guess he just picked up Xiaoyao. Then why don't you ask where Xiaoyao was taken? The companion said in surprise. Yeah. The fat reporter replied in the circle of friends. Pum-pum, where did my uncle take the photo with Xiaoyao? In less than 10 seconds, Pum-pum replied, in front of Wahai Tower. Wahai Tower. The two looked at each other and hurriedly drove to Wahai Tower. Woo, I'm so full. After the few people had eaten and drunk enough and walked out of Wahai Tower, Liu patted his belly and said, I call a car, go back early and have a good sleep. I'm going to special training with Zhang Lao tomorrow. Xiaoyao's face was slightly sad. Although he had trained with Master Zhang, his progress was indeed obvious. But Master Zhang's training intensity was too devilish. Whenever he thought about it, he felt weak in his hands and feet. Come on. Train well. Bai Lingxiao took Xiaoyao's hand and said with a smile, get to the gold level quickly. I'm still waiting for you to help me become stronger. Xiaoyao gently scratched her high nose bridge with his other hand and said lovingly, that's easy. I will definitely reach the gold level within a month. There was a strong sense of confidence in his tone. Bai Lingxiao looked up at him slightly, her eyes moving, as if there were stars shining. She liked Xiaoyao like this. Although Xiaoyao was usually modest and low-key, once he began to show his edge, he would be like the sun, making people fall for his charm. Alas, you are here to abuse me again. Liu sighed. If you don't want to be abused, you should find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Xiaoyao smiled. Forget it, I can't give up the whole forest for a tree. Liu curled his lips and said, then I don't see you have a forest, I can't even see the shadow of a sapling. Su Xingliang mercilessly sabotaged. You know shit, I have many forests, how can you know? Everyone can brag, I also said, I have 100 girlfriends. Okay, the car is here, let's go. After Xiaoyao and others left, in a coffee shop not far away, the fat reporter whispered, you took pictures of them all. Yes. The companion nodded with satisfaction. This picture of mine is perfect. The fat reporter took it and looked at it. And a smile immediately appeared on his lips. Today's hot search. It's stable. An hour later, a picture quickly rushed to the hot search. The picture shows a boy and a girl. The boy is scratching the girl's nose affectionately with his hand. The girl looks up at the boy slightly. And her eyes, as bright as stars, seem to be covered with a layer of mist. And the waves are full of tenderness. The boy in the photo is none other than Xiaoyao, the most popular league player recently, who is known as the first genius of Longhua. At this moment, the comments below this picture exploded. Wow! Is this Xiaoyao's girlfriend? She's so pretty! They look so good together. Fairy plus genius. What kind of fairy couple is this? No. I'm going to choke to death. Get married right here. Today's sugar intake is too high. I need to eat shit to calm down. Many people were originally very curious about Xiaoyao's mysterious girlfriend, thinking that Xiaoyao was a super genius, and his girlfriend must be at least a school beauty. And today, When they really saw the true face of Xiao Yao's girlfriend, they were even more shocked. This look kills all female stars in seconds. Among the many comments of envy, congratulations, and praise, there are also a small number of people who make inappropriate comments. This girl is a vase at first glance. That's right. She must have spent all her time dressing up to look like this. Sooner or later, this kind of vase will be abandoned by Xiao Yao. Although there are not many such comments, it is like a few rat shits mixed in a pot of delicious food, which is really disgusting. At this moment, a comment slapped these people in the face. I am a freshman at Kyoto University. Xiao Yao is my classmate. His girlfriend Xiao Xiao is also in our class. Xiao Xiao was the second freshman at Kyoto University. Her strength is second only to Xiao Yao, and she has reached bronze level 5 now. She is stronger than many sophomores and juniors. You call such geniuses vases. I want to ask who gave you the courage. Louis? This comment was quickly pinned to the top, and countless netizens mocked it below. Some people don't look good, but they are confident. You call others a vase, but you don't even take a piss and look at yourself. You are a vase, and you are afraid of it. You are a shitpot, but you mock others for being a vase. I have learned a lot. While countless netizens were criticizing these people, some people sent their blessings to the two again. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Yao. The names are so suitable. If you don't get married, I'd be the first to disagree. This is a love that is equally matched. I'm so jealous. In the dormitory, Xiao Yao had just finished taking a shower and found that his two roommates were looking at him with strange eyes. Xiao Yao was a little scared by their stares and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Liu smiled. "Look at the hot search." Hot search? Xiao Yao's forehead was throbbing, and the word he least wanted to hear now was hot search. When he opened the trending search, his expression was immediately stunned. Who took this photo? Who knows? Maybe someone just happened to run into us at Wanhai Tower. Xiao Yao looked at the photo on his phone and murmured, "This photo is taken. Pretty good? Maybe for the photo effect." The photo retoucher added a layer of hazy effect to the photo. At first glance, it looks like a promotional poster for a romance drama. Beautiful and moving. Xiao Yao glanced at the comments below and found that they were almost all words of praise. And he also noticed the comment that spoke for Xiao Xiao. This seems to be Chung Feifei. I must thank her later. He looked at Xiao Xiao's tender eyes in the photo, and a smile appeared on his lips. Click. Download and save the photo, and set it as screensaver. After setting it as screensaver, Xiao Yao thought about it, and sent a text message to Xiao Xiao, "Good night." On the other side, after Bai Ling Xiao set the new screensaver, she saw the text message sent by Xiao Yao, smiled sweetly, and replied, "Good night." Chapter 364 Phantom Mask. The next day, Xiao Yao followed Zhang Lao to the previous training room for a 3-day special training. Xiao Yao, was it on the hot search again yesterday? Zhang Lao smiled. Xiao Yao looked helpless. I don't know who posted the photo of me and Xiao Xiao on the internet. Alas, this group of people is really hard to guard against. Zhang Lao stroked his beard and smiled. When you are famous, you will naturally have this kind of trouble. However, I have prepared a treasure for you today, which can help you solve this problem. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. Zhang Lao smiled, turned his wrist, and a mask as thin as a cicada's wing appeared in his palm. This thing is called the Phantom God Mask, and it can change a person's appearance. Changing appearance? It sounds like the human skin mask in martial arts novels. Xiao Yao took the Phantom God Mask with great interest, and looked at it carefully. The material of the Phantom God Mask is like ice silk. The color is slightly yellow, smooth and soft with a hint of coolness. Xiao Yao put the Phantom God Mask on his face. After a while, there was no change. He asked in confusion, "Teacher, how do you use this?" Zhang Lao said, "Drop a drop of blood on it, and then put it on your face." Hearing this, Xiao Yao scratched with his fingertips, making a small wound, and then dripped blood on the Phantom Mask. The moment it came into contact with the blood, the Phantom Mask seemed to come alive. Constantly wriggling, Xiao Yao quickly put the Phantom Mask on his face. And suddenly he felt a coolness on his face, as if a mask was put on his face. He took out a mirror from the broken sky ring, and saw the changes on his face. The Phantom Mask fits tightly against his skin, and there are still waves on the surface of the mask, which looks quite strange. "Teacher, what should we do next?" Zhang Lao said, "Use your mental power to communicate with the Phantom Mask, and then imagine a new face in your mind." "Understood." Xiao Yao nodded. after dripping blood to recognize the master. He felt that he had a vague connection with the phantom mask. Now, as he continues to communicate with it with his mental power, he can feel that the connection between the phantom mask and himself is getting stronger and stronger, as if it has become a part of his body. When the phantom mask and the spiritual power were completely integrated, Xiao Yao thought for a while, and imagined a familiar face in his mind. Facing the mirror, Xiao Yao saw that his face was constantly changing. His chin was a little sharper. His nose was a little higher. And even his eyes became peach blossom eyes. Looking at his former male god face in the mirror, Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. Turning his head, Zhang Lao looked at Xiao Yao's new face and smiled. It's quite handsome. Of course not. How could who not be handsome at his peak? Xiao Yao looked in the mirror and raised his eyebrows. Well, not bad. I feel like Li Xiao Yao. Old Zhang said, using the phantom mask will consume your mental power, but with your silver level mental power, it is not a problem to support it for 4 to 5 hours. But there is one more thing to note. The essence of the phantom mask changing your appearance is actually to use your mental power to construct a false mental illusion. People with mental power not as good as you or slightly stronger than you will naturally not be able to see it. Even platinum level summoners will probably not notice it if they don't pay special attention. However, the mental power of summoners above the diamond level has undergone a qualitative change. They can see through the illusion of the phantom mask at a glance. You need to pay special attention to this point. You cannot overtrust the ability of the phantom mask. Of course, if you can reach the diamond level, even the master level will not be able to detect the existence of the phantom mask. But when you reach the diamond level, you probably won't need it. I see. Xiao Yao nodded and said, I understand. Teacher. Zhang Lao watched Xiao Yao skillfully construct new faces one by one, and nodded secretly. The phantom god mask was not his own treasure, but a treasure from the inner treasury of Kyoto University. After Xiao Yao became famous, in addition to the troubles in life brought by fame, he was most worried about Xiao Yao's safety. Before Xiao Yao became famous, hostile forces had assassinated him, and now Xiao Yao's genius is well known to everyone. And he believes that Xiao Yao's name will definitely appear in the intelligence information of various countries. Some small countries or countries that are too far away from Dragon Country will naturally not have any small thoughts. But it is hard to say for some countries. So in order to protect Xiao Yao's safety, after discussing with Principal Ouyang, they decided to give the Phantom God Mask to Xiao Yao. With the Phantom God Mask and the protection of a Diamond Level 5 expert, Xiao Yao's safety can be greatly guaranteed. In order to ensure Xiao Yao's safe growth, he and Principal Ouyang also took great pains. Okay, let's start training next. Okay. Xiao Yao summoned the 3 beasts. As soon as the 3 beasts appeared, they saw the kind-looking old man next to them. Hiss at this moment. Even the arrogant and domineering Xiao Ku couldn't help but take a breath and felt his legs and feet weak. Zhang Lao glanced at Xiao Ku and asked in surprise, upgraded? Xiao Yao said yes. Xiao Ku has reached silver level 5. Silver level 5? Zhang Lao's face showed a hint of doubt. He had only been out for a few days. And how come the Blood Wolf had been upgraded twice when he came back? Xiao Yao explained. The school rewarded me with 2,000 points 2 days ago. And with the points rewarded before the game, I exchanged a drop of Life Tree Essence for Xiao Ku to use. And after using it, he was upgraded to silver level 5. Life Tree Essence. Old Zhang suddenly realized, looking at Xiao Ku, and asked, in addition to the level increase, are there any other gains? Yes, his self-healing ability has improved a lot, Xiao Ku. Warwick understood what Xiao Yao meant, and with a scratch of his claws, he cut a bloody wound on his leg. But in less than 5 seconds, the wound healed completely, and there was no trace of injury. What a powerful self-healing ability. Old Zhang's eyes showed surprise. Such a powerful self-healing ability actually appeared in a silver-level war beast. It's really a bit exaggerated. However, Zhang Lao showed a malicious smile. Very good. You have to increase your training next time. It's going to be bad. Xiao Ku was shocked and shuddered. On May 21st, the National League Finals officially started. Hello, audience friends. Welcome to the National League Finals. I am the commentator Guanxin. I am the commentator Wang Xiaoyu. Woohoo! The audience applauded with deafening roars, and cheers resounded through the sky, and the entire venue was shaken. I believe everyone is very excited at this moment, so without further ado, let's get straight to the point. First, I will introduce the process of this round of competition. Today, In addition to the championship and runner-up competitions, Long Jingyu and Tan Chaoyu will also have to compete for the third place. The third place competition will begin after the next performance. Please prepare in advance. After the third place is decided, our championship match will begin. I believe all the audience are looking forward to this battle. Before the match begins, let us invite Xiao Yao and Lei Kuang to give their respective speeches. First, let us invite Lei Kuang. Lei Kuang strode onto the stage and stood between Guanxin and Wang Xiaoyu, standing together with the tall and burly Lei Kuang. Guanxin and Wang Xiaoyu suddenly looked like little birds. Guanxin, standing with Lei Kuang. I feel a lot of pressure. Lei Kuang, do you have any thoughts about this National League? Or do you have anything to say to your opponent Xiao Yao? Lei Kuang took the microphone and said, first of all, I want to feel my alma mater, Kyoto University. Without the school, there would be no Lei Kuang today. Being able to enter the finals is the best reward for my hard work in the past 4 years. In addition, I would like to say to my opponent, my junior. Lei Kuang paused, turned his head to look at Xiao Yao under the ring and said helplessly, can't you be born a year later? Ha ha! The scene immediately burst into laughter. The camera turned to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao spread his hands, made an expression of helplessness. Guanxin smiled and said, I didn't expect that contestant Lei Kuang also has such a humorous side. Okay, next. Let's invite contestant Xiao Yao to the stage. As Xiao Yao stepped steadily onto the ring, the atmosphere on the scene became high again, cheers, and shouts continued. Xiao Yao stood beside Wang Xiaoyu and took the microphone. Wang Xiaoyu smiled and asked, Xiao Yao, what do you think about this league? In addition, what do you want to say to your opponent Lei Kuang? Xiao Yao said, first of all, I also want to thank my alma mater. In this year, Kyoto University has provided us with a good learning environment and a high platform, which enables us to grow quickly. This league has a deep meaning to me. I have loved watching the National League since I was a child. I have watched the classic videos of almost every National League several times, and learned a lot of combat experience and skills from them. So I feel like my dream has come true to stand on the final stage today. Also, I want to say something to my senior Lei Kuang. Xiao Yao said with a smile, actually, you can repeat the grade for 4 years, and the league championship in 4 years will definitely belong to you. Ha ha ha, the scene burst into laughter again. Jokes aside, the audience could also hear Xiao Yao's determination to win the league championship this time, and his plan to participate in the next 3 leagues. Lei Kuang was also amused by Xiao Yao's words. He smiled and shook his head. His expression was both helpless and somewhat relieved. In the VIP room, a dignified man smiled and said, it seems that this child has a good personality. Master Yi, you should have seen this child. Beside him, a middle-aged man with mature charm nodded slightly. It turned out to be Master Yi, one of the 4 great masters of Dragon Country. Master Yi said, I saw this child about a year ago. At that time, he was just a bronze-level high school student. At this time, Master Yi's eyes also showed a hint of emotion. When he presided over the joint entrance examination of Kyoto University and Shuemu University, he was deeply impressed by Xiao Yao. Not only because he was one of the only 2 bronze-level candidates at that time, but also because he defeated his junior Yi Xiuzhu. Unexpectedly, a year later, Yi Xiuzhu broke through the silver level at a very fast speed. But his former opponent Xiao Yao was already at the silver level 5, and was about to win the National League Championship as a freshman. This incredible growth rate surprised even him. The master. Master Yi, do you think this child has the potential to become a master? Master Yi said, it takes a certain opportunity to break through the master level. But in terms of talent alone, his talent is undoubtedly the highest. I think if he is trained properly, he has a better chance of breaking through the master level than anyone else. Is that so? The majestic man nodded with satisfaction. Then we must protect this master seed well. I hope that in a dozen years, our Dragon Country will have another master-level expert. Master Yi said, currently, Ouyang Xian has handed him over to Zhang Daoxian of Kyoto University. Zhang Daoxian is a Diamond Level 5 summoner, with rich teaching experience, and his presence is enough to ensure the growth of this child. Yes. The majestic man smiled and said, then let me see his performance. After interviewing Xiao Yao and Lei Kuang, Long Jingyu and Tan Chaoyu spoke one after another. Guanxin, all contestants have expressed their thoughts, so we will proceed to the next stage. Contestants, please go to the preparation area to prepare. Next, let us invite singer Lu Yi to bring us the song Against the Light. Boom! As soon as they heard Lui's appearance, countless audience members stood up suddenly, with surprise in their eyes. Lui is the most popular singer recently. Her album Meeting has won many awards. The most important thing is that her album was written by Xiaoyao, today's finalist. This dream connection made fans and audiences extremely excited. Xiaoyao's eyes also flashed with surprise. He remembered that Lui had said before that she would come to watch his competition. He had not seen her in the previous rounds. He did not expect that she would come to the scene as the opening singer today. However, Xiaoyao was still very happy about Lui's arrival. Back in the preparation area, Xiaoyao saw Lui already standing on the stage. Before the show started, Lui waved to him. This scene further aroused the enthusiasm of the audience, and the cheers shook the world. Soon the prelude sounded, and Lui began to sing. Maybe I have always been afraid of having an answer. Maybe love is only spinning in the wind. There was a beam of light. At that moment, what a painful blinding. The clear and powerful voice rang out in the stadium, causing countless fans to sing along. Don't say it, the songs you wrote are really good. Long Jingyu pushed Xiaoyao smiled. Xiaoyao raised his chin. It's okay, the next new album will be even better. Really? Then I look forward to it. After the singing, Lui picked up the microphone, looked in Xiaoyao's direction and said, Xiaoyao, congratulations on standing on the stage of the finals. Good luck in the next game. Wow! Seeing the two people really work together, the atmosphere on the scene became lively again. Xiaoyao waved his hand, expressing his gratitude to Lui. Under the attention of the crowd, Lui walked off the stage, and the next performers also took the stage to perform. After all the performances were over, it was time to compete for the third place. Come on! Come on! Encouraged by their fellow teachers, Long Jingyu and Tan Chaoyi walked onto the stage at the same time. Chapter 365 I come. I see. I conquer. When Long Jingyu and Tan Chaoyi stepped onto the ring, the audience burst into warm cheers. Although this was only a battle for third place, the two sides were from Kyoto University and Mizuki University, and the match between these two strong schools was always the most eye-catching in every league. The referee Yang walked onto the ring and asked, both sides determine the format of the game. Team fight. Team fight. As expected, both chose team fight. Whether it is the Burning Soul Ancient Lamp or the Earth Elf, only team battles can bring out their greatest advantages. Okay, both sides step back and prepare. The two people step back to a suitable distance, waiting for the referee to give the order. Ready. Start. As soon as the voice fell, both sides launched the attack at the same time. The Earth Elf opened his little hand, rich earth elements condensed on his body, preparing to activate the skill Quicksand Burial. Suddenly, a dark green fire rose under his feet. This dark fire not only disrupted the Earth Elf's spell casting, but also made his little face show a look of pain. Soul-burning fire Shua. The flashing blade mantis made a space jump and came to the top of Feng Li's head, and the arm blade chopped down heavily, making a sharp sound of breaking wind. Ding! The arm blade stopped a few centimeters away from Feng Li's head, and the light green soul wall was slightly rippled, but it was like a solid castle, protecting Feng Li in it. At this time, the flames rose under the feet of the flame demon ape, and rushed towards the frost tree demon under the effect of flame acceleration. The earth elf endured the pain of his soul, clenched his little hands, and raised several earth walls on the way of the flame demon ape. Swish! 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 A dozen exploding ice fruits flew from behind the earth wall. The flame demon ape saw this, and quickly retreated. Swish! The flashing blade mantis jumped to the top of the flame demon ape again, and chopped down heavily with its arm blade. At this moment, a faint light shot at him, making his movements pause for a moment, and his eyes showed struggle, panic, anger, and other emotions. Falling light disturbing mind, the flame demon ape turned around, and its right fist with a flaming light hit the flashing blade mantis heavily. Fire extreme fist at the same time, the wind fox shot out two wind blades, which directly pierced through the wings of the flashing blade mantis. Bang! The shining blade mantis was punched into the ground. The silver body was covered with burn marks, the wings were broken, and black pus flowed out, looking extremely miserable. The shining blade mantis is eliminated. Yang transferred the shining blade mantis, and announced after the treatment. Wow! Many viewers stood up in surprise. Among the top 4 players, each of them had a war beast that impressed the audience. Lei Quan Ghost Nightmare Knight, Xiaoyao Purple Prison Demon Bull, Tan Chaoyi Burning Soul Ancient Lamp. Long Jingyu most outstanding war beast is definitely the Flashing Blade Mantis. As a Flashing Blade Mantis with a bug-level skill space jump, many people think it is the most difficult to deal with among all Long Jingyu war beasts. Who would have thought that it would be the first to be eliminated? Tan Chaoyi stood in the corner of the ring and nodded with satisfaction. Control plus protection, this is what the Burning Soul Ancient Lamp should do. Unlike Xiaoyao war beasts, they acted as if nothing happened after being hit by a skill. It's outrageous. Long Jingyu shook his head helplessly. The Burning Soul Ancient Lamp was too restraining for his war beast. He used Soul Wall to protect them tightly. And Ghost Light and Soul Burning Fire could also interrupt his attack. Without mental defense skills, it was really difficult to deal with this kind of war beast. Without the main force of the Flashing Blade Mantis, Tan Chao eliminated the Frost Tree Demon and the Earth Elf with overwhelming momentum, and successfully won the third place in this league. Papa Papa! There was a warm applause at the scene. In this battle, Tan Chaoyi truly showed his unique strength. Even Long Jingyu, who was once the second on the True Dragon list of Kyoto University, could not last 3 minutes in his hands. Perhaps without Xiaoyao, he really had a great chance of winning the league championship. Unfortunately, his luck was really bad. He lost to the super genius Xiaoyao, who was at the peak of his career. After the third place was determined, the battle for the championship and runner-up would begin next. Under the attention of the crowd, Xiaoyao and Lei Kuang walked onto the stage at the same time. Both parties determined the format of the game. Team fight. Team fight. Xiaoyao and Lei Kuang said in unison. On the final stage of the National League, only team fights can fully demonstrate their tactical level, cooperation of war beasts, and true strength. Okay, both parties step back and prepare. Xiaoyao and Lei Kuang distanced themselves, and both summoned war beasts at the same time. Moo. As soon as Xiaoke and the others appeared, seeing the familiar opponent on the opposite side, the corners of their mouths could not help but curl up. The Thunder Spirit Troll on the other side was not in such a good mood. When he saw the wolf and the rat again, he immediately recalled the painful experience of having his eyes poked out. Before he even started, his eyelids began to twitch unconsciously. Don't be afraid, just do it. Lei Kuang encouraged in his heart. The Thunder Spirit Troll pulled out an ugly expression. It was me who had my eyes poked out. How could I not be afraid? If the strength of both sides was similar, it would be fine. As long as we could win, it would be completely acceptable to get hurt. But the Thunder Spirit Troll knew that his side was far less powerful than the other side. Knowing that he was going to be beaten, how could he not panic? You guys should be gentle later. And give him some face. Xiaoyao instructed. After all, it was the World Finals. If Lei Kuang lost too quickly, it would be embarrassing. Although Lei Kuang did not mention it. As an alumnus, Xiaoyao still had this awareness. Understood, the three beasts nodded in unison. Since we can't win quickly, let's have some fun. Get ready. Yi Yang raised his right hand. Begin. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoke and Lao Niu simultaneously transformed into bloodthirsty werewolves and violent bull demons. Swish. 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 Purple energy rays came. Lao Niu stood in front of Tuki, like a towering mountain, preventing all attacks from passing through his body. Swish. 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 Tuki shot out poisonous arrows, and blasted against the energy rays. Suddenly, purple fireworks and green poisonous rain bloomed in the sky. At this time, Xiaoke and Lao Niu also found their respective opponents. Zizizizi. A lightning ball, with a diameter of 1 meter condensed on the fist of the Thunder Spirit Troll. It threw a heavy punch, and hit the oncoming old cow. The old cow's body swayed slightly, and used withdraw body, and then threw a heavy punch as well. Bang. The two huge iron fists collided, and for a moment, lightning flashed everywhere, and the blazing white light shone brightly, making the audience unable to help but close their eyes. Bang bang bang. The two giant beasts took 2 steps back at the same time, and then rushed to the opposite side again. Xiaoke pounced with all his strength, and fought with his old rival, the Nightmare Knight. Ding 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 spear. Sparks flew from the collision of sharp claws, pale green ghost fire spread along the spear to Xiaoke, but Xiaoke completely ignored the pain of ghost fire erosion, and his sharp claws intertwined to form a death net, forcing the Ghost Knight to turn into an illusion to avoid this fierce attack. After being promoted to Silver Level 5, even without using any skills, Xiaoke could suppress the Ghost Knight. Even ordinary viewers could see this. Wow, this angry blood wolf is too strong. He hasn't used his skills yet. If he had, the Ghost Nightmare Knight would have fallen long ago. I said Xiao Yao would definitely let him go. Just watch. VIP room, Principal Ouyang praised. Xiao Yao is a good kid. He gave Lei Kuang enough face. Old Zhang nodded and said, this kid is quite knowledgeable in the ways of the world. He doesn't look like an 18-year-old kid. Principal Ouyang asked, Old Zhang, what are you going to do after the league? Old Zhang said, Xiao Yao will go to King Kong Forest. This kid is confident that he can break through the gold level there. Really? Principal Ouyang eyes showed a hint of surprise. If he can reach the gold level at this age, it will be a world-shaking news. However, even with the current situation, I believe Xiao Yao's name will spread all over the world after the league. Under the age of 19. Silver level 5. I believe people in some countries will be restless. Principal Ouyang reminded Old Zhang. Master Yi and that person are here today. It seems that they also attach great importance to Xiao Yao. In the future, Xiao Yao's safety will depend on you. Zhang Lao said in a deep voice, don't worry. Xiao Yao is my hope. And also the hope of Dragon Country. I will protect his safety even if I risk my life. Bang bang bang, the fist-to-flesh fight between the two giants made all the audience excited. Even though the fight had lasted for 7 or 8 minutes, the audience did not feel bored at all. Instead, they hoped that both sides could keep fighting so that everyone could enjoy it in one go. It's almost time to end it, Xiao Yao ordered in his heart. A few minutes of fighting had made the three beasts feel a little boring. He had given the face he should give. Next, he would start to exert his strength to win the league championship he had always dreamed of. Awoo! Moo! Uh-huh! The three beasts roared excitedly, and their momentum changed instantly. Bang! The old cow stepped heavily, and the body of the Thunder Spirit Troll flew up instantly, as if it was equipped with a spring. Zzz. In the air, the Thunder Spirit Troll's whole body was shining with electric light, and its whole body seemed to turn into a huge electric ball, falling heavily to the ground. A red light flashed in the old bull's eyes, and Firm Will was activated. With 65% damage reduction, the huge defense of the diamond body, and the violent bull demon. The old bull was not afraid of the damage of the lightning. He cut into the side of the Thunder Spirit Troll, and his iron fist was like a battering ram, hitting the Thunder Spirit Troll's chest. Bang! The Thunder Spirit Troll flew backwards, and the thunder armor on his chest was hit with a concave fist mark. The old bull followed closely, and when the Thunder Spirit Troll just stood up, his body burst out with amazing power, like a purple chariot, knocking the Thunder Spirit Troll over again. Wild Charge, the two bombardments caused the Thunder Troll's blood to surge, and a mouthful of blood accumulated in his heart, which he couldn't help but vomit. But the old bull didn't give him a chance to relax, and rushed forward with a big step, and smashed the Thunder Troll's head with a heavy kick like a battle axe. Bang! The ground broke, and the dirt splashed. The Thunder Troll turned over in danger, and narrowly avoided the old bull's heavy stomping. But at this time, the old bull would not give him another chance. As soon as the Thunder Troll stabilized his body, the old bull rushed forward, and his muscles bulged like a small hill, and fiercely punched. Bang! The thunder armor was shattered. The Thunder Troll bent like a shrimp, and his eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. The old cow hit the back of the Thunder Troll's head with an elbow. With a bang, the Thunder Troll fell to the ground. The Thunder Troll is eliminated. Awoo! Xiaoku used Ancestor Howl, and a deep fear appeared in the eyes of the Nightmare Knight. The void state was broken, and he turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Xiaoku used the same trick again, and inserted a claw into the neck of the Nightmare Horse, and tore his head off fiercely. Plop! The Nightmare Horse's legs went limp, and it fell to the ground, while the Ghost Knight on the horse's back held his head in pain, and let out a horrifying scream. The Ghost Knight is eliminated. In the blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed, which surprised all the audience, but also made sense. Xiao Yao started to speed up, and stopped letting up. You've given me enough face, and if you keep fighting like this, it would be a bit of an insult to the audience's IQ. I feel like this should be the least suspenseful match in all the league finals. The main reason is that Xiao Yao is too scary. He upgrades quickly, and his war beast is strong. He is really a monster. The fight is almost over, and it's time to end it. Swish, swish, swish. One by one, poisonous arrows mixed with fishy wind, like flying feathers in the sky, shot towards Bai Wanyan. Bai Wanyan fired energy rays frantically. fighting against the poisonous arrows. But under the effect of full firepower, the poisonous arrows penetrated the energy rays like a broken bamboo, leaving a lot of bloody holes on Bai Huanyan. Bang! Bai Huanyan fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground with a dull sound. At this moment, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. This battle, Xiao Yao won. As the referee Yang announced the result loudly, the audience instantly boiled. Guanshan shouted loudly, "Let us congratulate Xiao Yao for winning the final championship of this league." Win! Win! Li Yu and Su Xingliang shouted excitedly. Although Xiao Yao's victory was expected by everyone, they also felt extremely excited and proud to see their friend ascend to the throne of the National League. Bai Lingxiao stood up, looking at Xiao Yao, who was full of vigor on the stage. His eyes were full of tenderness and pride. Well done! In the VIP room, Zhang Lao and Bai Chunfeng nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the gap is still big. Lei Kuang sighed helplessly. But compared to the first failure, his emotion soon calmed down after this failure. Boom! At this time, a huge podium suddenly rose in the center of the stage, and the golden trophy reflected a dazzling light in the sun. Guanshan, hold the trophy. Xiao Yao, go hold up the championship that belongs to you. Oh! Amid the cheers of tens of thousands of people, Xiao Yao held up the heavy trophy with both hands. Bang bang, the salutes at the four corners of the ring roared, and golden ribbons rushed out from the sky and floated down. Xiao Yao looked around the whole place. He saw countless people cheering for him, saw his friends, teachers celebrating for him, saw his father thousands of miles away proud of him. At this moment, he looked up, and his heart was filled with pride. There is a sentence that can describe his current mood. I come, I see, I conquer. Chapter 366, Fame in the World. Set off. Ka. When Xiao Yao walked down the stage with the trophy, countless reporters swarmed over him like sharks smelling blood, with guns and cannons coming from all directions, and they wanted to put the microphone into his mouth. Xiao Yao, tell me about your feelings about winning the championship. Xiao Yao, who do you think is the strongest opponent you have encountered in this league? Xiao Yao, are your family and girlfriend here? Xiao Yao stood there helplessly. With so many reporters asking questions at the same time, he didn't know how to respond. At this time, Mr. Feng, who was waiting in the contestant preparation area, smiled and shook his head, and walked toward Xiao Yao. His body seemed to have a magical power, and anyone who stood in front of him would automatically step back, opening a path for him. Dear media, reporters, this afternoon, we will arrange a special interview at Kyoto University. Several contestants from our school will be present. The number of places is limited and first come first served. After speaking, Mr. Feng took Xiao Yao away from the scene, leaving a group of reporters as quiet as sculptures. After half a minute, all the reporters breathed a sigh of relief and stretched their bodies. Oh my God! Was I possessed by an evil spirit just now? Why is my body out of control? It must be that teacher who did it. Stop talking nonsense and make an appointment. Quick! 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 It's over. Ouyang Xian smiled with satisfaction and said, Mr. Zhang, please take good care of the next interview. After all, Xiao Yao is still young, and there are some things that need your guidance as a teacher. Zhang Lao smiled and said, I'm not good at this. Why don't you give it to Chunfeng? Chunfeng? Principal Ouyang looked at Bai Chunfeng. Bai Chunfeng nodded and said, Leave it to me. The news of Xiao Yao's victory quickly topped the hot search list in less than 10 minutes. The streets and alleys of Longwo were talking about this legendary genius. Unlike before, Xiao Yao's fame far exceeded any previous league champion. League champion under 19 years old, super academic master since childhood, genius music creator. All kinds of halos overlapped together, giving Xiao Yao a layer of mystery. While people were lamenting Xiao Yao's outrageous talent, they also had great expectations for his future. Perhaps he could really become the 5th Grandmaster of Dragon Country? Or the 2nd King? Compared to the joyous atmosphere of the Dragon Country people, the foreign friends, who were concerned about the situation in Dragon Country, were not in such a good mood. As the most powerful country in the world, Dragon Country's every move has attracted worldwide attention. As the largest annual competition event in Dragon Country, the National League is broadcast by major media around the world, and its popularity is comparable to the Champions League in the previous life. Countless countries and forces want to see the strength of the new generation of Dragon Country in each league. so as to judge the future trend of Dragon Country's combat power. In this league, Xiao Yao's sudden appearance not only amazed foreign netizens, but also made many countries and forces feel uneasy. Baga, why can Dragon Country produce such a genius, but our country can't? Those principals should commit suicide. I can guarantee that this Xiao Yao must have the blood of our country. Don't worry, compatriots. Although Longwei is very powerful, we have a large population. Sooner or later, such a genius will appear in our country. In the villa, the middle-aged man frowned and said to the housekeeper beside him, "Notify Guiji to keep an eye on Xiao Yao." With a cold light in his eyes, he murmured, "I won't fail again this time. Hey! Go! Collect all the information about Xiao Yao immediately. Yes! Notify Flag, activate the hidden player, find a chance to kill him. Remember, don't leave any evidence." "Yes, sir." Xiao Yao's appearance was like throwing a stone on a calm lake, causing the entire international situation to start to surge. No country wants to see the 5th Grandmaster, or even the 2nd King, appear in Dragon Country. At present, many small countries are still waiting and watching, but some countries' forces have begun to act secretly. They have only one goal. Xiao Yao must die. In the room, Xiao Yao was chatting with his parents via video. Behind them was a large family, and everyone's faces were filled with happy and proud smiles. "Dad? Mom? I hang up first. The school has arranged an interview." "Xiaoli, okay. Then you go ahead. Goodbye. Dad? Mom? Goodbye. Grandpa? Grandma?" After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yao walked out of the room and came to Mr. Zhang. "Have you finished talking?" "Yes," Mr. Zhang said. "Don't be nervous about the interview later. The questions have been determined in advance, and someone has written the answers. You can do whatever you want." Xiao Yao nodded. "I understand. There is one more thing I want to remind you," Mr. Zhang said calmly. "Your name has spread all over the world, and all countries know that Dragon Country has produced a super genius like you. I can guarantee that. Some forces will be ready to make a move and try their best to attack you. How is it? Are you afraid? Are you afraid?" Xiao Yao smiled. "With my teacher here, what is there to be afraid of? Can these forces send out master summoners?" Zhang Lao said. "They don't necessarily have to attack head-on. Poisoning, explosions, assassinations, all kinds of sinister means are hard to guard against. Even if I am here, you are not always safe." Xiao Yao shrugged and said, "It's useless to worry. When the enemy comes, the general will stop it. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. I believe in my teacher, and I also believe in my own strength." Seeing Xiao Yao relaxed and calm look, Mr. Zhang was very satisfied. "Yes, this is my student. He has the spirit of a great general. Don't worry. I am here. No one can hurt you. Okay. Prepare for the press conference. You will be busy in the next few days. There will be a lot of official interviews. And the president also said that he wants you to shoot a promotional video for our Beijing University." "Ah!" Xiao Yao's face fell, and he said helplessly, "No way. I was planning to go to Jingenglan early. The league championship has been won, and his next goal is to be promoted to the gold level and obtain a new hero. You know, a gold level war beast can take people flying, and his biggest wish now is to get a flying war beast. There is no rush to go to King Kong Forest. There must be time for some people to prepare," Zhang Lao said with a smile. Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Zhang Lao waved his hand. "Let's talk about this question later. Let's go to the interview first." "Okay." In the next few days, Xiao Yao was very busy. He accepted interviews from various official media, filmed school promotional videos, and even many bigwigs came to communicate with him, including senior officials of Dragon Country and master summoners. He was busy, but he gained a lot in the past few days. First, after winning the league championship, the school immediately rewarded him with 3,000 points, which allowed him to collect the points for exchanging the second drop of Tree of Life Essence. In addition, Kyoto City and Yinqing City rewarded him respectively. Yinqing City rewarded him with 10 million in cash, and the wealthy Kyoto City directly rewarded him with 20 million. Now he has become a real billionaire. At the same time, all the major organizations in Longwei have extended olive branches to him. These organizations have made promises that, as long as he is willing to join, then the entire organization will train him with the greatest effort. However, Xiao Yao did not give a clear intention, but just left the phone numbers of these responsible persons and make plans later. Anyway, after a few days, he finished all the things in his hands. And then, he would start a new journey. Are you leaving tomorrow? Su Xingliang asked in surprise. Xiao Yao nodded. Yes, I have wasted a lot of time recently, so I will leave tomorrow. Are the supplies, strategies, and so on ready? Li Yu asked. Don't worry, everything is ready. That's good. I wish you can successfully break through the gold level in this trip to King Kong Forest. Xiao Yao said confidently. Just wait and see my new war beast. By the way, when will the Black Pine Forest cleanup mission begin? Su Xingliang said. 3 days later, we are also preparing these days. Xiao Yao said. Is that so? Then I wish you all gain something in this operation. I hope to see Ari, Kaziz and Zack when I come back, Xiao Yao thought to himself. Thank you for your good wishes, well. You should rest early. Yeah. The three of them went back to their rooms, ready to rest. But what they didn't know was that a bug under the sofa was synchronizing their entire conversation to another person's ears. King Kong Forest. The woman murmured. Sir, Miss Guiji sent a message that Xiao Yao will set off for King Kong Forest tomorrow. King Kong Forest? The middle-aged man tapped the table with his fingertips. What is he going to King Kong Forest for? The housekeeper hurriedly said, according to the information we have obtained. Xiao Yao should be using the King Kong fruit to cultivate the purple prison demon bull. Is that so? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, thinking about the next plan. Sir, are you going to arrange someone to assassinate him this time? The middle-aged man waved his hand. Our people will not take action for the time being. Send someone to pass this news to the black market. I believe that there are definitely more people who want to attack him than just us. The housekeeper's eyes lit up. Sir, I understand. Humph. I'm sure that there must be someone protecting this kid in secret. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Let this group of people explore the way first. And it won't be too late for us to take action after we find out his background. Understood. The next morning, Xiao Yao came to the place he and Mr. Zhang agreed to meet. This is a rather hidden pavilion in the school. Few people come here during the day, but at night you can often see pairs of adults and women chewing each other here. Teacher Mr. Zhang looked at Xiao Yao and asked, Are all the things ready? Ready! Xiao Yao nodded. Okay. Mr. Zhang flipped his wrist, and a brand new ID card appeared in his palm. This is your new ID card. According to your request, the name is Xiao Feng. Xiao Yao took the ID card and saw a new face. Of course, the person on the ID card was not Huang Rihua or Hu Jun. He found 2 young male models on the internet, and then used computer technology to splice them together. The appearance was not very handsome, but it could only be said to be handsome and regular, but this was exactly the new face he needed. This ID card is already online. You can use it to book a flight now. Okay. Jingganglin is located in southern Xinjiang, several thousand kilometers away from Kyoto, so flying is obviously the most convenient. Teacher, do I need to order one for you? Xiao Yao asked. Mr. Zhang waved his hand. No. From the moment you leave the campus, I will completely disappear from your sight. Everything from now on will depend on you. I will only show up when necessary. I understand. Teacher. Xiao Yao nodded. He understood the intention of Zhang Lao's move. On the one hand, he wanted to grow independently and not rely too much on the help of outsiders. On the other hand, with his protection in secret, he could better detect those evil spirits. Let's go! Yes, Xiao Yao wiped his face with his hand. And suddenly his appearance became exactly the same as the new ID card. Xiao Feng. Let's go! Yushan City is a county-level city under southern Xinjiang. This used to be a small mountain village. But because it is not far from the King Kong Forest and close to the border, it has gradually developed into a good commercial city. Yushan City has established a large trading market in the city center, with equipment stores, pharmacies, and goods recycling stores. This has also attracted many summoners who went to the King Kong Forest to settle here. Wow! It's quite prosperous. When Xiao Yao came to the trading market, he was surprised at the prosperity of the place. There are 2 rows of shops on the street, and people come and go in the market. The level of liveliness is almost catching up with the Longting trading area in Kyoto. Before entering the King Kong Forest, he still needs to do some preparation. For example, he can look at the guides written by local summoners. The guides obtained from Weil City are naturally more detailed than those found on the internet. It is also very simple to buy the guides. You can buy them directly from the local Summoner Association. Of course, some stores also sell them, but they are similar to the official information. There is not much difference. After browsing all the guides, Xiao Yao found that the materials he prepared were quite complete, and there were only some small things that needed to be supplemented. For example, special mosquito repellent. There are many mosquitoes and flies in the King Kong forest, and ordinary mosquito repellent is not very effective. Only the local special mosquito repellent can drive away mosquitoes and flies, and not attract other monsters. In addition to mosquito repellent, Xiao Yao also bought a lot of local specialty foods. Most of these specialties are made from certain raw materials in the King Kong forest, and have a unique taste, which is much better than energy bars. Anyway, the space of the Shattered Sky Ring is large now. Xiao Yao bought a lot of specialties in one go, and prepared to share them with his friends after the trip. After everything was ready, he bought a big bag and stuffed it with supplies. Then he carried the bag and went to the King Kong forest alone. At the King Kong forest border station, many summoners looked at him in surprise. Summoners who can go to the King Kong forest alone are either outstanding in strength and very confident in themselves, or they are foolish and bold, and they are just going to die. This kid looks so young. He is probably the second type. Do you think everyone is Xiao Yao? Who is so powerful at such a young age? Even if it is Xiao Yao, he doesn't have the strength to go to the King Kong forest alone. Alas, another young life is going to die in the King Kong forest. Chapter 367, Diamond Demon Ape Undercurrents. The trees in the Diamond Forest are extremely tall, with canopies like clouds, and the branches are full of fruits. However, these fruits are not diamond fruits, but jade fruits, which are sweet-tasting fruits. Some trees in the Diamond Forest will produce diamond fruits, but these diamond fruits will grow together with jade fruits, resulting. The appearance of jade fruits is very similar to diamond fruits. Even the old people who have been in the Diamond Forest for many years will often make the mistake. The only difference between the two is that when the diamond fruit is ripe, it will emit a faint smell of rust. Many monsters in the Diamond Forest are very sensitive to this smell, but humans and most war beasts can hardly smell the smell at an altitude of dozens of meters. But for Warwick, the rusty smell of the diamond fruit is like a navigation, which allows him to quickly lock the target. Xiao Yao caught the diamond fruit that fell from the tree, and then fed it to the old cow. In just half a day, Xiao Ke found 8 diamond fruits. According to this, within a week, the old cow can evolve into a giant diamond spirit. Plop! Xiao Ke jumped down from the tree and landed steadily. Old cow, moo, thank you Xiao Ke, woo, it's no big deal. At this time, Xiao Yao turned his head and looked into the distance. Tuki has attracted a big guy, get ready for battle. At Xiao Yao's command, old cow and Xiao Ke instantly entered the battle state. The rustling of dead branches and the trampling of fallen leaves sounded one after another. Tuki's small figure appeared in front of everyone. Behind him, a huge black shadow was constantly jumping back and forth on the branches, approaching Tuki at a very fast speed. As the shadow gradually approached, Xiao Yao saw its true face. Monster named King Kong Demon Ape Monster Level Gold Level 3 Monster Skills King Kong Body. Charge a strike. Berserk. Demon Ape Shock. King Kong Demon Ape is more than 3 meters tall, with thick black hair, arms as strong as Lao Nyo, slightly hunched body, bloodshot eyes, and at first glance, it looks like a smaller version of the movie character King Kong. Moo. Xiao Ke and Lao Nyo instantly transformed into a bloodthirsty werewolf and a violent bull demon, and rushed towards the King Kong Demon Ape together. Ah roar! Tuki saw his companions coming to support him, and his mouth opened, and his body disappeared. Roar! Tuki's disappearance made the King Kong Demon Ape furious. He punched his chest with his huge fist and roared wildly. Shashasha. At this time, he noticed that 2 giant beasts were rushing towards him quickly, and their strong momentum made him alert immediately. Swish. Suddenly, a poisonous arrow shot from the side. The King Kong Demon Ape slapped the poisonous arrow with his big hand, and he turned around and saw Tuki with a sinister smile not far away, looking for death. The red light in the King Kong Demon Ape's eyes became even brighter. He turned around and prepared to rush towards Tuki, to kill this disgusting little thing. At this moment, a black shadow flashed before his eyes, and he was thrown to the ground the next second. Endless binding puff. Puff. The sharp claws scratched the King Kong Demon Ape's face with bloody marks, and his nose was almost cut in half. Half a second later, Xiao Ke felt that the suppression effect was about to end, and he jumped to the side with a kick of his feet. Roar! The King Kong demon ape woke up. The severe pain on his face made him go into a frenzy directly. His eyes turned completely blood red, and a crazy and violent momentum burst out. The King Kong demon ape quickly climbed up, and before he could stabilize his body, his eyes were once again filled with purple shadows. Bang! His huge body flew backwards, crashing into a thick tree. Who? The King Kong demon ape raised his head. His eyes were red as if they were dripping blood. Really hard. Xiao Yao sighed as he stood aside. After being hit by endless binding and wild charge, the King Kong demon ape's health value only dropped by less than 10%. And the wounds that looked bloody were actually just superficial injuries. This kind of monster with amazing defense is the most difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he still has Tuki. Bang bang old cow, and Xiao Ke attacked the King Kong demon ape from the left and right. The King Kong demon ape's body shook, and its violent momentum was like a wave, sweeping towards the two beasts. Demon ape shocked the leaves within a dozen meters rustled. And, even from a few dozen meters away, Xiao Yao could feel a pressure coming at him, causing his body to stiffen. Moo old cow used firm will at the first opportunity, immune to the effect of demon ape's shock. And a pair of iron fists hammered the King Kong demon ape's chest. Xiao Ke also used Ancestor's Howl directly. A pale yellow light flashed across his body, and the shock effect was greatly weakened. The King Kong demon ape did not expect that the purple cow in front of him was completely unaffected by demon ape's shock. Obviously, his strength was very weak. Why was he not affected? With doubt, the King Kong demon ape responded with a heavy punch. Charge a strike bang. The two huge fists collided with each other, making an extremely dull sound. The old cow retreated several steps, and his fist trembled faintly. With his current strength of silver level 3, even if he used various skills, he was still far behind the King Kong demon ape in terms of strength. However, I am not the main force in this battle. A woof! The arrogant and domineering wolf howl sounded in the ears of the King Kong demon ape. The King Kong demon ape's body stiffened, and a deep fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a black arrow shot at the eyeball of the King Kong demon ape at lightning speed. With a snap, the eyeball shattered and mucus splashed everywhere. The black arrow instantly turned into liquid and penetrated the body of the King Kong demon ape. Seeing that Tuki succeeded, Xiao Ke and Lao Niu quickly retreated and distanced themselves from the King Kong demon ape. The King Kong demon ape woke up from the effect of fear. The pain of his eyes bursting completely destroyed his nerves. He subconsciously covered his eyes with one hand. Black and red mucus flowed out from between his fingers. He wanted to howl in pain, but his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could only make a gurgling sound. Looking at the rapidly decreasing blood bar, Xiao Yao cast a praiseful look at Tuki. Boom! The poison completely destroyed the body of the King Kong demon ape. The huge body fell down like a golden mountain. Warwick's experience value plus 213, Alistair's experience value plus 195, Twitch's experience value plus 438. Moo! The old cow's body shook, and his eyes showed excitement. Silver level 4, breakthrough. After a long period of fighting and training, the old cow's experience value was very close to silver level 4. After taking a few King Kong fruits and killing the King Kong demon ape, he finally succeeded in breaking through to silver level 4. Xiao Yao walked to the side of the King Kong demon ape, took out tools, and skillfully decomposed the valuable materials on his body. 10 minutes later. Done. Xiao Yao wiped the blood off his hands with a wet towel and nodded with satisfaction. He would have to stay in the King Kong forest for many days, so some materials that took up a lot of space but were not of high value were directly discarded. However, the most valuable materials had all been stuffed into his shattered sky ring. With his understanding of market prices, it would not be a problem to sell these materials for a small amount of 1 million. It was already dark. Xiao Yao glanced at the direction and said, Xiao Ke, find a place to stay. A wish. Xiao Ke growled, his nose twitched, and then he walked in one direction. In the room of Yushan Hotel at night. No target was found today. The unshaven man stood by the window, said with a frown. On the sofa, a charming woman gently shook the red wine glass in her hand, walked to the man, put her arm on his shoulder and whispered, He will definitely show up. The man hugged her slender waist, turned his head and looked at her and said, This is the top talent in Dragon Country. I suddenly feel that the price you offer is not enough. Hearing this, the woman wrapped herself around the man like a water snake, put her red lips close to his ear, and said in a charming voice, What if I am included? A trace of heat flashed in the man's eyes. He picked up the beauty in front of him and stroked her fair and delicate skin with his big hands. He smiled obscenely and said, "With you. It's almost enough." The sound of clothes being torn was heard, and soon the room was filled with lascivious sounds. "Have you found the person?" "No, but our people have replied, and he has indeed left Kyoto." "Okay, keep looking. Notify me as soon as you find him." "Yes." In the silent Yushan city, the demons and monsters began to take action one after another, and several forces gathered into a large net, covering the entire Yushan city. In the early morning, Xiao Yao simply washed up, ate something, and started a new day. His luck was pretty good today. In just 1 hour, Xiaoke found 3 diamond fruits, which saved him 3 million. Of course, 3 million is the market price in Kyoto. If you buy diamond fruits in Yushan City, the price is 900,000 per fruit. At this time, Tuki suddenly ran over from a distance, stood in front of him, and gestured. After listening to Tuki's story, Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Quick! Lead the way!" Chirp! Chirp! Somewhere in the King Kong forest, hundreds of King Kong rats surrounded 4 humans. Behind them, the fat King Kong rat king, who had a tuft of white hair on his tail, smiled sinisterly. Looking at the flame wall that was more than 10 meters high in front of him, he calmly commanded, "Retreat!" Wow! The King Kong rats all retreated a few steps, making the whole encirclement look a little looser. Inside the flame wall, a big man said anxiously, "Captain, my fire crow can't hold on any longer. Why don't we try to break through?" "Break out?" Captain Wang Hung smiled bitterly. He was the only one in their team who was at level 1 gold, and the other 3 were at level 1 silver. Facing the encirclement of hundreds of King Kong rats, he dared to guarantee that, as long as the flame wall was withdrawn, they would be torn to pieces by the King Kong rats in an instant. What to do? What to do? Wang Hung gritted his teeth. Looking at the gradually fading flame wall, his eyes became more and more desperate. "Boss, we can just fight." "That's right, even if I die. I have to take a few beasts with me." Feeling the team members' determination, Wang Hung made up his mind and said, "Let's fight." Just as Wang Hung was about to ask the team members to withdraw to the firewall, a ball of green light fell from the sky and exploded in the group of King Kong rats. Bang! The poisonous fog prison with a diameter of 20 meters enveloped dozens of King Kong rats. In less than 2 seconds, the group of King Kong rats fell to the ground in pain, and there was no sound. Seeing this scene, several people immediately showed ecstasy in their eyes. "Someone came to save us!" Chirp! 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 The remaining King Kong rats moved away from the poisonous fog in fear, and all gathered around the King Kong rat king. Swish! 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 At this time, poisonous arrows shot from a distance, and each poisonous arrow would take away a life. Bang! 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 2 figures, one black and one purple, ran quickly from a distance, with cold murderous intent and majestic momentum mixed together, making the whole rat group tremble. The King Kong rat king first shrank into the rat group, and then he sensed the strength of the enemy in front of him, and his heart was at ease. "We are not strong, but I have the advantage." GG King Kong rat gave the order immediately, and a large group of King Kong rats separated from the rat group and rushed forward like a tide. At this time, a team member in the firewall narrowed his eyes and said uncertainly, "I feel that these 2 war beasts are very familiar." "I feel the same way. I feel like I have seen them somewhere." The teammate next to him echoed. A woo-moo as 2 humanoid beasts appeared. Captain Wang Hung exclaimed, "Fuck! This is Xiao Yao. A black wolf and a purple bull, plus the ability to evolve and transform. Who else could this be but Xiao Yao?" The bloodthirsty demon wolf and the purple prison demon bull have already appeared. So the poisonous fog and poisonous arrows just now must have been released by the plague demon rat. Looking at the King Kong rat being slaughtered wantonly in front of them, several people suddenly felt a sense of pleasure and excitement. GG King Kong rat king saw that his men could not stop the other party at all, and he couldn't help but panic. Although he was gold level, his single player ability was not even as good as some silver level 5 monsters. So when he saw this situation, he was ready to escape immediately. Anyway, his species reproduces very quickly. As long as he is given a year, he can have hundreds of followers again. Shichi. The King Kong rat king immediately sent half of his remaining followers to snipe the opponent, while the rest of his followers covered his escape. "Want to run?" A fierce look flashed in Wang Hung's eyes. He didn't take action just now because there were too many King Kong rats under heavy protection. They couldn't attack the King Kong Rat King at all. But now, there are only a few dozen King Kong rats left around the King Kong Rat King. Can a few dozen King Kong rats stop his two gold-level war beasts? Boom! The gold-level Flame Bear and Thunder Beast burst out with a strong momentum, like a hot knife cutting oil. They rushed into the group of King Kong rats and went straight to the Rat King. The King Kong rats saw this and rushed towards the two beasts like crazy. Even if they risked being crushed to death, they had to protect the safety of the Rat King. It must be said that the King Kong rats are extremely resilient. Their own defense is very amazing, and coupled with the will of the dead, dozens of King Kong rats actually caused considerable damage to the Flame Bear and Thunder Beast. Looking at the purple prison demon bull, whose skin was not even broken, and the angry blood demon wolf that was healing quickly, Wang Hung's mouth twitched. Who is the gold level? Swoosh! At this moment, a poisonous arrow suddenly shot into the eyeball of the King Kong Rat King. The King Kong Rat King screamed and fell to the ground and died in a few seconds. As soon as the Rat King died, the remaining King Kong rats seemed to have lost their souls. The fierce and tragic momentum disappeared instantly and screamed and scattered like birds and beasts. Wang Hung and his men did not stop him. They looked ahead nervously, watching the man gradually walking out of the shadows. It was the legendary genius of Dragon Country. Xiao Yao. Are you all right? Xiao Yao walked up to the group and asked gently. It's all right. It's all right. When they saw that the person who saved them was the legendary genius, the team members were extremely excited. Xiao Yao, I didn't expect to see you here, a team member said excitedly. His face flushed. Pa Wang Hung slapped him on the back of his head and scolded him. Shouldn't you thank him for saving your life first? Yes. 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 The team members, including Wang Hung, sincerely thanked Xiao Yao. Thank you so much. We would have been dead without you. Xiao Yao smiled and said, It's nothing, as long as everyone is safe. Ah! Roar! At this time, Tuki growled a few times hurriedly. Xiao Yao glanced at Tuki's experience panel, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said, Everyone, I have some things to deal with here. I will leave first. See you again if we are lucky. Okay. Okay. Wang Hung quickly responded, You go ahead. Xiao Yao waved to everyone, and walked into the depths of the woods with the three beasts. It feels like they are even more handsome in real life than on TV. A team member sighed. Handsomeness is one thing, but the most important thing is that their strength is even more terrifying than what they showed in the league. Wang Hung smacked his lips and said, 3 silver-level war beasts can kill hundreds of diamond rats and a gold-level diamond rat king. This strength is stronger than me. A gold-level summoner. One of the team members said cautiously, Captain, is it because your gold level is a bit weak? Wang Hung's expression froze, turned his head to look at him, and said with a fake smile, Can you say what you just said again? The team member said embarrassedly, I'm kidding. Boss, what should we do next? Wang Hung said with lingering fear, Let's go back to Yushan City first. I feel like I need to rest up. The team members echoed, Yeah. I'm going to brag about it when I get back. Xiao Yao actually saved my life. Fuck. I forgot to take a photo just now. Damn it. Why didn't you say it earlier? Chapter 368 Eternal Nightmare Mortung. Xiaoke, search for nearby monsters. Xiao Yao said excitedly. After killing a large group of King Kong rats and the King Kong Rat King, Tuchi's experience points increased dramatically, and now he is only 20 points away from being promoted to the gold level. Gold level, new war beast. These two words kept circling in Xiao Yao's mind, and his heart was beating wildly with excitement. What is the concept of gold level? You should know that in the entire Yanqing, there are only a handful of gold level summoners. Except for a few mega cities. The gold level is already the top combat power of the city. They are either in important positions in the city, or the leaders of some large hunting teams. It can be said that as long as you can be promoted to the gold level, your social status, wealth and power will be qualitatively improved. Of course, for Xiao Yao, wealth, power and status are not what he is pursuing now. Only the improvement of strength is his eternal motivation. Moreover, after being promoted to the gold level, he can meet an old friend again, which is what he is most looking forward to at present. Who will be the new partner? Awu! At this time, Xiaoke suddenly roared, and his body suddenly accelerated. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed Xiaoke's pace. A few minutes later, they stopped behind a tall tree. War Beast named Spiky Back Pig War Beast level Silver level 5 War Beast skill charge. a few hundred meters ahead of the spike rain. There was a sleeping wild boar, with spikes all over its back, looking like a large hedgehog. The spiky-backed pig was sleeping soundly, and was not aware of the danger at all. "Tookie, go!" Xiaoyao whispered, with a slight tremor in his tone. Tookie grinned, quietly ran to the right position, raised the crossbow in his hand, and aimed at the thornback pig's forehead. Swish, the poisonous arrow shot out like thunder, and in the blink of an eye it pierced the thornback pig's head. The thornback pig didn't even scream, and lost its life forever in its sleep. Boom! At this time, Tookie burst out with an amazing momentum, and the dark green poisonous mist lingered around him, and the fallen leaves, the soil, and the tree trunks were quickly corroded, making a sizzling sound. At this moment, Xiaoyao closed his eyes tightly, and his consciousness was brought to the familiar starry sky. Dozens of cards piled up in a pile, and the cards were cut quickly. Xiaoyao calmed down and shouted, "Stop!" The card cutting stopped, and the top card slowly floated up. As the card slowly turned over, Xiaoyao looked forward to it in his heart. Flying War Beast. Flying War Beast. Ding! The card finally froze in midair, revealing the true face of the new hero. It was a terrifying ghost, with no nose or mouth on the face, and a dark body. Only the eyes emitted a creepy white light. A pair of strangely shaped blades hang on his arms. He is wearing armor, and his lower body is filled with a cold, ghostly aura. He is the eternal nightmare Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser? It is Mordekaiser. Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with deep surprise. As an old jungler, he is too familiar with the hero Mordekaiser. As a top assassin hero, Mordekaiser's skill of playing dark is simply the nightmare of all ADCs. In the background story of the league, Mordekaiser is a dark spirit created by the Shadow Mage, who feeds on nightmares and fear. In the League of Legends CG, Mortung can even fight with the top player Rise. What makes Xiaoyao most satisfied is that Mortung can fly. Bang! The card shattered, turned into a black light, and flew into his beast control space. Boom! Thick black fog suddenly rose under Xiaoyao's feet. The black fog was surging, and quickly condensed in the air. And finally a terrifying monster slowly emerged from the black fog. Xiaoyao opened his eyes, and two clusters of black air flashed before his eyes. He raised his right hand, and poisonous fog of different colors floated on his 5 fingers. Feeling the surging poisonous power in his body, and the still rapidly growing spiritual energy, Xiaoyao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha! Shua! At this time, Tookie quickly ran to his side. Xiaoyao noticed that Tookie's appearance had not changed much, but the aura on his body was several times more dangerous than before. War Beast name: Source of Plague. Tookie War Beast level Gold level 1 War Beast skills: Death, Venom, Ambush, Poison Barrel, Toxic Explosion, Full Firepower, Source of all poisons. After the Poisonous Soul Destroying Arrow was promoted to Gold level, Tookie added another skill. Poisonous Soul Destroying Arrow. Tookie gathers all the poison in his body to launch a fatal attack. Attack power * 500%. When seeing the effect of the Poisonous Soul Destroying Arrow, Xiaoyao couldn't help but open his mouth wide. What does attack power * 500% mean? This is simply the Buddha's Wrath Lotus from another world, a killer move for challenging the level above. With Tookie's current attack power, even a gold level 5 monster, few can resist this move, Poisonous Soul Destroying Arrow. And Tookie also has a terrifying toxin that can threaten the platinum level. Before, Tookie's attack power was insufficient, and it was difficult to break the defense of the platinum level monster. But with a Poisonous Soul Destroying Arrow, as long as the conditions are right, it is not impossible to kill the platinum level. Although the Soul Destroying Arrow can only be released once in a short period of time, this time can play a decisive role in the battle. If nothing unexpected happens, Tookie should be the War Beast with the strongest single target attack power. Xiaoyao thought to himself. At this time, the Midder Morton sucked all the black fog into his body. His body solidified, and his information was also presented in Xiaoyao's eyes. War Beast name: Eternal Nightmare Morton. War Beast level Gold level 1 War Beast skills: Shadow Blade, Nightmare Path, Dark Shelter, Speechless Fear, Ghostly Shadows, Virtual and Real Transformation, Nightmare Reincarnation. Shadow Blade. Every once in a while, Morton's next attack will cause additional range damage, and each target hit will restore a certain amount of health. Nightmare Trail. Nocturne throws a Shadow Blade, dealing damage to the enemy hit, leaving a shadow trail that lasts for a period of time. The enemy hit will also leave a shadow trail. When moving along the shadow trail, Nocturne's speed and attack power increase. Dark Shelter. Passive Nocturne gains a 30% attack speed bonus. Active Nocturne creates a magic shield that can resist the next skill, lasting 1.5 seconds. If the shield successfully resists the skill, the passive effect is doubled. Wordless Terror. Nocturne implants nightmares into the target's brain, causing additional damage for a short period of time. If the target enemy is within Nocturne's range during the entire duration, then the enemy will be terrified and flee from Nocturne at a damaged speed. And Nocturne gains a large movement speed bonus when moving towards the terrified target. Haunted. Nocturne creates a large area of black fog, reducing the enemy's vision range and removing the enemy's friendly vision, lasting for a period of time. When activated, Nocturne can quickly rush to the target and cause high damage. Transformation. Nocturne can transform between physical and spiritual bodies. When in spiritual body, physical damage is reduced by 99%, magic damage is reduced by 40%, and mental damage is increased by 50%. Nightmare Reincarnation. Passive Nocturne feeds on nightmares and can absorb fear emotions to enhance mental strength. Active Nocturne pulls the target into the nightmare space, fears it, hypnotizes it, brainwashes it, destroys its soul. Oh my god! After reading all of Nocturne's skills, Xiaoyao's eyes showed a strong shock. Chapter 369 I Can Fly. When Xiaoyao saw the 7 skills of Mordekaiser, he was very surprised and shocked. Needless to say, the first 5 skills are not much different from the game, but the last 2 skills, Virtual Transformation and Nightmare Reincarnation, are a bit too strong. Virtual Transformation allows Mordekaiser to switch between physical and spiritual bodies at will, and when in spiritual body, physical damage is almost immune, magic damage is greatly reduced, only mental damage will increase. It can be said that, with Virtual Real Transformation, Nocturne is the nemesis of all physical monsters. For example, Liang Liang Shadow Cat, Zhao Feilu's Gluttonous Bear, Silver Sting Bee, Long Jingyu Flashing Blade Mantis. These were beasts lack magic damage and mental attack capabilities. When facing Nocturne, they could only passively take the beating and have no means of counterattack. Even among his own war beasts, Lao Yo and Twitch do not have the ability to threaten Nocturne. As for the last skill, Nightmare Reincarnation, he thinks it is more useful than reality conversion. First of all, the passive effect of Nightmare Reincarnation is similar to Twitch's source of all poisons, which can absorb nightmares and increase its own strength through fear, and the active effect is even more exaggerated, which can actually pull the enemy into the nightmare space and make them fear, hypnotize, brainwash, and destroy their souls. Isn't this a copy of Tsukuyomi? It's so scary, Xiaoyao exclaimed. At this time, Xiaoku, Lan Yo, and Tuqi all looked up at their new partner in the air. So strong. This is what Xiaoku thought. This is the power of fear. A trace of solemnity flashed in Lan Yo's eyes. He can actually fly. Tuqi pursed his lips. Huh? Mo Teng shook his body, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of the 3 beasts. What a fast speed! Xiaoyao's pupils shrank. Mo Teng's speed was beyond his imagination. With his current dynamic vision, he couldn't even catch Mo Teng's actions. A low and deep sound came from Morden's body. He could feel the connection between his soul and the creatures in front of him, which was a feeling he had never experienced before. At this time, Xiaoyao also felt that his mental power finally stopped rising. After being promoted to the gold level, Tuqi brought him a slight improvement in physical fitness and a significant increase in the toxicity in his body, while Morden brought him a pure surge in mental power. At present, his mental power is about 5 times that of the silver level. Even most of the gold level 5 summoners are not stronger than his mental power. In battle, the effect of mental power seems not great, but in other aspects, the surge in mental power can bring him considerable benefits. For example, the vision of the war beast can be maintained for a longer time, and the phantom mask can be used almost all day. It can even be said that Xiaoyao focused his eyes on a leaf that was slowly falling not far away. As he continued to stimulate his mental power, the leaf actually floated into his hand in a strange way, controlling things with the spirit. This is the effect of mental power. Of course, his current mental power is not enough to truly control objects with his spirit, and even moving a water cup is extremely difficult. But as his mental power grows, one day he will be able to hold up his own weight and fly independently without any external force. After taking inventory of his harvest, he has another important decision to make, which is to choose skills. Among the 7 skills of Mortung, he can only choose the first 5, and the last 2 skills are Mortung exclusive abilities, which cannot be used by human bodies. However, Among the first 5 skills, there is also a skill that he likes very much. That is the ultimate skill Ghost. Morden's ultimate skill is his most distinctive skill. Turning off the lights and charging forward is enough to scare all opponents. For him, for attack, he can use Ghost as a pursuit skill. And for defense, he can also use it as a means of escape. For example, when facing an unstoppable attack, he can use Ghost to block the enemy's sight, and then choose a distant and weak target to transfer and escape. Combined with his existing skills, he has come up with a cool move. For example, use Ghost to lock the enemy, then use invisibility while moving forward. When rushing to the opponent, then use Mouth of the Beast, and release poison by the way. TSK. This scene is very exciting just thinking about it. When he reaches the platinum level, he will merge with Xiaoku or Lanyo, and then use the ultimate move of Mordekaiser. All the ranged and flying beasts will die. Oh! There is one more thing. Xiaoyao turned around and looked at Emotung. Emotung is a flying war beast. So can he fly? Looking at Emotung's thin body and armor with spikes, Xiaoyao muttered in his heart. It seems that it is not possible. At this time, Emotung felt Xiaoyao's inner thoughts, and he slowly floated up. And then his body suddenly turned into a large ball of black mist. But the black mist quickly condensed around Xiaoyao. And then under Xiaoyao's astonished eyes, a pair of black wings grew out from his back, and a ball of black mist rose from his feet. The black wings vibrated, and Xiaoyao's body slowly rose into the air. The black fog under his feet was like a floor, supporting his feet and keeping his body balanced. Fuck. I really flew up. Looking at the ground getting farther and farther away, he shouted excitedly. At this time, he noticed that on the tall branches in front of him, a small yellow sparrow was looking at him with terrified eyes. Emotung. He was moved. Huh? The black wings vibrated, and Xiaoyao only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next second, he came to the little sparrow and looked into its round little eyes. Chirp! The sparrow made a sharp cry, and flapped its wings, and flew away quickly. Xiaoyao did not embarrass the little sparrow, but looked down at his feet. Now he was more than 40 meters above the ground. If he fell, he would probably be seriously injured if not dead. I'm still a little afraid of heights, Xiaoyao murmured. In his previous life, he was a person with severe fear of heights. He didn't dare to pull over when walking on the overpass, and didn't dare to open the window to look down on the high building, for fear that he would fall down if his head was blocked. But now that he has Emotung to fly with him, his fear of heights needs to be cured. In fact, it is very simple to cure. It is nothing more than letting Emotung take him flying a few more times, so that he will not be so afraid after getting used to it. Go down, Xiaoyao said. Huh? The black wings vibrated. This time Emotung's speed was relatively slow, allowing him to land smoothly. The feeling of flying is so great. After landing, Xiaoyao could not help but sigh. The feeling of looking down from a high place, the feeling of flying freely, is really fascinating. No wonder so many people in the previous life were obsessed with wingsuit flying and skydiving. This is the charm of flying. Awumu, seeing that Tuki and his new partner were already at the gold level, Xiaoku and Lanyo were very anxious and urged Xiaoyao to take the next step quickly. Don't worry. Let's go now. Xiaoyao waved his hand. Comrades, charge. After Xiaoyao left, Zhang Lao walked out of the void with a strong shock on his face. This kid. It's really exaggerated. Chapter 370, Tuki and Morden's first battle. Half an hour later. Wu. Don't panic. Don't panic. Xiaoyao held down the impatient Xiaoku, and said, I will test Tuki and Morden's strength first. There are so many monsters here, you will have a chance to show your abilities sooner or later. Okay. Tuki, I leave that big guy to you. Let me see the power of poisonous soul-destroying arrow. Xiaoyao said, I take care of it. Tuki's sinister and hoarse voice sounded in Xiaoyao's mind. I seem to have heard this line somewhere before. Monster named King Kong, explosive bear monster, level gold, level 3 monster skill, King Kong body. The bear king strikes, the earth shakes, partially multiplied. In front of us is a huge King Kong explosive bear. Among the King Kong, it seems that most monsters have the skill King Kong body, which has super strong body defense, and gives countless summoners a headache. However, facing this monster with amazing defense, what effect can Tuchi's poisonous soul-destroying arrow have? Swish. 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 Tuki came to a hidden corner quietly, and raised his crossbow to aim at the forehead of King Kong explosive bear. The thick black air enveloped the crossbow, and then quickly condensed a black crossbow arrow about half a meter long. There were circles of patterns of different colors on the arrowhead of the crossbow arrow. At first glance, it looked like a work of art. Huh? Tuki grinned, and quickly pulled the trigger. The black arrow shot out rapidly. What surprised Xiao Yao was that at such a high speed, the black arrow did not make a sound, just like a silent arrow. However, it is precisely because of this characteristic that the poisonous soul-destroying arrow becomes even more terrifying. The King Kong explosive bear, who was basking in the sun, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt his forehead swelling, as if there was danger coming. At this time, he subconsciously looked up. As soon as he looked up, the King Kong explosive bear saw a black shadow rushing straight at his forehead. He had no time to dodge, so he could only use his full strength to activate the King Kong body. The black arrow collided with his forehead. Under the horrified eyes of the King Kong explosive bear, the black arrow easily penetrated his head like a chopstick inserted into tofu. King Kong explosive bear's body shook unconsciously, and then his feet softened, and his huge body fell to the ground. Awesome. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. You should know that King Kong explosive bear's defense is top-notch among all gold level monsters, and most gold level 5 monsters are not as strong as him. And Tuki's soul-killing poison arrow can easily kill King Kong explosive bear. Doesn't that mean he can kill through gold level monsters at will? Russell. Tuki ran over quickly, raised the crossbow in his hand, and looked very proud. However, at this time, Xiao Yao could feel the obvious weakness in Tuki's body. Soul-destroying poison arrow is very powerful, but this move will temporarily drain all the toxins in Tuki's body, making him unable to continue fighting for a short period of time, and it will take a certain amount of time to recover the toxins in his body. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. With such a strong single attack, it doesn't matter even if you lose your combat effectiveness for a short period of time. This move will be his trump card in the future, usually not used, but if you need to challenge a higher level. Soul-destroying poison arrow will be the nightmare of all enemies. Bringing a group of war beasts to the side of the King Kong explosive bear, Xiao Yao took out tools and began to dismember the spoils skillfully. The King Kong explosive bear has more valuable parts than the King Kong demon ape. At least these bear paws are worth a lot of money. After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Yao stuffed most of the valuable materials into the sky-breaking ring, and then left quickly with the war beasts. Tuchi's strength test was completed, and then it was Imotung's turn. Soon, Xiao Yao found Imotung's test subject. It was a Vajra Falcon resting on a branch. Monster name Vajra Falcon. Monster level gold level 2 monster skills Vajra body, violent feather arrow, lightning spear, blood explosion. Gold level 2 Vajra Falcon. It just so happens to be a flying war beast. This is really a perfect opponent. Imotung, I leave it to you. Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Imotung beside him. Imotung nodded slightly. His body suddenly dispersed into a ball of black mist, then in the dark woods, slowly floated towards the Vajra Falcon. Xiao Yao crouched down, staring at the black fog. Soon, the black fog gathered on the branch behind the King Kong Thunder Falcon, and the figure of Imotung appeared. The arm blade swung. A shadow blade with purple light rushed towards the King Kong Thunder Falcon, and a shadow black fog several meters wide followed closely under the purple light. Nightmare Path squeaked. King Kong Thunder Falcon sensed an attack coming from behind, and immediately activated King Kong body. Ding! The shadow blade hit the King Kong Thunder Falcon, making a crisp sound. The King Kong Thunder Falcon flapped its wings rapidly, trying to distance itself from the enemy behind it. But what it didn't realize was that no matter how it moved, it would always leave a shadow trail behind it. Imotung flew on the shadow trail, and its speed increased a little, approaching the King Kong Thunder Falcon at a very fast speed. At this time, the King Kong Thunder Falcon turned around, and when it saw the terrifying appearance of the monster behind it, it was frightened. However, as a top hunter, the King Kong Thunder Falcon quickly calmed down. It spread its wings, and dozens of feathers flew out of its body, piercing towards Imotung like sharp arrows. Furious feather arrow faced with the attack right in front of him, Imotung's body exploded, and instantly turned into a ball of black mist. Reality transformation. Bang bang bang! The feather arrow passed through the black mist, and directly sank into the diamond wood behind him. Imotung once again condensed his true body, and quickly rushed towards the Diamond Falcon. What kind of monster is this? The Diamond Falcon's eyes flashed with horror, and at this time it once again launched another attack skill, Lightning Spear. Zzz. A 2-meter long lightning spear shot out quickly. Mo Tang momentum remained unchanged, and a white ball of light suddenly appeared around his body. Dark Shelter Puff. The lightning spear hit the ball of light, like a spike poking a bubble. When the bubble was punctured, the spike also melted. Neither attack was effective, and King Kong Thunder Falcon completely gave up the idea of fighting and turned around to leave. But at this time, Mo Tang threw out 2 black chains, and the moment they touched King Kong Thunder Falcon, a black mist formed above its head. The King Kong Thunder Falcon suddenly felt his heart pounding. His body felt weak, as if something terrible was about to happen. While he was hesitating, Mo Tang finally came to his side. Puff! The arm blade chopped on the wing, leaving a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. Puff! Puff! Mo Tang attack speed was extremely fast, and in just 1 second, he cut 7 or 8 wounds on the King Kong Thunder Falcon. The King Kong Thunder Falcon screamed in pain, and prepared to activate the skill blood explosion to run away quickly. But the next second, boundless fear appeared in its eyes, and the effect of the King Kong body disappeared immediately. Puff! The arm blade swung, and the huge head was easily chopped off. Bang! Bang! The head and body of the King Kong Thunder Falcon fell to the ground separately, and the blood quickly dyed the ground red. Xiao Yao walked to the side of the King Kong Thunder Falcon, looking at the wound that was as smooth as a mirror, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. My tongue is so strong. Chapter 371, Wine Monkey. Diamond Fruit Wine. The battle strength test of Twitch and Morden is complete. Morden still has his ultimate moves Ghost and Nightmare Reincarnation to use, but there is no need to rush. There are plenty of opportunities to test in the Diamond Forest. Next, he will train Xiaoku and Laonyo. As the companions who have been with him the longest, Xiao Yao has the deepest feelings for them. Moreover, in terms of the return of the war beasts, Xiaoku and Laonyo have brought him the most obvious progress. After dealing with the body of King Kong Thunder Falcon, Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, "Let's go!" At night, Wang Heng and his group returned to Yushan City. They first went to the best restaurant for a good meal, and then went straight to the largest bar in the city. Cheers! Ding! Several people hugged the coolly dressed girls and drank happily. Brothers, we have a good harvest this time. Drink as much as you want tonight, and have fun as you want. Wang Heng hugged the woman next to him and said proudly, "Boss, you are so generous." "Thank you, boss." Several people shouted happily. Wang Heng took a sip of wine, pinched the plump buttocks of the woman in his arms, and said with emotion, "Damn, we are really lucky this time. If it weren't for Xiao Yao who saved our lives, we would never come back this time." Xiao Yao. When the woman next to him heard the name, she immediately asked with interest, "Boss, is the Xiao Yao you were talking about the champion Xiao Yao?" Wang Heng chuckled, "That's him. Wow, it turns out Xiao Yao is also in King Kong Forest. Boss, is Xiao Yao really handsome?" "Boss." When they heard Xiao Yao's name, several women immediately became interested and asked at once. Wang Heng and several other team members were in a good mood, and told their stories with smiles on their faces, causing the women to exclaim repeatedly. At this time, a man sitting at the bar had a fluctuating look in his eyes. He picked up his wine glass and came to Wang Heng's booth. "This brother?" The man asked politely. "I just heard you say that you ran into Xiao Yao in King Kong Forest." Wang Heng crossed his legs and nodded. "Yes." The man asked again, "Is it really Xiao Yao? I don't think he would come to a small place like ours." A team member next to him said unceremoniously, "We are not blind. Is it possible that Xiao Yao still can't recognize us?" The man was not angry either. After raising his glass to toast, he said with a smile, "Brother, I'm sorry. I'm a fan of Xiao Yao, so I was quite excited to hear that he was coming to our place." Hearing this, the team member's expression eased a little, and after returning a glass of wine, he continued to flirt with the woman in his arms. The man left tactfully, and he put the wine glass on the bar, and went to the bathroom to send a text message, "Confirmed. The target has entered the King Kong Forest. Ding soon." A message was sent back, "Received." The man deleted all the messages and left quickly. "Received the information. The target has entered the King Kong Forest. Is the information accurate?" "Accurate. Okay, notify everyone, act immediately." "Yes." Just now the informant sent a message, "The target has appeared in King Kong Forest." In the hotel, after the charming woman saw the message, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She pushed the sleeping man beside her, and said delicately, "Mr. Du, you should get up and work." The man suddenly opened his eyes, and took the woman into his arms, and said with a smile, "Why, did you find him?" The charming woman lay on the man's chest, and said, "The man has appeared in the King Kong forest." Mr. Du looked at her in surprise. "Where did you get the news?" The woman smiled slightly, and did not reply. "Forget it." Mr. Du sat up, put on his clothes and said, "Prepare the things I want. I will come back with his head in 3 days." The charming woman put her jade arm on his shoulder, and exhaled, "Don't worry. You will get everything you want." Mr. Du laughed, his big hand pinched the woman's plumpness hard, and strode out of the hotel under an angry look. After Mr. Du left, the charming woman's smile faded, her eyes became as cold as a venomous snake. Humph. On the 3rd day of entering the King Kong forest, Xiao Yao touched his stubble and planned today's itinerary. At present, Xiaoku experience value has reached about 30% of silver level 5, and he is not far from upgrading, and Lanyo has just broken through silver level 4, but if he collects the remaining King Kong fruits, it will be very easy to break through silver level 5. Today's main force will be Xiaoku and Lanyo, with Tuki and Mo Tung helping out, Xiao Yao said. The 4 beasts had no objection to this decision, and then Xiaoku led the team to search for prey nearby. After a while, Xiaoku's nose twitched, and he smelled the smell of diamond fruit, and also the smell of a monster. And this monster was moving quickly with the diamond fruit. Xiao Yao said without hesitation, "Xiaoku, follow him." He didn't eat the diamond fruit immediately after picking it, which made him a little curious. What kind of monster could it be? A wish. Xiaoku growled, crouched down, and motioned Xiao Yao to sit on his back. The monster moved very fast. He needed to burst out with all his strength to catch up. Xiao Yao jumped on Xiaoku's back, and said, "Let's go!" Bang! Xiaoku kicked the ground with his hind legs, and shuttled through the forest at a very fast speed, with the other 3 beasts following closely behind. After running for about half an hour, Xiaoku realized that the monster in front had stopped moving, and at the same time, he also smelled a lot of diamond fruit and a very strong aroma of wine. Smell of wine? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. He seemed to have guessed the race of the monster in front. Mo Tung quietly moved forward for a distance. Xiao Yao asked Mo Tung to take him to a high place for observation. Wow! The black wings flapped. Xiao Yao took off at a very stable speed, and in order to avoid being discovered, Mo Tung also wrapped his body with black mist, making him hidden in the dark light. Taking out the telescope from the sky-breaking ring, Xiao Yao looked ahead, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up a little. Monster name Wine Monkey. Monster skills: winemaking, drunkenness, high-speed movement, withdraw body. Wine monkeys are a very unique race in the summoner world. They exist in a specific wild environment, and most of them live in groups. The magic of this race is that they can use some fruits and plants to brew fine wine, and the brewed wine can also retain the characteristics of the raw materials. As expected, the fine wine brewed by the wine monkeys in the Vajra forest must have the same effect as the Vajra fruit, which can enhance strength and defense. Moreover, the energy of this wine is milder. Humans cannot consume diamond fruit, but this diamond fruit wine can be consumed by humans. What good luck! Xiao Yao said excitedly. Drunk monkeys usually live in secluded places, and they live in groups, so ordinary monsters dare not provoke them. At the same time, due to frequent consumption of diamond fruit and diamond fruit wine, most of the drunken monkeys here have the skill of dragon body. This also makes them more difficult to deal with. Well, it seems that we have to find a way to outsmart them. Chapter 372, The Giant Diamond Spirit. What is that? Oh my god! This noise can only be made by a platinum-level person. No. No. Let's stay away from it. Most summoners saw the shocking scene just now, and chose to stay away. But some summoners were very confident in their own strength, and decided to go and take a look. Is this a drunken monkey? Not far from the cave, 5 men stood on a tall branch, looking far ahead. At this time, a man with a hooked nose waved his hand and said, "Who's he?" Take a look inside. A man with a sinister look nodded, looking straight at the cave. And the next second his pupils emitted a faint blue color. Wow! All the wine of the drunk monkey has been stolen. No wonder these monkeys are so crazy. The man with a hooked nose looked at his companions and said, "A Xian. Look who is so brave that he can steal the wine from under the nose of the drunk monkey. If we are just lucky, we can get other gains from this trip." Ah Xian nodded, and jumped to the ground with his legs. At the same time, a fierce ghost with black hair appeared beside him. The fierce ghost moved out, and found a solitary drunk monkey not far away. The black air penetrated into the drunk monkey's brain from the 7 orifices. The fierce ghost activated his skills, checked the drunk monkey's memory, and synchronized the memory with the man's mind. This is... Xian's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted in surprise, "It's him! The target appears!" What? At once, everyone jumped to the ground. The hook-nosed man grabbed Xian's arm and asked, "Are you sure?" Xian nodded heavily. "Yes, it's definitely him." "Great." The hook-nosed man raised a little arc at the corner of his mouth. "Finally I found you." "But boss," Xian hesitated and said, "this Xiao Yao shouldn't be that simple. With his previous strength, it's impossible for him to steal the wine from under the noses of these drunk monkeys. Moreover, from the memory of the drunk monkeys, I also saw a pair of black wings on his back. He can fly." "Can fly?" The hook-nosed man frowned slightly. "According to the information, the target can't fly. Do you think he has reached the gold level?" A man next to him said. "Gold level? How is that possible? How old is he?" Huzi looked unconvinced. The hook-nosed man pondered for a moment and said, "It's not impossible. After all, such a genius cannot be viewed with common sense." "But?" The hook-nosed man sneered. "We are 5 golds. How can we be afraid of a child like him?" "That's right," another man said disdainfully, "even if he is gold. So what? We have killed many gold-level people. Don't forget what the reward is this time. Let alone gold, even if he is platinum. We have to kill him." The hook-nosed man turned his head and looked at Xian and said, "Xian, which direction did he leave?" Xian thought for a moment, pointed in a direction and said, "There." "Okay." The hook-nosed man waved his hand. "Lead the way, we will kill him today." "Yes." Not long after the 5 people left, a man with 6 pairs of cicada wings on his back and a beard suddenly appeared, with a faint smile on his face. "It seems that I am not the only one who wants to kill you." He turned his head and looked at the direction where the 5 people left. "Yes, someone is leading the way." The cicada wings shook, and his figure disappeared instantly. A Wumu Xiao Yao leaned against the tree trunk, and suddenly heard that familiar voice in his ears. He stood up suddenly and looked ahead. Pa, 2 figures, one black and one purple, appeared. Xiao Yao smiled and waved. "Hurry! Hurry!" Pa Xiaoke and Lao Niu stopped in front of him. Xiao Yao patted Lao Niu's body and said with a smile, "Lao Niu, do you want to experience the giant Vidra body?" Lao Niu was stunned for a moment, and then a deep surprise flashed in his eyes. Seeing Lao Niu's happy eyes, Xiao Yao laughed, and then took out the Vidra fruit from the broken sky ring, and fed it to Lao Niu's mouth. 1, 2, 3. As the Vidra fruit continued to go down his stomach, Lao Niu's muscles were trembling slightly, and his aura was getting stronger and stronger. After swallowing the 65th diamond fruit, the old cow let out a shocking roar, and instantly turned into a violent bull demon. Crack, crack, crack. The limbs turned into thick arms and thighs. Under Xiao Yao's astonished eyes, the old cow's body continued to grow taller and stronger, and finally grew into a giant beast more than 7 meters tall. Moo! The old cow roared angrily, and punched the hard diamond tree trunk. Snap! The huge iron fist sank directly into the tree trunk, and the leaves rustled. At this time, the old cow's system panel also appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Vidra body, passive. Alistair's strength and defense are permanently increased by 100%. Active. After activating the Vidra body, Alistair's body becomes larger. Strength and defense increase by 3 times. Lasts for 2 hours. Cools down for 3 hours. So fierce. Xiao Yao's eyes widened, and he called it abnormal in his heart. The effect of the Vidra body is much stronger than the Vidra body. In terms of passive, Vidra body is a permanent increase of 50%, while the Vidra body is a permanent increase of 100%, and this is doubled on the basis that Lao Niu has taken a lot of Vidra fruit, and his strength and defense have been significantly improved. Actively, in addition to the enlarged body, the bonus of strength and defense also increased from 2 times to 3 times. Overall, after Lao Niu opened the Vidra giant spirit body, his strength and defense could reach more than 3 times the previous limit. This is too exaggerated. You should know that Lao Niu's strength and defense could dominate the silver level. And even most gold level war beasts did not have his strong defense. Now that his strength and defense have been improved again, there are few who are stronger than him in the entire gold level. And don't forget, Lao Niu is only silver level 4 at the moment. When he is promoted to gold level, he will be able to easily withstand Platinum Level 1 and 2 attacks. TSK TSK TSK. This time the harvest is really huge. Xiaoyao looked up, looking at Lao who was like a giant, and felt extremely happy. Don't tell me. With Lao current size, even a gold level monster would tremble when seeing him. What does it mean to be more than 7 meters tall? He is 1.9 meters tall, and when he stands in front of Lao, he is only a little higher than his knees. Not to mention his frighteningly thick arms and thighs, and his fists that are the size of millstones without any exaggeration. With this kind of body standing here, who wouldn't be scared? At this time, a trickle of heat flowed out of Xiaoyao's body, which continuously moistened his muscles and meridians, and greatly improved his strength and defense. It was the return of Lao War Beast. After absorbing all the energy, Xiaoyao squeezed his powerful arms, and in his heart, he was looking forward to Lao breakthrough to the gold level. At this moment, an untimely voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Boss! We found him. Then, a cry of surprise followed. Damn! What the hell is this? Chapter 373, The Wonderful Use of Emo-Tung Ultimate Move. The drunk monkeys live in the cave. There is a clear stream in front of the cave. Many drunk monkeys are playing and fighting in front of the stream. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyao let Emo-Tung turn into a ball of black mist, and slowly float into the cave along the dark surface of the mountain. On the other side, he used the war beast's vision to observe the situation inside the cave. The terrain inside the cave is not complicated. A straight road leads to the bottom. The light here is dim, making the black mist transformed by Emo-Tung difficult to detect. Through the vision of the war beast, Xiaoyao found out all the combat power of this group of drunk monkeys. There are roughly more than 120 drunk monkeys, but their strength is extremely terrifying. There are 21 gold-level drunk monkeys alone, and most of the others are silver level. Only a few young drunk monkeys are bronze level. In a forbidden area like the King Kong Forest, which is not very dangerous, this group of drunk monkeys is already considered a top population. Even if they encounter a single platinum level monster, they can fight. Deep in the cave, there is a pool of wine. There is clear and transparent wine in the pool. There is a pile of diamond fruit, and its waste scattered next to the pool. The wine pool was almost completely occupied by gold-level drunk monkeys. They held a strange-shaped wooden vessel in their hands, scooped up some wine to taste it, added some ingredients to the wine pool, with a hint of drunkenness in their eyes. On the other side, there were also several gold-level drunk monkeys lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. However, Xiaoyao would not underestimate these drunken monkeys. After all, drunken madness was no joke. The drunker they were, the better they fought. They were simply the Rock Lee of another world. What should I do? Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. The wine monkeys here are indeed very powerful, but it must be said that the diamond fruit wine is too attractive to him. This is a rare treasure that can enhance the physical fitness of summoners, and it is worth 1,000 gold. And there are many diamond fruits scattered around the wine pond. He just counted them roughly, and they can almost meet the remaining needs of the old bull diamond giant spirit body. I must get it. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoyao made a plan. Tuki, it's up to you next. His plan was not complicated, which was to use Tuki poison to stun the drunk monkeys. Why stun them instead of poisoning them to death? Because it is impossible to poison all the drunk monkeys at the same time. As long as one drunk monkey has an accident, then the other drunk monkeys will immediately realize it. But knocking them out is different. Anyway, these drunk monkeys are already drunk. Even if they all fall asleep, it won't be strange. Thinking of this, Xiaoyao quietly approached the cave with the 3 beasts, and after hiding, he turned his head and looked at Tuki. Tuki grinned, and a second later, his figure disappeared. In Xiaoyao's eyes, Tuki entered the cave at a very fast speed. When Tuki entered the cave, he also shifted his war beast vision to Tuki. After entering the cave, Tuki ran straight to the bottom of the cave, and his smaller body hid in an extremely hidden corner. After hiding, Tuki opened his hands, and a faint black smoke was released from his palms. The black smoke had no smell, and could not be detected in the dark cave. A breeze blew by, blowing the black smoke to every corner of the cave. Before, Xiaoyao had fed Tuki various toxins, and there were more than a dozen toxins that could cause a faint. The most famous of which was the bewitching pollen of the soul bewitching crystal butterfly. He bought the pollen of the gold level soul bewitching crystal butterfly, which could work on gold level monsters. Soon, under the effect of the black smoke, the drunken monkeys who were already drunk fell asleep one after another. and the other drunken monkeys in the cave were also affected by the black smoke and slowly fell asleep. At this time, the drunk monkeys outside the cave were not aware of the situation inside the cave at all, and were still playing happily. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao knew that his chance had come. Xiao Yao signaled Lan Yo and Xiao Ke to wait here, and he used the skill ambush, entered the invisible state, and quietly entered the cave. At this time, Mo Tung was already waiting at the entrance of the cave. He turned into a ball of black smoke, lifted Xiao Yao's body, and then quickly floated to the bottom of the cave. Looking at the more than 20 drunken monkeys sleeping beside him, Xiao Yao swallowed his saliva, took out the empty 2.5-liter mineral water bottle that he had cut open long ago from the shattered sky ring, and carefully poured the diamond fruit wine into it. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. He filled 11 bottles in total, almost emptying all the wine in the wine pool, and then signaled Mo Tung to hand him the diamond fruit scattered beside the wine pool. The black mist dissipated, lifted the diamond fruit, and flew into Xiao Yao's hands. There was no sound during the whole process. 61, 62, 63 enough. Xiao Yao's eyes became more and more excited. If he was not afraid of waking up the drunk monkey next to him, he would have laughed out loud. With more than 60 diamond fruits in hand, all the diamond fruits needed for Lan Yo's giant diamond body have been gathered. Giant diamond body alone is already very powerful, so how powerful will giant diamond body? An advanced skill be? He was looking forward to it. Now that he had all the diamond wine and diamond fruits in hand, he would run away quickly. Children, don't miss me. I will come back when you brew the next pool of wine. The black mist transformed by Mo Tung lifted up Xiao Yao and Tuki bodies, and prepared to leave quietly. But at this moment, 2 drunk monkeys walked into the cave happily. When they saw their sleeping companions all over the ground and the strange creatures hanging in the air deep in the cave, their expressions changed drastically, and they roared angrily. Ah! The manic roar immediately woke up all the drunk monkeys. When the drunk monkeys saw that their wine pools had dried up, and 2 strange creatures appeared next to the wine pools, all the drunk monkeys, including the gold level ones, immediately went crazy. Roar! In the closed cave, the violent roar almost broke Xiao Yao's eardrums. Looking at a group of drunk monkeys with bulging muscles and bloodshot eyes, Xiao Yao immediately took Tuki back to the war beast space, and immediately used the skill Ghost Shadow. Boom! Endless black fog rose, and rushed straight into the sky 100 meters high. The area within 1 kilometer around the cave was shrouded in black fog, as if the end of the world had come. The sudden rise of black fog made all the drunk monkeys confused. They found themselves trapped in a small dark prison, and could only see endless darkness. It's you? Xiao Yao locked his mental power on the drunk monkey that suddenly broke in. The next second, he felt an invisible force lifting his body, and flew towards the target at a very fast speed. The wind blew in his face, and in the darkness, Xiao Yao could clearly see the panicked drunk monkey. I told you not to scream. Xiao Yao charged his right fist, and with the blessing of a powerful force, his right fist hit the drunk monkey's chest hard. Bang! The silver level 2 drunk monkey flew backwards for more than 10 meters, like a rag bag, and his chest collapsed without a sound. At the moment of killing the drunk monkey, the black fog also dissipated. Roar! The black fog disappeared, and the drunk monkeys turned their heads, and saw the hateful thief at the entrance of the cave. Huh? With black wings spread, Xiao Yao soared into the sky. During the flight, he did not forget to wave to the drunk monkeys under his feet. Goodbye, children. See you again if we are lucky. The drunk monkeys ran out of the cave, their eyes red and bloody, and their violent roars echoed between heaven and earth. Roar! 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 At the same time Xiao Yao left. The summoners in the King Kong forest also noticed the strange dark sky just now. Chapter 374 Killing 5 golds alone. Platinum appears. Damn, what the hell is this? A frightened voice came from the side. Xiao Yao turned around and looked, his brows slightly frowned. 5 men were walking towards him. The leading man had a hooked nose, and a slanting scar at the corner of his eye, and looked very fierce. The other 4 men were also burly, and most importantly, each of them had 2 gold level war beasts standing beside them. Gold level 5 fire tiger, gold level 4 earth beast, gold level 4 ghost eye. 10 gold level war beasts gathered together, and the cold murderous intent rushed towards him. The hook-nosed man looked up at the old cow, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This purple prison demon bull could grow to such a large size. Could it be that he had broken through the gold level? At this time, he also noticed the black-clad Mo tongue with evil arm blades above Xiao Yao's head. And his heart was full of jealousy. 18. Breaking through the gold level at the age of 9. You are a beast. But even if you break through the gold level, you will die in my hands today. The hook-nosed man snorted in his heart, and said lightly, Xiao Yao, it's really not easy to find you. Xiao Yao said calmly, who sent you to kill me? Hook-nose's mouth curled up. It seems that you are quite clear in your mind. Yes, someone did spend a lot of money to hire us to kill you, but I can't tell you who the employer is. After saying that, he winked at a Xian beside him. A Xian patted the wind-chasing dog. The wind-chasing dog's nose twitched. After a while, a Xian nodded to the hook-nose. Seeing this, the hook-nose felt relieved, and his smile became more and more proud. Seeing that Zhang Lao had not appeared yet, Xiao Yao guessed that maybe Zhang Lao wanted to test him, and let him deal with these gold-level summoners independently. However, it was indeed difficult to deal with 10 gold-level war beasts at the same time. But it was not that difficult to kill 5 gold-level summoners. Go. Kill him, the hook-nosed man said sternly. The target was in front of them, and there was nothing to say. Kill him as soon as possible, and report back as soon as possible. The rewards were enough for them to live a stable life. Boom, boom, boom. For a moment, the 10 golden-level war beasts burst out with amazing momentum, activating their skills, targeting Xiao Yao directly. But at this moment, it was dark. The boundless black fog suddenly rose, making everyone, all the war beasts, lose their target in an instant. Only endless darkness was left in front of them. Even the companions and war beasts, who were close at hand, could not be seen. The hook-nosed man was panicked. He felt as if he was imprisoned in a dark prison at this moment, and lost contact with everything in the outside world. He hurriedly asked the war beast to protect him. But he suddenly found that this strange black fog not only greatly weakened the connection between him and the war beast, but also made the war beast lose its sense of direction and unable to find its position. This change gave him a bad premonition, and his eyelids kept twitching. Suddenly, a hoarse and low voice came to his ears, as if it came from hell, making his scalp numb. Embraced the darkness the next second. A pair of dry and dark hands, and a pair of evil arm blades appeared in front of him. Puff! The knife flashed, and the head fell to the ground. The black fog dissipated, and the 5 broken bodies were particularly conspicuous. Among them, Hook Nose was killed by Mortongue, and the 2 on the left and right were shot by Twitch's poisonous arrows. The remaining 2, one was smashed into a meat paste by Lan Yo, and the other had his head torn off by Xiaoke. At the moment when the black fog rose, Xiaoke and Lan Yo used Endless Binding and Wild Charge respectively. Although they were only silver level, it was still easy to deal with a gold level summoner without the protection of a war beast. Twitch's attack is even simpler. He doesn't even need to release any skills. Just 2 arrows can kill them. This is the magical effect of Nocturne's ghost. In the black fog, the enemy will lose all vision, but his teammates will not be affected at all. Taking advantage of the difference in vision, he can attack the opponent's summoner directly. It can be said that this tactic is almost invincible against summoners below the platinum level and who are unprepared. Of course, if the opponent is a platinum level summoner who is merged with the war beast, the effect of this tactic will be greatly reduced. After killing the summoner, their war beasts instantly fell to the ground, and they lay on the ground screaming and struggling in pain. It didn't take long for them to completely lose their vitality. The experience points of the death of these war beasts were also added to Xiaoke and his group. Boom! After taking a large amount of diamond fruit, Lan Yo was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now that the battle is over, his experience points have increased by hundreds of points. He successfully broke through to silver level 5. His strength increased, and his body size slightly grew. Feeling a weak stream of water flowing out of his body again, Xiao Yao stretched his body and smiled with satisfaction. 1v5, 5 people killed instantly. And it was a cross-level kill. I just want to ask, who else? Looking at a group of gold-level war beasts of various shapes on the ground, Xiao Yao was in a good mood, took out tools from the broken sky ring, and walked towards them quickly. Killing summoners is still cost-effective, easy, profitable, and adds a lot of experience points. This kind of warm-hearted behavior, the more the better. When he walked to the side of the fire tiger, prepared to dissect it, a slightly hoarse voice came from behind again. You are worthy of being a legendary genius of Dragon Country. You have such combat power just after entering the gold level. Xiao Yao's eyes shone, and he turned around quickly. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a beard. Not tall, with slightly dark skin, 3 pairs of cicada wings on his back, and a faint purple in his eyes, giving people a rough and weird feeling. Obviously, this is at least a platinum level summoner who has merged with a battle beast. However, even if they have merged, the information of the merged battle beast still appeared in Xiaoyao eyes. Beast named 6-Wing Thunder Cicada Beast Level Platinum Level 2 Beast Skills Thunder, Thunder Flash, Wild Thunder Prison, Thunder Armor, Thunder Flame Hell Platinum Level Summoner. Xiaoyao eyes fluctuated, and his body tensed instantly. Platinum Level 2. This is a summoner stronger than his father. To find such a powerful person to kill him. It seems that some forces have really invested a lot of money. What a terrible genius. The bearded man, Mr. Du, looked at the dead bodies on the ground, and a touch of surprise and emotion appeared in his eyes. A week ago, the boy in front of him was only a silver level summoner, but after only a week, he was able to kill 5 gold level summoners independently. No wonder so many people want him dead. Who wouldn't be scared of this talent? At this time, Mr. Du other platinum level war beast, the Howling Wind Wolf, also sent a message. There was no other human breath within 5 kilometers, which made him feel at ease. It seems that the woman did not lie to me. Mr. Du said lightly, I won't introduce myself, but you can remember my face, so that you won't be a confused ghost when you go to hell. As soon as the voice fell, a strange purple thunder suddenly struck down, and hit Xiaoyao's head directly. Purple thunder struck, and Mr. Du suddenly frowned. He found something wrong. Xiaoyao's face was too calm, even a little scary. Could it be? Not good. Before he could react, he felt his body stiffen, and a huge force locked him in place, unable to move. At the same time, purple thunder fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. But the target Xiaoyao had already disappeared. Mr. Du was shocked, and his eyes showed deep horror. What happened? At this time, an old but powerful voice came to his ears. Not bad. You are worthy of being my student. Student? Xiaoyao teacher? Mr. Du's face changed drastically. Chapter 375 Nightmare Reincarnation, Platinum Subordinates. Scared me to death. Looking at the 2-meter deep pit not far away, Xiaoyao swallowed his saliva, said with lingering fear. As expected of a platinum level summoner, ordinary lightning is stronger than Lao Niu full strength attack. If it weren't for Zhang Lao rescue, he would have been chopped into charcoal just now. Zhang Lao patted his shoulder, praising, good performance. To be honest, Xiaoyao's fighting ability is beyond his imagination. Facing 5 gold level summoners alone, he not only did not fall into disadvantage, but killed all 5 of them in just a few seconds. Who would have thought that he was just a summoner who had just broken through the gold level 2 days ago? Zhang Lao turned his head and looked at Mo Tung in the air, with a hint of curiosity and shock in his eyes. That black fog must have been released by him. What a terrible ability. Just now, he deliberately appeared in the black fog and experienced the power of the black fog. He was surprised to find that even though he was a diamond level 5 strongman, he was still affected by the black fog and could not perceive anything in the black fog. He is a diamond 5 summoner. And this is the case. Not to mention a gold summoner. These guys died without complaint. As for the other person, old Zhang walked slowly to Mr. Du and said calmly, Tell me, who sent you here? Mr. Du hesitated for a moment and said, Tell me, will you let me go? Old Zhang smiled faintly. What do you think? Xiaoyao ignored Mr. Du and focused his eyes on old Zhang. Old Zhang looked the same as usual, but only his pupils exuded a faint silver color. Battle Beast named Void Mayfly. Battle Beast level Diamond level 3. Battle Beast skills: Void Barrier, Space Confinement, Space Transfer, Dimensional Blade, Void Walk, Space Shattering, Another Dimension. Oh my god! Xiaoyao's eyes widened. This was the first time he saw Zhang Lao Battle Beast, and the first time he saw a pure space-based Battle Beast. Diamond level 3 Void Mayfly, attack has Dimensional Blade, Space Shattering, defense has Void Barrier, Void Walk, at the same time. It has control skills: Space Confinement, Space Transfer. In addition, it can pull people to other spaces and other dimensions. It is simply a super comprehensive war beast with almost no weaknesses. And the Void Mayfly is only Diamond level 3. Which means it is not Mr. Zhang Ace War Beast. Non-Ace War Beasts are so strong. I really don't know how powerful the teacher's Ace War Beast can be. Xiaoyao came back to his senses, looking at the man controlled by Space Confinement. And an idea suddenly came to his mind. Mr. Du said unwillingly. Let me go. I will tell you all the people behind me. Otherwise, even if they kill me, they will not give up the assassination. Old Zhang said disdainfully. What if you don't give up? With me here, no one can touch my students. Seeing the murderous intent in old Zhang's eyes, Mr. Du felt desperate. And at the same time, a strong hatred rose in his heart. Damn woman. You dare to lie to me. If that woman hadn't claimed that Xiao Yao was sure that there was no one to protect him, how could he choose to assassinate the most legendary genius of Dragon Country? It's obvious that such a genius must have someone to protect him. I was really bewildered at that time. I believed the woman's lies. Beauty led me astray. At this time, Mr. Zhang was too lazy to say more to the man. Even if he didn't know who was behind him, he wished more people would come to die. 1 kill 1, 100 kill 100. I want to see how many people you can send. Mr. Zhang stretched out his right hand, prepared to release space break, kill the man. But at this moment, Xiao Yao suddenly said, Teacher, wait a minute. Zhang Lao stopped, turned to look at Xiao Yao, and Mr. Du also had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Could it be? Xiao Yao whispered a few words in Zhang Lao's ear, after listening. Zhang Lao frowned slightly. Are you sure? He is platinum level. Xiao Yao nodded firmly. Teacher, I want to try. Zhang Lao looked at Xiao Yao from eyes, nodded. Okay, I let you try. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple-faced and fanged war beast appeared beside him. War beast named Ghost Monster, War beast level Diamond level 2, War beast skills Doppelganger, Illusion, Chains of Impermanence, Ghost Soul Piercing, Instant Shadow Kill, Fear Roar. Zhang Lao's second Diamond level War beast appeared. Diamond 2 level Ghost Monster. Naturally very powerful. But it must be said that his skills are quite diverse, giving him a kaleidoscope feeling. However, Xiao Yao has only one goal, which is to weaken this person's mental power, so that Imotine can use nightmare reincarnation to brainwash him. That's right. Xiao Yao plans to make this person the first test subject of Imotine nightmare reincarnation. If the brainwashing is successful, he will become his first subordinate. However, after all, this person is platinum level, and it is too difficult for Imotine to brainwash him. So he needs Zhang Lao to consume his mental power in advance, and then brainwash him. Seeing the appearance of the strange spirit monster, Mr. Du suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Before he could say anything, the strange spirit monster used the skill Stinging Soul of Stinging Soul. The invisible spike pierced Mr. Du's head, making him scream. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his eyes, ears, nose, and his face was twisted and veins were exposed. As the strange spirit thorns continued to attack his soul, Mr. Du's face was in pain like a ghost, and his screams were extremely miserable and creepy. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, he couldn't bear the torture on his soul, his eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. Seeing this, Xiao Yao smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, Imotine. It's up to you next. Imotine nodded, floated in front of Mr. Du, and released an illusory black mist with his hands, which penetrated into his mind along his ears. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Finally, Mr. Du slowly opened his eyes, and a strange black air appeared in his eye sockets. At this time, Imotine completely let go of his hand, and absorbed the black mist back into his body. Teacher, let him go, Xiao Yao said with a faint smile on his face. He could already feel the seed of fear that Imotine had planted in the mind of the man in front of him. Unless a spiritual master who was far superior to Imotine washed it away, this man would always be under Imotine mental control. At the same time, he was also under his control. Zhang Lao unlocked the space confinement and looked at him curiously. After a minute, Mr. Du finally woke up. When he saw Xiao Yao, he bowed respectfully and said, Du Kamiao Di, I meet the master. Du Kamiao Di? Xiao Yao frowned and asked, Where are you from? Du Kamiao Di said respectfully, Master, I am from Beijing country. Beijing country, a den of liars. Looking at this subordinate, who spoke fluent Longwa, Xiao Yao couldn't help but laugh and said, I didn't expect that my first little brother would be a foreigner. Chapter 376 Du Kamiao Di's Strength. Next, Du Kamiao Di introduced his experience. He lived in Beijing country since he was a child. Since his hometown bordered Long country, and he had been doing trade with Long country for many years, many locals had mastered fluent Long country language. When he grew up, his parents died in a car accident. Fortunately, he had become a summoner by then, so surviving was not a problem. Du Kamiao Di had good talent. When he was young, He joined the official organization of Badian country. He was soon trained as a key target. He broke through the gold level at the age of 33 and became the most popular person for a while. But in a subsequent coup, Duca Mioti's boss was killed, and he himself was targeted and wanted by the authorities. In desperation, Duca Mioti chose to hide his identity and become a professional killer. After he broke through the platinum level, he became the ace of the killer world in Badian. However, due to the wanted list, Duca Mioti did not settle in Badian. He stayed in Yushan City most of the time and only returned to Badian when there was a mission. Some time ago, he received a big order, which was to assassinate Xiao Yao, the legendary genius of Longhua. He was indeed very hesitant at first, but under the temptation of beauty and generous rewards, he chose to take the assassination mission. Then, he fell into Xiao Yao's hands. Duca Mioti. What a difficult name. I will call you Lao Du from now on. What do you think? Xiao Yao said. Duca Mioti said respectfully, I will obey the master's orders. Zhang Lao saw everything, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Brainwashing is not a rare thing. But in such a short time, a mere gold level 1 war beast brainwashed a platinum level summoner into a loyal subordinate. Even with his help, this performance is too exaggerated. Old Du, let me see your other platinum level war beast, Xiao Yao said. Old Du moved his mind, and soon his second platinum war beast appeared from the side. War beast name Howling Wind Wolf. War beast level platinum level 1 war beast skills 1000-mile pursuit, storm acceleration, wolf shadow pounce, wind tearing claws, endless wind prison. Looking at the several skills of the Howling Wind Wolf, Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. It is obvious that the Howling Wind Wolf is a melee war beast, and is good at speed, and has good attack capabilities. Lao Du's Six-Winged Thunder Cicada is a magic-based war beast. The two are far away and close, complementing each other, and their combat effectiveness is still very good. But if they really fight, I guess Lao Du will not be the opponent of the Platinum Level 1 Father. After all, the Father's Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger and Storm Elf both have 6 skills, and the extra 2 skills can completely make up for the level difference. But in general, Xiao Yao is still very satisfied with this Platinum subordinate. Teacher, what do you think should be arranged next? Xiao Yao looked at Old Zhang. Old Zhang smiled and said, You decide for yourself. I will protect your safety in secret as before. Is that so? Xiao Yao touched his chin, looking at Old Du, who looked respectful in front of him, and had an idea in mind. How about this? Old Du, you go back to Yushan City first. Help me keep an eye on the situation there, and see which forces are secretly targeting me. I will go back to deal with them after all my war beasts break through the gold level. With Old Zhang here, there is no need for Old Du to stay by his side. It would be better to let him go back to investigate the situation. Try to find clues about these forces, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Yes. Lao Du bowed respectfully to Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao, then took back the Howling Wind Wolf, and flew to Yushan City with its wings vibrating. Seeing Lao Du walking away, Zhang Lao looked at Mo Tung and asked curiously, What skills does your war beast have? Xiao Yao smiled, and told Zhang Lao about Mo Tung's skills in detail. When Xiao Yao finished talking about Mo Tung abilities, Zhang Lao was shocked. Gold level, 7 skills, and each skill is so terrifying. The most exaggerated are the last 3 skills: Haunted, Reality Conversion, and Nightmare Reincarnation. Haunted, he has personally experienced it, and even a diamond level like him cannot be immune to the effect of shielding the 5 senses. Reality Conversion makes this war beast named Mo Tung the nemesis of melee monsters, and Nightmare Reincarnation let Xiao Yao successfully subdue a platinum level subordinate. As expected of this little monster's war beast, it's ridiculously strong. However, the stronger Xiao Yao is, the more pleased and relieved he will be as a teacher. What are you going to do next? Xiao Yao said, I plan to let Xiaoke and Lan Yo break through to the gold level first, and then return to Yushan City to show up and see if anyone else will take the bait. Zhang Laodao, just make the arrangements, and it's up to you next. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded. Oh, teacher. Xiao Yao remembered that the teacher was also a wine lover, so he took out a bottle of Vidra fruit wine from the shattered sky ring. Teacher, I stole this from the drunkard. It should taste good. Try it. Although Vidra fruit wine can improve the summoner's strength and defense, this improvement is limited. It will not work after drinking to a certain extent. He has more than 20 liters of Vidra fruit wine, which is enough for himself and other friends. During this period of time, Mr. Zhang has been secretly protecting him. He has no ability to repay him now. So he simply took out the King Kong fruit wine and let the teacher taste it. Smelling the tempting aroma of the wine, Mr. Zhang felt the glutton in his stomach was aroused. After thinking about it, he took it and said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite. I haven't tasted the wine brewed by Jiuho for many years." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Then you should taste it carefully and see if it is different from what you have drunk before." Mr. Zhang smiled and said, "Okay. You can arrange the next itinerary yourself." After saying that, Zhang Lao disappeared in front of Xiao Yao. This is the void walking. It is so convenient. Xiao Yao sighed, and then looked at the four beasts and said, "Let's go." The hunt continues. At night, Lao Du returned to Yushan City. He did not contact the woman immediately, but simply put on some makeup, made his skin darker, put on a fake beard, and came to a shabby tavern. The tavern was located in a remote alley. The lights were dim, and there was not even a shadow within 100 meters. Lao Du walked into the tavern, and a rotten smell entered his nose. Under the dim light, an old man was sitting at the bar, gently wiping the slightly yellowed wine glass. Seeing Lao Du coming in, the old man put down the wine glass and said with a smile, "Lone Wolf, why are you back? Have you completed your mission?" Lao Du sat at the bar, poured himself a glass of wine, and said, "No, but I have locked on the target. I came to you today to see if there are other orders to assassinate him. I will take them all." The old man shook his head and said, "You know, this is against the rules. I give you 10% of the reward." "Wait a minute. I check." After checking, the old man said, "I only have 4. But the price is not low." Lao Du said, "Tell me their contact information. I go and ask for a deposit first." This time, the old man shook his head firmly. "Lone Wolf, I can't agree to this. If you want a deposit, I can help you contact, but I can't reveal the employer's contact information to you. This is the rule." Lao Du smiled coldly, and a trace of black hair flashed in his eyes. "This is not up to you." Chapter 377 The Fury of the South Sky Warwick. Today is the 7th day since entering the King Kong forest. After getting up early in the morning, Xiao Yao washed his face with clean water, had some breakfast, and started today's hunting. These past few days, Xiaoke and Lao Niu have killed many monsters as the main force. Now, Xiaoke experience value has reached 98%, and he is only a little short of breaking through the gold level, and Lao Niu experience value has also reached 85%. If he is lucky, Lao Niu will be able to break through the gold level tomorrow at the latest. By then, he will have 4 gold level war beasts at the same time, which is something that even ordinary senior gold level summoners cannot do. For example, a year ago, Xiao Li, a gold level 5 summoner, only had 2 gold level war beasts. Of course, this is also related to the nature of Xiao Li's work. After all, he is the captain of the Yanqing law enforcement team. He is usually busy with official duties, and it is difficult for him to find time to train war beasts. Being able to train the Thunder-Winged Blue-Eyed Tiger to gold level 5 is already very talented. However, for Xiao Yao, the best way is for the 4 brothers to move forward together. After walking in the woods for half an hour, Xiao Yao did not find any prey, but he was lucky and harvested 3 diamond fruits. After evolving into a giant diamond spirit, diamond fruits have no effect on Lao Niu. For Xiaoku and Tuki, taking diamond fruits can only increase some experience points, and the improvement of their strength and defense is negligible. As for Morton, as a spiritual body, he does not need diamond fruits. In view of this situation, Xiao Yao stored the diamond fruit in the broken sky ring after harvesting it, and sold it directly when he returned to Yushan City. In Yushan City, the recycling price of diamond fruit is uniform, 800,000 per piece, and almost any store sells it at this price. According to the number of diamond fruits he has now, it can probably be sold for more than 10 million. A wood at this time, Xiaoke suddenly roared, his eyes filled with excitement. Found the prey. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and said, "Lead the way." Swish, swish, swish. The group followed at a very fast speed. After running for about 10 minutes, Xiaoke slowly slowed down his pace and walked forward in a low voice. At this time, even with Xiao Yao's sense of smell, he could smell a slightly fishy smell in front of him. After walking a few hundred meters, Xiao Yao saw the prey this time, which was a terrifying giant snake that was more than 20 meters long and more than 2 meters thick. Monster named Green Poisonous Coiled Snake Monster Level Gold Level 2 Monster Skills Strangulation. Poisonous Gas. Highly Toxic Snake Fangs. Huge Tail Swing Gold Level 2. Can fight. Xiaoyao winked at Xiaoke and Laonyo. Leave it to you two. With Xiaoke and Laonyo current strength, it is more than enough to deal with the Gold Level 2 monster together. Xiaoke took the lead, entered the bloodthirsty werewolf transformation, directly used endless binding and rushed out. The green poisonous snake felt the danger coming, and subconsciously coiled up its body, protecting its head in it. Sizzle. Sizzle. The green poisonous snake was scratched with more than a dozen deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. Dark red blood flowed out, and the green poisonous snake hissed in pain. As soon as the suppression effect wore off, Xiaoke immediately jumped to the side, hissing his front legs, looking for the next opportunity to attack. Hissing. The green poisonous snake poked its head out, its dark green vertical pupils filled with endless anger. Bang 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 at this moment. The green poisonous snake felt the ground shaking violently, and muffled footsteps came from its side. It turned its head, and was immediately shocked. It saw a giant beast over 7 meters tall running towards it quickly. The giant beast had knotted muscles, arms, and thighs that were frighteningly thick. At first glance, it looked like a small mountain. Although judging from the energy fluctuations, the giant beast's strength was not as good as its own. But its exaggerated size really made it afraid. Otherwise, let's run away first. The green poisonous snake made up its mind, opened its mouth wide, and a dark green poisonous mist spewed out of its mouth, which immediately covered the entire area of 50 meters. While the poisonous mist was forming, the green poisonous snake quickly twisted its body and moved sideways at a very fast speed. But at this moment, it suddenly heard a loud noise, and the next second its body flew into the air. Snap! The old cow's giant hand grabbed the snake tail, and with one hand, it swung it, as if waving a whip, causing the snake head to hit the tree firmly. The tree shook, and leaves fell one after another. The green snake felt a blank in its brain, and it lost its perception of the outside world. Xiaoke rushed forward, and his sharp claws poked and pulled forward. Puff! 5 huge blood holes appeared on the top of the green snake head. The green snake body stiffened, and then it fell to the ground. Bang! At the moment the green snake died, an astonishing momentum burst out. 2 golden lights shot out from Xiaoke's eyes, and then his body trembled violently, and the rich power of holy light burst out from his body, dyeing his hair into a noble golden color. Awoo! Xiaoke howled to the sky. With a loud bang, transparent golden flames raged around. The flames were mixed with terrifying mental deterrence, like a divine punishment from heaven. War Beast named Warwick. The Wrath of the South. War Beast Level Gold Level 1 War Beast Skills. Thirst for Blood, Mouth of the Beast, Blood Tracking, Ancestral Howl, Endless Binding, Light Self-Healing, Bloodthirsty Werewolf Transformation, Wrath of the South. Wrath of the South Passive. Warwick controls the Holy Flame. Normal attacks and other skills will add the Holy Flame effect. Active. Warwick condenses his mental power into mental fire after releasing the skill. Mentally deters all enemies around him. Warwick. The Wrath of the South. Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with a strong surprise. The South Sky Wrath skin was his favorite in the game. I didn't expect that Xiaoke could evolve the skill South Sky Wrath after reaching the gold level. It was incredible. But thinking back to the light healing fruit that Xiaoke had eaten, and the skill light self-healing that he mastered, he felt that the appearance of South Sky Wrath was extremely reasonable. The Holy Flame is what Xiaoke evolved from the holy light power in his body. It not only contains powerful recovery ability, but also has a super strong burning effect. The active effect of the Southern Sky's Wrath is in line with its Wrath characteristics. Large-scale mental deterrence is an extremely practical skill, especially for dealing with a large number of weak opponents. It is even more useful than large-scale spell attacks. Xiaoke restrained his momentum. At this time, his tail and the hair on his head had turned pure white, which contrasted with the other black hair, giving people a strange harmony. In addition, his eyes also had a faint golden color, which added a touch of noble and domineering temperament to him. Boom! At this moment, Xiaoyao's body shook. He felt a strong energy rising in his body. This energy was divided into 2 parts. One part was used to nourish his body, and the other part gathered along the meridians to his hands. This energy was gentle, but also carried a scorching temperature, which made his meridians ache. However, Xiaoyao endured the pain, and his eyes showed strong expectations. Will it be what I thought? Finally, the energy gathered in his hands, and there was only a bang. A dazzling golden flame bloomed in his palms. Chapter 378: The Function of Holy Flame. Holy Flame. I also mastered the Holy Flame. Seeing the golden holy flame blooming in his palm, Xiao Yao's eyes were filled with excitement. In addition to controlling the poison, he also mastered a new elemental ability. The Holy Flame. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, the bones cracked slightly. Xiao Yao could clearly feel that his physical fitness was improving rapidly. After being promoted to the gold level, Xiao Cao's various functions had a qualitative leap. His strength increased significantly, and his speed, endurance, and sense of smell increased several times. At the same time, this growth also feeds back to the summoner, making his speed, endurance, sense of smell surge, and strength also increase significantly. Xiao Cao is still awesome. After the feedback, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh. Although Twitch and Mordekaiser's feedback greatly improved his poison ability and mental strength, this feeling is indeed not as refreshing as the improvement of physical fitness. Afterwards, Xiao Yao conducted a simple test. Now his speed and explosive power are comparable to Warwick at silver level 1, which is definitely a ghostly speed in the eyes of ordinary people. Endurance and sense of smell cannot be tested in a short time, but it is estimated that they are about the same as Warwick of silver level 1. He has roughly figured out the improvement of physical fitness. And next, he will start to test the ability of the Holy Flame. The Holy Flame has two characteristics. One is the healing power of holy light, and the other is the burning effect of flame. First, he will test the healing power. He cut a wound on his arm with a saber, and was about to use the Holy Flame to heal it. But suddenly he found that the wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and disappeared after a few seconds. Hey, this is... Xiao Yao finally realized that Xiao Cao's return of kindness and his mastery of the Holy Flame also gave him a very good self-healing ability. However, he just made a shallow wound. This kind of wound can heal quickly. What if the injury is more serious? Thinking of this, Xiao Yao became ruthless and stabbed his thigh directly, making a bloody hole. With a puff, the bloody saber was pulled out. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth and observed the condition of the wound. He could see that the wound healed very quickly. At this rate, it would take about an hour to fully recover. However, with the treatment of the Holy Flame, it would not take that long. Bang! The golden flame bloomed in the palm of his hand. Xiao Yao aimed the Holy Flame at the wound. Then, a warm and burning feeling came over him. Under the treatment of the Holy Flame, the granulation tissue grew rapidly. After more than 10 seconds, the bloody hole disappeared completely. Awesome! Xiao Yao's eyes were full of joy. For him, Holy Flame is almost like a blood recovery skill, although it is not as immediate as the beast's mouth. It can heal himself and others. Not bad. Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. Next, he will test the killing ability of Holy Flame. Boom! Golden flames appeared on his right fist. Xiao Yao took a big step and punched the diamond tree. Bang! The tree shook slightly, and a dark fist mark was clearly visible. Xiao Yao was quite satisfied with this result. Why don't we find a silver level monster to practice with? Xiao Yao felt a little itchy. After improving so much all of a sudden, he couldn't wait to find an opponent to test his current strength. Looking at Xiao Cao, who was expecting, Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's find an opponent to practice with." With Xiao Cao's super sense of smell, Xiao Yao soon found the first test subject. Monster named Mighty King Kong Ape. Monster level silver level 1. Monster skills Booming Fist. King Kong body silver level 1. Mighty King Kong Ape. Well, it's you? Xiao Yao looked down at Tuki. Tuki, hold me. Although his strength has increased a lot, he is still a little unsure about facing a silver level 1 monster alone. Tuki grinned. Leave it to me. Xiao Yao took a deep breath, then rushed out in one step, and headed straight for the powerful diamond ape. Swish. Swish. The powerful diamond ape heard the noise, turned his head and looked, with a look of disdain on his face. Such a skinny creature dares to provoke me? I have you as lunch today. When Xiao Yao approached, the powerful diamond ape roared, and the muscles of his right fist bulged. He punched out with a shocking wave of air. Now is the time. Xiao Yao's eyes were stern, and he activated the skill charge the beast's mouth. His figure appeared behind the powerful diamond ape like a ghost, and his fist with golden flames hit the back of the opponent's head heavily. Bang! The powerful punch made the powerful diamond ape stagger. The powerful diamond ape screamed in pain, and he felt dizzy. and the back of his head seemed to be burning. Looking at the burnt skin and hair on the back of the powerful golden ape's head, Xiao Yao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After Zhang Lao's special training, he can now use the skill Beast Mouth very flexibly. Now his Beast Mouth is not limited to claws, but can be transformed between fists, palms, and claws at will, no matter what the attack method is. The additional damage and blood recovery effect given by Beast Mouth will not be lost. Whether to use fists, claws, or palms depends on the needs of the battle. Roar. The powerful diamond ape adjusted himself. The anger dyed his eyes red. He directly activated the skill Diamond Body. The loss just now made him completely put aside his contempt for the skinny creature in front of him. He decided to tear this little thing into pieces with the most cruel means. Bang! With a kick of his foot, the powerful diamond ape rushed toward Xiao Yao at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yao knew that his strength was far inferior to that of the powerful diamond ape, so he decided to adopt a guerrilla fighting tactic to play his speed advantage. Swish! His thigh kicked the ground like a spring. Xiao Yao dodged to the side, making the mighty King Kong ape miss. Then, his fist with golden flame swung out again, and hit the mighty King Kong ape's waist with a bang. Although this blow did not cause too serious injuries to the mighty King Kong ape, it left a dark fist mark on his body, making the mighty King Kong ape extremely crazy. Roar! 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 The mighty King Kong ape roared crazily, and his huge fists kept hitting out, and he was determined to smash Xiao Yao into a meat paste. But Xiao Yao was like a nimble cat, dodging and jumping around the mighty golden ape, making all the opponent's attacks miss, and occasionally finding the right time, leaving a series of fist marks on it. As the battle continued, Xiao Yao became more and more proficient in controlling his body, so he was able to deal with it more easily. Bang! The mighty golden ape punched, shaking the tree violently. Xiao Yao ducked behind the mighty golden ape, gathering all his strength, and the holy flame of his right fist rose high. Take my move. Wild bite! He shouted, and the burning iron fist hit the back of the powerful King Kong ape's head like a meteorite. Bang! A huge muffled sound was heard, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The golden flame ignited the hair, and then quickly spread to the entire head. The back of the head suffered 2 consecutive heavy blows, which was unbearable even for the powerful King Kong ape. His brain was blank at this time, and he could not even feel the pain of his head on fire. Seeing this, Xiao Yao took out his saber and thrust it into the back of the opponent's head with one leap. Puff! The body of the powerful golden ape stiffened, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Warwick experience +5 Olistar experience +5 Twitch experience +5 Mordekaiser experience +5 The experience points for killing the powerful golden ape were evenly distributed to the 4 beasts. Xiao Yao pulled out the saber, wiped the blood off it, and slowly smiled. Chapter 379 Warwick's Cool Fight. I am also a summoner with silver level combat power. Xiao Yao was very satisfied with his performance just now. Relying on combat skills, Holy Flame, and the mouth of the beast, he killed the silver 1 level mighty King Kong ape without any danger, which shows that his combat power has reached the silver level steadily. If he uses all the means and other skills, he estimates that even the silver 2, 3 level monsters will not be his opponents. Next, it's time to test Xiaoke fighting power. Xiao Yao turned around, looked at Xiaoke and smiled. Let's go, it's your turn to perform next. A Xiaoke eyes flashed with excitement, sniffed, and ran quickly in one direction. Under Xiaoke leadership, they soon locked onto the second target. Monster named King Kong Explosion Bear Monster Level Gold Level 2 Monster Skill King Kong Body, Bear King Strike, the earth shakes, partially multiplying King Kong Explosion Bear, it's you again. At first, Tuki test target was the King Kong Explosive Bear, but he didn't expect that Xiaoke would find him again when he broke through. However, this King Kong Explosive Bear was only Gold Level 2, 1 level lower than the last time, but it was enough as a test subject. Xiaoke, go! As soon as Xiao Yao finished speaking, Xiaoke couldn't wait to enter the combat state, and the bloodthirsty werewolf turned on, and he disappeared from Xiao Yao's sight in a flash. So fast! Xiao Yao was shocked. After being promoted to gold level, Xiaoke's speed was even faster than that of Mortang. In the rapid charge just now, he showed his terrifying explosive power to the fullest. King Kong Explosive Bear sensed something strange beside him, and immediately activated King Kong Body, and slapped his side fiercely. Bear King's attack with Xiaoke eyes were filled with high fighting spirit. Facing King Kong Explosive Bear's paw, he did not dodge. and his claws were covered with dazzling golden flames. And he attacked. Mouth of the beast as the claws waved. The illusory golden wolf head loomed. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao couldn't help but exclaimed. So handsome. Awooh! When the wolf head touched the bear paw, Xiao Yao saw the wolf head open its mouth and bite King Kong Explosive Bear's wrist. Then the bear paw and the wolf claw collided, making a metallic sound. Puff! A row of blood holes appeared on King Kong Explosive Bear's wrist, and blood spurted out. Roar! King Kong Explosive Bear screamed in pain, and the powerful bear paw drooped down weakly. A touch of cruelty flashed in Shao Kahn's golden eyes, and he turned around and came behind King Kong Explosive Bear, and his claws with holy flames pierced the back of his head. Learn from me, back of the head killer. Xiao Yao saw that Shao Kahn's tactics were exactly the same as his own, and couldn't help laughing. But King Kong Explosion Bear is much more difficult to deal with than the powerful King Kong ape. The seemingly bulky body quickly lowered. King Kong Explosion Bear rolled forward and avoided Shao Kahn's attack. During the roll, King Kong Explosion Bear used skills to ensure his safe retreat. Earth-shaking boom boom boom, the ground shook violently, Shao Kahn's body shook, and he almost fell backwards. But fortunately he lowered his center of gravity in time, and slightly bent his knees to keep his body balanced. Awooh! Shao Kahn roared, and kicked the ground with his feet, and instantly jumped above the head of King Kong Explosive Bear. Golden flames ignited on his body, and Shao Kahn, bathed in the holy flames, was like the god of fire, unstoppable. The sharp claws chopped down and collided with the strong bear paw again. Shao Kahn roared, and the dazzling golden light exploded and spread, like the sun in the sky, majestic and domineering. Ancestor howled in an instant. A deep fear appeared in the eyes of King Kong Explosive Bear. Shao Kahn seized the opportunity, and his burning claws pierced directly into King Kong Explosion Bear's eyes. Roar! King Kong Explosion Bear woke up from fear, and the pain of his eyes being pierced made him roar miserably. Then, Shao Kahn appeared behind King Kong Explosion Bear like a ghost, and Mouth of the Beast was activated again. Awooh! The golden wolf head reappeared, and the wolf opened its mouth, biting King Kong Explosion Bear's neck. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking sounded. King Kong Explosion Bear's cervical vertebrae were bitten off, and Shao Kahn followed the trend, and brought out half of the bones with a sharp claw. The intense pain made King Kong Explosion Bear's head black, and his heart was full of despair. He tried to escape, but found that his body was out of control, and he couldn't even take a step. A fierce look flashed in Shao Kahn's golden eyes, and his claws waved, and blood bloomed. 5 deep wounds appeared on King Kong Explosion Bear's neck, and blood flowed out, dyeing all the hair on his chest red. Soon, King Kong Explosion Bear's limbs were no longer able to support his body, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Awooh! As soon as the King Kong Explosive Bear died, Shao Kahn couldn't help but howl to the sky. So cool! Xiao Yao exclaimed. Shao Kahn's fighting style is gorgeous and domineering. In terms of visual effects, it is much more shocking than Twitch and Mordekaiser. The golden holy flame, the majestic wolf head, the dazzling golden light. It's just like a special effect, which attracts attention. And Shao Kahn fighting is not only cool. His fighting power is not inferior to Twitch and Mordekaiser at all. Twitch's characteristic is strong single-target explosive power. It only took one arrow to kill the gold level 3 King Kong Explosive Bear. In terms of instant kill ability, it can be said that Twitch is far superior to Shao Kahn. But Twitch's problem is also obvious. After one arrow, he will lose his combat effectiveness in a short period of time. But K's is different. His super endurance and terrifying blood recovery ability can ensure that he can fight for a long time. Moreover, with Ancestral Howl and Endless Binding, his finishing ability is also very good. Compared with the two, it is the difference between a 1-second tough guy and a long-lasting guy. Mordekaiser's positioning is different from K's. He is more of an assassin and can create excellent opportunities to deal with fragile opponents, which is commonly known as cutting crispy skin. But in terms of frontal combat and offensive capabilities, Morting is not as good as K's. Now his team configuration is relatively complete: Warrior Warwick, Assassin Morting, Tank Alistar, ADC Twitch. The only thing missing is a mage. I hope this shortcoming can be made up when I advance to the platinum level. However, even if there is no mage at present, the area damage he needs can still be guaranteed, relying on K's new skill, Fury of the South. As a ranged mental deterrent skill, the Fury of the South Sky is different from Shao Kahn's Ancestor's Howl. Ancestor's Howl can ignore the opponent's level and ensure that the enemy falls into a state of fear. But the higher the opponent's level, the shorter the fear will last. However, Fury of the South Sky is different. Facing an opponent whose level is far higher than Xiaoku, the deterrent effect of Fury of the South Sky is useless. However, the advantage of Fury of the South Sky is its wide range. As long as the enemies are dense, it is easy to stun hundreds of them in one breath. In general, Xiaoku growth is very gratifying, which makes him sit back on the throne of the main force. The next step is to let Laonyo exert his strength. Xiao Yao turned his head to look at Laonyo beside him, and said in his heart, "What will your gold level be like?" Chapter 380 Hellfire Ollie Star. Yushan City, under the bridge. "Boss, it's been 5 minutes, should we wait for him?" A man with ordinary appearance asked. Next to him, a burly man said in a deep voice, "Wait another 5 minutes, if he doesn't show up, we will retreat." As soon as the voice fell, a hoarse voice came from behind the two. "I'm coming!" The two were startled and suddenly turned around. They saw a dark-skinned, unshaven middle-aged man standing behind them. The burly man noticed that there were some drops of blood on the shoes of the man in front of him. Although it was not very obvious, it could not escape his eyes. "Have you brought the deposit?" Lao Du said calmly. The burly man said in a deep voice, "What's your code name?" "Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf." "That's him." The burly man took out a box from the shattered sky ring and said, "Here are 2 kilograms of Jinji gold." Lao Du stretched out his hand, and suddenly the burly man felt an electric shock on his wrist, and the box flew out of his hand. Then an invisible wind lifted the box, and it quickly floated into Lao Du's hands. Seeing this scene, the burly man was not angry, but felt more reassured about Lao Du. He knew that, to do this, he had to be at least platinum level. Lao Du opened the box, saw the dark metal, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Not bad," the burly man said. "This is just our deposit. There will be more rewards after the mission is completed." Lao Du put the box back into the beast control space, looked at the two, and slowly raised a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. "You can keep the rest for your own use." "What do you mean?" Seeing Lao Du cold smile, the burly man panicked and had a bad feeling. Lao Du sneered. "You want to kill my master?" "Master?" The burly man's pupil shrank, and he shouted, "Run!" A huge bear suddenly appeared in front of Lao Du, and then the burly man dragged his companions and ran away. Lao Du smiled disdainfully. Boom! 2 purple thunder shot out from Lao Du palm, directly piercing the body of the bear, and fell on the burly man and his companions. Plop! Plop! The 2 people's bodies froze, and they fell to the ground without life. Lao Du walked to the 2 of them, threw the 2 bodies into the beast control space, and murmured, "The third one. Only 1 left. You can upgrade with only 1 left. Aren't you excited?" Xiao Yao patted the old cow's body and laughed. Moo! A trace of excitement flashed in the old cow's eyes. He kicked the ground with his feet, as if urging Xiao Yao to leave quickly. "Don't panic. I deal with this body first." Xiao Yao took out the tools and began to dismember the monster's body skillfully. After all, it was a gold level 1 monster, so it couldn't be wasted. 20 minutes later, Xiao Yao put the most valuable materials into the broken sky ring, looked at Xiaoku and said, "Xiaoku, lead the way." A Wu Xiaoku looked at Laonyo, and the 2 brothers who had the best understanding nodded to each other. Then Xiaoku's nose twitched, and he quickly locked the direction of the prey. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoku gradually slowed down his pace. Xiao Yao knew that they were very close to the prey. After lowering his voice and moving forward for a few hundred meters, Xiao Yao saw the target this time. Monster named King Kong Thorn Pig. Monster level gold level 1 monster skill charge. King Kong body. Spike Storm. Frenzy. The King Kong Thorn Pig of gold level 1 is a perfect opponent for Laonyo. Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Laonyo. "Laonyo, go!" Moo! A flash of excitement flashed in Laonyo's eyes. He instantly entered the Furious Bull Demon transformation and rushed towards the King Kong Thorn Pig with a kick of his foot. Bang! 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 The dull footsteps made the King Kong Thorn Pig turn his head suddenly, when he saw a giant beast rushing towards him not far away. He was startled and immediately used the skill Spike Storm. Swish! 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 Dozens of black spikes shot out from the King Kong Thorn Pig's back like rockets, accurately shooting at the old cow. Moo! The old cow growled, and King Kong Giant Spirit body was activated immediately. Crack! Crack, crack. With the sound of bones cracking, the old cow's body quickly grew taller and stronger. And in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant beast more than 7 meters tall. Ding ding ding, the spike shot at the old cow, just like hitting an iron plate, and fell down with a crisp sound. Then the old cow kicked his feet, and burst out with amazing speed. Wild charge, bang, a purple shadow flashed by, and the King Kong thorn pig had no time to react, and he only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his back hit the tree heavily in the next second. The old cow took a big step, and came to the King Kong thorn pig, clenched his fists as big as millstones, and hammered the King Kong thorn pig's body like beating drums. Roar. The evil wind came, and the King Kong thorn pig quickly stood firm. King Kong body and frenzy were used together, and his eyes quickly turned scarlet. He had no time to escape, and could only resist this move. Boom! The iron fist hit the King Kong thorn pig's back heavily. The King Kong thorn pig's skin was shaking like waves, and his eyes bulged, and a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs spurted out. Then Lao Nyo kneed the King Kong thorn pig directly on the left eye. Paw! The eyeball shattered. The terrifying force made half of the King Kong thorn pig's face sink. A lister's experience value plus 302. Boom! The majestic momentum suddenly burst out. Xiao Yao quickly took out a red seed from the broken sky ring, and shouted, "Old Bull, open your mouth." Old Bull subconsciously opened his mouth, and the next second, he felt an object with scorching temperature enter his body. Blue flame spirit seed, play a role, Xiao Yao said in his heart. What was fed to the old cow just now was the Qingyan spirit seed. A gift from He Yang, the city defender of Yanqing. Qingyan spirit seed can increase the affinity of the war beast with the fire element, and help the war beast awaken the fire element ability. But as for whether the old cow can awaken the power of fire, that depends on him. Who? The old cow growled in his throat. He felt like a volcano about to erupt, with magma constantly flowing inside his body. Gradually, the old cow's originally purple skin began to turn red, and the scorching temperature spread around, igniting all the fallen leaves and dead branches. Crack, crack, crack. The old bull's bones made faint crackling sounds, and its muscles expanded. Its body actually grew taller again, and it suddenly grew into a giant beast of nearly 9 meters. Moo! Finally, as the old bull raised its head and roared, red flames exploded on his body, burning everything around it to ashes. Name of War Beast: Hellfire Ollie Star War Beast Level Gold Level 1 War Beast Skills Victory Roar, Earth Shattering, Savage Collision, Trampling, Firm Will, Raging Bull Demonization, Vajra Giant Spirit Body, Hellfire Fist Passive, Ollie Star controls the Hellfire. Normal attacks and skills add Hellfire effects. Fire damage reduced by 50%. Active, Ollie Star throws a flaming punch, causing high damage to enemies in a straight line, and the first enemy to receive damage will lose an additional 10% of its maximum health. Boom! At this moment, an astonishing energy explodes in Xiao Yao body. Xiao Yao body trembles, and he slowly raises his hands. The left hand blooms with golden holy flames, and the right hand burns with hellfire. Feeling the completely different powerful flames on the left and right, he murmured, "Why don't I change my name to Xiao Yin in the future?" Chapter 381 Battle Power Soars. Looking at the two completely different flames on the left and right, Xiao Yao's eyes jumped, revealing excitement and excitement. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, the energy in his body was still nourishing his body, making his strength and defense continue to grow. Awesome. Xiao Yao opened his arms, and cheered happily. This feeling of rapid growth and strength made him intoxicated. After a few minutes, all the energy in his body was exhausted. Xiao Yao clenched his fists, the red flames burned fiercely, he turned around, and swung a heavy punch at the giant tree behind him. Bang! The tree trembled violently, and the fist sank directly into the trunk. Looking at the dark hole in front of him, Xiao Yao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. If the holy flame is a fire with healing properties, then the hellfire represents the ultimate attack and destruction. The lethality is one level higher than the holy flame. At this time, Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at the old cow, who had changed a lot. The old cow still maintained the state of the giant Vajra spirit body. The height of nearly 9 meters made Xiao Yao only look up at him. Unlike before, the old bull's skin has completely changed, from purple to red, and suddenly it has changed from a purple bull to, well, a red bull. Now the name Purple Hell Demon Bull is no longer suitable for him. Next, he has to think of another name for him. such as Hellfire Bull? Ahem. Names are trivial. What he cares most about is the growth of the old bull's combat power. After being promoted to the gold level, the old bull's strength and defense power have increased several times. He is sure that no gold level war beast can break the old bull's defense. In addition, Lao has mastered a very powerful new skill. Hellfire Fist. The passive ability of Hellfire Fist gives Lao the ability to control the Hellfire. Normal attacks and other skills will add the effect of Hellfire. At the same time, he will be immune to 50% of fire damage. The active effect is even more domineering. It causes high damage to enemies in a straight line. And the first enemy will suffer an additional 10% of the maximum health value. Anyone who has played the game knows how rare it is to have a skill that can directly cause a percentage of the maximum health value. And real combat is different from games. Losing 10% of your health in the game is not a big deal, but at the critical moment of real combat, this 10% of your maximum health damage is enough to completely deprive the enemy of combat effectiveness. There is really no one weak. Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. Shao Karath of the South Sky, Lao Nyo Hellfire Fist, Twitch's Poisonous Soul-Destroying Arrow, Mo Tongue Reality Conversion. Nightmare Reincarnation. Each skill conforms to its own characteristics, and is quite powerful. Mu Old Bull released the giant diamond body, and returned to the normal state of the violent bull demon. However, even in the normal state, his body was larger than before, and his height was more than 4 meters. Xiaoyao stood beside him, barely reaching his waist. Old Bull clenched his fists, and the red hellfire burst out, emitting amazing heat. Feeling the high fighting spirit in Old Bull's heart, Xiaoyao laughed and said, "Don't worry. We both need to find an opponent." After his strength and defense increased dramatically, and he mastered the power of hellfire, Xiaoyao was eager to find an opponent to test his current strength. Before, he could fight a silver level 1 mighty King Kong ape alone, and he was at ease in the battle. Now that his strength has greatly improved, he has full confidence that he can challenge opponents of silver level 3 and 4. After all 4 beasts broke through the gold level, he became more aware of the horror of high-level summoners. At the bronze and silver levels, there were not many war beasts, and the energy fed back by each war beast was limited. So the gap in combat power between summoners and war beasts was quite large. But as the number of war beasts increases, summoners draw different powers from each war beast, which also makes their combat power soar, gradually narrowing the gap between them and the war beasts. It is said that after reaching the master level, the combat power of the summoner itself is no longer inferior to that of the master level war beast. How terrifying that would be! Of course, he is confident that he can defeat the silver 3 for level monsters, because all his 4 war beasts have been promoted to gold level, and the strength of each war beast is far beyond gold level 1. If it were any other summoner who had just broken through the gold level, it would be good to be able to survive against a silver level 1 monster. At this time, Xiaoka let out a low roar towards his side. Xiaoyao turned his head and sniffed. He also smelled a fishy smell approaching quickly. It should be attracted by the bloody smell of the King Kong thorn pig. Xiaoyao smiled and looked forward expectantly. "Who will you be against?" A few minutes later, a fat figure approached quickly. Monster name Flame Bear. Monster level silver level 3 monster skills giant strength, fire explosion. Silver level 3, this is my opponent. Xiaoyao eyes lit up. With a hungry Flame Bear came over smelling the blood. He swallowed his saliva and felt that the feast was right in front of him. Closer, closer, just in front. The Flame Bear licked the corner of his mouth and looked forward. His eyes suddenly widened. What is this? In front, a giant beast more than 4 meters tall was looking at him coldly. Under his feet lay a King Kong thorn pig that exuded the aroma of meat. Beside the giant beast stood several strange creatures, but each creature exuded a terrifying breath. "Sorry to bother you, bye." Yin Xiong turned around quickly and ran away at high speed. Just a few steps away, he felt as if a ball of fire was hitting his head from above. Yin Xiong stopped in a hurry. His bare paw was flaming and slapped his head. Bang! The 2 fire paws, one large and one small, collided, immediately bringing up a shocking wave of air. Xiaoyao did a backflip, standing steadily in front of Yin Xiong. His right hand was burning with red hellfire. Roar! Yin Xiong let out a cry of pain. He spread out his palm, and saw a clear black palm print on the palm, and an unpleasant burnt smell drifted out. "Keep going!" Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards the Flame Bear. Roar! The Flame Bear's body suddenly expanded, and its thick arms drove its flaming bear paws, and slapped Xiaoyao with unrivaled force. Come on! Xiao Yao shouted, and his whole arm was ablaze with red fire, and his sleeves were set on fire. Take my move, Fire Fist. He threw a heavy punch, with a sharp sound of breaking wind that tore through the air. The Fire Fist and the bear paw collided like comets, and suddenly a loud noise sounded, and strong wind ripples spread out. Xiao Yao took a half step back, looking at the bear paw pierced by his fist. A satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shwa! His figure flashed again. Xiao Yao appeared in front of the flame bear like a ghost, and smashed down with his fire fist. Bang! The back of the flame bear's head collapsed, and the bones broke and crackled. Xiao Yao jumped lightly, and stood beside the flame bear, watching the flame bear's body fall to the ground. Sure enough, it's more fun to fight by yourself. Looking at the flames beating in his palm, Xiao Yao's eyes were full of joy and fighting spirit. Chapter 382 Establishing an Organization Valoran. After the battle, Xiao Yao also evaluated his own combat power. After Xiao Ke and Lan You were promoted to the gold level, through the feedback from the war beasts, his strength, defense, speed, endurance and other abilities were greatly improved, and now he is no less than the silver level war beasts. And after mastering the Holy Flame and Hellfire, his attack methods are more fierce and diverse. Even without using all his methods, he can easily kill the silver level 3 fire bear. Of course, there is a difference between monsters and war beasts. Monsters of the same level are far from being the opponents of war beasts. He may be able to kill silver level 5 monsters with all his means, but he can never be the opponent of elite students war beasts such as Lei Kuang, Long Jingyu, and Zhao Feilu. However, Xiao Yao is very satisfied with such a strong fighting power. He expects that when Xiao Ke and Lan You reach gold level 3 and 4, he will definitely be able to sweep all silver level war beasts. After the test of his own combat power is over, it will be Lan You's turn next. Mu the old cow growled, his eyes revealing eagerness and expectation. Xiao Ke, it's up to you. A wish Xiao Ke's nostrils twitched, and he quickly locked onto a target. Under Xiao Ke's guidance, they soon found the old cow's opponent. Monster named Diamond Lion. Monster level gold level 3 monster skills Diamond Body, Lion Roar Cannon, Tiger Claw, Lightning Attack. Gold level 3 Diamond Lion is not small. More than 2 meters tall on all fours, with lion and tiger stripes all over its fur, and muscles full of explosive power. It's you. Lan You beat him. Xiao Yao gave an order. Lan You rushed out like a chariot. Bang bang bang, the ground shook. King Kong Lion Tiger Beast turned his head and saw. His face changed instantly. What the hell is this? Without time to think, King Kong Lion Tiger Beast immediately activated King Kong Body, and opened his mouth at the same time, accompanied by a loud lion roar. A blue ball of light burst out. Lion Roar Cannon. Lan You paused. A raging fire ignited on his thick arms, his waist and abdomen twisted, and he punched hard. Hellfire Fist. Boom. A huge flaming fist shot out, with a long flame trail behind the fist. Bang! The flaming fist collided with the blue light ball, destroying the light ball in an instant, and then the flaming fist hit the King Kong Lion Tiger Beast with explosive force. Boom! The King Kong Lion Tiger Beast flew backwards, like a cannonball, and hit the big tree behind it fiercely. The flames behind the flaming fist continued to move forward for dozens of meters, leaving a gorgeous flame trail in the air. Kong Liger's health value, 78%. Oh. Xiao Yao's eyes widened slightly. Lan You Hellfire Fist actually directly knocked off 22% of Kong Liger's health, of course. There was also the extra damage of 10% of the maximum health value. However, Kong Liger's defense is not weak. It is gold level 3, and has a diamond body. It is also a top existence among all gold level monsters. But this further reflects the horror of Hellfire Fist. If it were other gold level monsters with weak defense, they might lose their combat effectiveness in one move. Roar! The King Kong Lion Tiger Beast got up. The first thing he thought of was not to fight back, but to turn around and run away quickly. The enemy in front of him was too scary. He almost got seriously injured with one move. Only by running away could he have a chance of survival. Seeing that the King Kong Lion Tiger Beast wanted to escape, how could the old cow agree? He kicked his foot, and flames appeared under his feet. Then the flames instantly spread all over his body. From a distance, it looked like a chariot of fire. Wild Charge. Boom! With the blessing of the flames, the old cow's wild charge was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the King Kong Lion Tiger Beast, and rammed it hard. Bang! The King Kong Lion was knocked away again, and fell heavily to the ground. This time, he felt as if his body was falling apart, and it was extremely difficult for him to even stand up. The old cow followed closely, and his burning iron fist smashed down like a war hammer. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the King Kong lion was directly embedded in the ground, and its back collapsed, and its internal organs were crushed into meat paste. A lister's experience value plus 137. The battle ended. Xiao Yao slowly walked to the side of the old cow, and saw the tragic corpse at his feet, and couldn't help but sigh. It's really violent. Compared with Xiao Kekul fighting style, Lao Niu fighting style seems extremely violent. He killed his opponent with just 3 moves. This is the characteristic of power-type war beasts. Every punch hits the flesh, crushing everything with ease, and having a strong visual impact. After throwing the valuable materials from the King Kong Lion Tiger Beast into the broken sky ring, Xiao Yao began to think about the next plan. First, he took stock of the gains after entering the King Kong forest. The first is naturally the great improvement of the war beasts. A new member, Mo Tung, was added to the team. At the same time, Tuki, Xiao Ku, and Lao Niu were all promoted to gold level, and they evolved new skills: soul-destroying arrow of poison, wrath of the south sky, and hellfire fist. The second is the growth of his own combat power. Physical fitness has increased dramatically, toxins and mental power have increased several times at the same time. He has mastered the abilities of Holy Flame and Hellfire. All these abilities add up to enable him to easily defeat silver-level monsters. The third is that he has obtained a large amount of monster materials, and his value has skyrocketed. Since entering the King Kong forest, he has killed at least more than 20 gold-level monsters, and countless silver-level monsters. In order not to take up space in the broken sky ring, he only takes the most valuable materials from gold-level monsters. Even so, his broken sky ring is full. Moreover, he also harvested more than 30 diamond fruits, which are worth more than 20 million. Roughly speaking, his net worth increased by at least 50 million after this trip, and he made a net profit of more than 50 million in more than 10 days. What a terrifying speed of making money. The last point is that he subdued a Platinum 2 subordinate Dukamyati, also known as Lao Du. In Yinqing, a Platinum level person is on par with Shaoli, a strong man at the level of a city protector. Except in Kyoto, Magic City and other mega cities, Platinum level is already the battle ceiling of the city. Being able to recruit such a strongman can be said to be the most important gain of his trip after being promoted to gold level. However, he was really troubled by how to arrange Lao Du. As a bodyguard, Lao Du did not seem to be qualified. After all, he had Zhang Lao, a Diamond 5 strongman, by his side. But if he was left alone, it would be a waste of this Platinum level combat power. What should I do? Xiao Yao fell into deep thought. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and an idea popped up in his mind. Why not establish an organization? Speaking of the organization, he immediately thought of a very classic name: Akatsuki. The Akatsuki organization, which is full of masters, has set off a bloody storm in Naruto, and in this world, he is also capable of establishing an organization similar to Akatsuki. The core team must be several of his teammates. Not only are they deeply trusted by him, but they also have the inheritance of heroes. It can be said that their growth rate in the future will be second only to himself, enough to shock the world. Peripheral members can be subordinates, like Lao Du, who have been brainwashed by Mo Tung. However, since Mo Tung brainwashing may be cracked by the outside world, they are destined not to get his 100% trust. But it is enough to arrange some tasks, and do some inconvenient things. Thinking of this, his thoughts continue to diverge. There are many forces targeting him at present, but in fact, they also have traces to follow. It is better to let Lao Du secretly set up an intelligence organization to collect information from all aspects. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Moreover, as an ace killer, Lao Du also has the ability to accomplish this task. Once this idea was formed, it lingered in his mind. As a man, in addition to the pursuit of strength, the desire for power is also innate. Who doesn't want to have dozens of platinum or even diamond level subordinates? That's it. Xiao Yao clapped his hands and set this goal. From today on, I will establish my own organization. And the name is Valoran. Chapter 383, Skyrocketing Value. The next evening, at the Jin Gangland border station, a dusty man carrying a large bag walked to the security checkpoint. ID card? Said a soldier with a gun. The man took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it to the soldier. The soldier swiped it on the machine beside him, and the man's information was displayed. Xiaofeng, male, 29 years old. After the facial recognition was confirmed, the soldier handed the ID card to the man and said, "You can enter the city?" Xiaofeng, aka Xiao Yao, took the ID card and strode towards the transportation station next to him. Like the Zaya Genshin military base in Yincheng, the Jinganglin border station in Yushan City is also nearly 100 kilometers away from the city. If you want to go into the city, you need to take public transportation. The transportation station has cheap shuttle buses and more expensive private cars. You can choose which one you like. However, generally speaking, those who can go to Jinganglin are summoners, and they don't lack this little money. So they basically choose to take a special car back. "Sir, may I ask where is your destination?" the driver asked politely. Xiao Yao said, "Go directly to the Golden Beast Pavilion." The Golden Beast Pavilion is the largest outdoor rare animal store in Yushan City. It sells outdoor hunting supplies, elixirs, treasures and other items, and also recycles a large number of monster materials, Bajra fruits and other treasures. When he first came to Yushan City, Xiao Yao had inquired about it. The Golden Beast Pavilion has the best reputation in Yushan City. No matter the quality of the items sold or the price of the recycled materials, it can always convince all parties. So he planned to sell all the monster materials and Bajra fruits in his hands to the Golden Beast Pavilion. Sometimes, the recycling price of the Golden Beast Pavilion may be a little lower than that of other stores. But there will never be a phenomenon of bullying customers. Xiao Yao naturally does not worry about being bullied by big stores. And no store dares to bully gold-level summoners. However, he is more afraid of trouble. Instead of comparing the recycling prices of stores one by one, it is better to sell all the things in his hands to the Golden Beast Pavilion at once. Even if the price is low, it will not be much lower. Okay. The driver started the car quickly. As an experienced driver who often drives this route, he can drive to the Golden Beast Pavilion with his eyes closed. Many summoners' first stop after leaving the King Kong Forest is the Golden Beast Pavilion. 2 hours later, the car stopped at the entrance of the Golden Beast Pavilion. After Xiao Yao paid, he walked straight to the entrance of the Golden Beast Pavilion. It was dark at this time, but the Golden Beast Pavilion was brightly lit, with people coming and going. Customers were talking to the clerks. Some were preparing to buy some outdoor supplies, and some were like Xiao Yao, preparing to sell the materials in their hands to the Golden Beast Pavilion. As soon as he entered the door, the clerk came over and asked politely, "Hello, sir, are you going to buy or sell something?" Xiao Yao said, "I am going to sell some monster materials and diamond fruit." The clerk asked again, "Sir, what level is your monster material? We need to arrange appraisers of different levels to appraise your material." Xiao Yao, gold level. Gold level. The clerk's eyes flashed with surprise. It turned out that such a young man was here to sell gold level materials. Could he be a gold level summoner? The clerk's attitude became more respectful, saying, "Sir, please come this way. Please wait in the VIP room for a moment. We will arrange for an appraiser to come and appraise immediately." Following the clerk up to the second floor, Xiao Yao came to the VIP room. The VIP room was not small, about 60 square meters. 2 leather sofas were leaning against the wall. The middle of the room was vacated, and a layer of translucent plastic cloth was laid on it. Sitting on the sofa, the clerk made a pot of tea for Xiao Yao, and then hurriedly notified the appraiser. Less than 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked in. He was wearing the work uniform of the Golden Beast Pavilion, with a golden badge on his chest, which read Level 1 Appraiser Zheng Yu. "Hello, sir. I am the first level appraiser of the Golden Beast Pavilion, Zheng Yu." Zheng Yu extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello." Xiao Yao shook hands with Zheng Yu. "Sir, let's get straight to the point. I heard from the clerk that you are here to sell gold-grade materials. You can put your materials here. I will give you a reasonable purchase price based on the grade and preservation of the materials." Zheng Yu glanced at the sky-breaking ring on Xiao Yao's finger and said, "Okay." Xiao Yao nodded, stood in the middle of the room, and took out his materials from the sky-breaking ring one by one. This is the paw of the King Kong explosive bear, the spikes of the King Kong thorn pig, the skeleton of the King Kong demon ape. As Xiao Yao took out the materials one by one and placed them neatly on the ground, the surprise in Zheng Yu's eyes became more and more intense. As an experienced person, he could tell the source of the materials and the approximate level of the monster at a glance. All the materials on the ground are from gold-level monsters. And some of them are of high level. At least gold level 3, or even gold level 4. The man in front of him looks to be in his 30s at most. He is a genius to be able to kill gold level 3 or 4 monsters at this age. Why haven't I heard of his name before? Is he selling for someone else? Who dares to give so many gold level materials to others to sell? That's all. Xiao Yao took out the last diamond fruit and said to Zheng Yu, "Please wait a moment." Zheng Yu nodded politely and then began to sort the materials on the ground. Half an hour later, Zheng Yu sorted all the items and then gave his evaluation price. "Sir, I estimate the value of these materials to be 53.8 million, including 24.8 million diamond fruit and 29 million other materials. 53.8 million. Not bad." Xiao Yao nodded. The price Zheng Yu gave was not much different from his estimated price. 31 diamond fruits, based on the price of 800,000 each. He gave 24.8 million, and the remaining 20 gold-level monster materials were quoted at 29 million, which was also reasonable. Normally, a gold-level monster, if all the materials were decomposed and taken away, could be sold for about 2 to 3 million, but he only took the most valuable materials from the monster, so basically it was about 1 million per monster. "Okay. Let's do it," Xiao Yao said cheerfully. "Okay. Please wait a moment." Zheng Yu asked people to move all the materials away and called the finance department to list the prices. After both parties signed, Xiao Yao settled the bill, seeing that more than 50 million yuan had been deposited into his card. Xiao Yao smiled slightly and walked out of the store with the farewell of the clerk and Zheng Yu. As soon as he reached the door, Xiao Yao saw Lao Du waiting respectfully not far away. Lao Du put on a fake beard, and his skin condition also changed a little. But through the fear seed, Xiao Yao could immediately determine his identity. When he stepped into Yushan City, he could sense the approximate location of the fear seed. He believed that Lao Du was waiting here in advance because of this inexplicable connection. "Master." Lao Du looked at Xiao Yao, who was walking towards him, and bowed respectfully. "Lao Du. Call me boss from now on. Master sounds a bit strange." Xiao Yao patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, boss." Lao Du bowed slightly. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Let's go." "Lao Du. Let me see who the person who sent you to kill me is." Lao Du raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, boss." Chapter 384. The Poison of the Love-Destroying Flower. Yushan Hotel. Dang dang dang, the door of the room was knocked. A hot-bodied, beautiful-looking woman quickly stood up. She saw the person outside the door through the peephole, and her mouth curled up a little. The woman opened the door and said in a soft voice, "Mr. Du, you are finally back." Old Du walked into the room, sat directly on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said arrogantly, "My mission has been completed. Are you ready for what I want?" After hearing this, a strange color flashed in the woman's eyes. She leaned on Lao Du, blinked her charming eyes, and said, "Of course, we have already prepared what you want." Lao Du said calmly, "Then pay the money and get the goods. You put what I want on the table, and I will give you the target's head." After saying that, Lao Du took out a box from the beast control space. In the box, a strong smell of blood escaped, which made the woman's eyes look expectant. But the woman hesitated and said, "Mr. Du, you are a platinum-level master, and I am just a weak woman. What if you—" Before she finished speaking, old Du said coldly, "I have been a lone wolf in the killer world for decades. Do you think I will destroy my reputation because of a mission?" The woman thought for a moment, pursed her lips and nodded. "Okay then." She turned her wrist, and a porcelain bottle appeared in her palm. At the same time, she also placed a piece of dark metal on the table. "Mr. Du, this is the blood essence of the Diamond 4 Howling Moon Wolf, and 10 kilograms of Jinji gold." Old Du took the porcelain bottle and uncorked it, and instantly sensed the violent and wild energy in the porcelain bottle. He waved his hand and summoned the Howling Wind Wolf in the room. Awooh! As soon as the Howling Wind Wolf appeared, it let out an anxious low roar at the porcelain bottle. It was obvious that it was extremely eager for the blood essence in the porcelain bottle. Seeing this, Old Du nodded with satisfaction. He took the Howling Wind Wolf back to the beast control space, and after confirming that the Jinji gold was also correct, he pointed to the box and smiled. "You can check it." The woman took a deep breath and opened the box with anticipation. The moment she opened the box, her expression froze instantly. The box contained a bloody pig head. "You?" The woman's eyes widened, and she glared at Lao Du. Her tone was no longer charming, but as cold as a snake, Mr. Du. What do you mean? Lao Du slowly stood up, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry. I can't kill the person you want to kill. Because he is my subordinate. A gentle voice came from behind the woman. As if struck by lightning, the woman's body stiffened instantly. She turned around mechanically, and saw the very familiar face behind her. This is impossible. The woman screamed, her tone full of disbelief. Behind her was her assassination target this time. Xiao Yao. The ace lone wolf in the assassin world turned out to be Xiao Yao's subordinate. This was simply ridiculous. One was a sinister and vicious foreign killer hiding in the dark, and the other was Xiao Yao, a legendary genius of the dragon country who was as bright as the sun. How could the two of them be related? But when she reacted, the woman immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Lone Wolf was Xiao Yao's subordinate. So wouldn't she be? Just then, a black mist suddenly rose in the room, and a terrifying black monster appeared beside Xiao Yao, with no nose or mouth, and its eyes emitting a strange white light. What kind of monster is this? The woman was frightened by the sudden appearance of the monster, and her scalp went numb, and she was shrouded in boundless fear. The next second, she completely lost consciousness. Mo tongue floated in front of the woman, and the black mist flowed along her ears, and continuously drilled into her brain. Nightmare reincarnation soon. Through Mo tongue feedback, Xiao Yao learned that the woman in front of him was actually a silver-level summoner with good mental power. But in front of the gold-level Mo tongue, a mere silver-level summoner was still vulnerable to abuse. More than 10 minutes later, the woman's origin, mission, and even her childhood memories were all dug out by Mo tongue. So she's a spy from the United States, Xiao Yao said with a faint smile. The woman in front of him was Huang Yuran, a spy planted by the United States in Long Country, a silver-level summoner. Her previous mission was to help the United States collect intelligence, and to seduce some weak-willed officials through her beauty, so that they would do something that would betray the interests of the country. A while ago, she received a new mission, which was to collect information about Xiao Yao, the legendary genius of the dragon country, and find an opportunity to get rid of him, since she was only at the silver level, and did not have any strong people available. She planned to get rid of Xiao Yao through the assassin organization. By contacting the assassin organization, Huang Yuran found Lao Du. But Lao Du had some concerns at the beginning, so she went to his house in person, and used beauty and other conditions to strengthen Lao Du's determination. At this time, Xiao Yao glanced at Lao Du. Lao Du. Lao Du. I didn't expect you to be so old. And you are so good at playing. Lao Du was a little scared by Xiao Yao's eyes, and smiled awkwardly. Hu Mo Ting sucked all the black mist into his body, and Huang Yuran's body fell to the ground. At this time, Xiao Yao got another message from Mo Teng's mind, and couldn't help looking at Lao Du. Lao Du, do you want to know what will happen to you if you really kill me? Xiao Yao said with a smile. Lao Du swallowed his saliva. Boss, you tell me. Xiao Yao pointed at the woman lying on the ground and said, do you know what she took before you came in? Boss, what was it? Platinum level love-killing flower poison. What? A trace of surprise and anger flashed in Lao Du's eyes. The love-killing flower poison is an extremely rare and magical toxin. Women and other female creatures will not have any reaction after taking it, but the first male creature to make peace with it will be destroyed by the love-killing flower, causing the whole body to be paralyzed and completely lose the ability to move. This woman actually took the platinum-level love-killing flower poison. It goes without saying that it was definitely used to deal with him. Damn. Bitch. Lao Du gritted his teeth and cursed. It turned out that this woman didn't want him to complete the mission alive. He now felt both fortunate and scared. If he hadn't been captured by the boss, he might have really fallen into the hands of this vicious woman. Looking at the unconscious woman on the ground, Lao Du gritted his teeth and said, Boss, what should we do with this woman? Xiao Yao waved his hand. Kill her. Anyway, he knew what the woman did. He planned to report all the corrupt officials when he returned to Kyoto. With his current identity and status, the relevant departments would definitely pay attention to it. Some things just haven't been investigated. As long as they want to investigate, no one can escape. He currently has other plans. Whether he takes this woman with him or hands her over, he will expose his current situation. So he should just kill her. Yes. A fierce look flashed in Lao Du's eyes. With one hand, the woman's body floated up, and her neck was stuck in Lao Du's mouth. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp bone-breaking sound, the woman's head drooped weakly. Lao Du threw the woman's body into the beast control space, respectfully said, "Boss, what are you going to do next?" Xiao Yao said, "Let's find a place to settle down first. I want to take a good bath and rest." After staying in Jing, England for more than a week, as soon as he returned to the city, he felt itchy all over his body. Lao Du said, "Boss, I have a villa here. Why don't you stay there today?" "Oh, sure." "Lao Du, there is a villa." Xiao Yao smiled. Lao Du smiled. "After working for decades, you must have saved some assets." "Okay." Xiao Yao smiled. "Then I go to your villa tonight." "Okay." Chapter 385 Zinjijin Beast Armor. Lao Du Villa is located in Xi district of Yushan City. Since Yushan City is close to the King Kong Forest, there are many summoners, so the government deliberately planned Xi district as a wealthy area of Yushan City to attract summoners to buy houses and settle down. After years of development, Xi district is full of villas, and Lao Du Villa is the top one among them. "Lao Du, your house is not bad." Xiao Yao glanced at the decoration inside the house and nodded. Lao Du Villa is very luxuriously decorated, and the expensive materials can be seen everywhere. However, given Lao Du wealth, it is not surprising that he owns a villa this level. "Boss, your room is on the second floor. I take you up." Lao Du led Xiao Yao to the second floor and came to a spacious room. Xiao Yao looked at the decoration in the room and said with satisfaction, "Okay, then I will stay here tonight. By the way, I need to take a shower now." After arriving in the room, he felt itchy all over his body, and his desire to take a shower was even stronger. "Boss, you can just wash here." Lao Du pointed to the bathroom in the bedroom and said, "Okay." Xiao Yao rushed into the bathroom and started his half-hour dust rubbing time. After taking a shower, Xiao Yao came to the living room refreshed and found Lao Du sitting on the sofa with several things in front of him. "Boss." Seeing Xiao Yao coming out, Lao Du stood up and said, "Before, you asked me to find out which forces were secretly targeting you. I checked and found some people and killed them all. These are the spoils obtained from them." "Oh, so efficient?" Xiao Yao was a little surprised. He originally just wanted Lao Du to pay more attention, collect some intelligence, and wait for him to come back to see if he could lure these people out. He didn't expect Lao Du to be so powerful. Not only did he find the people, but he also solved them. Xiao Yao was more determined in his decision. Lao Du was a talent, strong, and experienced. It was really suitable for him to do intelligence work. Xiao Yao glanced at the items on the table, and his eyes lit up. "Are those two shattered sky rings?" On the table, there were several pieces of black metal, a porcelain bottle, 2 rings, and some check-like things. Old Du nodded and said, "Yes, boss, these 2 are shattered sky rings, but I didn't drop blood to recognize the owner, so I'm not sure about the size of the space and what else is inside." "Okay, then I take these 2 shattered sky rings," Xiao Yao said. Although he also had a shattered sky ring, it was no one's fault, so he didn't need to give it to other teammates. He was also quite curious about what was inside the sky-breaking ring. These should all be the sky-breaking rings of spies, right? Could there be any secrets inside? "Boss, this porcelain bottle contains the blood essence of the Diamond 4 Howling Moon Wolf." "The blood essence of the Howling Moon Wolf?" Xiao Yao suddenly remembered, and said, "I remember this is the reward Huang Yuan gave you." "Huang Yuan? Is that the woman's name?" Lao Du nodded and said, "Yes, I specifically asked for this thing when I asked for the reward. The blood essence of the Howling Moon Wolf can help wolf-type war beasts transform and enhance their blood strength. Your angry blood wolf can use it." So Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, "Since it is what you need, I will not take it away from others." At present, he is still very satisfied with Lao Du as a subordinate. In addition, there will be important tasks assigned to him later. So this bottle of blood essence will be left to Lao Du to strengthen his Howling Wind Wolf. Moreover, strengthening blood is actually quite metaphysical. Who knows if this thing is useful to Xiao Ke? If it is useless, it will be a huge waste. A hint of joy flashed in Lao Du's eyes, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, boss." Xiao Yao looked at the pieces of black metal and asked, "Old Du, what are these?" Old Du explained, "Boss, these pieces are all Jinji gold, weighing a total of 15 kilograms. "Jinji gold?" Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up a piece of Jinji gold and looked at it carefully. Jinji gold is a very rare active metal, and its biggest use is as the main raw material for beast armor. Beast armor is the equipment that Wan Jiabao first used in the Beijing University Freshman Challenge. Beast armor is generally made of monster shells and precious metals. It is integrated into the body of the war beast through blood covenant, and can be summoned at any time during battle to enhance the war beast's abilities in all aspects. The beast armor used by Wan Jiabao at that time was made of materials taken from the gold level 4 Thunder Queen ant. But that beast armor can actually only be used for black iron, bronze, and silver levels. The effect of blessing is minimal. But Jinji Gold is different. It is the preferred material for many platinum and diamond summoners to create beast armor. It has high hardness and strong elemental conduction ability. It can not only protect the war beast, but also enhance skill damage and improve the strength of the war beast. However, the source of Jinji Gold is very mysterious, and the production is rare and expensive. Therefore, even for platinum level and even diamond level summoners, few people have the ability to use Jinji Gold to make a set of beast armor. I didn't expect that Lao Du, a small platinum level 2 summoner, could collect 15 kilograms of Jinji Gold. It's incredible. 15 kilograms of Jinji Gold plus some other metals are enough to make platinum level beast armor. At this time, Lao Du said embarrassedly, "Boss, these Jinji Gold are the rewards for assassinating you. I don't have the face to take them. You can find a forging master to make a good beast armor for your war beast." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Okay, I take these Jinji Gold." As far as he knew, there was a very famous forging master in Kyoto University. And this forging master would also accept some talented students as apprentices and teach them forging skills. Given how much he was respected in Kyoto University, it shouldn't be a problem to ask this master to help forge a set of beast armor. "Boss, these last few are bearer checks, and they add up to 24 million. 24 million. These spies are really rich. But this money should be the funds for assassinating me. Confiscate it." Xiao Yao took the check, patted Lao Du on the shoulder and said, "Lao Du, I am very satisfied with what you have done. I have something to give you next, but it is too late today. I will talk to you in detail tomorrow." Lao Du nodded and said, "Okay. Boss, then you can rest first. By the way, boss, I allow the war beast to be placed outside. You can let the war beast rest in the yard." "Hey, your place is pretty good," Old Du explained. "Most of the people who can buy houses here are summoners, so they are quite relaxed in this regard." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "Okay, I let them come out for some fresh air." He walked to the yard and summoned Xiaoke and the others. "You guys can rest here. I go upstairs to sleep." He hadn't had a good rest for more than a week, and now he just wanted to sleep until dawn. Back in the bedroom, as soon as Xiao Yao's head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. In the yard, Xiaoku, Laonyo, and Tuki found a comfortable position and fell asleep soon. Mordecai turned into a ball of black mist, drifting everywhere in the dark night. The passive ability of Nightmare Reincarnation allows him to absorb nightmare energy to strengthen himself. So now he has nothing to do, and plans to walk around and find those who are dreaming. The black mist floated around, and after a circle in the XC area, Mordecai did not find the target he wanted. Then he turned around and flew to the south city of Yushan City. Nancheng is the slum of Yushan City, with a large population and a mixed crowd. Perhaps there is something to be gained here. As expected, Mo Tang quickly locked onto his target. He found that under a dilapidated house with a yard, there were dozens of people having nightmares at the same time. This aroused his curiosity, and he immediately sneaked into the dreams of these people. 10 minutes later, the black fog slowly floated out of the room. At this moment, Xiao Yao, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly stood up, with a strange color flashing in his eyes. Chapter 386 Planting Demons. Dong dong dong. Xiao Yao put on his clothes and walked downstairs quickly. "Boss!" At this time, Lao Du also heard the noise and hurried out the door. Xiao Yao said, "Lao Du, I am going to number 231, Gufeng Street, Nancheng now. You follow me. But don't be discovered." Lao Du nodded and said, "Okay, boss. But if something happened over there, if it's not too important, I go there for you." Xiao Yao waved his hand and said, "No, I need to go there myself, you just follow me." Lao Du nodded and said, "Okay, boss." Xiao Yao stepped out of the door. At this time, a black fog quickly floated in the sky and condensed into a pair of black wings behind Xiao Yao. He took the other three beasts back to the beast control space, and with a shake of the black wings, Xiao Yao quickly rushed into the sky. During the flight, the thick black fog surrounded Xiao Yao's entire body, making him completely hidden in the dark sky. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Yao appeared outside the door of the house. Mo Tung, go and control the two summoners. From the information Mo Tung gave back, he learned that, in addition to dozens of people who were in deep sleep in this house, there were also 2 bronze-level summoners guarding it. He wanted to know from these 2 summoners, who were these sleeping people? Who imprisoned them here? Mo Tung nodded. His body turned into a ball of black mist, and slowly floated into the room. For him, it was easy to get rid of the 2 bronze-level summoners without anyone noticing. Soon Xiao Yao sensed that both people in the house were hypnotized by Mo Tung. He turned over and entered the yard and walked into the room. In the room, 2 young men were lying on the bed, their heads covered by black fog, and the scene looked quite strange. A few minutes later, Mo Tung told Xiao Yao all the information he got from the 2 men. Interesting. After receiving all the information, Xiao Yao showed an interested look in his eyes. Mo Tung told him that these 2 people had obvious signs of being hypnotized and brainwashed. And from the memories of these 2 people, Xiao Yao also learned why dozens of people were trapped underground. The summoner who brainwashed the 2 people had a strange war beast, one of whose skills was called demon planting. Once the humans planted with demons fell asleep, they would definitely fall into nightmares. And the demon seeds planted in their minds would absorb nightmare energy and continue to grow. When the demon seeds grew to a certain stage, the owner of the demon seeds would harvest the demon seed energy, improve the strength of the war beast, and then plant demon seeds again, waiting for the next harvest. There were 49 people underground, all of whom were planted with demon seeds. And in order to speed up the growth of the demon seeds, the 2 summoners would add sleeping pills to their daily food to keep them in a coma. From the memories of the 2, it was learned that the 49 people underground had been trapped for nearly a year, and most of them were close to physical and mental collapse. However, one of the 2 had a war beast with healing skills, so it could barely keep them alive. What a cruel way to raise poisonous insects. Xiao Yao frowned. This behavior of improving one's own strength at the cost of harming the freedom of innocent people was something he absolutely could not accept. Most of these 49 people were deceived by various means, and many of them were young people who were naive to the world. The most important thing is that the summoner who planted the demon seed in these people actually has an official background. You are looking for death. A cold light flashed in Xiao Yao's eyes. He walked to another room, pulled open the worn carpet, and a big black hole led directly to the ground. Xiao Yao walked slowly underground, and in the dim light, he saw a group of thin, pale-skinned poor people. Their mouths were covered with tape, and their hands and feet were tied to the wall with ropes. These people closed their eyes tightly, curled up together, and looked terrified, as if they had dreamed of something extremely terrifying. A gust of black fog blew over, and Mo Tung came to Xiao Yao. At this time, Mo Tung's eyes flickered, and he told Xiao Yao something. What? Xiao Yao showed a happy look. You can also harvest the energy of the demon seeds? Mo Tung nodded. He feeds on nightmares, and these demon seeds are actually highly condensed nightmare energy. To him, they are like delicious chocolate. Not only sweet, but also full of energy. Then you try it quickly. Under Xiao Yao's expectant gaze, Mo Tung transformed into a large ball of black fog, covering everyone. Entering the soul realm of these people, Mo Tung immediately found the demon species that exuded strange energy. The thick black fog enveloped dozens of demon species, and the demon species quickly turned into flowing water, perfectly blending into the black fog. Under Xiao Yao's surprised gaze, Mo Tung experience value increased rapidly. 15%, 20%, 30%. When the experience value reached 70%, the growth rate gradually slowed down, and the final experience value was fixed at 81%. Wow, this is really a big bargain. Xiao Yao's mouth curled up. After working hard for nearly a year, he finally made wedding clothes for others. He could already imagine how furious the person behind the scenes would be when he found out that he had intercepted the demon species. This is your initial punishment. How the black mist dissipated, Mo Tung condensed into a solid body again. He faintly exuded strange fluctuations, as if he had not completely digested the energy that had surged. Mo Tung, wake them up, Xiao Yao said. After the demon seed was absorbed, the expressions of this group of people immediately eased a lot. It seemed that they should have been freed from the nightmare. However, their bodies and minds have been greatly damaged, so they should be sent to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Mo Tung nodded, and the black fog enveloped everyone again. After a while, Wu opened his eyes in confusion, and saw a strange man appear in front of him. Everyone couldn't help but scream. However, their mouths were sealed with tape, their hands and feet were also tied, so even if their faces were flushed, they could only make a humming sound. Don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. Xiao Yao squatted down and untied the tape and ropes on them one by one. After realizing that Xiao Yao was not in the same group as the man who had imprisoned them before, the group of people were silent for a moment. And then, they cried out in a shocking way, calling for help. Wow! Dozens of people cried together, and the crying seemed to shake the entire cave slightly. Alas, looking at the group of people crying bitterly, Xiao Yao sighed slightly. They have been in a daze for nearly a year, and they have not yet completely collapsed. They are lucky in misfortune. At this time, the crying also woke up the neighbors. Hearing a large group of people crying, the vigilant people called the police directly. Hello, officer. We heard a large group of people crying here, and I feel something is wrong. We are at number 232, Gufeng Street, Nanchang. Chapter 387 Tough Confrontation. Boss, we just received a report from the masses that we heard a large group of people crying at number 232, Gufeng Street, Nanchang. We suspect something is going on there. Notify the brothers on duty, and rush over now. I'll be there later. Yes. Hearing the name of number 232, Gufeng Street, Nanchang, a police officer on duty had his eyes flickering. He quietly took out his mobile phone and sent a text message. After sending the message, he quickly deleted the text message and followed the other police officers. Captain Wang, have another drink. In the bar, the hot woman pressed against Wang Hai, and the glass was directly to his lips. Wang Hai put his arm around the woman's waist and said with a flushed face, Drink, our brothers are all going to have a good time drinking today. Brother Hai, if you get drunk today, what if you can't get up to go to work tomorrow? A young man coaxed. Wang Hai waved his hand, if you can't get up, don't go, I approve your leave. Brother Hai is very generous. Brother Hai, I won't go tomorrow either, please approve my leave. Approve, all of them. The woman complimented. Captain Wang is indeed the backbone of the law enforcement team, you are so confident when you speak. Wang Hai took a sip of wine, said seriously, I am just a deputy captain, the backbone is still our Captain Shi Yinbo. Brother Hai, in my opinion, you are the captain of our law enforcement team. Captain Shi usually doesn't care about things, but we still rely on you for big and small things. A team member said loudly. Hearing this, Wang Hai's face turned serious and said, What are you talking about? Our Captain Shi is dedicated to improving his strength. Isn't it to protect our entire Yushan city from monster attacks? You kid has no ideological height at all. If this gets out, how will Captain Shi look at me? Yes. 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 The team member slapped himself hard on the face and said, Brother Hai, I said the wrong thing. I will drink 3 cups as a punishment. Seeing this, Wang Hai's face softened a little and said, Well, just remember it. Don't talk nonsense when you go out in the future. At this time, an angry message came to his mind. And Wang Hai's face suddenly changed. Who touched my demon seed? His eyes were bloodshot, and his silver teeth were about to break. He had worked hard to cultivate the demon seed for nearly a year, and it was about to be harvested. He could never have imagined that the demon seed would disappear inexplicably before it was completed. Wang Hai pressed the wine glass on the table, and suddenly stood up and said, Everyone follow me now. The other team members hurriedly stood up and asked, What's the matter? Brother Hai? What happened? Wang Hai said with a gloomy face, There was a case in Nanchang district. I have to rush over now. Nanchang? The team members were confused. How did Brother Hai know that something happened in Nanchang? It seems that no one called to inform them. Wang Hai did not explain too much, walked out of the room with a gloomy face, and the other team members could only follow quickly. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. Xiao Yao raised his voice, with a hint of mental shock in his tone. Suddenly, everyone stopped crying and looked at Xiao Yao with some fear. Listen to me. Xiao Yao said gently, The police will be here soon, and you will be able to go home soon. But please wait quietly now. After that, Xiao Yao turned his wrist, and a pile of bread, small cakes, and milk appeared on the ground. Come on, everyone, eat something first. Seeing the pile of food on the ground, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and their eyes revealed expectation and desire. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and distributed the food to them in an orderly manner. He had just heard the neighbor next door calling the police. But it was good this way, saving him from having to make a phone call. Sizzle. Sizzle. After getting the food and milk, the group of people couldn't wait to open the packages and devoured them like starving ghosts. Some people even choked and turned red because they ate too quickly. But after quickly drinking a mouthful of milk, they continued to devour, fearing that others would snatch their food away. Xiao Yao looked at them with pity. He knew that, in this year, in order not to attract attention, the two summoners only provided these people with tasteless energy bars every day. Nowadays, energy bars can contain all the nutrients needed by the human body. But the taste of that thing is very ordinary. Usually, only summoners who go hunting in the wild will buy a large number of them. And these people have been eating energy bars for a whole year. If it were him, his taste would probably degenerate. At this moment, he heard chaotic footsteps not far from the door. He turned to look at the crowd and said, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." After that, under the attention of everyone, Xiao Yao gently closed the door and walked out of the yard. At this time, more than a dozen policemen were standing outside the yard. When they saw Xiao Yao appear, everyone's face showed a touch of shock and astonishment. "Xiao Yao. I'm not seeing wrong. It's him. It must be right. Why is he here?" Looking at the shocked policeman, Xiao Yao said in a deep voice, "Who is the leader?" "I am." A deep voice came, and a man in plain clothes stood up and said, "I am the captain of the Nancheng police station, Zhang Yilong." Xiao Yao looked at him and nodded. "Officer Zhang, I am Xiao Yao. I found a vicious imprisonment case here. There are 49 people imprisoned here, and now I need your cooperation to help this group of people find their relatives." 49 people's vicious imprisonment case? All of the police officers' faces suddenly changed. This case of imprisonment involving so many people, the sky of Yushan City is about to be exposed. Officer Zhang hesitated and said, "Okay, but I still need to inform my leader about this matter." Xiao Yao nodded and said, "No problem." Officer Zhang walked aside and quickly dialed the phone. While Officer Zhang was reporting, Xiao Yao was also secretly observing the police officers present. He found that one of the police officers had a flickering look in his eyes, and his heart was beating abnormally fast. It was obvious that he had a problem. Da-da-da. At this time, there was a noisy sound of footsteps not far away. Looking back, I saw a middle-aged man with a greasy face running quickly, and there were 7 or 8 men behind him. From a distance, Xiao Yao could smell the alcohol on them. "Captain Wang! Captain Wang!" Seeing the person coming, all the police officers bowed and greeted him. Captain Wang ignored them, and was about to break into the yard directly. But at this moment, a strong arm stopped them. "You can't go in." A cold voice came. Wang Hai raised his head and cursed, "You are..." His voice suddenly stopped, and there was a strong shock in his eyes. "Xiao Yao. Why is he here?" Xiao Yao's expression was very cold, and he said word by word, "You can't go in." He knew the man in front of him. Wang Hai, deputy captain of the Yushan City Law Enforcement Team. He is the mastermind behind this case. Chapter 388. Defeat Wang Hai with one move. "Mr. Xiao Yao, this is Wang Hai, the deputy captain of our Yushan City Law Enforcement Team." After reporting, Officer Zhang saw the confrontation between Xiao Yao and Wang Hai, and hurried over to explain. "Yes, I am from the law enforcement team." Wang Hai also forced a smile on his face. If it was someone else standing in front of him, he would have slapped him in the face. But the man in front of him was Xiao Yao, the most legendary genius in the history of Longhua, and he would not dare to be presumptuous even if he had 10 courage. Xiao Yao half closed his eyes, paused and said, "You can go in. But you are only responsible for helping this group of people find their families. I want to take the other 2 people in the room away." "That's impossible." Wang Hai refused directly, and said firmly, "This is the base of Yushan City. All summoners are under our control." As Xiao Yao showed an intriguing smile, "Captain Wang, did I say that the people inside are summoners?" As soon as these words came out, Wang Hai's body suddenly stiffened. Yeah." Others also looked at Wang Hai with doubtful expressions. They just realized now that the bureau had not notified the law enforcement team. So how come Wang Hai came here right after they arrived? And why did he insist on breaking in and taking people away when there was no clear summoner involved? At this time, Zhang Yilong, an old official, noticed something wrong, but he didn't say anything, but scanned back and forth between Xiao Yao and Wang Hai with a sharp gaze. I'm not sure if the person here is a summoner. Wang Hai panicked, but soon calmed down and explained. But since such a big case has happened, our law enforcement team has the obligation to find out the truth of the matter. Hand the person over to our law enforcement team. I have sufficient means and confidence to conduct interrogation in a short time and find out all the people involved in the case. So that's how it is. Some young police officers showed a look of sudden realization. But at the same time, some old police officers were not convinced by Wang Hai's explanation. The entire Dragon Country law enforcement system has strict regulations. All cases that do not involve summoners are handled by ordinary police stations. Before, no matter how bad the case was in the city, Wang Hai never took the initiative to intervene. But why was he so active in this small imprisonment case? Is there really no problem with this? At this time, the noise outside woke up many people nearby. Everyone saw a group of policemen gathered there through the window, and curiosity prompted them to run out to watch the excitement. When they saw the tall figure in front of number 231, they were even more surprised. Oh my god! That's Xiao Yao. Yes, that's him. Wow! Xiao Yao actually came to our Yushan. The people didn't dare to get too close to the police, but they all gathered around and took out their mobile phones to take pictures crazily. The appearance of the people gave Wang Hai an idea. He raised his voice and said righteously, Xiao Yao. Catching criminals is the responsibility of our law enforcement team. Although you are the league champion and a super genius, you have no right to hinder our law enforcement. What? Xiao Yao is obstructing the law enforcement team. Wang Hai's words immediately made the people's eyes widen, and they were extremely surprised. Could it be that Xiao Yao also became arrogant and lost his mind because of his super genius? Facing the doubts and puzzled eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yao said coldly, Wang Hai, don't you know what you did? Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat, and he said with some lack of confidence, What do you mean? Shua at this time, the eyes of the police, the people, and even the law enforcement team members all fell on Wang Hai, and Wang Hai broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. No, I can't get entangled with him anymore. Wang Hai forced himself to calm down, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. So many people were watching, and Xiao Yao was involved. If it dragged on, things would definitely get out of hand. Then, what he did would definitely not be able to be concealed. So he had to kill those two people before things got out of hand. He stepped back a few steps, and with a big wave of his hand, two huge war beasts appeared beside him. They were the gold level 3 long-armed ape, the gold level 1 armored giant crocodile. As the deputy captain of the Yushan City law enforcement team, Wang Hai was able to hold his position for more than 10 years. Naturally, he had his own strengths. Especially since Yushan City is close to the border and the King Kong forest. The environment is complex and there are many summoners. So the law enforcement team needs to have the strength to suppress everything. In addition to Shi Yanba, the captain of the law enforcement team, Wang Hai is the strongest force of the law enforcement team. A gold level 3 summoner. Wang Hai said sternly, Xiao Yao, I formally warn you. If you hinder our law enforcement again, I will arrest you for obstructing the performance of public duties. Boom! Wang Hai's words immediately caused an uproar. Capture Xiao Yao? I didn't hear it wrong. Humph. Xiao Yao sneered, and waved his hand. Two giant beasts suddenly appeared. A woof! Moo! As soon as Xiaoke and Lao Niu appeared, they immediately entered the bloodthirsty wolf and violent bull demon states. This is the angry blood demon wolf, and Ziyu. Hey, it's died. Although Xiaoke and Lao Niu appearances have changed, the people still recognize them at the first time. After all, the only one who can undergo this kind of humanoid evolution is Xiao Yao family. Yellow. Gold level. Feeling the strong pressure from the opposite side, Wang Hai's pupil shrank suddenly, and his heart sank immediately. How is it possible? How old is he, and he has already reached the gold level? Wang Hai clenched his teeth, and his heart was full of disbelief. Xiao Yao stood between Xiaoke and Lao Niu, and said lightly, I tell you, you can't enter this door today. You? Wang Hai clenched his fists, and his nails dug deep into his flesh. Now he is in an extremely dilemma. If he forced his way in, he would have to fight Xiao Yao. Although he was a gold level 3 summoner, he was not sure whether he could defeat the most legendary genius of Dragon Country. But if he didn't force his way in, and let Xiao Yao take the person away, the consequences would be even more miserable. Damn it. Let's fight. Wang Hai's eyes flashed red. If he fought, there was still hope. If he didn't fight, he would only wait for death. Go! As soon as Wang Hai gave the order, the long-armed spirit ape and the armored giant crocodile attacked at the same time and pounced on Xiao Yao. To catch a thief, first catch the leader, take Xiao Yao down, and the rest will be easy. Seeking death? A fierce light flashed in Xiaoku and Lao Niu's eyes, and the two beasts each found their opponents. The golden flame and the red flame bloomed at the same time. The dazzling wolf head hit the chest of the long-armed spirit ape, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood, exposing the eerie white bones. And the huge iron fist blasted the armored giant crocodile into the ground, making it unconscious instantly. Everyone present opened their mouths wide, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. One move. With just one move, Xiao Yao defeated Wang Hai, the deputy captain of the law enforcement team of Yushan City. A gold level 3 summoner. This is too exaggerated. Wang Hai stared at the two war beasts with a dull look, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. One move? How could he be defeated with just one move? The long-armed spirit ape is a gold level 3 war beast. Looking at Xiao Yao's expressionless face, Wang Hai gritted his teeth, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. There is no other way, let it be exposed. A flash of white light. A black ghost floating in the air appeared beside Wang Hai. The black ghost looked like a fierce ghost, had a strange figure, and a pair of eyes flashing scarlet. Name of the War Beast: Dream Demon. War Beast level gold level 1 War Beast skill Mental Shock, Dream Hypnosis, Telekinesis, Demon Seeding. Finally appeared. Looking at the nightmare demon emitting a terrifying aura beside Wang Hai, Xiao Yao showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 389 Master? Why did Brother Hai summon the nightmare? What's the use of a nightmare of silver level 5? No. This energy is a nightmare of gold level. Gold level. Go. Kill the two people inside. Wang Hai ordered. He didn't need to care about the dozens of people trapped inside, because those people were completely unaware of his existence. But the two thugs knew their identities very well. So they had to die. Huh? The nightmare soared into the air, past Xiaoku and Lao Niu, and rushed into the house. Xiaoku and Lao Niu looked at the nightmare indifferently, and sneered. Bang! Just as the nightmare was about to enter the room, the boundless black fog enveloped the entire yard. Seeing this scene, Wang Hai was shocked. But before he could react, he let out a shrill scream in the next second. Ah! Wang Hai fell to his knees, holding his head with both hands, his facial veins exposed, and his face flushed as if it was about to burst. Xiao Yao showed a disdainful smile. The little nightmare dared to show up in front of him. Oh Tung, it was really showing off his sword in front of Guan Gong. This is... All the law enforcement team members looked at Xiao Yao with horror. This is the sign of the death of the war beast. He actually killed Brother Hai Nightmare. Xiao Yao snorted coldly, took a step forward. Suddenly, all the law enforcement team members retreated together. Xiao Yao said, "Notify your law enforcement team leader, let him come over now." That. A young law enforcement officer said timidly, I have informed the captain. Squeak. At this time, an extremely sharp sound of breaking wind sounded in the sky. I saw a figure flying quickly, with blue wings on his back, stepping on the blue clouds, and his momentum was as ruthless as a violent wind. War Beast named Blue Winged Fierce Wind Eagle. War Beast level Platinum level 4 War Beast skills Rapid, Wind Blade, Wild Wind Prison, Wind Tornado, Swift Wind Flash, Wind Disc Large Cut Platinum level 4. Xiao Yao frowned slightly, but soon he restrained his expression and waited calmly. Hu Qing wings spread out, and the burly man slowly landed. Captain! Captain, sure. As soon as the man arrived, the law enforcement team members gathered around him, as if they had found a backer. The man was none other than the captain of the Yushan City law enforcement team. Shi Yanbo. Shi Yanbo looked at the seriously injured long-armed spirit ape and the armored giant crocodile lying on the ground, as well as Wang Hai, who looked painful. His eyes condensed, and he said sternly, "Who did it?" Wang Hai confident hurried to Shi Yanbo and complained, "Captain, you are finally here." He pointed at Xiao Yao and said, "This person hindered our law enforcement, and also killed Brother Hai Nightmare. Wang Hai Nightmare is dead." Shi Yanbo looked at Xiao Yao with cold eyes. "Who are you? How dare you attack our law enforcement team?" "Captain! Captain!" A team member knew that Shi Yanbo was usually obsessed with improving his strength, and didn't care much about the news from the outside world. So he quickly explained, "This person is Xiao Yao, the champion of this year's National League. He is only 19 years old, and is currently known as the most legendary genius in Longwu." 19-year-old National League champion? How is it possible? Shi Yanbo's eyes were filled with shock. He then set his sights on Xiaoke and Lanyo. Gold level, this must be gold level. Gold level at 19 years old, what a joke. Shi Yanbo said seriously, are you sure he is the league champion this year, and he is only 19 years old? The players beside him nodded and said, Captain, this is true, we will not make a mistake. 19-year-old league champion. Shi Yanbo took a deep breath, and his mood became a little complicated. If the man in front of him really had such an exaggerated talent as the player said, then he would have to face it with caution. A 19-year-old league champion is scary. But what is even scarier is that he has broken through the gold level. It is not an exaggeration to call a genius of this level a national treasure. Countless leaders and strong people will pay attention to his growth. But Wang Hai cannot be beaten in vain. Now the truth is on his side. As long as it is handled fairly, no one will say a word. Shi Yanbo said in a deep voice, your name is Xiao Yao. Right? I don't care what kind of genius you are. Now you have hindered our law enforcement. And you have injured my people. Tell me, what do you want? Xiao Yao glanced at the people around him, and said calmly, Captain Shi, I am the whistleblower of this case. I can prove that Wang Hai has a deep relationship with this case. He did not directly point out that Wang Hai was the mastermind behind the imprisonment of these people, because that would greatly damage the reputation and image of the law enforcement team among the people. As a former member of the law enforcement team, Xiao Yao did not want the image of the entire law enforcement team to be tarnished because of one person. Captain! Captain! Wang Hai recovered a little, hugged Shi Yanbo thigh, and cried with snot and tears, Captain! He is slandering me. He also killed my nightmare demon. And my nightmare demon just broke through to the gold level. Seeing that his old friend, who had followed him for more than 10 years was so miserable, Shi Yanbo could not help but feel pity. And after pity, he was dissatisfied and angry with Xiao Yao. He looked at Xiao Yao and said stiffly, I will find out whether Wang Hai has any problems. Please move aside now. In addition, he said with a hint of coldness, please follow me back to the law enforcement team and cooperate with the subsequent investigation. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible whirlwind gathered around him. As if Xiao Yao dared not to cooperate, he would immediately take him down. Feeling the faint malice emanating from Shi Yanbo, Xiao Yao could not help but frown. Zizizi at this moment. Lightning flashed, and a man with cicada wings on his back and wearing a mask suddenly appeared beside Xiao Yao. Platinum level. When seeing this obvious feature of the War Beast fusion, all the law enforcement team members were shocked. Xiao Yao was actually protected by a platinum level strongman. Both are platinum level. Can Captain Shi beat him? Shi Yanbo felt the opponent's fluctuations and said lightly, your helper is quite strong, but at most he is platinum level 2, he is not my opponent. Platinum level 2. Hearing Shi Yanbo words, the team members felt a little more at ease. From the captain's tone, his strength should be lower than platinum level 2. But if a fight really breaks out, what should we do as a bunch of small shrimps? The law enforcement team members couldn't help but show their worries. As summoners, they knew too well the horror of the platinum level. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. With their small arms and legs, they are no better than ordinary people in a platinum level fight. At this moment, the people watching nearby were extremely excited. Each of them took out their mobile phones to take pictures and record videos. These are 2 platinum level masters. Some people may never meet them in their entire lives. The confrontation between the 2 platinum masters will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Alas, Xiao Yao sighed inwardly. As expected, things have come to this. Shi Yanbo is a platinum level 4 summoner, and Lao Du is definitely not his opponent. Moreover, there are so many people watching. If a fight really breaks out, the aftermath of the battle alone can kill all ordinary people present. What should I do? Xiao Yao began to get a little anxious. Teacher, where are you now? Seeing that Xiao Yao was reluctant to give in, Shi Yanbo's patience was completely exhausted. His eyes were stern, and green wind blades suddenly floated around him. I count to 3. And if you don't retreat, I take action. 1, 2, 3. The moment he counted to 3, old Du body tensed up, and purple lightning armor condensed on him and Xiao Yao respectively. Humph. Shi Yanbo's eyes were extremely cold, and he was ready to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. But at this moment, his body suddenly froze. The infinite power of space imprisoned him in place, and the wind blades around him disappeared instantly. Who is it? Shi Yanbo was horrified. He was able to control himself in an instant. This must be a diamond-level summoner. Could this kid be protected by a diamond-level expert? Little sure too. An old and slightly smiling voice came into his ears. After so many years, you still haven't made any progress. This voice is. Sure Yanbo eyes showed a deep surprise. Master. Chapter 390 Learn the Truth. Master. Sure Yanbo wanted to speak, but space confinement made him unable to move his lips. Little sure too. Xiao Yao is my last disciple. And also your junior brother. I know his character. He said that there is something wrong with the subordinate next to you. And he must have his reasons. At this time, the effect of the space confinement was slightly relaxed. And Shi Yanbo nodded and said, understood. Master. In the eyes of outsiders, Captain Shi stopped his movements inexplicably, then moved his lips slightly, and his momentum suddenly changed. But Xiao Yao on the opposite side immediately realized that it must be the teacher who made the move. Swish. A green light flew out of Shi Yanbo's body, and he disappeared in an instant. He released the War Beast fusion state, looked at Xiao Yao, and said in a deep voice, forget it. There are so many people around. We can't hurt them by mistake. I will go in with you, and the others will wait here. What? Wang Hai's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Captain. Shi Yanbo glanced at him and said, don't worry. I'm watching. No one can wrongly accuse you. But I'm really not innocent. Wang Hai was very anxious. If Shi Yanbo knew the truth, he would be killed by him without waiting for the sentence. Shi Yanbo patted his shoulder and said, just wait here. Shi Yanbo nodded to Xiao Yao, and the two of them, along with Lao Du, walked into the yard. At this time, Wang Hai was in a state of confusion. He forced himself to calm down and think about the next plan. Now, it seems that Xiao Yao has most likely known what he did, regardless of whether Shi Yanbo believes it or not. Xiao Yao is a super genius. As long as he reports it, it will definitely attract an investigation team, and what he did will be exposed. No, I have to run away. Wang Hai immediately made up his mind. If he stayed, he would die. But if he ran away, he could still have a chance of survival. He even thought of the place and route to escape. He would go to the neighboring Badian country. With his gold-level strength, at least surviving would not be a problem. Swish. He took the injured long-armed spirit ape and armored giant crocodile back to the beast control space, and prepared to find an excuse to leave. But at this moment, a huge force wrapped around his body, causing him to instantly fall into a state of stiffness. What happened? Wang Hai's eyes were filled with intense horror and fear. He found that he couldn't even move his eyelids. Who is it? Who is it? After entering the room, Shi Yanbo looked at a group of timid, poor people in tattered clothes, and his attitude softened significantly. How many people are there in total? He asked. 49 people, Xiao Yao said. 49 people. Shi Yanbo frowned. 49 people were imprisoned here, which was already a major vicious case in Longhua. And this case happened within his jurisdiction. There are 2 summoners next door who are watching over this group of people, and I have controlled them. Xiao Yao pointed to the room next door and said. Shi Yanbo nodded and walked to the next door. After closing the door, Shi Yanbo saw the 2 unconscious men on the bed and asked, did they do it? Xiao Yao nodded. That's right. At this moment, the air suddenly twisted, and the figure of Zhang Lao appeared in front of everyone. Master. The moment he saw Zhang Lao, Shi Yanbo's originally stern face suddenly changed, and he said excitedly, Master? Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. It turned out that he was also the teacher's disciple, my senior brother. Zhang Lao patted Shi Yanbo's shoulder with satisfaction and said, Little Shi too, you have made great progress in recent years. Shi Yanbo was like a child who was praised by the teacher, and he straightened his back and said, I didn't embarrass the master. I am already Platinum 4, and I will strive to break through the diamond level within 10 years. Old John smiled, then patted him on the shoulder and said, It's this impulsive and reckless character. It's still the same as before. There's no improvement at all. Master Shi Yanbo blushed. Explained. I'm not. Okay. Old John waved his hand. Don't I know what kind of person you are? Xiao Yao. Explain the truth of this case to your senior brother. And I also want to hear what happened. Okay. Xiao Yao nodded, and told the whole story of what happened, and Wang Hai's actions in full. Asshole. After listening to Xiao Yao's story, Shi Yanbo was furious, his chest heaving with anger, and his fists clenched tightly. As the deputy captain of the law enforcement team, Wang Hai dared to do such a bad thing. And as Wang Hai boss, he not only did not notice it, but was deceived by his lies. This was a great shame for him, who had been upright and hated evil all his life. If someone else told this story, he might still be skeptical. After all, Wang Hai had been with him for more than 10 years. And although he liked to spend his life in debauchery, he had never done anything that was against the will of heaven and earth. But these words came from Xiaoyao, the most legendary genius of Dragon Country. The most important thing is that he is the master's last disciple. He believes in the master's vision. No matter how talented Xiaoyao is, as long as he is not upright, the master will never accept him as his disciple. And with the master present, he can't lie. Wang Hai. The two words full of anger came out from Shi Yanbao's teeth. His eyes were a little red. He wished he could go out and punish this sinner right now. Zhang Lao said in a deep voice, Xiao Shi too. The nature of this matter is very bad. You must report it to the headquarters now, and ask them to send someone to investigate. In addition, Zhang Lao emphasized, these two people and your men are important witnesses. No matter how angry you are, before the investigation team comes, you must ensure their safety. Do you understand? Shi Yanbao suppressed his anger and nodded solemnly. Master, don't worry. I can tell the difference between the importance of things. Even if he was furious and wanted to clean up the mess. Wang Hai was the deputy captain of the Yushan City Law Enforcement Team. A gold-level summoner. People of this level must be investigated and judged by the Law Enforcement Team headquarters. Then, Zhang Lao patted Xiaoyao on the shoulder and praised him. You did a good job this time. Xiaoyao smiled. This time it's all thanks to Mo Tung. Zhang Lao said, next. I have to think about how to train Mo Tung. He is indeed a very strange war beast. And it is not suitable for conventional training. Shi Yanbao stood aside, listening to the conversation between Zhang Lao and Xiaoyao, and felt very envious. The master really values this little junior brother. It seems that the master, a diamond level 5 master, not only has to be a teacher, but also a bodyguard. However, when he thought of Xiaoyao's enchanting talent, he felt that it was completely understandable. A 19-year-old gold level. No matter how much protection is needed, it is not too much. When the three were discussing the next arrangements in the house, the people outside the yard had already posted their photos and videos on the internet, which soon caused an uproar on the internet. Chapter 391 Reason. Xiaoyao, it is the responsibility of our law enforcement team to arrest criminals. Although you are the league champion, a super genius, you have no right to hinder our law enforcement. Wang Hai, don't you know what you did? Your name is Xiaoyao. Right? I don't care what kind of genius you are. Now you have hindered our law enforcement and injured my people. Tell me, what do you want? Please come back to the law enforcement team with me and cooperate with the subsequent investigation. The short video of just over 10 minutes caused a huge sensation on the internet. Legendary genius Xiaoyao broke through the gold level. Xiaoyao obstructed law enforcement. Two platinums confronted each other. Several hot spots immediately made the entire internet lively. Damn! Xiaoyao is at the gold level. This is too scary. Gold level at the age of 19. This world is too crazy. That's not right. I remember that the Blood Wolf and the Purple Prison Demon Bull were only at the silver level 3. How come they are directly at the gold level? In the finals, the Blood Wolf was already silver 5. Didn't you see the interview? Even if he breaks through to gold. So what? He hindered the law enforcement team from enforcing the law. No matter how talented he is not a good person. Didn't you hear Xiaoyao say that Wang Hai was related to this case? So what? He is not a member of the law enforcement team. What right does he have to beat up the law enforcement team members? The public opinion on the internet quickly split into two camps. Some people fully believed in Xiaoyao. They believed that there must be some unknown secrets behind Xiaoyao's actions. But some people also think that Xiaoyao is arrogant because of his talent and honor, and has become an arrogant person. The public opinion on the internet has been noisy. And on the other hand, Shi Yanbao has also reported the entire case to the law enforcement team headquarters. It's done. And now we just have to wait for the investigation team to arrive. Shi Yanbao said at this time. Zhang Lao also came back from outside and put his mobile phone in his pocket. Teacher, who did you call just now? Xiaoyao asked curiously. Old Zhang smiled and said, he is one of my students. And now he is also a big shot in the law enforcement team headquarters. Master, you are talking about Brother Li Qisan, right? Shi Yanbo asked. Old Zhang nodded and said, yes. It is Qisan. Xiao Yao couldn't help but ask, what position does this Brother Li Qisan hold in the law enforcement team headquarters? Although he worked in the law enforcement team for a while before, he had never known the top leaders of the law enforcement team. Shi Yanbo explained, Brother Li Qisan is a Diamond 3 summoner, and one of the earliest disciples of Master. He is now the general manager of the southwest area of the law enforcement team headquarters, and also my direct leader. When I was able to come to Yushan City to serve as the captain of the law enforcement team, Brother Qisan made a great contribution. A Diamond Level 3 boss. Xiao Yao couldn't help but be amazed. The teacher really has many students all over the world. Even the senior executives of the law enforcement team, a Diamond Level 3 boss is his disciple. But for him, this is a very beneficial thing. After all, even in the summoner world, in addition to one's own strength, connections and resources are also indispensable. The more disciples the teacher has, the higher his status and strength, the smoother his future development will be. Old Zhang glanced at Shi Yanbo and said, the one who committed the crime is your old subordinate. If you don't make arrangements in advance, can you still hold your position as the captain of the Yushan City law enforcement team? Shi Yanbo smiled awkwardly, Master. I really didn't expect. Okay. Zhang Lao waved his hand. I know your character too well. This time, just take it as a lesson. Since you are the captain of the law enforcement team, you must take responsibility, and don't leave everything to your subordinates. Shi Yanbo smiled awkwardly, Master. I know. I will definitely do it myself next time. Zhang Lao waved his hand. Go. Arrange your subordinates. Okay. After Shi Yanbo left, Zhang shook his head helplessly. This little Shirtu, after so many years, still can't change his reckless temper. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Teacher, did senior brother sure often cause you trouble when he was in school? Zhang smiled. That's a lot. He injured people several times. If I hadn't been so shameless to ask the principal, he would have been expelled from Beijing University. But your senior brother sure is a person with a strong sense of justice and hates evil. So after graduation I recommended him to the law enforcement team. I didn't expect that he really did something famous. But it's okay to let him fight. But it's not okay to let him manage people and things. I'm sure that this kid usually leaves the chores to Wang Hai to handle. And he concentrates on improving his strength, which results in today's situation. If this kid doesn't change his temper, his life will be like this. 2 hours later, the investigation team arrived as scheduled. There were a total of 10 people in the investigation team, 2 of whom were platinum level summoners, and the rest were gold level. After arriving, the investigation team went straight to the point. First, Xiao Yao explained what happened and what he found. Then one of the platinum level hypnotists hypnotized the 2 people and Wang Hai. Soon, they came to the same conclusion as Xiao Yao. And after hypnotizing Wang Hai, his story made everyone feel sorry. Before Meng Mo broke through the gold level, Wang Hai was a conscientious deputy captain of the law enforcement team. Although he usually liked to spend money and drink, at least he had never done anything wrong. But just a year ago, his nightmare broke through the gold level and evolved the skill of demon seeding. And his mentality changed dramatically. From the skill of demon seeding, he saw an opportunity to quickly improve his strength. A gold level 1 nightmare can plant 49 demon seeds, and a gold level 2 nightmare can plant 64 demon seeds. As the strength of the nightmare increases, he can plant more and more demon seeds, and his strength will increase faster and faster. At the beginning, he only took some ordinary prisoners for experiments. But it was too obvious that the prisoners had nightmares on a large scale, so his actions were still somewhat restrained. But after tasting the sweetness again and again, he felt more and more that he was too cautious. His strength could obviously be improved several times faster. After a period of struggle, he decided to take a risk. First, he used hypnosis to obtain 2 loyal summoner subordinates. Then, through various means, he gathered 49 people and planted magic seeds in them. In addition, he brainwashed a police officer from the South City Police Station and asked him to monitor the situation in the houses. Next month is the time when the first batch of magic seeds will really mature. But he never expected that not only would the magic seeds be intercepted by others, but he would also have to bear legal sanctions because of his greed. How foolish! Shi Yanbo was disappointed. A year ago, Wang Hai was a competent subordinate, a top figure in Yushan City. But a year later, he became a criminal who committed a serious crime and would spend the rest of his life in prison. A single thought ruined the life of a gold-level summoner. Wang Hai lowered his head, his eyes filled with endless regret. Chapter 392 Unexplained Increase in Experience Points. Kyoto, the middle-aged man in the villa watched the video. His eyes were extremely solemn. Gold level, 19-year-old gold level. The butler beside him sighed. His talent is really terrifying. No wonder the people of Longwa call him the strongest genius in history, the future master, or even the future king. The middle-aged man said quietly, even his son. The most talented of the 4 masters of Longwa. His talent is far inferior to this Xiao Yao. The housekeeper asked, Sir, how does Xiao Yao compare to Wu Yunjing, the king of martial arts? The middle-aged man shook his head. To be honest, Wu Yunjing's rise is very mysterious. His talent when he was young can only be said to be pretty good, but definitely not the best in Dragon Country. No one could have imagined that. He would later soar to the sky and become the second king of Dragon Country after Li Chu, the king of creation. Compared to him, Xiao Yao's talent is far superior to his. The housekeeper worriedly said, Sir, what should we do next? Should we just let him grow? Let him grow up. How is it possible? A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He looked at the video. The masked Lao Du beside Xiao Yao muttered, Are your guards only platinum level 2? To be honest, he did not believe that the guards around Xiao Yao were only platinum level 2. Putting himself in their shoes, if there was also a demon with such a terrifying talent in their country, then in order to guard against targeted assassinations from other countries, they would have to equip him with diamond-level guards. And Dragon Country has so many experts, it's too easy to select a diamond level 1. Even this bodyguard will not be just diamond level 1, it's very likely to be diamond level 3 or 4. The housekeeper said, Sir, according to the information obtained from the black market, many forces that previously assassinated Xiao Yao disappeared inexplicably. I suspect they have been eliminated. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. It seems that my previous caution was not wrong. It's not the time to take action against him now. Notify Guiji. When Xiao Yao returns to Jingda, you must keep a close eye on him for me, and let her find out clearly how strong is the guard around Xiao Yao. The housekeeper nodded and said, I understand. I will inform Miss Guiji right away. In Yushan City, Xiao Yao was lying on the bed, and began to think about the next plan. Now that the case was completely taken over by the investigation team, his mission had been completed. However, he still needed to cooperate with the investigation team in the follow-up work in the next 2 days, so he could not leave Yushan City for the time being. What should I do next? Xiao Yao stared at the ceiling, and fell into deep thought. After reaching the gold level, he suddenly lost his goal. He still has 3 years of school time. But apart from learning knowledge, it seems that the school can no longer provide him with help to become stronger. And with Zhang Lao here, he doesn't need to follow the daily schedule. So what means and methods should be used to improve his strength next? This is something he needs to think carefully about. Let's take a look at Xiaoku experience panel first. After opening the experience panel, Xiao Yao saw the experience bars of the 4 beasts, among which Morton had the highest experience value. After killing the nightmare, Morton's experience value reached 82%, and it was not far from breaking through the gold level 2. The second is Tuki. In the later period of King Kong Forest, in order not to delay the progress of the war beasts, he would let Tuki and Mo Tung, who had already broken through the gold level, hunt freely. In comparison, Xiaoku and Lao Niu had much less experience points. They were just at the level of breaking through. At this moment, he suddenly saw that Xiaoku experience points rose by 1 point inexplicably. Huh, am I dazzled? Xiao Yao rubbed his eyes, and then stared at the panel. Less than a minute later, he found that the experience points of the other 4 beasts actually rose by 1 point at the same time. This inevitably made him feel very confused. What's going on? After thinking for a while, an idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and his eyes gradually brightened. Could it be that? 1 day ago, a team of 4 people, including Bai Lin Xiao, Su Xingliang Liu, and Tao Ye Yao, were carrying out a cleanup mission in the Black Pine Forest. Now it has been the 4th day since they came here. Oh my god, my luck was too bad just now. I actually encountered a gold-level monster. Now, the teacher takes action once, and the points earned in the past few days are directly halved. Liu said depressedly. Why complain? It's good enough to survive, and you still want to get points. Su Xingliang rolled his eyes. According to the teacher, they encountered a level 5 poisonous 6-eyed spider, which was a terrifying existence that could kill all of them with a single breath of poison. It was a blessing to survive the poisonous 6-eyed spider. What else do you want? Liu curled his lips and said, I just mentioned it casually. Last time we had 1 bronze and 4 iron, and we earned a lot of points. This time we have 4 bronzes, but the points are not as good as last time. Isn't it infuriating? Blackface. Su Xingliang glanced at Liu. Maybe someone's bad luck dragged down the whole team. Liu glared, Are you talking about me? You put yourself in that situation, I didn't say that. Fuck you. Bai Lingxiao and Tao Yaoyao on the side watched the bickering between the 2 boys, and couldn't help shaking their heads with a smile. These 2 people, they feel uncomfortable if they don't insult each other a day, but the relationship between the 2 is very deep. I really don't understand how boys get along with each other. Without Xiaoyao. It's completely different, said Bai Lingxiao, the temporary captain. Bai Lingxiao knew very well why the team was stronger this time. But the whole trip was not smooth. The key was that the team lacked Xiaoyao and Xiaoku. An excellent monster radar. With Xiaoku, they could easily avoid large-scale populations and powerful monsters. But this time, although the team also had flying war beasts such as Feiyu Qingwan and Gargoyle as scouts, due to the limited search range, some things were still inevitably missed. Xiaoyao, have you broken through the gold level now? Bai Lingxiao thought to himself. Bang 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 at this time, muffled footsteps were heard in the distance. Everyone's face froze, and they immediately prepared for battle. In less than a minute, a huge bear appeared in front of everyone. This is a stone bear, looking at its size. It should be silver level, Bai Lingxiao judged. At this time, everyone missed the days when Xiaoyao led the team even more. With him, no matter what monster he encountered, he could always accurately determine the opponent's level, so everyone felt confident. But when Xiaoyao was not around, they seemed to have lost their backbone, and they were a little restrained in fighting, fearing that the opponent had some killer tricks. Bai Lingxiao said, Makai is responsible for frontal containment, and the other war beasts cooperate in the action. This set of fighting methods was formulated after they entered the Black Pine Forest. Among all the war beasts, Makai has the strongest frontal combat ability. So once they encounter a strong enemy above the silver level, Makai will attract the frontal firepower. Su Xingliang nodded and said, Leave it to me. Chapter 393 All Silver. Bang. As Makai charged forward, all the war beasts attacked together. Swish. 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 The rainbow blades and the phoenix flame shot out together, shooting at the stone bear's head. At the same time, the holy light cannon and the petrifying ray also shot at the stone bear from different angles. Roar. The stone bear roared, and thick stone armor condensed all over his body, even wrapping his entire head, leaving only 2 round eyes. Ding. Ding. Multiple attacks hit the stone armor, making a crisp sound, but it was obvious that the stone bear was not hurt at all. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank. At least silver level 3. Bai Lingxiao asserted. Silver level 3 can still fight. Liu's eyes flashed with a trace of salinity. Liang. It depends on whether Makai can hold on. Su Xingliang said, Don't worry. Makai will be fine. Makai's speed was not fast, but because the stone bear was also rushing towards them with big strides. After a short charge, the 2 beasts collided fiercely. Bang Makai was knocked back several steps by the stone bear, and the branches rustled. However, he still withstood the impact of the stone bear, and blew the horn of counterattack. The tree clenched its fist, and the mighty force gathered on it. Makai swung his fist forward, and brought a strong wind thorn blow. Boom! The stone bear was pushed back several meters by a huge force, and his feet left several long marks on the ground. At this time, several different attacks came from the sky again, aiming directly at the stone bear's eyes. Roar the beautiful dream beast stood next to a big tree, and saw the attack coming, and immediately let out a thunderous roar at the stone bear. Dream heart cannon. The roar containing spiritual energy entered the stone bear's ears, making his will blurry. However, the level difference between the beautiful dream beast and the stone bear was too great. This effect only lasted for a moment, and the stone bear quickly recovered and twisted its body, using the stone armor to block these attacks. Ding ding ding. A crisp sound rang out. All the long-range attacks still failed to break the defense of the stone armor. Huh? Makai's eyes flickered with a faint light. He stepped heavily and rushed forward. His body turned into an illusion as he moved. Twisted thrust paw. The phantom passed through the stone bear's body. Makai appeared strangely behind the stone bear. His arms clamped around the stone bear's abdomen, pulled it up by the waist. Now! Su Xingliang's eyes flashed. Shua! A black shadow flew out from the shadow under the stone bear, and appeared in front of the stone bear in the blink of an eye. Puff! The sharp cat claws stabbed forward, piercing the only two eyes of the stone bear that were exposed. The severe pain came, and the stone bear couldn't help but scream. Bai Ling Xiao and his companions would not miss this great opportunity. Swish! 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 Rainbow flying blades, holy light cannons, one flames came quickly, and smashed into the stone bear's open mouth. Bang! With a loud bang, the stone bear's body suddenly stiffened, and the terrifying aura disappeared quickly like the tide. His stone armor was very hard, but his body was still flesh and blood, hit by many skills, and his organs had been blown into pieces, blood foam. Plop! Makai let go of his arms, and the stone bear's body fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, an astonishing energy suddenly erupted from Makai's body. A dark green light burst out from his eyes and mouth, which looked very strange at first glance. What is this? Su Xingliang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Boom! A powerful aura burst out. Makai's body grew larger and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. He grew directly from a 3-meter-tall tree man to a nearly 5-meter-tall tree. The breath of vitality and death was perfectly integrated in him. Silver level. Bai Li Xiao, Li Yu, Tao Yaoyao shouted in unison, with strong shock in their eyes. Especially Bai Ling Xiao and Li Yu. Originally they both thought they were the second to break through the silver level after Xiao Yao, but who would have thought that Liang Yang, who usually kept a low profile, would become the second person in the team to break through the silver level. Su Xingliang closed his eyes tightly, and his thoughts were brought to a mysterious space. In less than half a minute, his eyes suddenly opened, and a purple figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was a purple monster, whose height was close to that of a human, whose feet were on the ground, whose knees were slightly bent, whose pair of arm blades flashed with strange purple light, whose back had 2 pairs of wings, one large and one small, and 6 spikes on both sides of his shoulders, who looked like an evil killing machine. Void Plunderer Kha'Zix. Su Xingliang murmured. Kha'Zix? Hearing this unique name, Bai Li Xiao and the other two showed a hint of doubt on their faces. Can the genius of naming Liang Yang come up with such a name? Huh? When Kha'Zix appeared, a strange energy lingered around his body. Then, when this energy touched Bai Li Xiao, Li Yu, and Tao Yaoyao, their bodies immediately reacted. The three of them felt a subtle energy rising in their bodies. But this energy was quickly sucked away inexplicably. What's going on? The three of them were stunned for a moment, their eyes full of confusion. At this moment, the flying feather blue phoenix in the sky suddenly cried loudly, and blazing flames broke out on its wings. Then, the gargoyle and the wood elf also changed at the same time. The gargoyle's body slowly grew larger. Its original body, which was only half a person's height, almost doubled. Its gray eyes also had a more lively color. The wood elf opened her arms, and rich life elements poured into her body from all directions. Her body also grew slightly larger. At this moment, the three people closed their eyes at the same time, and their thoughts were pulled into the mysterious space. In less than half a minute, they opened their eyes at the same time, with strong shock and surprise in their eyes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 completely different figures appeared beside them. Beside Li Yu was a terrifying green giant, similar in size to Makai, more than 4 meters tall, with exaggerated muscles all over his body, with a long tentacle on his head, a small head, and his entire chin almost covering half of his face, looking extremely weird. Beside Tao Yaoyao was a scorpion-like monster, with a body like crystal, emitting a strange purple light. His 2 claws were extremely large, as if they could pinch off everything, and the tip of the scorpion's tail was very sharp, shining with a crystal blue light. The most eye-catching thing is the war beast beside Bai Ling Xiao. She has a human face, noble and cold, hot body, 9 holy tails flaring behind her, charming, sexy, perfectly intertwined, giving her unparalleled temptation. But when she turned her head and saw that everyone was staring at her, a blush appeared on her cold and beautiful cheeks, and her body quickly changed, and in the blink of an eye she turned into a petite 9-tailed fox. Is this your war beast? Li Yu swallowed his saliva, looked at Bai Ling Xiao and asked. Bai Ling Xiao had not yet come out of the shock, and nodded woodenly. At this time, Tao Yaoyao asked a question in a low voice. How many skills do your war beasts have? 6. The other 3 said in unison. All 6. The 4 people seemed to realize something, and they looked at each other, with complex and shocked expressions. Chapter 394 Everyone's War Beast Skills. All have 6 skills. Liu swallowed his saliva, whispered, "Could it be?" Bai Lingxiao waved his hand, looked around and said, "Don't talk about it here, let's talk about it when we get back." "Yeah." The others nodded in unison. But at this time, they were all filled with great shock. At the silver level, everyone's new war beast has 6 skills. Combined with Mikai's 5 skills in bronze, even a fool can detect the abnormality. "How did you do it?" Bai Lingxiao muttered in his heart. "That?" Liu whispered. "I also inherited the skills of the new war beast." "Do you have them too?" Everyone nodded. "Everyone has them." Liu licked his lips and said, "Then how about I introduce my new war beast and my new skills to everyone?" "Yes. Everyone. Please tell us." Bai Lingxiao nodded. Liu said, "My new war beast is called Biodemon Zack. Biodemon Zack, Twisted Tree Spirit Mikai. What names are really from the same lineage? My new skill is called Extended Strike." Liu was eager to show off his new skill, but found that there was no suitable target around him. "Agui, go and catch 2 test subjects for me," Liu said. The gargoyle, which was nearly the size of a person, flapped its wings and flew into the air. The gargoyle, which was promoted to silver level, was more than twice as fast as before. In less than 2 minutes, the gargoyle caught 2 of the most common black pine rats. Plop! The black pine demon rat was thrown to the ground. They got up and tried to run. But at this moment, 4 giant beasts surrounded them tightly. Mantis, Scorpion, Mikai, Zack, each one bigger than the other. Feeling the real pressure, the 2 black pine demon rat lay on the ground, shivering. "Hee hee, let me show you my new moves." Liu let Zack make some space, moved his wrist slightly, and then shouted, "Rubber fist." Swish. He suddenly swung his fist in the direction of the black pine demon rat. Then, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, his arm strangely stretched 4-5 meters, and finally hit the black pine demon rat with his fist. He then took a few steps forward, and swung his other fist again, and his arm also stretched several meters, and hit another black pine demon rat. "Huh?" Liu shouted in a low voice, and clasped his arms together, and the 2 fists, with strong stickiness, directly lifted up the black pine demon rat, and caused the 2 to collide heavily in the air. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the 2 black pine demon rats were knocked unconscious. The sound of their bones cracking could be clearly heard. "Awesome!" Su Xingliang clapped his hands, with admiration in his eyes. Swishly you retracted his stretched arm, and said proudly, "How is it? Brother's move is not bad." Bai Lingxiao gave a thumbs up, and said with a smile, "Very good. These 2 black pine demon rats should be black iron level 5. And you can easily deal with them. Which means that your combat power is very close to the bronze level." Liu said, "I think I should be able to reach the bronze level." After being promoted to the silver level, he could feel his own strength and defense improving by leaps and bounds, and his flexibility had greatly improved. If he also had the petrified eyes inherited from the gargoyle, it would not be impossible to defeat the bronze level 1 monster. And his strength had improved so obviously, you can imagine how terrifying Zack's strength must be. Looking at Zack's huge body and bulging muscles, Liu couldn't help thinking, compared with you and Lao Niu of the same level, who would be stronger? At the same time, an idea suddenly popped up in Liu's mind. The arm can be stretched. What about other parts? Ahem. Let's try it later. This is my new skill. As for Zack's skill, I can show it in actual combat later, Liu said. Then I be the next one. Su Xingliang introduced. My war beast is called Void Reaver Kha'Zix. Void Reaver. Looking at the terrifying monster next to Liang Yang that looked like a killing machine, Bai Lingxiao and others couldn't help but feel cold in their hearts. My new skill is called Void Attack. Su Xingliang smiled slightly, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. What is this? Liu's eyes condensed and blurted out, Invisibility? Yes. Su Xingliang's voice came from behind Liu. Liu turned his head and asked curiously, Is it really invisible? Su Xingliang nodded. It is indeed invisible, but my invisibility time is not as long as Xiaoyao. I can be invisible twice in a row, but each time is only 5 seconds. In fact, Void Strike also gave him an ability, which was to enhance his skills. He had 2 choices. One was to enhance the skill Thorn Smash inherited from Mikai, increasing its lethality by 30%, and the other was to enhance Void Strike itself, which would give him an extra chance to become invisible. In the end, he chose to enhance the attack skill Thorn Smash. After all, compared to dodging with invisibility, A skill that deals physical damage with a punch looks cooler. Young man. Who wants to hide every day? That's also very strong. How powerful is the invisibility? It can attack and defend. Tao Yao said enviously. Yao. How about your new war beast? Looking at the nearly one-person high monster in front of him, which seemed to be made of crystal, Bai Lingxiao asked curiously. Tao Yao said, my war beast is called Crystal Vanguard Skarner. Kazakhs. Skarner. What a strange name. It doesn't seem like a naming genius. What a name you can come up with. Bai Lingxiao eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and asked, what is your new skill? Tao Yao said, the skill I inherited is called Crystalline Poison Sting. Let me demonstrate it. After that, Tao Yao first asked the wood elf to heal one of the black pine magic rats, and then stood 2 meters away from it under the other party's confused gaze. Tao Yao took a deep breath, and then shouted, Crystalline Poison Sting. A blazing white light chain shot out from her palm, and instantly connected to the black pine magic rat. Then Tao Yao moved quickly, and the black pine magic rat was pulled by her like a puppet. So awesome. Li Yu, Su Xingliang and others were all surprised. Control skills are the most precious of all war beast skills. And the Crystal Stinger skill is so domineering, which can control the opponent into an unconscious state, which is really scary. 1.5 seconds later, Tao Yao put down her palm, and panted slightly. That's it. Chijijiji Black Pine Demon Rat woke up. He felt that his body was injured, but fortunately it was not serious, so he wanted to escape with a turn of his eyes. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. He looked up and saw a terrifying green face, whose huge body completely blocked the sun. Is it okay if I don't run? The Black Pine Demon Rat's limbs softened, and he lay on the ground resigned to his fate. It's my turn next. Bai Lingxiao said with a smile. My new war beast is called the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Ari. Ari Liu suddenly had a cold and noble face, and an unusually hot body in his mind. That, the demon fox, it seems that it is not impossible. The skill I got is called Charm Magic. Charm Magic. Everyone's eyes showed expectation. Bai Lingxiao took a few steps forward, staring at the Black Pine Magic Rat that was just controlled by Tao Yao. The Black Pine Magic Rat suddenly felt a chill on its back, and was extremely angry. Me again? You might as well kill me. Bai Lingxiao put his index finger and ring finger together on his lips, and then flicked his fingers. A pink heart-shaped light wave shot towards the Black Pine Magic Rat. When the heart-shaped light wave touched the Black Pine Magic Rat, a blur appeared in its eyes, and it staggered towards Bai Lingxiao. Another control skill. The other 3 exclaimed. 1 second later, the Black Pine Demon Rat woke up, and looked around in confusion. How did I get here? The big green foot stomped it into the ground. Li Yu couldn't wait to say. Quick! Quick! Find a few opponents to practice with. Everyone's eyes showed strong expectations. How strong will your fighting power be? Chapter 395 Lao Du Arrangement. Yushan City. Xiao Yao sat up suddenly from the bed, his eyes gradually brightened. Will the experience points gained by other heroes be shared with me? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Usually, he never looked at the experience value panel, so even if Makai had killed monsters before, because there was no system prompt, he could not have noticed it. But this time the inexplicable increase in experience points, there must be a reason. And his guess is undoubtedly the most reasonable. If that's true, then it would be too invincible. Xiao Yao thought excitedly. Now, in addition to his 4 war beasts, 5 heroes have appeared in the world. Each hero does not need to give him much experience points, even if it is only 1%, that is 5% extra experience points bonus. And as the strength of the friends increases, more and more heroes will appear in the future. Each level increase will add 4% experience points bonus. In the later stage, that will be a very terrifying efficiency. Isn't this an alternative capitalist? Xiao Yao chuckled, and suddenly a strong desire emerged in his heart. He wanted to see which hero appeared. How would they be different from the game? What would their combat power be like? And what skills did the friends inherit? Why not set off for the Black Pine Forest now? Xiao Yao thought. Although the investigation team asked him to stay as long as possible for the next 2 days, to cooperate with the subsequent finishing work. But in fact, he had already done everything he could to cooperate, and there was really no need for him later. Letting him stay was just a cautious approach of the official habit. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao walked to the next door, and found Zhang Lao who was drinking tea. Teacher, I want to go to the Black Pine Forest now, and meet up with my teammates. Xiao Yao said. Zhang Lao took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Are you missing your girlfriend?" Xiao Yao scratched his head and smiled. And did not deny it. "I haven't seen Xiao Xiao for half a month. It's impossible to say that I don't miss her. Especially when he was promoted to the gold level. He wanted to share this joy with his girlfriend as soon as possible. However, he knew that Xiao Xiao and Liang Yang had already accepted the task of cleaning the Black Pine Forest. There was no way to make a phone call in the wild. So he could only suppress this excitement. Zhang Lao smiled and said, "Okay. There is really nothing for you to do here. If you want to go, get ready now, and set off later." "Okay." Xiao Yao said excitedly, turned back to his room to pack up his things. Most of his belongings were in the broken sky ring, but he still had to sort out his toiletries, and he had to arrange Lao Du's next task before leaving. Looking at Xiao Yao excited back, old Zhang smiled, then took out his cell phone and made a call. He could understand Xiao Yao's desire to leave, but after all, the investigation team had requirements, so some things still needed to be solved by him as a teacher. "Old Du." Looking at his capable subordinates, Xiao Yao said, "Next I will go to the Black Pine Forest, but you don't have to go with me. I have a task for you." Old Du bowed and said, "Boss." "You go." Xiao Yao said, "I need you to build an intelligence network in Kyoto. First help me collect information about the major forces." Now he has discovered his biggest problem at this stage, that is, his understanding of the major forces in Dragon Country is extremely insufficient. Before, he had the most contact with the law enforcement team, but he didn't even know what the strongest person in the law enforcement team was called, and who the senior members of the law enforcement team were. Even the law enforcement team is like this. Not to mention the Summoner Association, the military, and other masters and grandmaster families. In the summoner world, if you don't even know these most basic information, your future development will be very limited. Lao Du nodded and said, "No problem, boss." As a former ace killer, he is naturally familiar with intelligence work. In the work of killers, intelligence is often more important than strength. He is not very familiar with the major forces in Longhua. But in fact, this information is not top secret, and it can definitely be obtained in the underground black market in Kyoto. Xiao Yao said, "You decide the model of the intelligence system. You must know more about this than me. In addition to the information just mentioned, you also need to help me pay attention to some changes in the market, and inform me of any abnormal information in time." Xiao Yao knew very well that the most taboo thing in doing anything is for an amateur to guide an expert. He was a novice in intelligence work. The only thing he had come into contact with was the various spy movies he watched in his previous life. And that stuff was obviously extremely unreliable. So he didn't interfere with what Lao Du did. He just wanted the result. Lao Du nodded and said, "No problem. Finally, you just need to pay attention to all kinds of information about me," Xiao Yao said. He was not worried about his own safety. After all, he had Zhang Lao, a Diamond 5 master, by his side. Anyone who came would be dead. The only thing he was worried about was the safety of his family. He was especially afraid that some people would target his parents or other family members instead of targeting him. However, he had a suitable solution in mind for this problem. That is to capture more masters through Morton's nightmare reincarnation. With his current strength, it is no problem to capture a gold-level summoner. And with the help of Elder Zhang, it is not impossible to capture a platinum-level master like Lao Du. But at the same time, he also knows that it is really difficult to capture a platinum-level master. After all, his video yesterday has been circulated on the internet. And Lao Du, who was wearing a mask at the time, was also exposed by Senior Brother Sher. Even if there are forces that still want to assassinate him, they will definitely consider carefully whether sending a platinum-level killer is safe enough. If a diamond-level summoner showed up, even with the help of the teacher, the gold-level Morton would not be able to brainwash him successfully. However, in Yinqing, gold-level summoners were enough. Lao Du patted his chest and said, "Boss, don't worry. I guarantee to complete the task." "Yeah." Xiao Yao nodded. Then he thought for a while, and took out a few checks from the shattered sky ring. "This is the check you gave me before. A total of 24 million. This money will be your startup capital." Lao Du waved his hand and said, "Boss, I still have some savings." Xiao Yao put the check into Lao Du's hand and said seriously, "Intelligence work requires a lot of funds. You can use this money. If it's not enough, tell me. As for your money, keep it for yourself." Although Lao Du is his subordinate, and his loyalty is quite high at present. If he spends his subordinates' money for everything, it will definitely affect his loyalty. In addition, he is not short of money at present. So some money that should be spent must not be saved. Feeling Xiao Yao's insistent attitude, Lao Du suddenly felt a warm feeling in his heart. He suddenly felt that being captured by the boss was not a bad thing. With such a talented, gentle and generous boss, perhaps his future achievements would be brighter than before? What's the big deal about being an ace killer? In the future, Lao Du, will be a master, or even a subordinate of the king. Okay. Xiao Yao patted Lao Du on the shoulder and said, I be leaving soon. You can arrange it yourself. Lao Du nodded and said, Yes, boss. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and a strong expectation rose in his heart. Friends, we will meet soon. Chapter 396 The Battle Between Zack and Kha'Zix. Black Pine Forest. Liu climbed up the mountain, holding up a telescope and said, Two explosive tigers, looks like a male and a female. Are you telling a crosstalk here? Su Xingliang also raised a telescope and said, judging from their size, they should be silver level. Whose turn is it this time? Liu asked excitedly. Bai Lingxiao said, it's your turn and Liang Liang's turn. Liu and Su Xingliang looked at each other, and smiled at the same time. Fuck him, the two said in unison. Zack half crouched, pressed his hands on the ground, then his center of gravity kept leaning back, his arms stretched quickly, his whole body was like a slingshot ready to go. Elastic slingshot ready. On the other side, Kazi's wings trembled slightly, and his body disappeared in front of everyone. Void attack. Roar roar the male explosive tiger roared twice, urging the female explosive tiger to crouch down. The female explosive tiger reluctantly bit her legs and half crouched. Her helpless expression seemed to say, Alas, I have to spend another boring minute. Roar the male explosive flame tiger had a hint of excitement in his eyes. He was just about to show off his power, when suddenly a black shadow appeared under his feet, and the shadow quickly grew larger. What happened? The male explosive flame tiger raised his head, and his eyes were suddenly filled with horror. A terrifying green monster fell from the sky, with a huge body and knotted muscles, like a falling cannonball, and it was fierce. Roar the female explosive flame tiger saw that the situation was not right, and her hind legs, which were originally half crouched, suddenly exerted force, and she was out of the range of the black shadow in an instant. It vividly demonstrated what it means that husband and wife are originally from the same forest. But when disaster strikes, they each flee. The female explosive flame tiger ran away quickly, but the male explosive flame tiger did not have time to run away. However, as a jungle hunter, the male explosive flame tiger's reaction was not slow. He opened his mouth wide and quickly sprayed out a large ball of fire. Bang! The fireball hit the green giant, only causing slight ripples on his skin. Then the giant fell from the sky and sat on the male explosive flame tiger with a bang. The male explosive flame tiger's eyes bulged out and were covered with bloodshot, and his mouth opened wide, and he let out a silent scream. Hiss. Su Xingliang took a telescope and took a breath. Your waist must have been broken. Liu smacked his lips. Of all the skills, I like this one the most, so powerful. After Zack landed, his lower body turned into a round pancake, just like a balloon filled with water falling to the ground, making a smacking sound. Then, his feet quickly recovered and he stood up. At this time, the internal organs of the male explosion tiger were damaged, and he was in great pain, and he completely lost his fighting power. Paw! Zack punched the male explosive tiger in the head, killing him without even a scream. On the other side, the female explosive tiger wanted to observe the situation, but when she saw the male explosive tiger was half dead after being sat on, she turned around and ran without thinking. She was so heartless. Zack turned his head, and a hint of disdain appeared in his yellow eyes. Want to escape from Kha'Zix's hands? It's ridiculous. Paw! Paw! The female explosive tiger hadn't run a few steps when she suddenly felt a crisis coming over her head, and all her hair stood up instantly. But Kha'Zix suddenly appeared on the head of the female explosion tiger. His wings trembled slightly, keeping his body balanced, crossing his left and right arm blades, and then swinging vigorously. Kha'Zix's strongest attack skill. The evolved version Taste of Fear swish. A strange purple light appeared. A huge head suddenly fell off. Plop! The headless corpse took a few more steps forward, and then fell to the ground with a bang. But Kha'Zix slowly landed, his eyes were calm, and as cold as a machine. Done! Su Xingliang and Li Yu clapped their hands in tacit understanding. Tao Yao, who was standing aside, said with emotion, so powerful, one move can kill a silver-level monster. Bai Lingxiao smiled and said, can't your Skarner do it too? But these two explosive tigers should only be silver 1-2 levels. If they are higher, it will be difficult to kill them with one blow. Tao Yao's innocent little face showed a smile. Her Skarner can indeed kill silver-level monsters with one move, but the visual effect may not be as clean and neat as Zack and Kha'Zix's. But in terms of appearance, Skarner is second only to Ari, and is still better looking than Zack and Kha'Zix's. After all, who doesn't love crystal beasts? Several people walked to the side of the explosive tiger to discuss the next action. Xiao. Has the teacher informed us of the next direction to move forward? Bai Lingxiao shook his head and said, no. It seems that we are not too far away from the other teams. Then let's continue to go south. Li Yu said. Okay. Bai Lingxiao glanced at the corpse of the explosive tiger at his feet and nodded. In the Black Pine Forest mission, all the monsters killed by the team members will be taken away by the accompanying teacher and converted into school points according to their market price after the mission. Therefore, every Black Pine Forest mission is a great opportunity to earn points, so that students are scrambling for them. And the quota is very tight. At this moment, a roar full of anger suddenly erupted not far away. Roar! The ground shook. The branches trembled. And the air was suddenly filled with a burning breath. What is that? Several people were shocked, and all the war beasts instantly entered combat mode. The sound of black pine needles breaking continued to ring out, and soon a flaming tiger with a flaming body appeared in front of everyone. Wow! Li Yu swallowed his saliva. Could this be the father of the flaming tiger just now? The flaming tiger in front of him was huge, with bloodshot eyes, and a terrifying aura sweeping over like a wave. Did you just kill a second-generation tiger? Su Xingliang said with a twitch in his mouth. Bai Lingxiao's eyebrows were serious. Gold-level explosive tiger, should we wait for the teacher to solve it or fight? Fight! The others said in unison. The strength of the new war beast gave them a lot of confidence. Although the explosive tiger is gold level, they have 8 silver level war beasts. There is still a chance if they fight. Then fight. Bai Lingxiao gritted his teeth and said, Zack, Makai and Skarner are the main attackers, and the other war beasts will cooperate. Roar! At this time, the explosive tiger on the opposite side roared, and a blazing pillar of flame spewed out of his mouth, shooting towards everyone. Bang Bang Makai and Zack stood on the left and right, blocking everyone in front of them like door gods. Zack's legs were slightly bent, and his thick arms suddenly deformed, turning into a thick round shield. Elastic body, Zack can change his body shape at will, and is immune to 40% of physical damage. When not in combat, his healing ability is increased by 100%, and Makai charged his right fist, and suddenly punched hard. Thorn blow the invisible force brought up a strong wind, and collided with the pillar of fire. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere for a moment, and the pillar of fire slowed down a little, but in the end, it still blasted towards Zack with an unstoppable momentum. Bang! The moment the pillar of fire hit Zack's body, the transformed shield melted into green liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zack uttered a muffled groan, stepped back, and his body trembled slightly. It was obvious that Zack was seriously injured by the explosive tiger's attack. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank. Zack's defense was the best among all the silver-level war beasts, on par with Makai. If even Zack couldn't stop it, what would the other war beasts do? For a moment, everyone's face showed a solemn expression. Chapter 397 Crisis. Pa! 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 Seeing that the roaring fire cannon failed to kill the enemy, the explosive tiger's eyes turned red, and a more blazing flame spread all over his body, and he kicked his foot, and rushed over at a very fast speed. Pa! Skarner stepped on his foot, and a crystal spire more than 1 meter high suddenly appeared beside him, and the crystal spire radiated a faint white light, and covered a range of nearly 50 meters around him. Crystal spire. Skarner erected a crystal spire beside him, and when Skarner was within the range of the spire, he would gain additional movement speed bonus and attack speed bonus. Swish. 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 Makai and Skarner rushed towards the explosive tiger at the same time, but with the blessing of the white light, Skarner's speed was obviously much faster. When it was about to collide with the explosion tiger, the scorpion tail behind Skarner swung violently, and the tip of the tail emitted a crystal blue light, and immediately hooked the explosion tiger's shoulder. Instantly, the flames on the explosion tiger were extinguished, and a dull look appeared in its eyes. Skarner ultimate move Crystalline Stinger. Crystalline Stinger. Skarner suppresses the enemy for 2 seconds, causing magic damage. During this period, Skarner can move freely and drag the enemy, and the target will receive additional damage after the skill effect ends. Skarner quickly moved backwards, dragging the huge body of the explosion tiger. Roar. The suppression effect had not lasted for a second, and the explosive tiger woke up directly, roaring angrily. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a shadow attacking him, and quickly passed through his body. The next second, he felt a pair of strong arms holding his waist, and his front feet were lifted directly. Roar. The explosive tiger roared angrily, and his body burst into amazing flames again. Homakai let go of his blackened arm. His body shook slightly, and a light green vortex with a diameter of more than 10 meters surged around him. Vengeance Vortex. Makai surrounds himself with a magic vortex, protecting himself and his teammates by 20% of damage, lasting for a certain period of time. After Makai ends this effect, he releases the energy absorbed by the vortex, and causes damage to enemies in the vortex. The flames burn wantonly, part of them spread on Makai's body, part of them are sucked into the vortex, becoming the energy accumulated by the vortex. Schwa. At this time, a blazing white crystal explosion wave hit the explosion tiger's body. Skarner was covered with blue crystal armor, and the ferocious scorpion pincers clamped the explosion tiger's thigh. Crystal Scorpion Armor plus Crystal Shatter. Crystal Scorpion Armor. Skarner releases a shield, absorbing damage not exceeding 15% of the maximum health, and increases movement speed for a period of time. Crystal Shatter. Skarner summons a crystalline energy burst wave, causing magic damage to all enemies hit, and also applies a 5-second crystal toxin effect to the target, causing Skarner next attack on the target to cause additional damage and stun the enemy for 1 second. Seeing this, the explosive tiger raised a flaming tiger paw and slammed it hard on Skarner's head. But at this moment, a pink heart-shaped light wave hit the explosive tiger, making a blur in his eyes, and he staggered forward. Charm Magic. Ari releases Charm Magic, causing damage to the first enemy hit, and causing the target to walk towards Ari in a daze, lasting 1.5 seconds. A few meters away, Ari, who had transformed into a humanoid form, swung the energy orb in his hand, and the ghost fire all over his body, all smashed into the head of the explosive tiger. Deception Orb. Ari releases the orb, causing magic damage, and then takes it back, causing the same amount of real damage. Wonderful Will-O-Wisp. Ari releases 3 balls of Will-O-Wisp, attacking 3 nearby enemies. If the Will-O-Wisp attacks the same target, it will cause an additional 30% damage, and after releasing this skill, Ari will gain a 40% gradually decaying movement speed increase within 2 seconds. The energy orb and Will-O-Wisp hit the head of the explosive tiger, making it retreat 2 steps. However, due to the huge difference in level between Ari and explosive tiger, the charm effect completely disappeared in less than a second. Roar. Explosive tiger roared madly. He felt like a monkey being teased by these little things. Snap Snaka's giant pincers clamped explosive tiger's calf, making him dizzy again. Seeing this opportunity, the gargoyle, which had broken through the silver level, the flying blue phoenix, and the wood elf also joined in, launching the strongest attack. Zizizizi. The high-speed rotating flame wheel flew quickly towards the head of explosive tiger. Brown petrifying rays and dense grass blades also arrived at the same time. At this time, Skarner's stun effect was lifted, and the explosive tiger felt the danger coming, and the flames on its body rose again, blocking all attacks like a flame armor. No, the attack power is still too weak. Bai Lingxiao frowned and said, after all the war beasts were only silver level 1, and their attack power was obviously insufficient, and they could not cause effective damage. And the explosive tiger's casual attack could make Zack, who had the strongest defense, almost lose his combat effectiveness. If they continue to fight, unless they keep their control skills uninterrupted, the beasts will be in danger. Swish. At this time, Zack's huge figure fell from the sky. Makai pressed his big hand on the ground, and several thick roots protruded from the ground, tightly entangling the explosive tiger. Snap! Zack fell heavily. The ground shook violently, and the explosive tiger's body flew 2 meters into the air. Swish. Kazik suddenly appeared behind the explosive tiger. A strange purple light bloomed, and his arm blade chopped heavily on the back of the explosive tiger. Puff! 2 blood marks appeared. This was the biggest injury to the explosion tiger so far, but it was obvious that the 2 blood marks could not kill the opponent. Instead, They made the explosion tiger even more violent. Roar! The angry roar shook the earth. The explosion tiger's body shook. The blazing flames were like a volcanic eruption, forming a circle of flame shock waves, sweeping in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, Mackay, Skarner, Zack and other war beasts surrounding the explosion tiger flew back more than 10 meters, with burn marks all over their bodies. The other war beasts were also blown away by the strong impact. Their internal organs were churning, and they suffered considerable internal injuries. The gap in strength is too big. Seeing this, Bai Lingxiao said helplessly, "We can only let the teacher take action." Su Xingliang said in a deep voice, "I estimate that this is at least a gold level 3 explosive flame tiger. Even if this explosive flame tiger is gold level 1, they will not fight so hard. But looking at the gap now, there is really no chance to struggle." Roar! The explosive tiger turned around and stared at Bai Lingxiao and the other 3 with murderous scarlet eyes, which immediately made them sweat coldly. Roar, he roared, and the flames burned wildly, rushing towards everyone like a chariot of fire. "We can only wait for the teacher to take action," Li Yu said unwillingly. After obtaining a powerful war beast, he still experienced such a defeat. This was a fact that was hard for him to accept. Paw paw paw, the explosive tiger was getting closer and closer, and the hot air hit his face, making it difficult to breathe. At this time, the teacher's support has not yet been seen. For a moment, everyone was panicking. What's going on? Did the teacher also encounter a strong enemy? Then we... Swish, just as everyone was panicking, a domineering figure with black wings on his back suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Although they didn't see his face, everyone recognized his identity and said in surprise, "Xiao Yao." Chapter 398. Actually I am. Shua, a flash of white light, the mountain-like figure of the old cow appeared in front of everyone. Red flames burned fiercely. The old cow took a step, and his body started instantly. In everyone's eyes, I saw 2 giant beasts like chariots of fire rushing towards each other, and they collided in the blink of an eye. Bang! The dull sound of flesh hitting each other shook the whole earth. The body of the explosive tiger flew backwards, and spit out a large mouthful of blood in midair. This is... Seeing the dark wings behind Xiao Yao and Lao Niu's invincible posture, everyone immediately realized that Xiao Yao was at the gold level. Gold level 3 explosive tiger. It's still a little short. Xiao Yao smiled. Lao Niu followed closely, and a pair of iron fists burning with red flames violently hammered at the explosive tiger. Bang! The earth shook, and the dirt splashed. The body of the explosive tiger sank into the ground. Its spine and internal organs shattered, and blood burst out of its mouth, eyes and nose. It died in a very miserable way. Is this the end? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. This monster, which they thought was above level 3 gold, could not survive more than 2 moves in Lao Niu's hands? Could it be that Lao Niu already had the strength to kill level 5 gold monsters? This is too exaggerated. Xiao Yao turned around and said with a smile, "Comrades, I'm back." Brother Yao. Li Yu reacted the fastest. He hugged Xiao Yao, making Bai Lingxiao, who was about to throw himself into Xiao Yao's arms, look pale. "My dear brother," Li Yu said excitedly, "I miss you so much." Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. "When did I have a useless brother like you?" Li Yu hugged Xiao Yao tightly, and said with a grin, "Brother Yao, from today on you are my dear brother, and I will be called Xiao Yu from now on." Bai Lingxiao hit Li Yu on the head with a slap, and said with gritted teeth, "Let go." Oh, Li Yu quickly let go, and smiled embarrassedly. "I am so excited to see my brother Yao." Xiao Yao said with a smile, "I didn't see you so excited when we were in the dormitory before." Li Yu chuckled. The situation is different. At this time, the others smiled at the same time. Like Li Yu, everyone was excited and grateful after seeing Xiao Yao, but they didn't express it as freely as Li Yu. Xiao Yao looked around and saw Zack, Mantis, Scorpion and Ari, and he felt very happy. Seeing more and more heroes appear in the world, he felt a sense of accomplishment. At this time, Bai Lingxiao looked at Lao Niu standing beside him, an Emotang who had transformed into a physical body and floated in the air, and asked, "Xiao Yao, is this your new war beast?" The others also looked at Emotang, their eyes full of curiosity. "This shape is really ugly and handsome," Xiao Yao introduced with a smile. "Yes. This is my new war beast Emotang." Emotang. It is indeed such a strange naming style. Su Xingliang asked. Lao Niu and Emotang are gold level. What about Tuki and Xiaoke? Xiao Yao smiled slightly and summoned Xiaoku and Tuki. As soon as Xiaoku and Tuki appeared, they saw many war beasts of different shapes around them, and they immediately felt a faint sense of familiarity. Wow! Xiaoku has changed too. Su Xingliang opened his eyes slightly when he saw Lan Yo just now. The red skin surprised him very much. And now Xiaoku's appearance has also changed a lot, with a lot more white in his hair, and his pupils have also turned into a majestic gold, which is intimidating. Feeling the faint sense of oppression, Bai Ling Xiao was surprised. Are they all already at the gold level? Xiao Yao nodded and said yes. Now they have all been promoted to the gold level. No way. Everyone showed an extremely shocked look. You know, many summoners who have broken through the gold level for many years. It is also difficult to train all the war beasts to the gold level. And Xiao Yao has just broken through the gold level for less than a month. And he already has 4 gold level war beasts. This is too outrageous. As expected of you. Okay, let's not talk about me first. Let's talk about what everyone has gained. Xiao Yao looked around and asked curiously, which skill of the war beast did everyone inherit? Seeing Xiao Yao's direct question, everyone confirmed their guess. Let me talk first. Li Yu said, the war beast skill I inherited is Extended Strike. Extended Strike, Zhak Q's skill, not bad. Xiao Yao turned to look at Liang Liang. Liang Liang. What about you? Su Xingliang said, my new combat skill is Void Attack. Well, Mantis's skill is also very strong. Xiao Yao looked at Tao Yao Yao. Where's Yao Yao? Mine is Crystalline Stinger. Scorpion's ultimate skill, Control skill, can attack and defend. Where's Xiao Xiao? Bai Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Mine is Charm Sorcery. Vox's skill, Control skill, this is also good. After listening to everyone's gains, Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. They are all very good combat skills. Bai Ling Xiao eyebrows twitched slightly, and he asked the question everyone wanted to ask with a smile. You haven't seen the effect of everyone's fighting skills yet. How do you know they are good? As soon as he said this, the others all looked at Xiao Yao. They wanted to get the answer from Xiao Yao himself. I knew it. Xiao Yao smiled. He knew very well that when Zhak, Mantis and other war beasts appeared, the friends would definitely guess something. Okay. Xiao Yao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, since that's the case, I won't hide it. Actually, everyone pricked up their ears, and their hearts almost jumped into their throats. Actually, Xiao Yao said very seriously, I am the savior of the world, you are the servants of God I personally chose, and I gave you power. Everyone's eyes jumped, and several black lines appeared on their foreheads. Savior, you are really good at making up stories. But in fact, Xiao Yao's words also implicitly pointed out the truth, so everyone stopped asking. Some things, it's better for everyone to know in their hearts. Seeing everyone's expression fall, Xiao Yao laughed and said, okay. Just kidding. Let me see the strength of these new war beasts first. Bai Ling Xiao smiled and said, Captain, I listened to your arrangements. As soon as Xiao Yao arrived, she could finally unload the burden of captain, and she felt much more relaxed. Xiao Yao nodded and said, okay. Let the war beasts practice more next. By the way, confirm my guess. See if there is a mechanism for distributing experience points. Xiaoku. A wish Xiaoku growled. His nose twitched slightly, and he quickly locked on to the next target. Let's go! Xiao Yao raised his right hand and said, let's go! Everyone raised their right hands and shouted excitedly like Xiao Yao. Mr. Zhang, your disciple is too evil, the team leader said with envy. He just won the league championship and broke through the gold level. And he is not even 19 years old. Damn it. Are you going to let me live? Mr. Zhang stroked his beard, and his tone could not hide his pride. Not bad. The other kids are not bad either. They are all promising talents. The team leader nodded and said, yes. They can break through the silver level in their freshman year. The future of these kids is limitless. Chapter 399 The Battle Between Ari and Skarner. 5 Blackwater Vipers, 3 Silver Level 2, 2 Silver Level 1, who will go first? Through the vision of the war beasts of Mortang, Xiao Yao whispered. Last time it was me and Liang Yang. This time it will be Xiao Xiao and Yao Yao. Li Yu said. Xiao Yao looked at the two girls. So you two will go this time? Yes. The two girls nodded in unison. After confirming the personnel, Xiao Yao turned his attention to the 4 war beasts that were about to go into battle. First, Xiao Xiao Feiyu Qingwan and Ari. War beast name Feiyu Qingwan. War beast level silver level 1. War beast skills Wild Wind, 1 Flame, Wheel of Flame. After being promoted to silver level, Fei Yuqing has one more skill. Wheel of Flame. But in fact, this is a very rare thing. Most silver level war beasts only have 2 skills, and those excellent summoners can combine the characteristics of war beasts, through training and feeding the right natural materials and treasures, help war beasts evolve a 3rd skill. It is unusual that Fei Yuqing has 3 skills just after being promoted to the silver level. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao couldn't help asking, when Fei Yuqing was promoted to the silver level, did anything strange happen? Strange things? Bai Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. And after thinking for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Oh, Liang Yan was the first one among the 4 of us to be promoted to the silver level. When Kha'Zix appeared, Yao Yao, Li Yu and I felt a subtle energy in our bodies. But soon this energy was inexplicably sucked away. After that, the 3 of us were promoted to the silver level. Is there such a thing?" Xiao Yao touched his chin. He noticed that, in addition to Fei Yuqing, the Wood Elves and the Gargoyles also evolved a 3rd skill. Could it be that the energy helped them evolve a 3rd skill? Where did this energy come from? Why did this energy appear after Kha'Zix appeared in the world? All kinds of speculation swirled in Xiao Yao's mind, but he didn't dwell on it too much, anyway. Sooner or later he would know. Then, he turned his attention to Ari. Battle Beast named Ninetailed Fox. Ari Battle Beast level silver level 1 Battle Beast skills Vestia's Gift, Deception Orb, Wilderness, Charm, Soul Assault, Fox Form. Ari's first 5 skills are the same as in the game, except that there is one more skill after the promotion to silver. Fox Form. Ari enters the Fox Form, spell power increases by 20%, and grants the Nine-Tailed Combat Form, which lasts for 2 hours. Fox Form should be Ari Humanoid Form, similar to the Bloodthirsty Werewolf Form, and the Violent Bull Form, which can enhance certain abilities, and this Nine-Tailed Combat Form makes him very curious. I let Ari show it later. In addition, Ari's passive effect is also good, and is very suitable for large-scale combat. Vestia's Gift. Ari will gain a layer of soul fragments when killing an enemy, and will heal her own health after having 9 fragments. If she encounters a large-scale enemy, Ari can maintain a healthy health through her passive and flexible body. Next, Xiao Yao turned his attention to Tao Yao Yao Wood Elf and Skarner. War Beast name Wood Elf War Beast level silver level 1 War Beast skills Vitality, Grass Blade Dance, Vine Entanglement. After being promoted to silver level, the Wood Elf has an additional control skill, Vine Entanglement, so that the Wood Elf becomes a comprehensive war beast that combines healing, killing, and control. And Snarka is still the familiar tank warrior. War Beast named Crystal Vanguard Skarner War Beast level silver level 1 War Beast skills Crystal Spire, Crystal Sweep, Crystal Scorpion Armor, Crystal Shatter, Crystal Stinger, Giant Claw. Compared to the game, Skarner has a new skill, Giant Claw. Giant Claw. Skarner uses all his strength, causing 200% physical damage to the target. Obviously this is an attack skill, making up for Skarner's weak attack ability. At the same time, Skarner passive Crystal Spire also changed from the original passive influence to an active release skill. Crystal Spire. Skarner erects a Crystal Spire next to him. When Skarner is within the range of the spire, he will gain additional movement speed bonus and attack speed bonus. Obviously, the changed Crystal Spire gives Skarner a more flexible and active fighting style, and his combat power is taken to a higher level. Then get ready. Xiao Yao raised his hand. Go! With a command, Fei Yuqing and Ari took the lead. Zizizizi. The high-speed rotating flame wheel flew out rapidly, as dazzling as fireworks. On the other side, Ari's figure flashed, and rushed forward more than 10 meters, like a ghost. The white energy bomb in her hand that had been prepared in advance quickly shot at the black water snake. Soul Assault. Ari rushed forward like a demon, and fired energy bombs at 3 enemies around her, causing magic damage, which can be released 3 times. During the skill duration, if Ari passive is in effect, you will get an extra sprint opportunity, and this effect can be increased up to 3 times. When they feel danger coming, all the black water snakes will immediately coil up their bodies, using their hard scales to block their heads, while their mouths are wide open, and several black water poison arrows will be shot at Fei Yuqing and Ari respectively. Puff. Bang. The wheel of fire cuts through the scales, and blood blooms immediately, and the wound is charred black. And the spirit bomb is like a heavy hammer, making the scales dent, causing the black water snakes to scream in pain. The dry grass on the ground grew wildly, and in an instant it turned into dozens of vines as thick as wrists. tightly wrapping several black water snakes. At this moment, Skarner, who had gained the speed bonus by blessing crystal scorpion armor, rushed directly into the snake group, waving his 2 scorpion claws, creating a terrifying shock wave within a range of 5 meters. Crystal sweep bang bang bang, the scales of several black water snakes clanged, and their bodies shook violently. The 2 weaker black water snakes even spit out a large mouthful of snake blood. Swish! Ari used Soul Assault again to dodge the attack of the black water poison arrow, and the spirit bomb burst out, and the 9 tails swaying behind her quickly stretched out, like ropes, and wrapped the 5 black water vipers into dumplings. Oh! This is the combat form of the 9-tailed fox. Xiaoyao's eyes showed a hint of excitement. The exploding spirit bomb hit a snake eye, and it exploded alive. On the other side, Snaka raised his scorpion claws. Blue light flashed, and the scorpion claws suddenly expanded twice as much, and then clamped the black water viper fiercely. A powerful clamp puff. Half of the black water viper's body was directly cut off, and blood and internal organs flowed out like a waterfall. The other 3 beasts also spared no effort in their firepower. Wanyan, Dance of the Grass Blade, Deception Orb all smashed into the black water viper. Under such a terrifying attack, several black water vipers did not even last 3 seconds, and successfully turned into experience points. Ari experience points plus 107, Skarner experience points plus 135. At this time, Xiaoyao stared at the experience points panel of Xiaoke 4 beasts. As expected, the experience points of the 4 beasts rose by 0.5 points at the same time. It seems that it is really a 1% experience feedback. Xiaoyao smiled. 1% is not bad, and the number of kills is large, which is also a considerable income. Chapter 400 Void Devouring Elastic Body. After the battle, Xiaoyao commented with satisfaction. With the current combat power of Ari and Skarner, they can completely kill Silver 3 for level monsters. Of course Feiyuqing 1 and Wood Elf are not bad either. The 2 of them can easily defeat Silver 5 level monsters. Hearing Xiaoyao evaluation, Bai Lin Xiao and Tao Yaoyao both showed a look of joy. They had just been promoted to Silver level, and their understanding of Silver level combat power was still vague, but Xiaoyao was an expert in this area. Since he said so, it proved that they already had Silver 5 level combat power. It's hard to imagine that he can have such a strong fighting power, just after breaking through the Silver level. It's our turn next. Xiaoyao, how do you evaluate the fighting power of Liang Liang and me? Liu said impatiently. Okay. Xiaoyao smiled and turned his attention to the 4 silver level war beasts of Liu and Su Xingliang. Let's look at Liang Liang Makai and Kha'Zix first. War beast named Twisted Triad Makai War beast level silver level 1 war beast skill suction secret. Thorn smash. Twisted thrust. Sapling throw. Nature's grasp. Vengeance vortex after being promoted to the silver level. Makai has a new skill. And this skill is Makai's most powerful move before the revision Vengeance Vortex. Vengeance Vortex. Makai surrounds himself with a magic vortex, protecting himself and his teammates by 20% of the damage, which lasts for a certain period of time. After Makai ends this effect, he releases the energy absorbed by the vortex, and causes damage to enemies in the vortex. Before the revision, Makai was directly ranked first among the 3 top-lane mythical gods of the year with his magical skill of Vengeance Vortex, and even created the famous scene of borrowing 20 seconds from the sky. This is a skill that combines range damage reduction, energy storage, and concentrated burst, which greatly enhances Makai's tank attributes and burst ability. Next is one of the most terrifying assassins in the league, Void Reaver Kha'Zix. Warbeast named Void Reaver Kha'Zix Warbeast level silver level 1 Warbeast skills Invisible Threat, Taste of Fear, Void Stab, Leap, Void Assault, Void Devour. The first few skills are the same as in the Alliance, without much change, and in the first evolution choice of the ultimate skill Void Assault, Liang Yang chose to evolve the Q skill Taste of Fear, which is also very reasonable. The new skill added in the silver level is called Void Devour. Void Devour. Whenever Kha'Zix kills an enemy of a higher level than him, his attack power will be increased slightly. The greater the level difference, the greater the improvement effect. When seeing this skill, Xiaoyao was really surprised. This is a skill that can be said to grow infinitely, similar to the Q skill of Doghead in the league, the Q skill of the Little Mage, and the W skill of Shaun. However, Kha'Zix Void Devour has a limitation, that is, he must kill an enemy of a higher level than him. But for Kha'Zix, who has super combat power, killing high-level enemies is not a difficult task. For example, he is now at silver level 1. and it is too easy for him to kill silver level 2 and 3 monsters. It is indeed a void monster. It is really terrifying. Xiao Yao smacked his lips and turned his eyes to Liu. 2 war beasts. Monster named Gargoyle, monster level silver level 1, monster skills petrifying eyes, tearing claws, chaos rays. After being promoted to silver level, Gargoyle doubled in size and gained a new skill, chaos rays. Chaos ray and petrification eyes have similar functions, both of which put the enemy into a negative state. In this way, the function of the Gargoyle is a bit similar to Lei Kuang 100 illusion eyes, except that the Gargoyle has stronger defense and has excellent melee ability. Next is Zack, who is known as the Flying Warrior. Battle Beast named Biochemical Demon Zack, Battle Beast level silver level 1, Battle Beast skills Cell Division, Extended Strike, Unstable Matter, Rubber Band Slingshot, Dynamic Pinball, Elastic Body. Xiao Yao glanced at the skill introduction and the passive Cell Division, and the new skill Elastic Body made his eyes light up. Cell Splitting. Every time Zack's skill hits an enemy, a small fragment of him will fall to the ground. Zack can pick up this fragment and restore 4% of his maximum health. When fatally wounded, Zack will split into 4 pieces and try to reassemble. If any fragment survives within a certain period of time, he will revive and restore 10% to 40% of his health based on the number of fragments. The cooldown period is 30 days. Zack's passive skill still retains its original characteristics. When fatally wounded, it will split into 4 parts, and the cooldown period is not long, only 30 days. The humans and monsters in this world don't know Zack's ability to resurrect. At certain moments, cell splitting can definitely have an unexpected effect. The new skill Elastic Body is also very interesting. Elastic Body. Zack can change his body shape at will, and is immune to 40% of physical damage. In non-combat state, his healing ability is increased by 100%. First of all, being able to change his body shape at will is a very interesting ability. For example, when facing a range attack, he suddenly turns into a shield, or his original punch suddenly turns into a scissor hand. Just thinking about this picture is very exciting. Secondly, immunity to 40% physical damage is also very powerful, although it is not as good as Nocturne's reality conversion. Zack also has a 100% self-healing effect in non-combat state. Overall, Kha'Zix is still the same as in the game, a pure assassin, and Zack has the same positioning as Liao, with strong strength and defense, and undertakes frontal combat tasks in the team. Then it depends on their actual combat capabilities. This is easy at this time. Bai Lingxiao headphones suddenly made a noise, and then the words of the team leader came into her ears. Team 5. Now go straight 7 kilometers in the southeast direction of 25 degrees, and you will deal with the Black Pine Rat group there. Bai Lingxiao, received. What did the teacher say? Everyone asked curiously. Bai Lingxiao said, Teacher Sun said that we now need to go straight 7 kilometers in the southeast direction of 25 degrees to deal with the Black Pine Rat group there. Black Pine Rat group. Everyone showed a look of sudden realization. Eliminating a large number of Black Pine Rats with super reproductive power is their main responsibility for this mission. Generally, large Black Pine Rat tribes will be dealt with by diamond-level team leaders, while small tribes will be handed over to students. Then let's go, Xiao Yao said, since the team leader has given the task. He doesn't need Xiaoke to find prey. Following the teacher's instructions, they soon found the group of Black Pine Magic Rats, who emoting soared into the air, looking down at the Black Pine Magic Rats on the ground from midair. Xiao Yao's eyes were distracted, and through the vision of the war beast, he roughly estimated the number of Black Pine Magic Rats. At this time, Li beside him smacked his lips and said, When I go back this time, I will learn the vision of the war beast as soon as possible. That's right. Bai Lingxiao and Tao Yao also nodded. By the way, Bai Lingxiao turned to look at Su Xingliang. Liang, after you return to school this time, come to my house. I asked my dad to teach you the war beast vision. If you want to learn the war beast vision, you must ask a diamond-level master to come in person. There are also teachers in Beijing Nature who can teach the war beast vision, but it requires a lot of points. Su Xingliang was stunned for a moment, and said a little embarrassedly, Will it be a bit troublesome? Uncle? Bai Lingxiao waved his hand. No. It's not a big deal to teach the war beast vision, and you don't need to spend points to learn it. Among all the team members, Xiao Yao has already learned the war beast vision. She and Tao Yao are both students of Beijing University. Tao Yao's grandfather is a diamond-level professor. It is not a problem for her to learn the war beast vision. And Liu is even more difficult. As a child of the former king family, it is too easy for him to learn the war beast vision. Only Liang finds it difficult to learn the war beast vision. At least, he needs to spend a lot of points. As a teammate and good friend, Bai Lingxiao felt that he had an obligation to help him. Moreover, for a diamond-level summoner, teaching the war beast vision was really just a piece of cake. That's troublesome. Su Xingliang nodded. Comrades. At this time, Xiao Yao suddenly said, "This mission is not easy." Everyone asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Xiao Yao said, "I took a glance. And there are at least 2,000 demon rats in front." 2,000? Everyone's eyes widened. And their expressions froze instantly. Chapter 401. The Fury of the South Sky. No, are you kidding me? Liu eyes widened. More than 2,000 black pine magic rats, is this something we can handle? Ants can kill elephants even if they are numerous. What's more, black pine magic rats are not ants without any resistance. The most common black pine magic rats have the strength of black iron 2, 3 levels, small leaders are generally at the bronze level, and the rat king of the tribe starts at the silver level. More than 2,000 black pine magic rats pounced at us together. The picture makes my scalp numb just thinking about it. Even the gold level can't withstand it. Under this attack, Xiao Yao war beasts may be able to save their lives. But what about the other silver level war beasts? Not to mention that there are still a few war beasts in the team that have not broken through the silver level. Bai Lingxiao and others also showed doubts and puzzled expressions. Did Teacher Sun make a mistake? But at this time, Xiao Yao's mouth showed an intriguing smile. This should be directed at me. Want to see my strength? It just so happens that I also want to practice with large-scale enemies. Don't worry, Xiao Yao said calmly. Everyone, go ahead and fight. There will be no problem with me here. Hearing Xiao Yao's words, everyone felt much more at ease. They knew that was Xiao Yao's character. He would only make such a promise when he was sure of victory. In this case, then do it, Su Xingliang said. Fight them. Liu waved his fist. Damn it. My brother Yao said so. What's there to be afraid of? Bai Lingxiao and Tao Yao looked at each other and also showed a determined look. Xiao Yao gave the order. The flying war beasts lead the way, and the rest of the war beasts will directly take turns to cover and advance. Facing a large-scale enemy, there is no need to formulate any complicated tactics. Just push forward and it will be over. Yes. Fighting again under Xiao Yao's command. Everyone is full of confidence and momentum. Swish. 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 The flying feathered blue phoenix. The holy light unicorn. The gargoyle soared into the air. The wood elf stood on the head of the holy light unicorn. And Kha'Zix flapped his wings, flying low and hiding in the dark woods. At the same time, the rest of the war beasts stood side by side and rushed towards the group of black pine rats in a neat pace. TSK, TSK, TSK. It feels like a League of Legends poster. Xiao Yao's eyes showed a touch of nostalgia. The flying feather blue phoenix took the lead, and its wings vibrated. More than a dozen exploding fireballs hit the ground, killing more than 20 black pine rats at once. The holy light unicorn and the wood elf followed closely behind, and the blazing white holy light cannon and the violent dance of grass blades poured towards the ground. Puff, puff, blood splashed on the ground. The tragic death of their companions made the black pine rats scream sharply. Chirp! For a moment, all the black pine rats on the ground stopped. Their eyes were full of murderous intent and cruelty. In the rat hole not far away, countless black pine rats ran out after hearing the news, like a black tide covering the sky and the earth. Bang! Bang! Bang Makai, Zack, Scorpion, Ari, Rainbow Horned Deer, Shadow Cat. Many war beasts ran away, like soldiers who had fought in many battles, moving forward without hesitation. Paw! Zack paused, pressed his fists to the ground, leaned back, and stretched his arms quickly, like a catapult ready to go. Except that the stone he threw was himself. Bang! A tremor exploded, and Zack soared into the air, leaping dozens of meters in the air, and fell like a meteorite in the area where the black magic squirrels were most densely populated. Bang! The ground shook, and Zack's lower body turned into a round pancake, directly killing more than a dozen black magic rats. Then his body bounced again, gathered into a huge round ball in the air, and suddenly fell to the ground. Bang! 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 The ball bounces 4 times in a row, jumping freely among the black pine rats, crushing a large group of enemies every time it lands, and shaking up all the rats within a 5-meter radius nearby. This is Zack's ultimate move. Dynamic Pinball. Dynamic Pinball. Zack bounces 4 times in a row. Each bounce will cause damage to the surrounding enemies and knock them away. After landing, Zack returns to his normal form, punches and kicks, using his huge body to deal heavy blows to nearby enemies. The Black Pine demon rats were naturally unwilling to be outdone. They rushed in from all directions, biting Zack with their sharp teeth. However, they found that the body of this green monster was like extremely elastic rubber. No matter how hard they tried, they could not tear off a piece of flesh. Ari rushed forward quickly, and the energy bomb and energy orb took off, smashing all the demon rats in a straight line. Then Ari moved her feet, causing the energy orb to return and hit another large group of demon rats. Chirp! 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 A creepy red light appeared in the eyes of the demon rat, and it rushed towards Ari like crazy. Ari snorted coldly, and its 9 tails quickly stretched out. And then all 9 tails came out, like a blooming white lotus. Each petal brought a series of enemies. Buzz buzz buzz. Kha'Zix flew at a low altitude, waving his purple arm blade to his heart's content, splashing strange blood wherever he went. And every time the demon rat tried to leap up to surround and counterattack, Kha'Zix would always flap his wings in advance to escape from the enemy's attack range. Bang! 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 Skarner moved forward quickly, his whole body like a crystal chariot, crushing all the enemies in front of him. With his claws waving and his scorpion tail swinging, Skarner erected a crystal spire under his feet, and his attacks became more and more sharp under the reinforcement of the spire's white light. Experience +1, experience +1, experience +1. Watching the 4 beasts' experience values slowly increase, Xiaoyao was very satisfied. Perhaps this is the mentality of some bosses, who can make money without working. As the battle continued, the casualties of the demon rats continued to increase. But countless demon rats still poured out of the cave and rushed towards the war beasts. The silver-level war beasts could still hold on, but the other bronze-level war beasts were in danger. Fortunately, Tuki provided long-range support to ensure the safety of these war beasts. However, if the fight continued, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Then it's my turn. Xiaoyao looked at Warwick, who was already impatient, and smiled. Xiaoku, are you ready? Warwick growled, his tone full of fighting spirit and excitement. Then let's do it. Xiaoyao looked forward, with a faint smile on his face. Let me see the true power of the Wrath of the South Sky. Paw! 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 Xiaoku instantly transformed into a bloodthirsty werewolf, and with a kick of his foot, he rushed into the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. He stepped on the attacking Black Pine demon rat to death. Xiaoku took a deep breath, and his golden pupils gradually lit up, as if there was a flame burning, and the next second, Xiaoku opened his mouth wide, and let out a thunderous roar. Awoo! In an instant, a golden wave of air burst out like a real thing, mixed with a terrifying mental deterrence. Like a wave, extending for hundreds of meters, and surging towards the Black Pine demon rat. The golden wave of air passed through the rat group, knocking them down like mowing grass. Every demon rat's eyes were filled with fear and trembling, and blood burst out from the corners of their eyes, mouths and noses, which was extremely scary. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The battlefield was extremely quiet, and everyone looked at the arrogant and domineering demon wolf, their eyes full of shock. Chapter 402, finally back to school. What skill is this? Looking at the silent battlefield in front of him, which seemed like the end of the world, Liu opened his mouth wide and asked in a trembling voice. Xiaoyao raised his lips and said a few words. Wrath of the South Sky. Wrath of the South Sky. What a domineering name. Just like the arrogant and domineering Warwick in front of him. Su Xingliang's eyes were still shocked. Is this the ability of Xiaoku to be promoted to the gold level? This is too exaggerated. Killing thousands of enemies in one move. This is also called gold level? It's quite impressive. Looking at Xiaoku, whose experience value skyrocketed, Xiaoyao touched his chin and said. This was the first time Xiaoku used Rage of the South Sky with all his strength since his breakthrough. Both the radiation range and the shock intensity far exceeded his expectations. Rage of the South Sky, so terrifying. Is this something a gold-level war beast can do? Above the sky, the team leader Mr. Sun said with a shocked face. Indeed. The corner of Zhang Lao's mouth also twitched. It's a bit terrifying. Killing thousands of Black Pine rats in one move. Even many platinum-level players can't do it. Sure enough, This kid's war beasts are all weird, none of them are normal. Mr. Zhang. Teacher Sun asked sincerely, I want to know, how should a genius of this level be taught properly? For such an outrageous genius, he really couldn't think of any way to train him. Mr. Zhang stroked his beard and said, well, the mountain man has his own tricks. But in fact, Mr. Zhang's real heart is. I don't know. When Xiaoyao was at the silver level, he could still train him according to his previous teaching experience. But when Xiaoyao was promoted to the gold level, he found that this child had completely exceeded the concept of an ordinary gold level genius. It can be said that the previous experience was completely inapplicable. So he had to think carefully about the next training plan. This is really a happy trouble. The battle did not last long. And the silver level war beasts were not injured. The bronze level rainbow horned deer and preserved eggs were slightly injured. But under the treatment of the wood elves, they recovered quickly. Looking at the battlefield in front of him that seemed to be covered by a black carpet, Liu swallowed his saliva and then sighed, after this wave, the points will rise to the sky. Su Xingliang hesitated and said, but these were all killed by Xiaoyao. He is not on the list of this mission. I don't know if the teacher agrees. That's right. Liu smacked his lips. I hope the teacher can show leniency. Where to go next? Did the teacher give any instructions? No. Then go anywhere, just this way. A few days later, the Black Pine Forest mission was officially over. When they gathered for the return trip, the students of Beijing University were surprised to see Xiaoyao appear in the team. And when they knew that Xiaoyao had broken through the gold level, they were even more shocked. You broke through the gold level before the end of your freshman year. Beijing University can no longer accommodate you. You should graduate quickly. Don't discourage me here. Of course, joking aside, everyone knew that even if Xiaoyao wanted to graduate at this time, President Ouyang would not agree. After all, Beijing University's dream of winning 4 consecutive championships depends on Xiaoyao. After a few hours of driving, everyone finally returned to school. Well, the dormitory is still the best. Sitting on the soft sofa, Xiaoyao put his feet on the coffee table and stretched comfortably. It has been half a month since he left Jinganglan. In this half month, he has not had a good sleep for a day. Even with his strong physique now, it is inevitable to feel tired. Oh, take a break. Su Xingliang sat next to Xiaoyao, stretched out his hand and said, give me a bottle of fat house water. Xiaoyao flipped his wrist and handed the fat house water to Su Xingliang. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyao suddenly remembered that Lao Du had given him 2 broken rings before. But he had been through too many things recently and had forgotten about them. I give you 2 gifts. Xiaoyao clenched his right hand and smiled. Guess what it is? Liu's eyes lit up. The things Xiaoyao gave were definitely precious. Is it some kind of elixir? Su Xingliang guessed. Xiaoyao shook his head. What else can be held in the hand? The 2 people pondered for a long time, but they really couldn't guess. Forget it. I won't let you guess. Xiaoyao smiled and loosened his right hand, and 2 silver rings were in the palm of his hand. Fuck, this is Broken Sky Ring? The 2 people exclaimed. You have a good eye. Xiaoyao smiled. Brother Yao. Liu rushed over and hugged Xiaoyao's shoulders and said excitedly, Brother, you are really my brother. This is the Broken Sky Ring, the Broken Sky Ring he had been eyeing for a long time. He knew very well how useful the Broken Sky Ring was, but the points required to redeem the Broken Sky Ring at school were too high, and he didn't want to rely too much on his family, so he hadn't gotten it yet. I didn't expect Xiaoyao to give me one this time. Wow, Brother Yao, if I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Xiaoyao pushed his head away with disdain. Go away, don't be gay with me here. Each person chooses one, I don't know how big the space is inside. Liang, you choose first. Liu said. Then I choose first. Su Xingliang swallowed his saliva and picked a simple one. To be honest, he was as excited as Liu at this moment. However, when he thought about how he had received so much help from Xiaoyao since his awakening, but he had rarely done anything for him, he felt very ashamed. As a good friend, Xiaoyao saw Liang's mood at a glance. He patted Liang on the shoulder and said with a smile, improve your strength. In the future, we brothers must make a name for ourselves. That's right. Liu straightened his chest and said, I don't set high standards for myself. Xiaoyao is at the Grandmaster level, and I just want to be at the Master level. Master level. Su Xingliang's mouth twitched. He never thought he could become a Master level. Before going to college, Gold level was his goal. Now that he has obtained powerful beasts like Makai and Kha'Zix, His goal is only diamond level. As for master level, I really don't dare to think about it. Master level will definitely be no problem. Xiao Yao smiled. With so many heroes here, what does being a master mean? In the future, their 5-member team will become the 5 great masters of the new generation of Dragon Country. Come on, first drip blood to recognize the master, and see what's inside. These 2 broken sky rings were obtained from the spies, and he was quite curious about what was in the spies' broken sky rings. Soon, Liu and Su Xingliang dripped blood to recognize the master. Su Xingliang, this is a 1.5 cubic meter broken sky ring, which contains some daily necessities. And a bank card. Liu, I have 1 cubic meter except some food. Nothing else. So cautious. A trace of disappointment flashed in Xiao Yao's eyes. He also wanted to get some clues from these 2 broken sky rings, and then follow the clues to catch other spies. Or he thought too well. Where did you get these 2 broken sky rings? Su Xingliang asked curiously. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. They are all spoils of war. Spoils of war. Su Xingliang and Liu understood what Xiao Yao meant instantly. You can throw away the things inside. Looking at the 2 roommates who were having a lot of fun, Xiao Yao smiled, stood up and said, I'm going to take a shower first. Go ahead. Go ahead. Chapter 403 That summer. After taking a shower, Xiao Yao chatted with his 2 roommates for a while, but after a while, he received a text message from Xiao Xiao. I'm going out for a while. Is it Xiao Xiao? Damn it, go you love-struck dog. Don't show up in front of me. Xiao Yao smiled, changed his clothes, and went out. The summer night breeze was cool, refreshing and cold. Xiao Yao walked slowly on the stone road, feeling a little comfortable in his heart. In the past few months, his spirit was always in a tense state. Preparation for the National League. Training in the King Kong Forest. Resolving the assassination crisis. Rescuing the victims in Yushan City. A series of events made him feel both a sense of accomplishment and a little tired. Fortunately, everything was resolved satisfactorily, and he finally had time to enjoy this quiet moment. A few minutes later, he saw Xiao Xiao standing under the tree waiting for him. Tonight, Xiao Xiao wore a white skirt, revealing her fair and smooth calves, and her hair was simply tied up with a headband, revealing her beautiful face without makeup. He could smell the faint scent of jasmine from a distance. You're here so soon. Xiao Yao took Bai Lingxiao's tender little hand and smiled. Of course. Bai Lingxiao and Xiao Yao intertwined their fingers, shake their ponytails, and said happily, Let's go. Walking hand in hand in the campus, Xiao Yao and Bai Lingxiao talked about their recent experiences. Bai Lingxiao's experience was relatively simple. Recently, he had been training with his teammates in the Black Pine Forest. Except for a thrilling encounter with a gold-level monster, there were no other waves. Xiao Yao's experience was a bit thrilling. Mo-Tun appearance, the clever capture of King Kong fruit wine, the subjugation of platinum-level subordinates, the discovery of the Yushan City case. Except for some things that were inconvenient to talk about, Xiao Yao told Xiao Xiao almost all of his recent experiences. After telling his own experience, Xiao Yao suddenly felt relieved, as if a heavy burden had been unloaded. Bai Lingxiao saw a trace of fatigue in Xiao Yao's eyes, and felt very distressed. She knew that her boyfriend, who was so glorious in the eyes of outsiders, and was hailed as the first genius of Longhua, actually suffered a lot of pressure that ordinary people could not imagine. The expectations of the school, the expectations of the country, the targeting of other forces. A boy of only 19 years old has been assassinated many times. If it were someone else, he might have been in a state of panic. However, Xiao Yao's eyes were always full of determination and fearlessness. She knew that this was the price a super genius had to pay on the road to rise. But this price was indeed too heavy. Are you tired? Bai Lingxiao looked at Xiao Yao's resolute face, with a touch of heartache in her eyes. Are you tired? Xiao Yao's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. Of course he is tired. He is not an Iron Man. Who doesn't want to live a comfortable life? But he has a strong motivation in his heart to support him to keep moving forward. He wants to become stronger step by step, so that more heroes will appear in this world. He wants to be the strongest, not only to protect his family and friends, but also to see the scenery at the top of the world. Not tired, this is nothing to me, Xiao Yao said in a relaxed tone. Okay. Bai Lingxiao held Xiao Yao's hand tightly, and said, Tell me when you are tired. Yes. Unconsciously, the two of them walked to the quiet lakeside, walking farther and farther along the lake. Gradually no one was around. For some reason, when they walked here, Xiao Yao's heartbeat suddenly began to speed up, and suddenly there was a dry mouth. What's going on? What's wrong with me? At this time, Bai Lingxiao also felt Xiao Yao's abnormality. She lowered her head, and a blush appeared on her ears. That? Xiao Yao scratched his head and said, why don't we go somewhere else? It's a bit dark here. In fact, how could he, a gold-level summoner who inherited some of Warwick's abilities, feel dark? Even in a forest illuminated only by moonlight, he could see the night as day. But the atmosphere here is indeed a bit weird. I don't know if there are too many adults and women kissing each other here. This place must be cursed. Bai Lingxiao pursed her lips. Her pretty face flushed, as if she had made up her mind. She stood in front of Xiao Yao and said, close your eyes. I give you a gift. This is what they say in idol dramas. Isn't it a bit strange? Bai Lingxiao bit her lips lightly. Her heartbeat was extremely fast. Close your eyes? Xiao Yao swallowed his saliva. Could it be? I closed my eyes. Xiao Yao said quickly with his eyes closed. Bai Lingxiao clenched her fists, as if to cheer herself up, then raised her toes, raised her head, and slowly moved closer to Xiao Yao's lips. Closer. Closer even with his eyes closed. Xiao Yao could feel Xiao Xiao getting closer. His heart was beating fast, and he felt his blood boiling. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. It seemed that Xiao Xiao was the one who took the initiative to hold hands and hug. A man, was too cowardly. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his eyes, put one hand around Xiao Xiao's waist, and kissed her with a cry of surprise. Bai Lingxiao's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Her pretty face flushed, and she slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, Xiao Yao raised his head slightly, feeling extremely satisfied, even happier than breaking through the gold level. Is this the first kiss? So sweet. Bai Lingxiao put her head on Xiao Yao's chest, too shy to look up. Ahem. Xiao Yao slightly stuck out his butt, to cover up the reaction that only boys would have at this time. Just now I thought I should take the initiative, so... Xiao Yao wanted to explain his actions just now. Bai Lingxiao raised her little face, with her pointed chin resting on his chest, and said with a blushing face, I know. Looking at the delicate and tempting red lips in the dark, Xiao Yao couldn't help but kiss her again. Hey, Xiao Yao has been out for almost 2 hours. Why hasn't he come back yet? Liu asked while brushing his teeth. Who knows, maybe they are chatting. You don't have a girlfriend. Don't you know that men and women always have endless topics to talk about? Su Xingliang shrugged and said. Damn. Liu spit out a mouthful of toothpaste foam, angrily said, you said the same thing as you. I don't have it, but it's better than some people bragging about being a girl killer every day. What the hell? What are you talking about? Xiao Yao walked into the room refreshed, with an unstoppable smile on his face. We're talking about a shameless person, who only knows how to brag every day. Su Xingliang smiled contemptuously. Wait, I show you my charms soon. Liu said with a stiff neck. Oh, I've heard this 300 times. Su Xingliang shook his head. At this time, he suddenly saw that Xiao Yao's lips were a little red, and asked, what's wrong with your mouth? Mouth? Xiao Yao rubbed his lips with his fingers, and laughed. I just ate something spicy. I go to sleep first. After eating spicy food, won't you brush your teeth? Looking at Xiao Yao hurried back. Su Xingliang's eyes showed a hint of doubt. You're not right. Chapter 404 Master Forging Lu Zhengwu. What did you do yesterday? You look so happy. After finishing the morning training, Mr. Zhang looked at Xiao Yao with a smile on his face and asked. Ah. Xiao Yao came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Well, maybe you feel better after returning to campus. Is that so? Mr. Zhang nodded. Okay, I understand the strength of your war beasts. I give you a few days off, so you can have a good rest. Okay. Xiao Yao smiled. And then he remembered something, and asked, Teacher, are you familiar with Mr. Lu Zhengwu? Old Lu. Of course I am. Old Zhang nodded, and said, why? You want to find him to make beast armor? Yes. Lu Zhengwu is the only forging master in Kyoto University, and he is very famous throughout the country. It can be said that his status is the ancestor of the forging industry in Longhua. Many big companies and big forces have studied under Lu Zhengwu. I got 15 kilograms of Jinji gold from Lao Du, so I want to build a set of beast armor for Xiuka and Twitch. Among the 4 war beasts, Lao Niu has superb defense, and Mordekaiser has the skill virtual transformation, so they don't really need the protection of beast armor. Although Xiuka has a strong blood-sucking ability, His own defense is still a bit lacking. As for Twitch, it goes without saying that he is a squishy ADC. So he wants to build a set of beast armor for each of the 2 war beasts at once. Although 15 kilograms of Jinji gold is not much. Fortunately Tuki is small. Saving materials, it should be enough. Okay. Then you can follow me. Old Lu must be in his forging room at this time. Zhang Lao said. He has a very good relationship with Lu Zhengwu. Both of them are veterans of Jingda University. They have known each other for decades. He is mainly responsible for training combat talents, while Lu Zhengwu is mainly responsible for training forging talents. He had several disciples who had ordered beast armor from Lu Zhengwu before. With their friendship, as long as they can get enough materials, the processing fee can be saved directly. After leaving the training room, Zhang Lao grabbed Xiao Yao's arm, and they appeared in a remote corner of the school in the next second. Wow! Is this walking in the void? Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with surprise. This skill is so useful for traveling and escaping. Of course, it is even more difficult to defend against sneak attacks. This is Lao Lu's forging room. Zhang Lao pointed to the black door of the hut in front. So low-key? Xiao Yao was a little surprised. The hut in front of him was located in an extremely remote corner of Jingda University. Few people usually come here. If Zhang Lao didn't mention it, he would have thought it was a utility room that was not used all year round. Lao Lu prefers quietness and doesn't like to be disturbed. Zhang Lao walked forward and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, a rough voice came from the door instrument. Lao Zhang. Why did you think of me? Zhang Lao, I want to ask you for a favor. And I also brought you some good wine. Oh! There was a hint of interest in the rough voice. What good wine? King Kong fruit wine brewed by the drunkard. What do you think? Zhang Lao smiled. Come in. When he heard that it was wine brewed by the drunkard, the black door opened quickly, and a staircase leading directly to the underground appeared in front of Xiao Yao. Stepping into the room, Xiao Yao could clearly feel the temperature around him getting higher and higher, and there was a scorching smell of rust in the air. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely sweat profusely. But fortunately, he had awakened the ability of the fire element, so this temperature was nothing to him. The staircase was very long, and it took Xiao Yao 3 minutes to walk, to reach the underground forging room. At this time, an old man over 2 meters tall, and with muscular body was waiting at the door. His skin was a little loose, and there were deep wrinkles on the corners of his eyes and forehead. But he exuded a fiery and domineering aura, which was impressive. Quick! Quick! Let me taste the King Kong fruit wine. The old man completely ignored Xiao Yao, and shouted directly at Zhang Lao. Look how anxious you are. Zhang Lao smiled. And with one hand, a yellow wine gourd flew towards Lu Zhengwu. Lu Zhengwu took the gourd, uncorked it, and gulped down a big mouthful of wine. He exhaled a breath of wine, and said happily, Good wine. Of course it is good wine. My disciple stole it from the drunkard at the risk of his life. Zhang Lao said. Your disciple? Lu Zhengwu set his eyes on Xiao Yao, pointed at Xiao Yao, and said uncertainly, You are that. That? What's your name? Xiao Yao, teacher Lu. My name is Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao. Yes. That's Xiao Yao. Lu Zhengwu slapped his forehead. I'm old. I can't remember people's names. I've heard of you. You are currently recognized as the first genius of Longhua. Am I right? Before Xiao Yao answered, Zhang Lao said proudly, Yes. 19 years old. Gold level. Do you think this talent can be called the first genius of Longhua? What? Lu Zhengwu's eyes flashed with shock. He is already gold level? Zhang Lao stroked his beard and nodded. Gold level at the age of 19. That's too much. Lu Zhengwu's eyes fell on Xiao Yao. He looked at him carefully, then his eyes lit up and asked, Have you awakened the power of the fire element? Xiao Yao nodded. Come, show me. Okay. Xiao Yao took a half step back, raised his left and right hands at the same time, and saw a bang, the golden holy flame and the red hellfire ignited in his palms at the same time. Hey, interesting. Lu Zhengwu stepped forward, covered his hands with black energy, and then placed them on the flames. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Zhengwu looked at Xiao Yao with a strange look, and said after a long silence, Why don't you come and learn forging from me? I guarantee that you will become the most powerful forging master in Longhua. Lu Zhengwu. Zhang Lao's face turned black, and he said angrily, Damn it. Are you trying to kick out my student in front of me? Lu Zhengwu glared, Whoever kicks out your student. Can't he find another teacher? Do you know that his two kinds of flames are very strange? If they are used in forging, he can become the youngest forging master in less than 10 years. Old Zhang's beard and hair were all standing up. Like an angry lion, in less than 10 years, he can become a master summoner. Is master summoner more important? Or forging master? Learning forging is completely wasting his talent. You are talking nonsense. Lu Zhongwu spitted, master summoner under 30 years old. Is your brain stuck? How can you say that? Have you ever seen a 19-year-old gold-level summoner? So what? The further you go, the harder it is to improve the level of summoners. You want to become a master in less than 10 years. Zhang Daoxian. I think you are already confused. You don't believe it? Then let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Looking at the two old men in front of him, who were blowing their beards and glaring, and had no demeanor of a strong man, Xiao Yao stood there awkwardly. It was not right to speak, nor was it right to keep silent. The left and right are men. Chapter 405 High-Tech Forging. Humph. After calming down, Lu Zhongwu curled his lips and said, this time, we will customize the beast armor. Although the two had a quarrel just now, they have quarreled too many times in the past few decades of friendship, which does not affect their friendship at all. Besides, at their age, it is a very lucky thing to have a friend who can quarrel with them. Xiao Yao, tell Lao Lu your needs. Zhang Lao patted his shoulder and said, okay. Xiao Yao said, Teacher Lu, I want to customize the armor for my two war beasts this time. I currently have 15 kilograms of Jinji gold. As for the missing metal, I can buy it now. Lu Zhongwu frowned and said, 15 kilograms is not enough to arm two war beasts. Xiao Yao hurriedly explained, one of them is a rat-shaped war beast, only this tall. He gestured at his knees. Is that so? Lu Zhongwu nodded and said, that's about right, let it out first and let me see it. Okay. Xiao Yao walked to the open space. White light flashed, Xiaoku and Tuki appeared. Lu Zhongwu took a look, nodded and said, not bad, for this size. 15 kilograms of Jinji gold is enough. Teacher Lu, Xiao Yao said, in addition to this wolf form, my angry blood demon wolf has another combat form. Oh! Lu Zhongwu said curiously, let's show you. Xiao Yao looked at Xiaoku. A Xiaoku growled, and immediately entered the bloodthirsty werewolf state. Good fellow. Looking at the giant wolf, that was originally as tall as a man turning into a werewolf, in the blink of an eye, Lu Zhongwu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Bring your war beast here. Lu Zhongwu waved his hand, and led Xiao Yao to a room full of instruments and equipment. Let the mouse stand in the middle first. Lu Zhong said. Under Xiao Yao's command, Tuki turned his head, and walked to the center of the room, with curiosity. Soon, the surrounding instruments lit up red. Several laser beams shot out from the wall, along Tuki's head, slowly went down, and finally landed on his feet. Then, the computer next to him showed Tuki's three-dimensional model. Oh my god, it turns out that this is still high-tech forging. Xiao Yao smacked his lips. This is different from what he imagined. Lu Zhongwu saved Tuki's model and said, go up second. Wait for my order to change to the second form. Okay. Xiaoku in werewolf form walked to the center, and replaced Tuki's position. Under the scanning of the laser beam, Xiaoku's three-dimensional model of werewolf also appeared on the computer. Change form. Yes, Xiaoku released the werewolf state, and stood quietly in place. After the laser scanning, the two forms were displayed side by side on the computer. Well, it's done. Lu Zhongwu turned off the instrument, walked to Xiaoku and said, next. I will use my ability to feel the strength of each part of their bodies. Tell them not to panic. Understood. After Xiao Yao noticed, Xiaoku and Tuqi stood quietly in place. Without saying a word, Lu Zhongwu took a step forward and put his hands on Xiaoku's body. The next second, black flowing energy surged from his two hands. This black energy quickly wrapped around Xiaoku's body, not even sparing his eyes. At first glance, Xiaoku looked like a black stone sculpture, motionless. A few minutes later, Lu Zhongwu retracted his hands, and then pressed his big hands directly on Tuki's head. Black energy surged, and Tuki was also surrounded by energy. But this time, Lu Zhongwu let go of his hands in just 1 minute. Okay. I already know the situation of the two war beasts. Come back in 3 days, to test the finished product. Lu Zhongwu said. That's it? Xiao Yao couldn't help asking, Teacher Lu, do I need to prepare other materials? Lu Zhongwu waved his hand. No need, I have all the other materials. Old man Zhang Daoxian finally accepted a disciple. I have to show my appreciation anyway. This? Xiao Yao turned to look at old Zhang. Old Zhang said, he said so, you don't have to worry about it next, if you want to thank him. Give him a few more bottles of Vidra fruit wine. No problem. Xiao Yao quickly took out 5 bottles of Vidra fruit wine that had been sealed from the broken sky ring and handed them to Lu Zhongwu. Lu Zhongwu took the King Kong fruit wine, and his love for wine was immediately aroused. He opened a bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Huh. Good wine. He shook the bottle, looked at Xiao Yao, and said with satisfaction, for the sake of these bottles of good wine, I will add some good ingredients to your beast armor this time. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he bowed slightly and said, thank you, Teacher Lu. Okay, Lao Zhang. I'm going to work next. Take your precious apprentice out. Lu Zhongwu waved his hand. Okay. I see you again in 3 days. Old Zhang patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder, and the master and apprentice walked out of the forging room. Lu Zhongwu forging skills are definitely the best in Dragon Country. You can look forward to the finished product in 3 days, Old Zhang said with a smile. Xiao Yao's eyes also showed a hint of expectation. What would the beast armor forged by the forging master look like? Xiao Yao took another good nap in the afternoon, which relieved the fatigue of the morning training. Before dinner, he made an appointment with 4 teammates and booked a private room at the school gate. I was too tired yesterday, I didn't eat much, I have to have a good meal today. Liu knocked on the table with chopsticks and said, Me too, I slept until 3 o'clock in the afternoon today, and I haven't eaten yet. Su Xingliang held his shriveled stomach, he felt like he could eat a cow now. Soon, several hard dishes were served, the clear-boiled beef made from the silver-level water demon bull, the spicy frog made from the silver-level fire-breathing frog, and the braised pork made from the gold-level silver thorn pig. Wow, it's so rich! The teammate who had been starving for a long time didn't hesitate, picked up the chopsticks, and started eating. The 2 girls ate in a relatively polite manner, but Liu and Su Xingliang were starving, shoveling another bite into their mouths without swallowing it, for fear that the other party would finish the meat. I'm dizzy. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. He was also quite hungry, but when he saw these 2, his hunger was reduced by half. He turned his head, and saw a little oil stain on Bai Lingxiao's mouth, so he took a napkin and gently wiped it off. At this time, Liu happened to look up, and seeing this scene, the beef in his mouth suddenly lost its fragrance. When all the dishes were served, everyone was about 80% full. Xiao Yao took out a bottle of Vidra fruit wine from the broken sky ring and said, Everyone, try my bottle of wine. Liu's eyes lit up. What kind of wine? How old is it? Tao Yao saw the bottle of wine, and her expression was a little hesitant. She didn't like the taste of wine, but it was not good to refuse it directly. Bai Lingxiao guessed the origin of this bottle of wine, and her eyes showed expectation. Xiao Yao noticed Tao Yao's resistance, shook the bottle, and smiled. This is the Vidra fruit wine I stole from the drunkard. Drinking it can enhance the summoner's strength and defense. Enhance strength and defense. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 406 First try of King Kong fruit wine. Then let's have a taste. Xiao Yao poured a glass of King Kong fruit wine for everyone, then raised his glass and said, Come on, cheers. Cheers. Everyone clinked their glasses excitedly. The 3 boys drank the wine in their glasses, while the 2 girls took a sip first, and felt that the taste was acceptable, so they drank it all in one gulp. Huh. Xiao Yao exhaled a breath of alcohol. The taste of King Kong fruit wine is not bad, although it tastes a bit spicy, but it has a sweet fruity aroma. Even people who have never drunk alcohol can completely accept it. After the first cup, Bai Lingxiao and Tao Yao's faces immediately flushed, which was very cute. How do you feel? Xiao Yao asked. It tastes good. Liu gave a thumbs up. Tao Yao blinked her big eyes and said, I feel warm inside my body. Then have another cup. Xiao Yao filled everyone's cup again. He had consulted Zhang Lao before, and the effect of diamond fruit wine on silver level and gold level summoners is still very obvious. As long as there is no burning sensation inside the body, you can continue to take it. The first time has the best effect. After the third time, it basically has no gain effect. Cheers! Ding soon after the second cup, Bai Lingxiao and Tao Yao's faces turned red. Liu and Su Xingliang were fine, but they also felt hot, and quickly turned the air conditioner to the lowest temperature. They didn't drink very fast afterwards. Everyone chatted and drank. Half an hour later, Xiao Yao looked at his friends with blurred eyes and hot cheeks, and couldn't help but smile. After drinking the remaining wine in the bottle, he helped a few friends out of the restaurant. Su Xingliang and Li Yu were in good condition, arm in arm, stumbling towards the school. But the two girls, who had never drunk before, could no longer walk, with their heads dizzy and heavy, and almost fell down after taking 2 steps. But Tao Yaoyao was still rational, and summoned the holy light unicorn as soon as she went out, and sat on its back with Xiao Yao's help, and put her arms around the unicorn's neck. Xiao Xiao, why don't you summon little rainbow too? Xiao Yao said gently. I don't want it. Bai Ling Xiao leaned her head on Xiao Yao's shoulder. Her face was red. She said in a drunken and coquettish manner, I want you to carry me. Xiao Yao touched her hot face, and said with a touch of pampering, no problem. He carried Bai Ling Xiao on his back, holding her thighs with both hands, and directed the holy light unicorn and said, let's go. Sha Sha. The entrance of the hotel does not belong to the school territory, and it is not allowed to summon war beasts, but they are only 1 street away from the school now. As long as they get into the school quickly, even if someone sees them, they will not say anything. Seeing that Su Xingliang and Li Yu were still sober, Xiao Yao asked them to go back to the dormitory together, while he escorted the 2 girls home. Xiao Xiao and Yao Yao both lived in the Beijing University family compound, and the 2 families were very close. Xiao Yao first followed the holy light unicorn to Tao Yaoyao's door. At this time, an elegant middle-aged man was waiting in the yard. When he saw the holy light unicorn appear, he hurried to the gate of the yard and helped Tao Yaoyao down. Uncle, I'm sorry. Today we drank a little wine, and Yaoyao is a little drunk, Xiao Yao said apologetically. It's okay, just come back safely. The middle-aged man, Tao Yaoyao's father, was very friendly. He naturally recognized Xiao Yao, a 19-year-old gold-level summoner, who was known as the first genius of Dragon Country. In daily family communication, his daughter often shared interesting stories with a few good friends, so he also had a good understanding of Xiao Yao's personality. This was a leader-type genius, who was extremely talented but gentle, and took good care of his friends. The other teammates were all very talented, so he was happy to see his daughter interact with these children more. Uncle, I take Xiao Xiao home first. Xiao Yao nodded slightly. Okay, let's go back. Xiao Yao carried Bai Ling Xiao on his back, letting her chin rest on his shoulder. At this time, even breathing sounds came from behind. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. He knew Xiao Xiao had fallen asleep. When he arrived at Xiao Xiao's door, Bai Chengfeng, like Tao Yao's father, was already waiting in the yard. Uncle Bai. Xiao Yao. Bai Chengfeng walked over quickly, and saw that Bai Ling Xiao had fallen asleep on Xiao Yao's back, and smelled the alcohol, and was a little surprised. Why did you think of drinking today? Xiao Yao explained. Some time ago in the King Kong forest, I stole a batch of King Kong fruit wine from the drunkard, and I will share it with Xiao Xiao and the others tonight. King Kong fruit wine. Bai Chengfeng naturally knew the effect of King Kong fruit wine, so he smiled and said, Is that so then, Xiao Yao? Just carry Xiao Xiao upstairs. Okay. Uncle Bai. When he entered the house, Xiao Yao saw Xiao Xiao's mother He Wan Yu waiting in the living room, and greeted her warmly, and He Wan Yu came over, with a smile on her face. Xiao Yao is here. Now, she is more and more satisfied with Xiao Yao. Not only is he handsome, his talent is terrifying. At the age of 19, he has become a gold-level summoner like himself, and he may even step into the realm of Grandmaster in the future. As for his character, there is nothing to say. Who cannot be satisfied with such a son-in-law? Xiao Yao smiled and said, And he? I'm sorry to bother you so late. Is Ling Yun asleep? He's asleep. Please send Xiao Xiao up first. Looking at her daughter who was already asleep, He Wan Yu lowered her voice slightly. Xiao Yao carried Bai Ling Xiao on his back, and came to the boudoir he had never set foot in. Xiao Xiao's room was very cute, mainly in pink tones, and there were a few cartoon dolls on the bed. At first glance, it looked a bit like a child's room. With the help of He Wan Yu, Xiao Yao gently put Bai Ling Xiao on the bed. He Wan Yu helped Bai Ling Xiao take off her shoes and socks, covered her with a quilt, and turned on the air conditioner. After settling Xiao Xiao down, Xiao Yao followed He Wan Yu downstairs. At this time, Bai Chengfeng looked at Xiao Yao and asked curiously, Xiao Yao, how is your gold-level war beast? He was very curious about Xiao Yao's new war beast. The first 3 war beasts were more abnormal than each other, so the 4th one would not be bad. Xiao Yao did not hide it, and directly summoned Mo Tung in the yard. He also introduced all of emoting skills. After listening to Xiao Yao's story, Bai Chengfeng and He Wanyu were shocked, and there was a hint of as expected in their eyes. No matter how outrageous the matter was, it would seem normal to Xiao Yao. Okay, go back and have a rest early. You can test the effect of the Vidra fruit wine when you wake up tomorrow. Bai Chengfeng patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said, Uncle Bai. Xiao Yao took out a few bottles of Vidra fruit wine from the broken sky ring and said, You can keep a few bottles too. Bai Chengfeng waved his hand, Forget it. Vidra fruit wine is useless to me, and I am not a heavy drinker. So you can keep this wine for yourself. Well, okay. After Xiao Yao and Bai Chengfeng and his wife waved goodbye, they quickly ran back to the dormitory. At this time, Li Yu and Su Xingliang had already fallen asleep. Xiao Yao returned to the room, opened a bottle of Vidra fruit wine, and gulped it down. When his body felt hot and his head felt a little dizzy, Xiao Yao put the remaining Vidra fruit wine back into the broken sky ring, took off his clothes, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 407, Rapid Progress. In the early morning, the golden sunlight shines through the window, illuminating the whole room. Xiao Yao slowly sat up, rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched his waist. Wow, is the effect so obvious? Xiao Yao opened his eyes slightly, and was very surprised by the strong feeling of power in his body. This feeling. The power has increased a lot. After getting dressed and walking out of the room, Liang was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, and Li Yu got up early, walking back and forth in the room, stretching his body. As soon as he saw Xiao Yao, Li Yu immediately said excitedly, Fuck. Xiao Yao, your King Kong fruit wine is amazing. I feel like I can easily fight bronze-level monsters now. Su Xingliang turned his head, with toothpaste foam in his mouth, and teased, Why don't you compete with my preserved egg, which is also bronze level? Li Yu rolled his eyes. I'm talking about bronze-level monsters. Monsters? Do you understand? Monsters and war beasts of the same level have completely different combat capabilities. And with Pai Dan's elusive speed and explosive power, he will definitely be taken down in one move. Xiao Yao smiled and said, I also feel that my strength has increased a lot. Let's do this. Call Xiao Xiao and Yao Yao later. Let's go to the fighting hall to test our physical data. The fighting hall of Beijing University has a series of instruments. Through various tests, the tester's strength, speed, defense, attack power and other data can be evaluated. It is mainly suitable for summoners. Let's go. Let's go. I can't wait, Li Yu said with great anticipation. After breakfast, Xiao Yao and his friends gathered at the fighting gym. They used their points to reserve a separate room. The room was large and had all kinds of equipment. Of course, the price was not cheap, and it required 20 points. 20 points was the maximum points that could be earned by a single person in a silver-level mission. However, for Xiao Yao, who had thousands of points in hand, 20 points was nothing. Let's test the strength first, Xiao Yao suggested. Come on. Come on, everyone said excitedly. The strength test is very simple. Before the test, each person will be attached with a sensor patch, and then perform a series of activities such as squats, deadlifts, bench presses, and punching targets. After the test, the system background will integrate all the data and evaluate the strength of the tester. I go first, Li Yu volunteered. After attaching the sensor patch, Li Yu followed the instructions and performed the test step by step. Finally, his test result was bronze level 2. The standard behind this result was set by the instrument manufacturer Tianqing Company. Tianqing Company is the largest weapons and equipment company in Longhua, with a market value of trillions of dollars, ranking among the top in the world, and is said to have a master-level background. Before producing this set of equipment, Tianqing Company captured thousands of monsters, ranging from black iron level 1 to gold level 5, and after various tests, assessments, and data statistics, a set of standards was finally set. This set of standards has been recognized by the world, so major well-known universities, official institutions, summoner clubs, and other organizations around the world will purchase this series of equipment from Tianqing Company. Li Yu's strength test result was bronze level 2, which means that his strength was comparable to that of most bronze level 2 monsters. Li Yu was quite satisfied with this result. The next step was the speed test. First, the tester had to enter a closed space. After the preparations were completed, the instrument would randomly shoot lasers. The tester had to touch the laser point with his hand and immediately rushed to the second laser point to complete the touch. After several attempts, Liu test result came out as Black Iron level 5. Black Iron level 5 is not high, but there are indeed no agile beasts among Liu war beasts, so this result is expected. The next step is the defense test. The defense test includes sharp weapon test, blunt weapon test, and energy resistance test. In the end, Liu result was bronze level 2, which is consistent with the strength level. The last item is the attack power test, which is very simple. The tester only needs to use his strongest means to attack the test wall. This item is also what everyone is most interested in. Come on! Liu moved his wrist, stood 3 meters away from the test wall, took a deep breath, and swung his fist violently. His arm stretched out instantly, and his right fist, like an arrow from a bow, hit the test wall hard. A muffled sound rang out, and the result of this time was displayed above the test wall. Bronze level 3. Not bad. Xiao Yao nodded. A summoner, who had just been promoted to silver level, had the attack power of bronze level 3. It must be said that this is very rare in the entire summoner world. Moreover, Liu's strength and defense are not weak at all. Both are bronze 2, which is not only due to Zack's strong physique and the feedback from the gargoyle, but also the bonus of the diamond fruit wine. The second tester is Liang Liang. After the test, Liang Liang overall level is higher than Liu. In terms of strength, he is equal to Liu. Both are bronze 2, and his defense is also bronze 2, but the points are lower than Liu. In terms of agility, he has reached bronze 1 and is very close to bronze 2. In terms of attack power, he is also very strong. With the blessing of Thorn Smash, his attack power is even infinitely close to bronze 4. Of course, Xiao Yao was not surprised by this result. First of all, Liang Liang has 2 heroes, Makai and Kha'Zix. So after the war beast's feedback, his physical fitness is naturally stronger than Liu. In addition, Liang Liang Shadow Cat, Pai Dan, has a speed and explosive power far exceeding Liu's spiritual war beast, Mei Ming beast, so his overall level must be higher than Liu. It is also because of the excellent defense of the gargoyle that Liu defense points are slightly higher than Liang Liang. Next is Tao Yao Yao. Yao Yao's silver level war beast Skarner is also excellent in strength and defense. With the influence of the diamond fruit wine, her strength and defense are both higher than bronze 2, but the points of both are lower than Liu. In terms of agility, it is mediocre. Like Liu, both are Black Iron 5, and due to the lack of attack-type combat skills, Yao Yao attack power is only bronze 2. But Yao Yao also has an advantage that neither Liu nor Liang Liang have, that is, she has awakened the ability of Wood Element. Her Wood Element ability is not very strong, and can only treat some relatively minor external injuries. But even so, it makes Liu and Liang Liang quite envious. After all, one is a crude warrior, and the other is a noble magician, which is completely different. The fourth one is Bai Lin Xiao. Xiao Xiao physical fitness can be said to be the weakest among the 4, since her war beasts are not good at physical fitness. The test results are relatively average. Strength and defense barely reach bronze 1. And this is still under the benefit of King Kong fruit wine. Otherwise it is only the level of Black Iron 5. Agility is pretty good. Whether it is Rainbow Horned Deer, Feiyu 1 or Ari, they are all very agile. So her agility is very close to bronze 2, only a few points lower than Liang Yang. In the final attack power test, Xiao Xiao performance is eye-catching. Although her physical fitness is low, Xiao Xiao has awakened 2 abilities. One is Feiyu 1's fire element, and the other is the power of the demon fox given to her by Ari. Using the fire element to rub out fireballs, her attack power can reach bronze 1, and after using the power of the demon fox to launch the spirit bomb, the attack power is even close to bronze 3. In actual combat, as long as the distance can be controlled, Xiao Xiao is much more threatening than the other 3. This is the advantage of long-range mages. After a round of testing, everyone was very satisfied with the results. Finally, it was Xiao Yao's turn. Finally, it's my turn. Xiao Yao put on the sensor patch, and his eyes gradually showed anticipation. Chapter 408 Exaggerated Test Results. How much strength do you think Xiao Yao can achieve? Looking at Xiao Yao putting on the sensor patch, Liu stood by, touched his chin and whispered, "At least silver level 2. Su Xingliang affirmed. Ordinary gold level summoners, naturally, cannot reach the silver level of strength unless there is a war beast that is good at strength, and the level cannot be lower than gold level 4. But Xiao Yao is completely different. After all, Lao Nyo's strength is too terrifying, plus Xiaoku feedback, and the bonus of King Kong fruit wine. Xiao Yao's strength can at least reach silver level 2, even silver level 3 is not impossible. Silver level 2 the others couldn't help but look forward to it. If he could really reach silver level 2, then with Xiao Yao's skilled fighting skills and various abilities, his fighting power could even be comparable to that of silver level 3 and 4 war beasts. That would be too terrifying. After adjusting his body condition, Xiao Yao took a deep breath and suddenly grabbed the barbell. Sensing Xiao Yao's terrifying strength, the backstage of the instrument quickly manipulated the gravity system to apply gravity to the barbell area. Suddenly, Xiao Yao felt the barbell getting heavier. But this also aroused his fighting spirit. Get up! With a loud shout, Xiao Yao blushed and slowly pulled up the barbell in a standard deadlift posture. With a loud bang, the barbell fell heavily to the ground. Shaking the ground slightly, Xiao Yao put down the barbell and started the next item. Bench press. Squat. Boxing target. After all the items were completed, the system background gave the final result. Silver level 3. Silver level 3. And very close to silver level 4. When seeing this result, Xiao Yao himself was quite surprised. He originally predicted that without the bonus of King Kong fruit wine, his strength would be roughly around silver level 2. And it would probably be close to but not exceed silver level 2. After taking King Kong fruit wine, he should be able to barely break through silver level 3. Unexpectedly, his strength is now close to silver level 4, which is really beyond his expectations. Of course, this is also related to his originally strong physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness, the better the effect of taking King Kong fruit wine for the first time. Silver level 3, I knew it. Everyone smacked their lips and began to look forward to Xiao Yao's next performance. The next item was the speed test. After entering the closed space, Xiao Yao held his breath and concentrated. Soon, a red dot appeared on the floor in front of him. Swish! Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the next second Xiao Yao touched the position of the red dot with his hand. Oh my god, what speed is this? Su Xingliang opened his mouth wide. Swish! 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 Xiao Yao kept jumping and running in the closed space. The speed was so fast that ordinary people could not catch it at all. But fortunately, everyone is already a silver level summoner. After a period of adaptation, they can still keep up with Xiao Yao's speed. Finally, Xiao Yao's speed test results came out. Silver level 2. Diamond fruit wine mainly improves the summoner's strength and defense, while the improvement in speed is minimal. So it is not surprising that the speed is not as good as the strength. Moreover, compared with strength, it is several times more difficult to improve speed. So it is already quite good to have a speed of silver level 2. The next item is the defense test, which is also Xiao Yao's advantage, and even his strongest point, because he inherited Lao Nyo's ultimate move, Firm Will. After testing, when not using Firm Will, his defense can reach the level of silver level 3, which means that monsters below silver level 3, without attacking the vital points, can no longer cause much damage to him. After using Firm Will, his defense can even temporarily exceed silver level 5, and is infinitely close to the gold level. But the duration is less than 10 seconds. Damn. This is a humanoid beast. Liu's mouth twitched. A summoner who had just broken through the gold level. His own defense was close to the gold level. This was simply outrageous. It was outrageous to the extreme. On the other side, Bai Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with deep joy. The stronger Xiao Yao defense, the more his safety would be guaranteed. Finally, it was time to test his attack power. Everyone guessed that Xiao Yao's strength was very close to silver level 4. So after taking into account his skills, his attack power would definitely reach silver level 4. But silver level 5 might be a bit shaky. Let's get started. Xiao Yao stood 2 meters in front of the test wall, his body slightly tense, and a red flame ignited in his right hand. What a cool flame! Liu and Su Xingliang both showed deep envy in their eyes. Silver level summoners can master the power of elements, but although the brothers have strong physical fitness, because several war beasts do not have obvious elemental abilities, they can only watch the other 3 friends become noble magicians, while they are still crude warriors. Xiao Yao, whether the gold level can master the power of elements depends on you. The 2 people said silently in their hearts at the same time. Huh? The flames bloomed, like a blooming fire lotus. Xiao Yao stepped heavily, clenched his right fist, turned his waist and twisted his hips, and his right fist burning with hellfire hit the center of the test wall like a meteorite. Beast's mouth. Bang! The wall shook, sparks flew. The numbers on the wall changed rapidly, and finally, the test results shocked everyone. Silver level 5. Although the data has just broken through silver level 5, this is also a real silver level 5. A gold level 1 summoner actually has the attack power of silver level 5. You are a monster in human skin. Wow, it's really silver level 5. Xiao Yao himself was also very surprised. The attack power can reach silver level 5, which is indeed beyond his expectations. But he also knew in his heart that the previous attack had used the strongest attack method, and there was only one attack power in a short period of time. After the attack, his normal attack power is probably around silver level 4. But I have to say, it's really awesome. Xiao Yao couldn't help but brag about himself in his heart. A gold level 1 summoner can cause silver level 5 damage. He is the only one in the world. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The effect of the diamond fruit wine is really powerful. It makes everyone's strength and defense increase by at least 1 level. Next, they will have 2 more opportunities to take diamond fruit wine, although the effect is far less than the first time, but he estimates that the 2 times combined can increase the strength and defense by about half a level. This is already quite rare. In the summoner world, there are many treasures that can improve the strength of war beasts, but it is very rare to improve the strength of the summoner himself. And treasures like King Kong fruit wine that can greatly improve the strength and defense of summoners, even in the Jingda treasure house. There are only a few. Come on, 2 bottles each. Xiao Yao took out 8 bottles of King Kong fruit wine and said, next. Everyone will take it at home. After the King Kong fruit wine is completely digested, we will come here to test it again. Okay. The friends took the bottles of wine, and showed their expectations at the same time. Chapter 409 Swift Beast Armor. In the next 2 days, Xiao Yao took diamond fruit wine once a day. After 3 strengthenings, his strength and defense level had reached silver level 4, which could be called a true humanoid beast. Of course, the growth of other friends was also good, and under Xiao Yao guidance and practical training, each person became more and more proficient in their own abilities. If they really fought, the ordinary bronze level 2, 3 monsters would never be their opponents. At the same time, in addition to his own strength growth, Xiao Yao also received the second good news. Okay, teacher. I go there now. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yao's eyes were filled with surprise. Just now, Master Lu Zhongwu informed Zhang Lao that his 2 sets of beast armor had been completed and asked him to go over to inspect the goods now. You are worthy of being a forging master. And your efficiency is high. Xiao Yao came to the door of Master Lu Zhongwu forging room with great interest. At this time, Zhang Lao was already waiting at the door. Teacher. Old John looked at Xiao Yao. With his experience, he could see the changes in Xiao Yao at once. He smiled with satisfaction. You have made great progress in the past 2 days. Xiao Yao chuckled. I drank the King Kong fruit wine. My strength and defense have increased a lot in the past 2 days. Did you take the test? I did. My strength and defense have reached silver level 4. Silver. Silver level 4? Old John paused while stroking his beard. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. You are a gold level 1 summoner. But your strength and defense can reach silver level 4? Are you trying to compete with your war beasts? It's outrageous. However, through this, Zhang Lao also immediately realized the horror of Xiao Yao war beast. It is impossible to reach such a level with the enhancement of diamond fruit wine. Xiao Yao's own strength and defense must be extremely strong. And with the enhancement of diamond fruit wine, he can reach silver level 4. And the only one who can bring such terrifying power and defense to Xiao Yao is the purple prison demon bull. No, Xiao Yao told him that. The purple hell demon bull has been officially registered and renamed, and its current name is Purgatory Demon Bull. Crackle. Crackle. At this time, the heavy door slowly opened. Old Zhang patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said, Let's go. After walking along the long stairs for a few minutes, Xiao Yao and Old Zhang came to Master Lu Zhongwu forging room. After seeing Xiao Yao, Lu Zhongwu didn't waste any words, and directly pointed to the 2 armors behind him and said, See if you are satisfied with the shape. Behind Master Lu, 2 sets of armor, 1 large and 1 small, were hanging on the wall. The large armor was dark black, similar to the color of Xiao Ke hair. This set of armor was not a full body armor, but was divided into 5 parts, namely the head armor, waist armor, hard guard, left and right arm armor, and left and right leg armor. The left and right arm armors were particularly eye-catching, extending from the shoulders to the hands, with 5 sharp metal claws extending out, and the cold edge could be felt from a meter away. The small armor was dark green, and this set of armor was a full-body armor, covering almost all parts of the body. At this time, Lu Shengwu introduced, I named these 2 sets of beast armor as Swift Beast Armor. In addition to your Xinji Gold, I also added a lot of wind stone and other matching metals. I have studied your War Beast video. The Blood Rage Demon Wolf has strong recovery ability and excellent agility. Therefore, this set of Swift Wolf armor is mainly aimed at protecting vital points and strengthening speed advantage. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded frequently. He recognized Master Lu's design concept very much. With Xiaoke abnormal recovery ability, as long as the vital points are not fatally injured, he can fully recover in a short time. As for this set of Swift Rat armor, it has a different focus from the Wolf armor. The biggest problem with your Plague Demon Rat is that it is fragile, so this set of Beast armor is mainly used to strengthen defense, and of course, it also has a certain bonus to speed, but the bonus is not as large as the Wolf armor. By the way, both sets are growth-type beast armors. You know the classification of beast armors. Right. Xiao Yan nodded and said, I know. Beast armor is generally divided into 2 categories. The first category is stage-based beast armor, which means that this set of beast armor is mainly suitable for a certain stage, such as bronze level, silver level. At this stage, the protection and bonus provided by the beast armor are very powerful. Some beast armors made by famous masters can even allow a silver level 1 war beast to fight a silver level 5 war beast without losing the upper hand. But once the war beast breaks through to the next level, the effect of the beast armor will be greatly reduced. And using the beast armor requires a lot of energy and physical strength. So most people will abandon the previous beast armor when the war beast breaks through. The stage beast armor is generally the choice of the rich, or those with a good family background. The second type is the growth beast armor. Growth beast armor is mainly strengthened on the basis of the war beast itself and the defense. Attack power and various bonuses will increase with the increase of the war beast level. In a single stage, the various bonuses of the growth beast armor are not as strong as the stage beast armor. But the advantage of the growth beast armor is that it can be used continuously for 2 stages. For example, the 2 sets of beast armor in front of us are enough for Xiaoke and Twitch to use to the platinum level. This saves Xiao Yao a lot of material costs. Therefore, most summoners generally choose growth beast armor. After all, it costs a lot to gather the materials for the beast armor. Not to mention that they have to ask the forger to design and forge it later. You have to know that if you ask an excellent blacksmith to do it, the cost will not be much lower than the material cost. And for a blacksmith like Master Lu, the fee is even higher. Of course, Master Lu cannot be invited to personally make ordinary gold-level beast armor. That's good to know. Then let your war beast recognize the master. Master Lu said. Okay. A white light flashed, and Xiaoke and Tuki appeared beside Xiao Yao. As soon as Xiaoke appeared, he noticed the mighty and domineering beast armor in front of him. He felt that the beast armor seemed to be calling his soul, and his footsteps unconsciously moved forward. Tuki also had a similar situation. A hint of excitement flashed under his purple crystal glasses, and he ran under the wind rat armor in the blink of an eye. Don't worry. This is prepared for you too. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, took off the 2 sets of beast armor respectively, and ordered Xiaoke to enter the bloodthirsty werewolf state. Then he followed Master Lu's instructions, and put the beast armor on the 2 beasts. Putting it on is only the first step. And the next step is the most important part of recognizing the master. The recognition of the beast armor is similar to that of the Shattering Sky Ring, which is to use the blood of the war beast to establish a connection with the beast armor and let it integrate into the body. After understanding the master recognition mechanism, Xiaoke decisively used the claws on his arm armor to poke a blood hole in his right chest. The blood continued to flow out and drip onto the beast armor. At the same time, he controlled his self-healing ability and let the wound recover at a very slow speed. On the other side, Tuki was also very decisive. The energy in his body burst out, making him spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the surface of his skin began to bleed. As the blood continued to be absorbed, the 2 sets of beast armor gradually emitted a soft black light, and finally disappeared under the skin of the 2 beasts. Chapter 410 Powerful Beast Armor. Awo, after completely integrating the beast armor, feeling the magical power in their bodies ready to burst out, Xiaoke and Tuki could not help but roar with excitement. Come on, try the effect. Old John stood aside, said with a smile. Yeah. Xiao Yao also had a strong look of expectation in his eyes. Xiaoke, you go first. Xiaoke's golden eyes flickered, and with a thought, the mighty and domineering wind wolf armor suddenly appeared. The peculiarly shaped head armor covers the back of Xiaoke's head and temples, while the front is completely exposed. At first glance, it looks a bit like an ancient combat helmet. Looking down, a round heart guard is attached to the left chest, protecting the heart, a vital part. Below that, there is a waist armor that completely covers the waist and abdomen. Whether it is an ordinary wild wolf or a wolf-type war beast, they all have one characteristic, which is what everyone often calls a copper head, iron bones, and tofu waist. The waist is the vulnerable part of the wolf clan, and this waist armor can completely protect Xiaoke's waist and abdomen. It is strong and has strong ductility and elasticity, ensuring flexibility in battle. The left and right arm armors extend from the shoulders to the hands. The shoulders are hemispherical and covered with dozens of spikes, which are extremely threatening. The armor from the upper arm to the forearm is engraved with complex golden patterns, and the sharp metal claws are integrated with Xiaoke claws, which makes the lethality even higher. The left and right leg armors extend from the ankles to the thighs, protecting the tibia, knees and other parts. With the blessing of the beast armor, Xiaoke's temperament becomes more cold and domineering, like an emotionless killing machine, which is terrifying. How handsome! Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, exclaiming, there is also a beast form. Let him show it too. Master Lu reminded. Yes. Xiao Yao quickly asked Xiaoke to remove the bloodthirsty werewolf state. Xiaoke nodded slightly, and with a thought, he returned to the beast form. As his body became smaller, his beast armor also changed. The head armor still exposed the front as before, but almost all other parts were covered by the beast armor, directly transforming from a werewolf warrior wearing armor to a real steel wolf. As expected of a forging master, you are really amazing. Xiao Yao sighed in his heart. Besides Master Lu Zhongwu, there are probably not many people in the entire Dragon Country forging world who can switch between the two forms of beast armor freely. Now it's your turn. Plague Rat, Master Lu said. Under Xiao Yao's command, Tuki, who couldn't wait any longer, immediately summoned the beast armor. Tuki beast armor covered his entire body, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. At first glance, he looked like a small metal sculpture. With Tuki crossbow in hand, a fierce murderous intent immediately enveloped the entire scene. The appearance is pretty good, Mr. Zhang commented. Next, we need to test the actual combat effects of these two sets of beast armor. Come with me. Master Lu turned around and took Xiao Yao to an empty room of several thousand square meters. Let's move around first. Try out the bonus effect of the beast armor on speed, Master Lu said. Understood. Xiao Yao nodded. Let Xiaoke and Tuqi sprint back and forth at the maximum speed. Shua shua. Two figures, one big and one small, started instantly, running at high speed in the room. Xiao Yao stood aside, looking back and forth between the two beasts. He found that, although the beast armor looked like armor, in actual movement, it was more like a tights attached to the body, and the joints were extremely flexible, which did not affect the movement of the beast at all. Through observation, Xiao Yao could see that Xiaoke's speed increased by about 30%, and Tuki by about 20%, which was a significant increase. Originally, Xiaoke's speed was amazingly fast, and now with this 30% increase, his speed at full power was no slower than that of a gold level 5 speed type beast. Although Tuki is not as fast as Xiaoke, he is smaller and more agile. With the help of the wind beast armor, his movement trajectory becomes more unpredictable. Are you satisfied with the improvement in speed? Master Lu asked with a smile. Xiao Yao nodded quickly, satisfied. What is there to be dissatisfied with a 20% or 30% increase in speed? Besides, you have to know that this is a set of growth-type beast armor. This amount of bonus can last until Platinum level 5. Increasing the speed by 20% or 30% at the Platinum level is much greater than the increase at the Gold level. Next, let's test the defense of the beast armor. Master Lu said, do you want to test it through instruments or in actual combat? In actual combat. Xiao Yao said, Teacher Lu, I want my war beasts to test each other. Okay, whatever you want. Xiao Yao nodded, then let Xiaoke and Tuki stand opposite each other, more than 10 meters away. Tuki, normal attack. After receiving Xiao Yao's command, Tuki fired 3 arrows in a row, hitting the waist armor, heart mirror and arm armor respectively. Ding, ding, ding. 3 crisp sounds rang out, and the poisonous arrows flew away. There was no white spot at the attack position. Tuki, fire at full power. 3 poisonous arrows with strong penetrating power were shot out, hitting the same position as before. But the result was the same as before, and it could not break the defense of the beast armor at all. Poisonous soul-destroying arrow, Xiao Yao said in a deep voice. Since ordinary attacks and big moves are difficult to work, the only hope of penetrating the defense of the beast armor is Tuki's strongest attack, the poisonous soul-destroying arrow. Huh? The powerful defense of the beast armor aroused Tuki's fighting spirit. He raised his crossbow and aimed at the center of Xiaoku's waist armor. The thick black air enveloped the crossbow and quickly condensed a black crossbow arrow about half a meter long. Tuki pulled the trigger, and the black arrow shot out at high speed, without making any sound. Then, bang! The black arrow shot into the center of the waist armor, and immediately a fist-sized blood hole was blasted out. Then, the black arrow pierced Xiaoku's body, shot out from the back of the waist armor, and finally stuck firmly on the wall behind him. This, Lu Zhongwu opened his eyes slightly, and was filled with shock. As the forger of the beast armor, he knew the defensive limits of these 2 sets of beast armor best. Even a gold level 1 war beast, after wearing this set of beast armor, can withstand the attack of gold level 5. The only drawback is that it will consume a lot of physical strength, and this plague demon rat can actually penetrate the beast armor with 1 arrow, which shows that its attack power has surpassed gold level 5. But, a gold level 1 little mouse can actually cause gold level 5 lethality. This is too exaggerated. Hiss. Xiaoku bared his teeth. Under the treatment of the holy flame, the blood hole in his abdomen healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the metal around the damaged part of the beast armor also rippled slightly like flowing water. After a while, the 2 large holes in front and back disappeared, and the beast armor returned to its original state. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yao showed a satisfied smile. Chapter 411 Tide of Death. After testing, Xiao Yao was very satisfied with the defense of the Wind Wolf armor. And according to Master Lu, the defense of the Wind Rat armor is stronger than that of the Wolf armor, which means that it can at least withstand attacks of gold level 5. Among his 4 war beasts, only Tuki attack power can reach gold level 5, so he cannot test the defense of the Wind Rat armor by himself. Forget it, let's wait until the actual combat to test it. After making up his mind, Xiao Yao prepared to test how much Xiaoku's attack power would change after fusing with the beast armor. A flash of white light appeared, and the burly figure of the old cow appeared beside Xiao Yao. Old cow. The violent bull demonization with a low roar. The old cow instantly entered the violent bull demonization state. What a terrifying power! When Master Lu Zhongwu saw the old cow, he immediately felt the huge power in the old cow's body, and a trace of shock and surprise flashed in his eyes. Are these really just gold level 1 war beasts? They are a bit too strong. Xiaoku, try your attack power. Xiao Yao gave the order. A Wu Xiaoku re-entered the bloodthirsty werewolf transformation, bent his knees slightly, and kicked off the ground, rushing to the side of the old cow like a gust of wind. The sharp wolf claws that merged with the metal claws swung forward. With a puff, 4 to 5 centimeters deep blood marks appeared on the old cow's upper arm. Wow, so sharp. Xiao Yao was a little surprised. Although the old cow did not use the Vajra giant spirit body, but the defense bonus of the violent bull demon transformation alone was enough to resist any attack below the gold level 3. Xiao could easily left these wounds on the old cow, which means that his attack power has increased by at least 2 levels. Even if he doesn't attack the vital parts, he has reached the level of gold level 4. Old cow, enter the giant body of the diamond spirit. Xiao Yao ordered again. The old cow's muscles swelled, and his body quickly rose. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a terrifying beast of nearly 9 meters. This, Lu Zhongwu pupil shrank suddenly. Does it feel incredible? Zhang Lao stood beside him. Smiling, Lu Zhongwu said in disbelief. How can a gold level 1 have such exaggerated power? Zhang Lao sighed. I couldn't believe it when I first saw it. But it's true. This kid's war beasts are more outrageous than each other. It can be said that it completely subverted my understanding of the summoning world. Lu Zhongwu said faintly. I know why you are so sure that he can break through to the master level within 10 years. Bang bang, the old cow pounded his chest with his fist, signaling Xiaoku to let the horse come over. A wish Xiaoke mobilized all his strength, and the golden holy flame burned fiercely in his hand. The scorching temperature made the surrounding air distorted. Bang Xiaoke appeared behind the old cow like a ghost, and swung his right claw burning with holy flames forward, drawing 5 dazzling golden lights in the air. Charged the beast's mouth puff 5 charred wounds appeared on the back of the old cow, and the blood near the wounds had completely evaporated, emitting a burnt smell. That's it? Lu Zhongwu couldn't believe that the beast armor he had carefully crafted could only leave a few insignificant wounds on the cow. This guy wouldn't give me a bad review. Would he? Awesome. Xiao Yao would naturally not give a bad review. On the contrary, he was quite satisfied with the strengthening effect of the beast armor. When Xiaoke and Lao Niu had just broken through the gold level, he did a simple test. When Lao Niu used the violent bold demonization and the diamond giant spirit body at the same time, even if Xiaoke used the strongest attack, he could not leave any wounds on Lao Niu. Of course, this does not mean that Xiaoke fighting power is weaker than Lao Niu. After all, under Xiaoke's terrifying speed, Lao Niu can only serve as a target and cannot touch Xiaoke's body at all. The two are like a fast sword and a strong shield. Neither can hurt the other. But after being armed with beast armor, Xiaoke can already cause damage to Lao Niu, which means that his attack power has reached the level of gold level 5. Overall, with the blessing of beast armor, Xiaoke's offensive and defensive capabilities have reached the level of gold level 5. It can be said that he has stood at the top of the gold level, and will launch an impact towards the platinum level next. Xiao Yao, are you satisfied? Zhang Lao smiled. Satisfied? Xiao Yao nodded repeatedly. Satisfied? Master Lu said, these 2 sets of swift beast armor will be enough for you for 5. No. 3 years. He originally wanted to say 5 years. After all, it is almost impossible to break through from gold level 1 to platinum level 5 within 5 years. But when he thought of Xiao Yao's completely unreasonable talent, he changed his words temporarily, and changed it to 3 years. Boy, if you can really break through platinum level 5 within 3 years, I will pay for your diamond level beast armor. Master Lu thought secretly. At this time, Xiao Yao took out a few bottles of the draw fruit wine from the shattered sky ring, bowed slightly, and offered them with both hands, saying, Teacher Lu, this is a little gift from my student. Please accept it. In the creation of these 2 sets of beast armor, he only took on more than 10 kilograms of Jinji gold, and the rest of the materials were paid by Master Lu himself. Although Master Lu volunteered to do this because he and Mr. Zhang have been friends for decades, he couldn't completely ignore it. He didn't have anything valuable at the moment, and the only thing that caught Master Lu's eye was these King Kong fruit wines. Then I won't be polite. Master Lu decisively accepted the King Kong fruit wines. He had already finished the King Kong fruit wines given to him a few days ago, and these few bottles were just enough to satisfy his craving. Okay, I have other orders to do next, so I won't keep you too, Lu Xingwu said. As a forging master, the orders for him to make beast armors are all scheduled until next year. If it weren't for his decades of friendship with Zhang Daoxian, he would not have forged a mere gold-level beast armor by himself. Old Lu, I have a drink with you another day. Old Zhang waved his hand. Goodbye, Master Lu. Xiao Yao took the 3 beasts back to the beast control space, and left Master Lu's forging room with Old Zhang. Get familiar with these 2 sets of beast armors recently, and I take you to the field for actual combat tests later, Old Zhang said. Okay, teacher. Old Zhang nodded slightly. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air. Principal Ouyang's voice reached his ears. Old Zhang, come to my office. Old Zhang turned to Xiao Yao and said, Principal Ouyang is looking for me. I'm leaving first. Without waiting for Xiao Yao's reply, he stepped into the void and disappeared in front of Xiao Yao. Come, Old Zhang. Sit down. Principal Ouyang handed the brewed tea to Old Zhang, and said straight to the point. The ancient tree of life has issued a warning. This year's tide of death is about to erupt. Old Zhang frowned slightly, and said, Principal, you mean to let Xiao Yao? That's right. Principal Ouyang said calmly. You know, Xiao Yao is the best candidate. Old Zhang pondered for a moment, and said, I understand. I will notify Xiao Yao right away. Chapter 412 Secrets of the Ancient Tree of Life. Teacher. Xiao Yao came to the training room, with a hint of doubt in his expression. Sit down first. Old Zhang saw Xiao Yao's surprise, and motioned him to sit cross-legged first. Principal Ouyang came to me just now. There is an urgent task for you to solve. What task? Old Zhang did not answer directly, but kept it a secret, and asked, I remember you exchanged a drop of the original liquid of the Tree of Life before. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded. Then do you know where the ancient Tree of Life that provides the original liquid of the Tree of Life is? This question made Xiao Yao stunned. He shook his head and said, I don't know. He had only heard some rumors about the ancient Tree of Life, but he had no idea where the ancient Tree of Life was, and what kind of strength it had. Then I tell you, Mr. Zhang said solemnly, the ancient Tree of Life is hidden in our Beijing University. What? Xiao Yao's eyes widened, and then he shook his head decisively. Teacher, I don't quite believe it. If a creature of the level of the ancient Tree of Life were really hidden in Kyoto University, how could it not be noticed? Old John smiled and said, the ancient Tree of Life is naturally not in Kyoto University. It exists in a different dimension. And Kyoto University holds the key to this dimension. Ah. So that's how it is. Xiao Yao suddenly realized. But at the same time, he also had a question in his mind. What is the relationship between the ancient Tree of Life and Kyoto University? The ancient Tree of Life is actually the war beast of Mr. Kai Yuansheng, the first joint president of Kyoto University and Shuimu University. The next moment, Mr. Zhang solved Xiao Yao's doubts. Kai Yuansheng. Xiao Yao naturally knew Mr. Kai Yuansheng as a legendary figure who founded the summoner campuses of Kyoto University and Mizuki University after the opening of the summoning century. Mr. Kai Yuansheng's photo was hung at the entrance of every important venue and was admired by students day and night. But didn't Mr. Kai Yuansheng pass away? How could his war beast survive? Xiao Yao asked in confusion. Don't worry. You will understand after I finish telling you about Mr. Kai Yuansheng's deeds. Mr. Zhang told the story. Mr. Kai Yuansheng is the disciple of the creator King Li Chu, and the second super genius to break through the Grandmaster level after Li Chu. After King Li Chu and the Black Bat Demon King died together, Mr. Kai Yuansheng took on the responsibility of protecting Dragon Country. In the next 10 years, Mr. Kai Yuansheng founded Kyoto University and the summoner campus of Mizuki University, and single-handedly promoted the comprehensive construction of the top 100 schools in Dragon Country. It can be said that Dragon Country has been able to cultivate generations of geniuses in these hundreds of years, and Mr. Kai Yuansheng is definitely the first to contribute. But unfortunately, in the 20th year after the death of Li Chu Tianwang, the Dark Forest erupted with beasts again, led by the Grandmaster-level Black Sky Demon Bat, the descendant of the Black Sky Demon Bat King. In order to protect the people of Dragon Country, the strongest Mr. Kai Yuansheng at that time fought with the Black Sky Demon Bat for 3 days, and finally killed the Black Sky Demon Bat at the cost of losing a Grandmaster-level war beast and being seriously injured himself. After the battle, Mr. Kai Yuansheng's body had been completely eroded by the death energy, and the Grandmaster-level Ancient Tree of Life was also seriously injured by the death energy, and there was no way to save him. At that time, Mr. Kai Yuansheng knew that he didn't have much time left. So he injected all his energy into the ancient Tree of Life to help it suppress the erosion of death. At the same time, Mr. Kai Yuansheng also cancelled the soul contracts with all the war beasts, so that the war beasts would not be buried with him. At this point, Mr. Zhang sighed, his heart full of admiration for Mr. Kai Yuansheng and regret for the death of the hero. At this moment, Xiao Yao was also deeply touched. Whether before or after the opening of the summoning era, whenever the Dragon Kingdom encountered danger, there would always be a group of heroes who stepped forward to save the country and the people from danger, and were willing to sacrifice everything for the mission, including their lives. These people may be ordinary soldiers, generals who give orders, or peerless masters like Mr. Kai Yuansheng and Li Shushenwang who suppressed the times. It is precisely because of the generations of heroes who burn themselves that Dragon Country has become the strongest and safest country in the world. But hero is such a heavy word. Xiao Yao sighed, hesitated for a moment, and asked his doubts. Teacher, can the Grandmaster level cancel the soul contract with the war beast? If this is true, then when his life is about to end, he will also cancel the soul contract with all the war beasts, and will not let his lifelong companions be buried with him. Zhang Laodao, masters have this ability. It is precisely the master level that has this ability. So breaking through the master level has always been his biggest obsession. He does not want to see the war beasts, who are like children and relatives, buried with him because of his death. But unfortunately, due to his limited talent and the end of his life, he no longer has the opportunity to break through the master level. When he thought of this, his heart ached. Go on, said Mr. Zhang after a pause. Before Mr. Kai Yuansheng died, He established a space coordinate at Beijing University. And the key to the space coordinate was in the hands of the successive presidents of Beijing University. Teacher, what does this space coordinate mean? Xiao Yao was puzzled. It's very simple. After the death of summoners below the master level, their beast control space will be directly broken, while the beast control space above the master level will be preserved. If the summoner does not build a coordinate in the real world, then these beast control spaces will float freely in the turbulent void. As for those beast controlling spaces with coordinates left, you can enter them with a specific key. If that's the case, Xiao Yao asked, Teacher, the Holy Spring Secret Realm. Old Zhang nodded. Yes, the Holy Spring Secret Realm is the beast controlling space of a master level summoner. Its keys are divided into several parts, and are jointly managed by the principals of the top several powerful schools in Dragon Country. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Yao's eyes were full of amazement. It turned out that the Holy Spring Secret Realm they had visited was actually the beast-controlling space of a master-level summoner. It was amazing. Old Zhang continued. After Mr. Kaiyuansheng died, his war beasts lived in the beast control space. Hundreds of years have passed, and now only the ancient tree of life is still alive. But although the ancient tree of life suppressed the erosion of death energy, these death energy actually merged with the life world in its body, forming a strange space that is half of the living world and half of the dead world. Every year, a tide of death energy will erupt in the dead world, which will continuously erode the living world. If the living world is completely assimilated by the dead world, the ancient tree of life will also wither and die. After laying the groundwork for so long, Xiao Yao finally understood his mission this time. So, Teacher, my mission is to help the ancient tree of life resist the tide of death and protect its safety. Right? Old Zhang said in a deep voice. Yes, and you are the most suitable executor for this mission. Why? Xiao Yao was very puzzled. There are so many people who are stronger than him. How can he be the best executor? Chapter 413, The Talking Ancient Tree of Life. That is due to the special nature of the Death Realm. Old Zhang explained, in the Death Realm, the older people are, the more susceptible they are to the erosion of death energy, and the shorter the time they can stay in the Death Realm. We have tried it before, and a 25-year-old gold-level summoner can only stay in the Death Realm for 3 days, but these are the 3 days in our world, and the speed of time in the Death Realm is different from that in the outside world, and the ratio is about 3 to 1. A 22-year-old silver level 5 summoner can stay in the dead world for 7 days, and we will not consider summoners below silver level 5, no matter how young they are. Xiao Yao asked, how do schools generally choose people? Old people are strong, but can stay for a short time, and young people are weak, but can stay for a long time. It is really difficult to choose. Zhang Laodao, we will arrange candidates based on age, strength and the attributes of the war beast. Generally speaking, we will choose from the outstanding graduates of Jingda and Shuimu University. If you are not there this year, I guess Lei Quan will most likely be chosen. So now you understand why you are the best candidate for the mission. Right? I understand. Xiao Yao nodded. He is young, only 19 years old, but he is already a gold level 1 summoner, and his real combat power can reach gold level 5. Isn't he the best candidate? But Teacher Xiao Yao still has doubts in his heart. We have 4 great masters in Dragon Country and 1 king. Can't they solve the problem of the ancient tree of life? Old Zhang shook his head and said, it's very difficult. Death energy has completely merged with the ancient tree of life, forming a strange balance. Once this balance is broken, no one knows whether the ancient tree of life will suffer a serious blow. King Wu once studied the ancient tree of life. His suggestion is to maintain the status quo, and send people to solve the problem of the tide of death energy every year. Is that so? Xiao Yao nodded, and then asked, then teacher, in this mission, what should I mainly do? After talking for a long time, he still didn't know what his main responsibility was. Very simple. Zhang Laodao, your mission is to enter the dead world. Kill as many monsters there as possible, and help relieve the pressure of the living world. That's it? Xiao Yao was a little surprised. He thought he was going to destroy some core, or destroy some important nodes, but he didn't expect it was just killing monsters. In the Grandmaster level battle, even if he could kill a large number of gold level monsters, what role would it play? Zhang Lao explained, the strength of the living world and the dead world is not much different. And every time a dead world monster is killed, it provides nutrients for the living world. Even the slightest change between the increase and decrease can play a crucial role. Is that so? I understand. Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slightly. If he said he would do something else, he might still worry that he would not be able to do it well. But killing monsters. This is my specialty. No one in this world knows how to kill monsters better than me. The ancient tree of life has issued a warning. Time is running out. You only have 2 days to prepare, said Zhang Lao. Xiao Yao nodded. I understand. In the next 2 days, Xiao Yao purchased a batch of supplies according to the information provided by Zhang Lao. And for the sake of confidentiality, he told his family and friends that he was going out to do a task and might not be able to contact him in a short time. Of course, his family and friends understood and just asked him to pay attention to safety. So 2 days later, Xiao Yao followed Zhang Lao to Principal Ouyang's office. Xiao Yao. Come here, kid. Principal Ouyang waved his hand, with a smile on his face. Principal Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao sat opposite Principal Ouyang. Xiao Yao. Do you know the general situation of this mission? Principal Ouyang asked. The teacher told me everything, Xiao Yao said. That's fine. Principal Ouyang nodded, and then said in a relaxed tone, you don't have to be nervous about this mission. Over the years, all summoners who have entered the dead world will eventually return safely. The ancient tree of life will protect your safety, and will give you some compensation after the mission is completed. So this is both a mission and an opportunity. Oh, there is such a thing? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he felt a little excited. Then Principal Ouyang said, I heard from Mr. Zhang that you once exchanged points for the original liquid of the tree of life. Yes, that time it was used for my war beast. And besides, Xiao Yao scratched his head and said, I also want to exchange a few more drops of the original liquid of the tree of life for the elderly at home. Principal Ouyang smiled and said, after you complete the task, I will personally give you 4 more drops of tree of life liquid. Wow, so generous. Xiao Yao straightened his body immediately and said with high morale, Principal, I promise to complete the task. 1 drop of tree of life liquid is 4,000 points, and 4 drops are 16,000 points. If 1 point is 20,000 yuan, this is 320 million. What's more, even if an ordinary person has more than 300 million, he can't buy 4 drops of tree of life liquid. As expected of Principal Ouyang. This inhumane handwriting. I love it. Principal Ouyang stood up, patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and said with a smile, then it's up to you. After that, Principal Ouyang turned his wrist, and a light green stone appeared in his palm. With the injection of energy, a 2-meter-high space door appeared in front of everyone. Let's go. Principal Ouyang took the lead in stepping into the space door, and Xiao Yao and Zhang Lao followed closely. Snap! His footsteps stepped on the soft ground, and Xiao Yao looked around at the first time. In front of him was an endless grassland, clear blue sky, hawks, birds flying freely, cows and sheep running on the ground, and the air was full of the breath of life. What shocked Xiao Yao the most was undoubtedly the towering ancient tree of life in front of him. The ancient tree of life was probably several hundred meters high. Even if you looked up, you couldn't see its crown. The diameter of the trunk was no less than 100 meters. The lush green leaves were as big as cattail leaves. Just looking at it, the body seemed to be full of vitality. Name of War Beast, Ancient Tree of Life, level of War Beast, skills of War Beast. When the system information of the Ancient Tree of Life appeared in front of him, Xiao Yao was shocked. This was the first time that the system could not display the specific information of the War Beast. It should be because of the huge level gap, Xiao Yao guessed. Wah at this time, the leaves of the Ancient Tree of Life rustled, and an old voice resounded through the sky. Hello, young man. Xiao Yao's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at the Ancient Tree of Life in disbelief. This is... Principal Ouyang chuckled and said, don't be surprised. Most of the master-level war beasts can speak human language. There is such a thing. Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with surprise. But if you think about it carefully, the IQ of high-level war beasts is not inferior to that of humans. So it seems reasonable for them to master human language. Chapter 414, Entering the Dead Realm. Ancient Tree of Life, hello, Xiao Yao said, facing the Ancient Tree of Life, and bowed slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a green beam of light descended from the sky, and enveloped his body. In an instant, Xiao Yao felt as if he was in a hot spring, and his whole body was filled with warmth and vitality. Ouyang. The old voice came again, and there was obviously a hint of joy in his tone. I am very satisfied with this young man. Principal Ouyang smiled and said, this child is called Xiao Yao. a 19-year-old gold-level summoner, and is now known as the first genius of our dragon country. The first genius of Dragon Country. The old voice resounded through the clouds, with a touch of emotion and reminiscence in his tone, as if he was thinking of an old friend. Oh Yang, I will take this child away. Don't worry. I will make him return safely. Then I leave it to you. Wow. A green light shone. Xiao Yao soared into the sky along the green light column, and flew towards the ancient tree of life. Just before hitting the tree trunk, a green space door suddenly appeared, sucking Xiao Yao in. Snapping, stepping firmly on the ground, Xiao Yao calmed down and turned his head to look around. At this moment, he was in a sea of flowers. Colorful flowers competing for beauty, lively butterflies flying among the flowers, and the sound of animals roaring from time to time in the distance. This is the world of life, Xiao Yao murmured. Huh. The breeze floated, and a piece of light green crystal floated with the wind. A thin silver ribbon was wrapped behind the crystal, dancing lightly in the breeze. Xiao Yao held the crystal in his hand, and then the ground shook. A small tree broke out of the ground behind Xiao Yao, and the branches were full of walnut-sized green fruits. Then, a message came into his mind, telling him the functions of the crystal and the fruit. The purpose of the green crystal is very simple. When he kills the creatures in the dead world, the crystal will absorb the dead air from them and convert it into life energy. The effect of the fruit is also very magical. Each fruit is a space teleporter. When he encounters fatal danger, he can crush the fruit, and then he will return to the living world instantly. No wonder no one has ever died in this mission. It turns out it's because of this thing. Xiao Yao picked a fruit from the tree, put it into the shattered sky ring, and then hung the crystal around his neck. Get ready to go. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the next second he appeared in a strange place. This is a world completely opposite to the previous one. The sky is gray and dead. The soil under his feet is extremely hard, and it exudes a fishy smell. There is no sign of life as far as the eye can see. It seems to be a doomsday wasteland, full of death and despair. It's a bit sudden. Xiao Yao stamped his feet, calmed down, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Death realm. Let me kill for fun. A white light flashed, and the four beasts suddenly appeared beside him. Looking at the unfamiliar environment ahead, the four beasts' eyes quickly showed excitement and fighting spirit. Finally, there is a fight to be fought, but I am dying of suffocation. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Comrades, let's go! Randomly choosing a direction, Xiao Yao and the war beast ran quickly, and soon they encountered the first creature of the death realm. Monster name Undead Skeleton. Monster level Bronze level 3. Monster skill. The hard-boned undead skeleton was 1 person tall, with ghost-like eyes, slightly yellow bones, and covered with black mud. Swish Tookie shot an arrow into the center of the ghost-like eyebrow, directly blowing his head apart. Kara, the bones of the undead skeleton seemed to be broken into building blocks, scattering helplessly on the ground. Looking at Tookie 3 experience points, Xiao Yao nodded with satisfaction. As expected, the monsters in the dead world can also provide experience points. Such a task that can ensure safety and kill monsters without restraint is really suitable for me. After the undead skeleton died, a thin black gas drilled into the crystal. Xiao Yao brought the crystal close to his eyes, looked at it carefully, and did not find any changes. Puff puff puff. At this time, the ground suddenly bulged with dirt, and yellow bone claws broke out of the ground. This, Xiao Yao's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, skeletons cannot appear alone. Soon, countless undead skeletons appeared in front of Xiao Yao, holding bone knives, bone swords, bone shields. Looking around, it was as if the skeleton army was facing him head-on. The endless ghost fire eyes all looked at Xiao Yao, giving him goosebumps instantly. Xiao Ku! Xiao Yao shouted. Xiao Ku immediately entered the bloodthirsty werewolf state. When the skeleton army charged, his golden eyes ignited with flames, his mouth opened, and the arrogant and domineering wolf howl resounded through the sky. Awoo! The golden flames exploded, sweeping forward like a tsunami. When the golden flames swept across the skeletons, the burning ghost fire seemed to be hit by a raging wave and extinguished instantly. Kara. Rows of skeletons fell to the ground like mowing grass. Xiao Yao looked forward and saw that half of the skeleton army was gone. Is this easy to solve? Xiao Yao raised a little arc at the corner of his mouth, moved his wrist, and shouted, charge. With one step, one man and 4 beasts were like lone heroes, fearlessly rushing towards the skeleton army. Paw! 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 The scattered bones under his feet were crushed alive. Xiao Yao charged into the army of skeletons with unrivaled momentum. Huh? Holy flames and hellfires appeared on his left and right fists respectively. Xiao Yao smashed the oncoming bone knife with one punch, and blew up the head of the undead skeleton with the other punch. Xiaoke and Lao Niu were on the left and right, like 2 great guardians, protecting him in the center. Awoo! Golden holy flames appeared on Xiaoke wolf claws. Sweeping horizontally, the holy flames burst out, burning a large area of skeletons beside him into ashes. On the other side, Lao Niu roared, stomped his feet, and red flame suddenly rose in a 50-meter radius. The ground shook violently, and the skeletons in the range were hit hard. Their bones burst, and turned into gray bone powder under the high temperature of hellfire, falling all over the sky. Moo green fluorescence appeared on Lao Niu, Xiao Yao, and Xiaoku. This was the effect of Lao Niu passive. Although he was not injured, Xiao Yao still felt refreshed, and he was more motivated to punch. In such a large army, Lao Niu passive victory roar is definitely a magical skill, which can keep teammates with sufficient blood at all times. Swish, swish, swish. Tuki kept moving outside the skeleton army, each arrow smashed a skull, while he kept an eye on Xiao Yao's safety, and blew up all the skeletons that tried to attack Xiao Yao from behind. Swish, swish, swish. Mo Tun shuttled freely among the skeleton army. His evil arm blade drew a series of cold and sharp rays, split all the skeletons in front of him into 2. When the skeletons tried to fight back, they found that their attacks could only hit in a black fog, and could not cause any damage at all. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. More than 10 minutes passed. Xiao Yao smashed the last skull head. Looking at the bones all around, he couldn't help but draw a satisfied arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 415. Battle against the Undead Demon. After a great battle, the experience points of the 4 beasts all increased a lot. Among them, Xiaoke's experience points increased the most. Combined with the experience of killing the Black Pine Demon Rat before, his experience points have now reached about 65% of the gold level 1. Of course, the one with the highest experience points at present is Mo Tun. In Yushan City, his experience points had already reached 85%. After this battle, his experience points are now very close to 90%, and he will soon become the first beast to be promoted to the gold level 2. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the death energy in the sky poured into the crystal on his chest, like 1,000 rivers flowing back to the river, forming a death energy vortex in front of him. Finally, when all the death energy was sucked into the crystal, Xiao Yao lifted the crystal, and saw a few drops of liquid sinking to the bottom of the crystal. This should be the life energy transformed from death energy. He felt very magical. That life and death could actually transform into each other, just like the evolution of Tai Chi. The first battle ended, and the results were brilliant. They killed at least thousands of skeletons with 4 beasts. Of course, these skeletons are all trash. Only a few are silver level, and most of them are bronze level and black iron level. Not to mention hurting the war beast. Even he, the summoner, is not afraid of the skeleton's attacks. After all, his own defense has reached silver level 4. Even if these skeletons stand and chop, they can't hurt him at all. But this is just because he is special. If it were other gold level summoners, they would definitely turn around and run away the moment they saw the skeleton army. Let's go, continue to kill monsters. After randomly choosing a direction to move forward, Xiao Yao encountered the second monster, a Lone Ranger. Monster named Dead Demon. Monster level silver 4. Monster skills Death Claws, Dead Whirlwind. The height of the dead demon is about the same as that of an adult, with a hunched back, extremely ugly appearance, and dense black spots all over its face, which made Xiao Yao trypophobia come on, and his scalp tingled. Leave this thing to me. A silver level 4 monster, just enough for him to practice. Tuki, hold the line. After saying this, Xiao Yao rushed towards the undead demon like an arrow. Who? The undead demon opened its mouth full of pus, and a disgusting stench rushed towards it. Fuck, there are also biochemical weapons. Xiao Yao quickly held his breath, and a golden holy flame appeared on his right hand. Through the battle just now, he found that the holy flame was extremely lethal to this group of dead creatures, and it was even higher than the hellfire. He guessed that this should be caused by the attributes of the holy flame. After all, the holy flame is a highly condensed holy light, which has a strange restraining effect on this kind of undead monster. Seeing the enemy attacking, the undead demon waved his hand, and a 2-meter-high black whirlwind suddenly appeared, and it spun toward Xiaoyao at high speed. "Come on!" Xiaoyao's eyes flashed, and he stepped lightly. His body strangely moved horizontally for more than 10 meters and passed by the black whirlwind. Then, he tightened his thigh muscles, stepped on the ground, and clenched his right hand, burning with the holy flame into a fist, like a golden spear, stabbing at the chest of the undead demon. Roar! The dead demon roared angrily, and black mist rose from its dry claws, colliding with the iron fist without any pretense. Bang! The fists and claws collided, and the holy flame and the death energy rubbed against each other and melted. Zzzz. Layers of white mist appeared on the dry claws, as if corroded by sulfuric acid. The dead demon screamed, stepped back repeatedly, and covered his right hand in pain. Xiaoyao raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and his knees slightly bent. The next second, he appeared behind the dead demon like a ghost, and the burning iron fist hit the back of the dead demon like a heavy hammer. Bang! The undead demon was knocked away 7 or 8 meters by a punch, and his body fell heavily to the ground, with white smoke coming out of his back. Health 35%. After seeing the health of the undead demon, Xiaoyao nodded with satisfaction. He hit a silver level 4 monster hard with one move, which was enough to prove his strength. Huh? The undead demon struggled to get up, and roared to the sky, and suddenly, black fog surged in the air, and the thick black air enveloped the undead demon. 37%, 39%, 42%. Seeing the health of the undead demon rising rapidly, Xiaoyao cursed inwardly, and immediately stepped forward. The golden holy flame burned fiercely, the majestic power rose from the soles of his feet, and rushed straight to his right fist along the spine, accompanied by a tiger roar that pierced gold and split rocks. Xiaoyao gathered all his strength and punched hard. Roar tiger cannon fist. Thunder exploded. Xiaoyao's flaming fist collided head-on with the claws of death. Bang! The body of the dead demon shook violently, and the bones of the whole body made a sound like firecrackers. Xiaoyao slipped his foot. His palm was like a knife. The holy flame rose again, just like a flaming guillotine, directly cut off the head of the dead demon. Plop! The ugly head fell to the ground first, followed by the body falling down with a bang. A trace of death quickly penetrated into the crystal. Xiaoyao moved his wrist, and a little pride rose in his heart. It was more fun to fight by myself. I really want to be promoted to platinum level as soon as possible. And then I can merge with Lanyo, Xiaoke or Mordekaiser, and experience the feeling of killing melons and vegetables. As for why I didn't mention Tucci, well, Tucci, I'm sorry. I also have idle baggage, and the skinny mouse man is not suitable for me. Tucci, ? Let's go, look for the next prey. In the following period of time, Xiaoyao encountered a large number of monsters. Skeleton warriors, ghosts, 8-eyed dead spiders flying. All kinds of creatures in the dead world opened his eyes. Of course, he also earned a lot of experience points. For example, Morton's experience points reached 99%, almost enough to be promoted to gold level 2. However, in this process, Xiaoyao also understood why Zhang Lao said that, the older people are, the harder it is to stay in the dead world. He had only spent half a day in the dead world, but his skin had already undergone minor changes. Invisible fine lines appeared on his originally smooth skin, and some death energy even penetrated into his body along his skin. Fortunately, the holy flame in his body had the effect of restraining death energy, which prevented his internal organs from being eroded by death energy. If other summoners entered the dead world, they would be eroded by death energy much faster than him. No wonder other people had to leave after staying for a few days. If this lasted longer, I'm afraid they would come in at the age of 20 and leave at the age of 60. When thinking of that scene, Xiaoyao couldn't help but shudder. Roar! At this time, a violent and cruel roar suddenly came from afar. A moment later, a centipede-like monster with black mist all over its body flew from a distance. Monster name Ghost Flying Centipede. Monster level Gold level 4. Monster skills Death Prison, Ghost Poison Hook, Dazzling Slash, Death Explosion. Wow. Someone just sent me a pillow when I was sleepy. Xiaoyao looked at Mo-Tung beside him. Mo-Tung, leave it to you. After killing this Ghost Flying Centipede, Mo-Tung can be promoted to yellow level 2. The creatures in the dead world are really considerate. Chapter 416, Dead Spirit Crystal. Hiss. Smelling the tempting breath of life in front of him, a trace of greed and cruelty flashed in the eyes of the ghost flying centipede. Shwa! Mo-Tang quickly rose into the air and slashed at the ghost flying centipede. The air burst, Mo-Tang passive took effect, and the surging air wave pressed towards the ghost flying centipede like a mountain. Boom! The ghost flying centipede burst out with cold death energy, and the ferocious centipede feet slashed forward, and dozens of black air turned into sharp blades and danced wantonly forward. Leo 1/bang. Bang. Bang. The air wave collided with the black blade and stirred up violent fluctuations in the air. A part of the black blade passed through the air wave and flew towards Mo-Tang with a violent force. There was no wave in Mo-Tang's eyes. With a thought, his body suddenly turned into black mist, allowing the black blade to pass through his body. Transformation of virtual and real hissing, seeing that the opponent had avoided his attack without any injury. A trace of anger flashed in the eyes of the ghost flying centipede, and the death energy burst out. Its speed increased several times and flew towards Mo-Tang. Mo-Tang condensed into a physical body and swung the blades of his left and right arms. The shadow blade with a purple light shot towards the ghost flying centipede head-on, and a long black mist was dragged under the purple light. Nocturne's Q skill Nightmare Trail Bang. The ghost flying centipede was unable to dodge, and was pushed back several meters by this move. Black air surged, and he rushed forward again in anger. At the same time, the death energy in the air condensed and turned into a dark prison, trapping Nocturne in it. Death prison. Seeing that the enemy was trapped by him, the ghost flying centipede raised its tail hook, and the toxin mixed with the death energy, rendering the entire tail hook dark green. As he swung his body, the tail hook was swung towards Nocturne like a long whip. Ghost poison hook. A disdainful hoarse sound came out of Mordecai's body, and a layer of white light ball emerged, wrapping his body inside. The poison hook attacked fiercely, and after colliding with the white light ball, it instantly pierced the light ball, but at the same time, the tail hook was powerless to hang down. Dark Shelter. Passive Mordecai gains a 30% attack speed bonus. Active Mordecai creates a magic shield that can resist the next skill, lasting 1.5 seconds. If the shield successfully resists the skill, the passive effect is doubled. Huh? Mo-Tang turned into a ball of black mist, passed through the prison of death, and quickly condensed beside the ghost flying centipede, raised his arm blade and slashed down, directly splitting a centipede leg into two sections. Swish. 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 The passive effect of Dark Protection doubled. Mo-Tang attack speed increased by 60%, reaching an incredible level. The sharp arm blade cut deep scars on the ghost flying centipede, and every time the ghost flying centipede tried to fight back, all he could attack was a ball of black mist. Stingy. Too stingy. Xiao Yao shook his head, but the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Morden's reality transformation is a bug skill in actual combat, especially against this kind of melee enemy. It can simply force the opponent to doubt life. Swish. 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 The ghost flying centipede's dozen centipede legs slashed wildly, and it kept roaring. But no matter how hard it tried, it could not touch Morden's body. It's almost over, Xiao Yao murmured. Mo-Tang seemed to have heard Xiao Yao whisper. He quickly flew above the ghost flying centipede and threw out two black chains with both hands. As soon as the chains touched the ghost flying centipede's body, a black cloud condensed above its head. The ghost flying centipede felt that something was wrong, and swung its tail hook at Mo-Tang at a high speed, trying to force him back. This time, Mo-Tang did not dodge, but just blocked his arm blade above his head, and hit the tail hook hard. Ding! The sound of metal clashing sounded, and Mo-Tang's body sank down. But at the same time, speechless fear began to take effect. Nocturne's E-skill, Wordless Terror. Nocturne implants nightmares into the target's brain, causing additional damage for a short period of time. If the target enemy is within Nocturne's range during the entire duration, the enemy will be terrified and flee from Nocturne at a damage speed. Nocturne will gain a large amount of movement speed bonus when moving towards the terrified target. Hiss. Endless fear emerged in the eyes of the ghost flying centipede, as if it had seen some terrible monster, and its body turned around to escape. But how could Mo-Tang let him go? The arm blade was raised, and the majestic energy gathered on it. Accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking wind, Mo-Tang raised his knife and cut off the head of the ghost flying centipede. Bang bang. The head fell to the ground, spattering dust. A stream of death rushed out of the ghost flying centipede and drilled into the crystal in front of Xiao Yao's chest. Boom! After the ghost flying centipede died, Mo-Tang's body suddenly erupted with a strong wave, and black fog filled the air, covering the 5 meters around him. From a distance, he looked like a demon born in hell, which made people feel cold. After a while, Mo Tang slowly floated out of the black fog, and there was still a terrifying spiritual energy on his body. Mo Tang Gold Level 2. Well done. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. He found that the dead world was really a blessed place for him. On the first day of his arrival, his war beast was upgraded, and he didn't have to worry about safety issues here. He just had to kill monsters to his heart's content. At this moment, Xiao Yao suddenly found that something seemed to have fallen out from under the ghost flying centipede. It was shiny and had a smell of ash, which made him notice it immediately. Walking forward, Xiao Yao squatted down and gently touched it with his index finger. No response. At this time, Tuki also ran over, and his little hand reached into the body of the ghost flying centipede along the wound, and began to absorb the toxins in its body. Along the way, Xiao Yao killed many monsters in the dead world, many of which had rare toxins in their bodies. After killing them, Tuki would absorb their deadly toxins, which not only enriched its toxin library, but also increased some experience points. Xiao Yao looked at the black crystal beside him, hesitated for a moment, and grabbed it in his hand. When his palm touched the crystal, the holy flame in his body ignited uncontrollably in his palm. In Xiao Yao's astonished eyes, the black crystal seemed to be purified by the holy flame, slowly turned into white water, and penetrated into his body through the pores of his skin. When this stream of water entered his body, it was like alcohol instantly igniting the holy flame in his body. This feeling, Xiao Yao raised his burning right hand, and his eyes were filled with strong surprise. This black crystal can actually increase the power of the holy flame in his body. This is really an unexpected surprise, Xiao Yao murmured. Originally, his own holy flame power was limited, mainly linked to the holy flame in Xiao Ke body. The stronger Xiao Ke holy flame power is, the stronger his holy flame power will be after feeding back. But he didn't expect that he encountered this kind of black crystal in the dead world, which can actually directly enhance the holy flame in his body. This means that he has found a way to become stronger without increasing the strength of the war beast. What on earth is this? Xiao Yao flipped open the body of the ghost flying centipede and examined it carefully. He had killed many gold level monsters just now, but none of them could drop this kind of crystal after death. But after observing for a long time, he did not find anything unusual. Forget it, I will stay in the dead world for a long time anyway, I will find it eventually. Xiao Yao stood up, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let's call it the dead crystal. Chapter 417 Platinum Level Ghost Bone Dragon. Xiao Ke, did you smell the scent of ashes just now? Xiao Yao turned his head and looked at Xiao Ke. Wow, Xiao Ke nodded. Then help me find it, Xiao Yao said. I didn't notice it before, in fact. With his current sense of smell, if he concentrates, he can smell the extremely subtle scent of ashes in the air. But since Warwick, whose sense of smell is 10 times stronger than his, is by his side, he doesn't have to work hard to find it. With his nose twitching, Xiao Ke quickly locked onto the faint smell of ash in the air, and then led his teammates to move forward quickly. On the way, they encountered several waves of monsters, but they were all solved one by the 4 beasts. Half an hour later, Xiao Ke led Xiao Yao to the entrance of a cave. Xiao Yao could smell the strong smell of ash himself without Xiao Ke reminder. There must be at least dozens of undead crystals. Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with deep surprise. But he was not overwhelmed by this surprise, but cautiously let Mo Tang enter the cave to find out. Mo Tang dispersed into a ball of black mist, slowly drifting along the mountain wall. At the same time, Xiao Yao opened the war beast vision, and his sight moved with Mo Tang. As soon as he entered the cave, Xiao Yao saw bones all over the ground, some as thin as a baby's arm, some as thick as a 100-year-old tree stump. The scene was like a hell of bones. As Mo Tang continued to go deeper, there were more and more bones on the ground, piling up higher and higher, almost forming a small hill. But the good news is that Xiao Yao did not see any shadow of monsters. When Mo Tang went deep into the bottom of the cave, Xiao Yao finally saw what he wanted. Dozens of undead crystals were scattered in a group, and there were a bunch of strange things scattered next to the crystals, such as zombies' right hands, black feathers, rotten heads, like trophies on display. Xiao Yao naturally looked down on these messy things. He had only one goal, which was the undead crystals. The black fog filled the air, lifting up all the undead crystals, and Mo Tang flew out of the cave at a very fast speed, and finally condensed into a solid body and appeared beside Xiao Yao. Dozens of dead crystals fell to the ground. Xiao Yao squatted down and stuffed them into the broken sky ring one by one. He guessed that this should be the cave of a creature from the dead world, and it was not a place to stay for a long time. So he had to leave quickly and find a safe place to absorb the dead crystals. But just when he had finished collecting the dead crystals, an angry and earth-shattering dragon roar came from the sky. The earth shook. Xiao Yao covered his ears, and his heart suddenly tightened. Soon, a black dot appeared in the gray sky, and the black dot quickly approached, allowing Xiao Yao to see his true face. It was a bone dragon more than 20 meters long, with hideous thorns all over its body, and the blue ghost fire in its eye sockets was filled with anger and rage. Even from a distance, Xiao Yao could feel the dragon's aura that was stirring his heart. Monster name Ghost Bone Dragon Monster Level Platinum Level 1 Monster Skills Breath, Dragon Tail Swing, Dragon Aura, Death Ripple, Weakness Curse, Ghost Dragon Claw. Shit, Xiao Yao was so scared of the Platinum Level 1 Bone Dragon that his scalp went numb. Immediately prepared to take back the war beast, crush the space fruit and run away quickly. But at this time, the four beasts all wanted to fight, which made Xiao Yao hesitate for a moment. And this hesitation completely lost the chance to escape. On the illusory dragon claws fell from the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and the thick death aura dyed the entire sky black. Mu the old cow activated the violent bull demon plus the diamond giant spirit body, and instantly turned into a giant beast close to 9 meters. With a heavy step, it directly blocked Xiao Yao and the beasts. At the same time, Xiao Ke entered the bloodthirsty werewolf transformation, and the mighty and domineering wind wolf armor emerged, and the cold momentum burst out. On the other side, Tuki also activated the wind rat armor, and quickly entered the stealth mode, looking for a suitable sniping position. Huh? Mo Tung transformed into a dark wing, and with a flap of his wings, he took Xiao Yao out of the range of the dragon claw. Bang! Red hellfire ignited on Lao Nyo millstone-sized fist, and collided fiercely with the dragon claw. The tremendous force, and the impact of death, like a mountain pressing down on the head, made Lao Nyo body instantly lower, and his feet pierced into the ground. Xiao Yao was taken to a safe place by Mo Tung, and after hiding his body, looking at the battlefield, he couldn't help but feel worried. This time, the four beasts were facing a Platinum Level 1 Bone Dragon, which was the top combat force among Platinum Level 1. Even though Xiao Ke and Lao Nyo were all extremely powerful, they were still Gold Level 1 and Gold Level 2 after all. Could they really deal with such a strong enemy? Mo Tung flew to the battlefield quickly, with a high fighting spirit burning in his cold eyes. Since he came to this world, he had never fought a hardy battle. But this time, facing such a powerful enemy, he finally had the opportunity to show his strongest power. Ong! The ghost bone dragon swooped down, and its ferocious bone claws grabbed at Lao Nyo. The old cow was not afraid at all, and his right fist ignited with blazing flames, and with a loud shout, he swung out his huge fire fist. Hellfire fist boom! The violent fire fist was like a cannonball, and it hit the bone claw fiercely. The ghost bone dragon paused, and the red flames burned the bone claws red. Shua! At this moment, Xiao Ke and Mo Tung appeared on the back of the ghost bone dragon at the same time, and the holy flame wolf claws, and the evil arm blade chopped at the bone dragon's head. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and 2 tiny cracks appeared on the yellowed bones. The ghost bone dragon roared angrily, and the terrifying dragon power burst out. Bang bang bang! Xiao Ke, Lao Nyo, and Mo Tung body flew out backwards, and his head seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and he had a splitting headache for a while. Ong! The bone dragon swung its tail violently, and hit Xiao Ke in midair. Bang! Xiao Ke fell to the ground like a meteorite, and thick smoke dispersed. His body was firmly embedded in the soil. Hell 65%. Xiao Yao was even more worried when he saw Xiao Ke health dropping rapidly. This dragon tail swipe alone knocked away 35% of Xiao Ke health, even though he was armed with beast armor, which greatly increased his defense. The gap in strength is still too big. Ding! At this moment, a silent black arrow accurately hit the ghost bone dragon's ghost fire eye, causing it to roar painfully immediately. Ong! Seeing this, Mo Tung threw out 2 black chains with both hands, trying to use silent fear to control the opponent. But the angry ghost bone dragon's body shook, and circles of death ripples burst out from its body, directly knocking Mo Tung away. Xiao Yao noticed that the ghost bone dragon's health dropped to 81%, of which 10% was due to Lao Nyo Hellfire Fist, and part of it was due to Tuki Poisonous Soul Destroying Arrow. But he could also see that the ghost bone dragon was constantly absorbing the surrounding death energy, and its health continued to rise at a slow but steady rate. No, it's still too strenuous now. Xiao Yao ordered the 4 beasts, retreat. Although the 4 beasts were unwilling to give up, feeling that they had not yet exerted their strongest combat power, they still resolutely obeyed Xiao Yao's order. Boom! Endless black fog erupted, and instantly covered an area of several kilometers. The ghost bone dragon only felt that his eyes went black, and suddenly lost all vision. He opened his dragon mouth, and spit out wildly at the area in front of him. After a while, the black fog dissipated. Looking at the empty environment in front of him, the ghost bone dragon roared angrily again. On! Chapter 418 Holy Flame Surges. Stepping on the soft ground, feeling the rich life energy around him, Xiao Yao heaved a sigh of relief. Fuck. That was a close call. I was almost killed by a breath of air. Thinking of the dragon's breath that just passed by, Xiao Yao shuddered and shuddered. Damn it, the breath of this ghost bone dragon can be sprayed so far. It's just like an anti-aircraft gun. After calming down, Xiao Yao raised his head. The scene in front of him shocked him. At this moment, he was at the intersection of the world of life and the world of death. A light curtain that went straight to the sky completely separated the world of life and the world of death. On one side was a paradise with birds singing and flowers blooming, and on the other side was a gloomy and terrifying hell. Shwa! A beam of green light shot out from Xiao Yao's chest, and directly merged into the light curtain. I don't know if it was an illusion. Xiao Yao felt that the light curtain seemed to move slightly towards the world of death. Maybe this is the function of collecting death energy? Xiao Yao guessed in his heart. The breeze blew, the faint life energy in the air nourished his body and mind, and swept away the original nervous mood. Let's eat something first. Xiao Yao sat cross-legged on the ground, took out food from the broken sky ring, and replenished his body's energy. After fighting in the death realm for most of the day, his body could still hold on, but his stomach had already issued a warning. He ate a lot of high-energy food in a row, until he felt full. Xiao Yao turned his wrist, and a dead soul crystal appeared in his palm. Compared with the dangerous environment of the death realm, it was obvious that the living realm was the best place for him to absorb the dead soul crystal. Holy flame burst out from his palm, purifying the dead crystal in an instant. White water flowed into his body along his skin. Feeling the obvious increase in the power of holy flame in his body, Xiao Yao smiled slightly, and began to take out the second dead crystal. 1, 2, 5, 10, 35. Finally, he purified all 43 dead crystals in the broken sky ring, and the power of holy flame in his body also surged to an incredible level. Standing up, Xiao Yao took a deep breath, and then with a thought, the surging holy flame burst out from his body. Zizizi, the majestic and domineering holy flame enveloped his entire body, and even the holy flame rose from the ends of his hair. Xiao Yao raised his head and saw himself reflected on the light screen like a super Cylon, and his mouth gradually rose. So damn handsome, huh? The holy flame was retracted. Xiao Yao looked at his undamaged clothes and touched his hair, feeling very satisfied. Although the power of the holy flame surged, he was still able to control the energy of the holy flame so that it would not hurt himself. Of course, the surge in holy flame also brought his own combat power to a higher level. Originally, his holy flame was only enough to support him in fighting for more than 10 minutes. After the battle, he needed some time to recover his energy. But now, he believed that even if the battle lasted for 2 hours, he would not have to worry about the problem of insufficient holy flame. And before, at most, he could let the holy flame attach to his fist to increase the lethality of each punch. But now, he can transform into a melee mage at any time. And it is not difficult to rub out a fireball. I study the spiral shuriken when I have time. Maybe I can really use it. Xiao Yao couldn't help but feel a little excited. The surge in the power of the holy flame made his fighting style more diverse. In addition to being a melee buff, perhaps he could develop other means of attack. After eating and drinking, he would continue to work. He waved to the sky, and soon the soil behind him began to surge, and a small tree full of fruits broke out of the ground. At the moment of picking the fruit, Xiao Yao's eyes blurred, and the next second he was standing in a familiar environment again. Still so unexpected. Xiao Yao smiled. He felt that the ancient tree of life was like a boss who supervised people's work. Once he was ready to start working, the boss would immediately assign him tasks. But this is also good. It will speed up my killing speed. A flash of white light. The 4 beasts reappeared beside him. After resting in the beast control space for a while, Xiaoku's injuries have completely recovered, but he can still see some unwillingness in his eyes, as if he is still brooding over the battle just now. When you all reach gold level 3, I will definitely let you challenge it. Xiao Yao patted Xiaoku and said, with the current strength of the 4 beasts, it is still too difficult to challenge the platinum level 1 Ghost Bone Dragon. The Ghost Bone Dragon can knock down 35% of Xiaoku's health with a dragon tail swing, and this is when he is armed with beast armor. If it were Tuki who resisted this move, he would probably be in danger of death immediately. However, everyone is not powerless to resist. For example, Lan Yo Hellfire Fist and Tuki Poisonous Soul-Destroying Arrow cause 15% damage to the Ghost Bone Dragon. If the 4 beasts are upgraded a few more levels, their attack power and defense power will be upgraded to a higher level. There is a chance to kill the Ghost Bone Dragon. Xiaoku nodded, and the other 3 beasts also showed determination. They set a goal together, and when they leave here, they must kill the Ghost Bone Dragon. Then let's continue hunting. By the way, Xiaoku, can you smell the scent of the dead crystal now? Xiaoku sniffed and shook his head slightly. Is that so? Xiao Yao was not disappointed. Anyway, they still have to stay in the dead world for a long time, and they will find other dead crystals sooner or later. Let's go! Time passed quickly. Xiao Yao looked at his watch. He had spent more than 10 hours in the death realm. Of course, he gained a lot. The experience points of the 4 beasts increased. At this rate, Xiaoku would be promoted to gold level 2 in 2 days, and Lan Yo and Tuki would be able to upgrade in about 6 or 7 days. At this time, the sky of the death realm had darkened, and it seemed that the night here was about to come. The air was more deadly, and there was a smell of decay in every breath. Xiao Yao found a small hillside and leaned his back against Xiaoku. Although it was dark, he was not going to return to the living world to hide. It was very important for him to understand the various changes in the dead world for his next trip. So he decided to stay here and experience the night in the dead world. The sky was getting darker and darker, and it was pitch dark. Fortunately, Xiao Yao also inherited Xiaoku's night vision ability, and the night did not cause him too much trouble. Death Qi is really troublesome. Xiao Yao leaned against Xiaoku and urged the holy flame in his body to block the pervasive erosion of Death Qi. I really don't know how those summoners spent the night in the dead world before, Xiao Yao murmured. Even though he used the holy flame to resist the death energy, he could still feel the slight decline of his internal organs, which made him sigh at the horror of the death energy. In this dangerous environment, he couldn't fall asleep, so he simply closed his eyes and began to think about other means of attack in his mind. What moves does Kusanagi Kyoto have in the King of Fighters? Or a fire-escaped spiral shuriken? Before he could completely calm down, he heard a sound of friction between the ground. Shashashashasha. Chapter 419 Side Effects of Holy Flame. Shoo. A dense friction sound came from his ears. Xiao Yao suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, Xiaoku also issued a warning, telling him that a large number of enemies were approaching quickly. Xiao Yao stood up, looking far ahead. Soon, a terrifying army of spiders, like a black tide, appeared on the horizon. Monster named Bone Spider Monster Skill Bone Silk Slash. Fuck you. Xiao Yao eyes widened. The number of this group of bone spiders is more than 10 times that of the skeleton army he encountered before, at least tens of thousands of them, and their strength is also much stronger. A casual glance did not see any below the bronze level. When encountering enemies of this magnitude, no matter how strong Xiaoku and his men were, they had to flee quickly. If they were caught by thousands or tens of thousands of bone threads, they would not be able to escape. Retreat! Xiao Yao quickly sat on Xiaoku's back, and the 4 beasts ran wildly behind him. But before they ran far, a large group of undead skeletons appeared in front of them, and their number was even more exaggerated than that of the white bone spiders. Fuck. Am I in a den of thieves? Xiao Yao cursed inwardly, and motioned Xiaoku to run to the side. But this time, he didn't run far either. The road ahead was blocked again. Tens of thousands of flying monsters jumped towards him, the lowest of which were silver level. Fuck. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth, retracted Xiaoku, Lan Yo, Tu Chi into the beast control space, while Mo Tang quickly transformed into black wings and flew him away. The wind blew in his face. Looking at the monsters getting farther and farther away, Xiao Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is going on? He frowned. It was fine during the day, but why did he feel like he was hunted down at night? All kinds of monsters came to him. Before he could guess, he heard the sound of chaotic wings fluttering behind him. Xiao Yao turned around and saw that his face suddenly changed. Monster name: Undead Vulture. Monster level: Gold. Level 1. Monster skill: Wind of Death, Black Feather Explosion, Blindness Curse, Possessed by Doom. The black undead vultures approached quickly, and their pale eyes flashed with indifference and cruelty, and none of them was lower than Gold Level 1. Damn it! Feeling the threat approaching from behind, Xiao Yao cursed. His wings vibrated, and his body dived down quickly. When he was about to land, the black wings separated from his body, and Xiaoku appeared under him at the right time, carrying him away at a high speed. While moving, Xiaoku summoned the Wind Wolf armor, and his speed increased by 30%. Puff puff puff, a large piece of vulture feathers shot down from the sky, covering Xiaoku from front to back, left to right, and the sharp sound of breaking wind made his eardrums swell. A whiz! Xiaoku roared, and used endless binding directly in the empty space in front of him. His figure flashed, and he appeared 100 meters away in the next second. Damn it! What's going on? Xiao Yao gritted his teeth, and felt the thread still hovering in the sky. He took up the space seed, ready to crush it at any time. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, several bone arrows attacked from the side. Xiao Yao didn't think about it, and waved his hand. The majestic holy flame burst out, knocking all the bone arrows to the ground. Long-range attacks are still more useful. In addition to being nervous, Xiao Yao couldn't help but sigh at the effect of the sudden increase in the holy flame. At least the attack distance has increased a lot. Holy flame! Yes, holy flame! Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a possibility. With a thought, his figure slowly disappeared, and the next second, Xiaoku also disappeared. Gada gada, a large group of undead vultures swooped down at high speed. When they saw that there was nothing in front of them, their eyes flashed with confusion and confusion. Where are the people? Fuck, that was a close call. Xiao Yao leaned against a small hillside, took a few deep breaths, and calmed down his nervous mood. Sure enough, my guess was correct. Looking at the undead vultures flying around like headless flies not far away, Xiao Yao couldn't help but smile complacently. Just after using the holy flame, he suddenly realized that maybe the holy flame was the reason why he was targeted by the monsters in the dead world. After all, the holy flame originally had the function of restraining the dead air, and now in the night, when the dead air erupted, the holy flame was very likely to be like a bright light in the dark night, pointing the direction for these monsters in the dead world. When he realized this, he quickly extinguished the holy flame in his body, and used ambush to enter stealth mode. Then took Xiaoku back to the beast control space, and ran to a safe area with all his strength. And things happened just as he thought. After he stopped using the holy flame, these monsters in the dead world could not lock his position. Huimotang condensed into a physical body beside him, floating in the air to pay attention to the situation ahead. Death was floating in the air. Without the resistance of the holy flame, Xiao Yao felt that the death was like a biting cold wind drilling into his body, and his skin and bones were slightly tingling. There was no other way. Xiao Yao began to activate the hellfire to fight against the death energy in his body. Although the hellfire was not as effective as the holy flame, it still eliminated some of the death energy, making his body warm. After waiting for a few minutes, Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there was no movement around. It seems that the monsters in the dead world are only sensitive to the holy flame. Xiao Yao touched his chin, and suddenly a plan took shape in his mind, and his eyes gradually brightened. Quietly coming to an open area, Xiao Yao summoned the 4 beasts, and after taking a deep breath, the holy flame in his body suddenly erupted. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After the holy flame burned for 10 seconds, Xiao Yao quickly extinguished it and switched to hellfire. Ka-la ka-la ka-la. Soon, he heard chaotic footsteps. A large group of strange creatures from the dead world attacked: zombies, skeletons, dead demons. Monsters of more than a dozen races rushed towards him quickly as if they had agreed. At this time, Mo-Ting in the sky also sent a message to Xiao Yao. That's all, just the right number. Xiao Yao showed a faint smile. Considering the effect of the holy flame in attracting monsters, he immediately came up with a plan. Release the holy flame in a short period of time, attract nearby monsters to attack him, but the time must be grasped well. If the time is short, not enough monsters may be attracted, and if the time is long, they will be chased around like before. But the hundreds of dead world monsters in front of them are enough for the 4 beasts to kill happily. Bang 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 Lan Yo, and Xiaoke took the lead in attacking. But in order not to cause too much noise, Xiaoke and Lan Yo did not use the Holy Flame and Hellfire, and fought completely relying on their strong bodies. On the other side, Touch and Mordekaiser also joined the battlefield. The powerful gold-level monsters were dealt with by Xiaoke, Lan Yo and Mordekaiser, while small monsters, like silver-level and bronze-level monsters were named by Touch. As a fragile summoner, Xiao Yao hid aside, watching the rapid increase in experience points with pride. It is indeed more efficient to attract monsters. Compared to letting Xiaoke find monsters, this method of attracting monsters is several times more efficient. There was a large group of them at once, so there was no need to consider who to assign the monsters to. After more than 10 minutes, all the monsters were killed. Xiao Yao waved his hand. Let's go to the next location. Chapter 420 Crazy Ghost Bone Dragon. The sky was slightly bright. Xiao Yao glanced at his watch and calculated that the night in the dead world was 8 hours long. During these 8 hours, he had been implementing the strategy of shooting and changing places. By constantly attracting and killing monsters, the experience points of the 4 beasts increased a lot, and the efficiency was several times that of the day. The only problem was that he had been eroded by the death energy for a long time, and a slight sense of weakness and fatigue appeared in his body, until the sky turned gray again. Xiao Yao dared to use the Holy Flame, which circulated in his body again and again, constantly eliminating the influence of death. A few minutes later, Xiao Yao exhaled a black turbid air, and immediately felt a lot more relaxed. Bang 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 not far away. The 4 beasts were still fighting fiercely, and the monsters of the dead world were quickly killed by them. You can let go completely, Xiao Yao ordered. Hearing Xiao Yao order, Xiaoke and Lan Yo were immediately ignited with blazing flames. Ah! Moo! The golden wolf head condensed in the air, and bit off the head of the gold level 1 flying spider in one bite. On the other side, the flaming fist burst out, dragging a long column of fire, burning all the enemies in a straight line into ashes. Twitch looked down from above, and several poisonous arrows hit the head of the rotten spider in succession. With the sound of a watermelon bursting, the gold level 2 monster was shot and exploded by Twitch. Puff! The last monster was cut in half by Mortung. Xiao Yao walked forward, looking at the ground with some regret. If this were in the wild, with so many gold level monsters he killed, the material cost alone would make him rich. Unfortunately, the monsters in the dead world are not of much value, and he doesn't want to disassemble these dirty things. We have a good harvest tonight, let's find a place to rest first. After fighting all night, not only was he tired, even the strong war beasts felt a little tired. But at this moment, a familiar dragon roar resounded through the sky. Awing! The ghost bone dragon, which was filled with death, came from afar, with angry ghost fire in its eyes, and its mouth opened to spit out a ball of dragon breath. The gray dragon breath fell like a waterfall, corroding the entire ground into a pit several meters deep. The ghost bone dragon flew quickly, looking at the empty ground under its feet. It roared angrily again. Awing! Paw stepping on the ground, Xiao Yao fell backwards, and the whole person fell into the soft grass. The faint life energy in the air makes people feel relaxed and happy. Xiao Yao spread his legs and arms, looking at the sky lazily like a big character. How did the ghost bone dragon find me? Such doubts popped up in his mind. Although he didn't know how big the dead world was, the ghost bone dragon could actually meet him again. He really didn't know if it was a coincidence, or if the ghost bone dragon had the means to lock the target. If it was the latter, then it would be a bit troublesome. The sound of hundreds of birds chirping came to his ears, and the elegant butterflies were flying around him, smelling the refreshing fragrance of flowers in the air. Xiao Yao felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and gradually closed his eyes, and fell asleep. At this moment, a green beam of light shot out from the crystal on his chest, and rushed straight to the light curtain in front. When the beam merged into the light curtain, the translucent light curtain obviously shifted a bit towards the dead world. But Xiao Yao didn't see it. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yao woke up from his sleep, and rubbed his sleepy eyes subconsciously. While as soon as he opened his eyes, he was very surprised by the surrounding environment. At this moment, he was surrounded by a circle of cute little animals, including butterflies, elks, squirrels, birds. The little animals were flying around, playing and fighting. At the same time, there were a bunch of flowers and plants that he had never seen before around him, and the vitality they exuded made him feel extremely comfortable. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A palm-sized lark flew towards him, with a bright red flower in its mouth. Then, the lark landed on Xiao Yao's shoulder, and the flower just happened to fly into Xiao Yao's palm. Thank you. Xiao Yao touched the lark's furry little head, and smiled. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The lark sang happily, and hearing the song, the other little guys also ran and danced around him. This lively scene made Xiao Yao smile with relief. The enthusiasm and happiness of the little guys infected him, and also made him more determined to hunt the dead world. He put all the flowers and plants around him into the broken sky ring. This was a gift he received. He would plant these flowers and plants after he got out. He couldn't let the little guys down. Xiao Yao stretched out his hand and saw a small tree breaking through the soil. After picking the fruit, Xiao Yao waved to the little guys around him. See you later. As soon as the voice fell, he appeared in the dead space again. It's so sudden as expected. Xiao Yao smiled slightly and summoned the 4 beasts. After a period of rest, the 4 beasts also recovered to their full victory state, and they were full of fighting spirit. A wood at this time. Xiaoke told Xiao Yao a message, which made him look strange. It can't be such a coincidence. Xiaoke said just now that he smelled the scent of the ghost bone dragon's nest, which was not far away, and the ghost bone dragon was not present. Is he going to fight with this guy? Xiao Yao narrowed his eyes, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. Damn it. Let you spit at me? He asked Xiaoke to lead the team, and the group quickly came to the familiar cave. This time, he still chose to let Morton enter the cave. To his surprise, there were a few more dead crystals in the ghost bone dragon's lair, as if they were specially prepared for him. How thoughtful. Xiao Yao smiled evilly, and asked Morton to chop all the spoils of the ghost bone dragon into pieces, and then bring out the dead crystals. Paw paw paw. Morton destroyed the cave, almost making it unrecognizable, and then flew out quickly with the undead crystals. After getting the undead crystals, Xiao Yao was not in a hurry to leave, but sat at the entrance of the cave to purify the undead crystals quietly. After all the undead crystals were purified, Xiao Yao also saw the gradually enlarged black spot in the distance. It's finally here Ong. The angry dragon roar shook the earth, and the ghost bone dragon flew over quickly. The surging dragon power made the monsters on the ground tremble. Bang! Dragon's breath came from a distance. Xiao Yao waved at the ghost bone dragon and shouted, Brother, you are late. Snap! Crushing the fruit in his hand, Xiao Yao and the war beasts disappeared in front of the ghost bone dragon. Ong! The ghost bone dragon arrived and saw the empty environment again. His eyes were filled with extreme rage and madness. He swung his dragon tail and vented his anger. Bang! 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 The ground shook and dozens of deep pits were smashed on the ground. After venting, the ghost bone dragon flew into the cave angrily. He planned to rest for a while, and then go find those hateful guys. He would tear them to pieces next time. 10 seconds later, the angry dragon roared 10 times louder than before was heard again in the cave. Ong! Fuck you. Chapter 421. All members are at level 4 gold. Kyoto University, President's Office. Mr. Zhang picked up the teacup, blew a breath of hot air gently, and said with concern, It's been 15 days, is nothing going to happen? Don't worry. President Ouyang took a sip of tea, and said, The ancient tree of life will protect Xiao Yao's safety. The long time shows that Xiao Yao has the ability to resist the erosion of death, which is actually a good thing. That's what I said. Mr. Zhang sighed helplessly. Alas, this person is even more impatient when he gets old than when he was young. Principal Ouyang chuckled and said, Don't worry about your beloved disciple. He will definitely return safely. Take my holy flame shuriken. Xiao Yao shouted, raised his right hand, and the rising holy flame condensed into a flywheel in his palm. Under the high-speed rotation, the wind whistled, and golden sparks flew around. Go! With a flick of his hand, the rotating holy flame flywheel flew out of his hand, and raged wildly among the monsters in front. Puff! 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 The bodies of the monsters were cut into 2 pieces, and the cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. The unpleasant smell of meat was floating in the wind. Nice! Finally succeeded. Xiao Yao excitedly waved his fist. After more than 10 days of training and testing, he finally mastered this move. The Holy Flame Shuriken. Of course, this is definitely not a standard shuriken, but a name he gave himself imitating the Hokage. However, the principle behind it is based on the spiral shuriken in Naruto. using the cutting ability of high-speed rotating flames to achieve the effect of increasing damage. The success of the Holy Flame Shuriken is also inseparable from his rapid growth during this period. Until today, he has been in the dead world for more than 40 days. In these 40 days, through continuous killing day and night, his 4 war beasts have all reached gold level 4. Moo. The old cow simply punched the head of the gold level 3 flying monster, and then clapped his hand, and the surging hellfire gushed out, burning the zombie's body to ashes in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yao turned his eyes to the battlefield ahead. After all members reached gold level 4, facing gold level monsters was like cutting melons and vegetables. Even gold level 5 monsters could not last more than 3 moves in their hands. After the 4 beasts were upgraded several levels, his strength as a summoner also increased greatly. Now his basic attributes such as strength, speed, defense, and mental power are comparable to those of gold level 1 monsters. And elemental abilities such as Holy Flame, Hellfire, and Poison have also improved by leaps and bounds. Especially the Holy Flame. After absorbing hundreds of undead crystals, his own Holy Flame power is no less than that of Xiaoke. Because of this, combined with his strong mental control, he was able to develop the Holy Flame Shuriken, this new attack method. Of course, he knew in his heart that the Holy Flame Shuriken was good for bullying. But if used in actual combat, its attack power was still not as strong as the beast's mouth. After all, it did not have the blessing of skill attributes. However, the Holy Flame Shuriken also had obvious advantages. That is, it was handsome. Being handsome was a lifelong thing. Bang! A fireball was thrown away. And Xiao Yao shouted, "Boys, get ready to finish the work." Got it! The 4 beasts responded at the same time. After receiving Xiao Yao's order, their killing speed increased sharply, and it didn't take long for them to eliminate all the monsters around them. The thick death energy penetrated into the crystal on his chest. Xiao Yao raised the crystal to his eyes, looked at the liquid that was almost half full, and nodded with great satisfaction. It was done! On! At this time, a very familiar dragon roar came from the horizon. "Brother, you are finally here." Xiao Yao smiled. In these 40 days of crazy killing, if watching the experience points increase every day was his greatest support, then teasing the ghost bone dragon once a day was his greatest pleasure. These days, his life can be summed up in a few words: eating, killing monsters, and teasing the bone dragon. From running away when he first encountered the bone dragon, to gradually being able to fight a few moves. And now, the 4 beasts can fight the bone dragon on equal terms. If Xiao Yao hadn't really been reluctant to part with this Daodu, he would have let the 4 beasts kill him long ago. But it's not too late to kill him now, because the ancient tree of life has sent a message that the last tide of death will erupt today, and he can leave here after it ends. "I can't forget you before I leave." Xiao Yao chuckled and said, "An old friend is here. Everyone, get ready. This time, we kill it." Moo. The 4 beasts' eyes flashed with intense excitement and fighting spirit. Since the first day they entered the dead world, their common goal was to kill the ghost bone dragon. Today, they finally waited for the final battle. "Ghost bone dragon, die for me." On! The ghost bone dragon flew over quickly, but it was obvious that there was no more contempt and arrogance in his eyes, only rage, reluctance, and caution. Huh? Gray dragon breath like waves came from afar. The old cow stepped forward and instantly turned into a 9-meter-long beast. Red flames burst out, facing the dragon breath like a flaming mountain. Boom! The dragon breath sprayed on the old cow. The flames and dragon breath annihilated each other. The violent energy surged to form ripples that spread around. After a while, the old cow took a few steps forward without any injury, and let out a provocative roar. Moo! On! The ghost bone dragon swooped down, and the dragon claws that covered the sky and the sun quickly condensed, mixed with terrifying death energy, and pressed down on the 4 beasts on the ground like a mountain. Moo! A raging fire burned in the old cow's eyes. The right fist gathered power at the waist, and then it burst out with a bang. The flaming fist of more than 10 feet in size shot up into the sky, and collided heavily with the dragon claw. Boom! The huge sound shook the earth, the death aura spread, the flames splashed, and the air was slightly distorted. Swish! A silent black arrow silently hit the eye socket of the ghost bone dragon in the aftermath, and blew up the ghost fire eye. The ghost bone dragon let out a painful scream, and at this moment, Xiaoke and Mo Teng appeared on his back like ghosts. Snap! Xiaoke grabbed the bones with one hand, and with the other hand, he condensed a half-sized golden wolf head. With a roar, the golden wolf head opened its mouth and bit the ghost bone dragon's skull. Ong! The ghost bone dragon roared, and violent death waves burst out in his body, like a raging sea, and were about to blow Xiaoke and Mo Teng away. In an instant, Xiaoke's body was covered with brilliant golden light, and he used Ancestral Howl to reduce the damage he received by half. The death wave hit his beast armor, making a continuous ding-ding-ding sound. Xiaoke tightly grasped the bones under him, and nailed to the ghost bone dragon's back like a nail. And Morton chose to use Dark Shelter, blocking the attack with a magic shield. Crack! The golden wolf head bit off a large piece of skull, leaving a piece missing from the ghost bone dragon's head. Ong! The ghost bone dragon struggled and rolled back and forth in the air in pain, trying to throw the enemy off its back. At the same time, he also released a black light wave, which accurately hit Xiaoke. Weak curse, the familiar feeling of weakness appeared in his body. Xiaoke was not in a hurry. He urged the holy flame to suppress the cursed power in his body. At the same time, Mo Teng moved around the ghost bone dragon. The arm blade slashed out a series of phantoms. Every strike could cut out obvious cracks. Health 63% Xiaoyao stood on the ground. Seeing that the ghost bone dragon was almost seriously injured, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Completely defeated the platinum level 1 monster. This is the strength of the 4 beasts now. Mu the old cow bent his knees slightly. As he kicked his feet, the red flames burst out. The body flew dozens of meters into the air, and jumped to the side of the bone dragon. The iron fist burning with hellfire hit the bone dragon's waist like a cannonball. Crack, crack, crack. Broken bones fell down. The ghost bone dragon's body shook violently. The waist was almost broken in half. At this moment, Xiaoke and Mo Teng followed closely. Wolf claws, arm blades chopped off the remaining half as if agreed. Bang! The ghost bone dragon screamed miserably. His waist was completely cut in two. The thick death aura entangled the fracture, trying to reconnect the two parts of the body. But Xiaoke and the others did not give it a chance. Mo Teng appeared on the top of the ghost bone dragon. The arm blade chopped down heavily, and at the same time mixed with terrifying spiritual energy. Crack! The huge skull was split in two. And the jumping ghost fire eye seemed to be hit by the waves and extinguished instantly. Boom! The old cow's body fell heavily to the ground. And then 2 pieces of the white bone dragon body fell in front of him. Huh? A strong death aura quickly penetrated into the crystal. Xiaoyao walked to the ghost bone dragon, cut off a few of the hardest bones, and put them into the broken sky ring. His eyes could not help but show a touch of emotion and relief. Finally going home. Chapter 422 Life Crystal. Paw. The moment he returned to the living world, an extremely thick green beam flew out from the crystal on Xiaoyao's chest. When the beam flew forward and merged into the light curtain not far away, Xiaoyao could clearly see that the light curtain had moved several meters toward the dead world. My mission is accomplished. Xiaoyao opened his arms, raised his head, enjoyed the breeze, and the nourishment of life energy. In the past 40 days, although his strength increased greatly, he also suffered certain losses, that is, the damage of death energy to his body. Now he looks almost 10 years older than when he first came. He has changed from a young man full of energy to a handsome and steady young man. Although he looks handsome as a young man, Xiaoyao still doesn't want to age prematurely. Fortunately, the ancient life tree told him that when he leaves, it will help him solve this problem and give him a gift. The gift from the Grandmaster level ancient life tree is really exciting. Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, and flames appeared on his hands at the same time. Soon the flames changed rapidly into fireballs, round cakes, spikes, flywheels. This is a method that Xiaoyao figured out to strengthen his control of flames. The effect is quite good. After more than 10 days, his control has obviously improved by a level. And the successful release of the Holy Flame Shuriken is also due to the credit of these control training. 2 hours later, Xiaoyao's ears moved, and he seemed to hear a strange noise coming from the dead world. He stood up and looked ahead, and sure enough, there was a big movement in the dead world. The thick death energy condensed into water droplets in the air, and then fell into the surging tide of death energy, and hit the light curtain like a raging wave. The waves hit the shore, and the tide of death energy hit the light curtain again and again, as if it was going to destroy it. On the other side, the majestic life energy in the living world condensed into tall life guards, and they used their bodies to press tightly behind the light curtain, making it difficult for the light curtain to move at all. As more and more lifeguards appeared, the light curtain even moved towards the dead world little by little, which further aroused the surging resistance of the tide of death. The waves became bigger and higher, reaching hundreds of meters. But the lifeguards on the side of the living world were like an indestructible wall, always keeping the light curtain stable. The tide of death lasted for an hour. And finally, the waves receded, dispersing into a thick death aura, and spreading to the entire dead world again. It's over. Xiao Yao clenched his fists excitedly. The end of the tide of death also meant that he could finally go home. Green energy slowly floated out from the lifeguard, like a bunch of colorful ribbons, flying in all directions. Butterflies, birds, elk, cute little animals gathered around Xiao Yao, chirping and making light and joyful sounds, as if thanking him for his contribution to the world of life. Xiao Yao gently touched the elk's head. The soft hair passed through his fingers. Looking at the lively and cute little animals around him, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Little guys, it's time for me to go home. See you next year. Xiao Yao smiled. He knew that this task would definitely fall on him next year, and he was very willing to help the ancient tree of life, and help these little guys protect the beautiful world of life. Wow! A green beam of light fell from the sky, enveloping Xiao Yao, and then under a strong suction, his body soared into the air, and finally disappeared into the sky. Paw! It landed steadily on the ground. Xiao Yao turned his head, and saw that this was the place where he had parted with Mr. Zhang and Principal Ouyang before. It was still in Mr. Kaiyuan's Hung Beast control space. Young man, thank you. The old voice resounded through the sky, with a touch of kindness and gentleness in his tone. Xiao Yao bowed slightly and said, this is what I should do. As the only remaining war beast of the first principle, Mr. Kaiyuan Sheng, the ancient tree of life is not only the most hidden trump card of Kyoto University, it secretly guards the school. At the same time, every year he provides the school with a portion of the original liquid of the tree of life, just like an honest old man, silently making contributions to his descendants. As a member protected by the ancient tree of life, who had once been nourished by the original fluid of the tree of life, Xiao Yao would not hesitate to help him resist the tide of death. An intimate whisper sounded in the sky again, and then a green ball of light shot out from the ancient tree of life, and landed accurately on Xiao Yao. When the ball of light merged into his body, Xiao Yao could not help but groan, and he felt as if he was in a hot spring, and the warm and peaceful life energy made every cell in his body cheer. A strong vitality rose in his body, constantly nourishing his skin, bones, tendons. Unconsciously, his appearance returned to that of a teenager, and all aspects of his body's functions were slowly growing. A few minutes later, Xiao Yao completely absorbed the energy of the light ball. He opened his eyes, feeling the magnificent vitality in his body. He couldn't help but reveal a strong surprise. This feeling. Xiao Yao clenched his fists. He could feel that all aspects of his attributes had grown to a certain extent, and the biggest change was his self-healing ability. Even without the test, he could imagine how exaggerated his current self-healing ability was. He was probably not much inferior to the silver-level Xiaoke. Now I'm also Tang monk meat. Xiao Yao smiled. Then, 2 green crystals quickly floated out of the tree of life. Xiao Yao held them in his palm, and looked at them carefully. The 2 crystals were about half the size of a fist. Crystal clear. And surging life energy was about to burst out. Just holding them in his palm, the grass under his feet began to grow wildly. A message came into Xiao Yao's mind, causing him to be filled with ecstasy. The ancient tree of life told him that these 2 crystals were called life crystals, and each contained life energy equivalent to 50 drops of life tree fluid, and the energy level was higher, which could provide powerful vitality for anyone below the master level, not only strengthening the body, but also prolonging life. Xiao Yao held the 2 life crystals tightly in his palms. When he learned about the effects of the life crystals, he first thought of the old man at home, and then his teacher, especially Zhang Lao. He knew very well that this year Zhang Lao was already 163 years old, and he was only a few years away from the average age of 180 for diamond-level masters. Ordinary life tree fluid was useless for diamond-level masters like Zhang Lao, but life crystals could. If life crystals could provide Zhang Lao with even 30 years of life, then Zhang Lao would have a chance to break through to the master level, and his lifespan could even reach about 240,250 years. This life crystal came just in time. Xiao Yao bowed deeply to the ancient tree of life, and sincerely thanked Thank you for your life crystal. The branches swayed gently, and an old voice sounded, Young man, I also want to thank you for your help. Go back quickly, your family and friends are waiting for you. A space gate appeared behind Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao bowed again, and stepped into the space gate. After Xiao Yao left, a barely audible whisper sounded in the sky, Xiao Yao Li Chu. Chapter 423 The Hope of a Breakthrough Master. Swish, a green space door suddenly appeared in the principal's office. Mr. Zhang and Principal Ouyang, who were drinking tea, stood up suddenly, and watched the boy step out of the space door in surprise. The scene in front of him changed rapidly. When Xiao Yao saw Mr. Zhang and Principal Ouyang, a smile appeared on his face. Teacher, Principal. Okay, I'm glad you're back. Mr. Zhang's tone was slightly excited. Principal Ouyang looked at Xiao Yao, and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this mission was completed quite smoothly. Xiao Yao straightened his back slightly. I have lived up to the principal's expectations. Principal Ouyang patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder, feeling the great vitality in his body, and couldn't help but praise. Not bad, your strength has also improved a lot. At this time, old Zhang also noticed the changes in Xiao Yao. The vitality and fiery energy that were about to burst out could not be hidden from his eyes at all, and he couldn't help but feel expectations in his heart. Xiao Yao scratched his head modestly. It's a small improvement. Several war beasts have broken through to the gold level 4. Yellow. Gold level 4. The expressions of Elder Zhang and Principal Ouyang froze instantly. No! Principal Ouyang's mouth twitched, and he raised his voice unconsciously. Gold level 4? All 4 war beasts are gold level 4? The corners of Elder Zhang's eyes also twitched fiercely. Although he knew the perversion of his disciples, but upgrading from gold level 1 to gold level 4 in just over 10 days, this degree of perversion was completely beyond his imagination. No, in real life it was more than 10 days, and in the dead world it was about 40 days, but to grow to this point in more than 40 days, it was also outrageous. At this rate, maybe in less than 3 years, his strength will catch up with mine. Xiao Yao said modestly, it was just luck. The Death Realm happened to be more suitable for the growth of my war beast. In addition, the Ancient Tree of Life also gave a lot of help. He attributed part of the credit to the Ancient Tree of Life, which could also explain his rapid progress. Is it the Ancient Tree of Life? Principal Ouyang still had doubts in his eyes. So many people had entered the Death Realm before, but no one had ever made such exaggerated progress after coming out. However, this time Xiao Yao entered the dead world much longer than others. Perhaps for this reason, the Ancient Tree of Life really gave him a big reward. Principal Ouyang's expression was slightly serious. Don't reveal your true strength to the outside world for a while. Xiao Yao nodded, understood. If he was not facing Principal Ouyang and Elder Zhang, he would never take the initiative to expose his true strength. On the road of growth, both Elder Zhang and Principal Ouyang have always been protecting him from the wind and rain. It goes without saying that Zhang Lao, as his teacher, taught him everything he knew and always protected his safety. Principal Ouyang also helped him a lot, such as his 5-dragon flame hood and phantom god mask, which were actually provided by Principal Ouyang, including letting Zhang Lao become his teacher, which was also done by Principal Ouyang himself. These 2 teachers are the people he trusts the most, so he will not hide anything. But if he faces other people, even a few of his closest teammates, he is prepared to temporarily hide his true strength. After all, he had to keep this mission secret, and could not reveal too much information. Then go back first, and have a good rest. Principal Ouyang smiled. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded, but before returning to the dormitory, he had something important to do. After leaving the principal's office, Xiao Yao said to Mr. Zhang beside him, Teacher, I got a treasure in the dead world. I want you to help me take a look. Mr. Zhang stroked his beard and said, What is it? Let's find a quiet place to look at it. Okay. Old Zhang grabbed Xiao Yao's arm, and the next second, the 2 of them appeared in a training room. Take it out for me to see. A hint of curiosity flashed in old Zhang's eyes. What exactly is the treasure in the dead world? Teacher, please stretch out your hand first. Xiao Yao smiled. It's quite mysterious. Old Zhang smiled and stretched out his old hand. Xiao Yao held old Zhang's hand, quickly took out the life crystal, and placed it between his hands. Then the golden holy flame suddenly ignited, causing the life crystal to melt quickly. Xiao Yao took a half step back, and watched the life crystal flow into Zhang Lao's body like water. This is... Zhang Lao was shocked. He could feel a powerful life energy entering his palm, and spreading rapidly to his limbs. Wherever the life energy went, some of the atrophied meridians in the body were like being bathed in sweet rain, and they suddenly became full of vitality. As the life energy flowed more and more, a trace of light blue mist slowly floated out and spread to the entire internal organs. Muscles, cells, bones, various organs greedily absorbed the dense air. He could clearly feel that his aging body was transforming at an alarming speed. In Xiaoyao eyes, Zhang Lao appearance was changing. His gray hair and beard were turning black, and his dry and old skin became delicate. In less than a few minutes, Zhang Lao looked at least 20 years younger. From a vigorous 80-year-old man to a 60-year-old man who had just entered old age. After absorbing all the life energy, Zhang Lao raised his hands, his eyes full of wonder. What was that just now? He couldn't help asking. Xiaoyao smiled. That was the life crystal that the ancient tree of life gave me as a reward. Life crystal, Zhang Lao murmured. Why didn't I know there was such a thing? Xiaoyao smiled and said, Teacher, life crystal contains huge life energy, which can prolong the life of summoners below the master level. Look, you look at least 20 years younger. Is that so? Old Zhang took out a mirror, and seeing the strange yet familiar self in the mirror, his face showed a complicated expression. Child, you should keep the life crystal for yourself. Prolonging life is only secondary. The most important thing is that it can make you recover quickly when you are seriously injured. This is a life-saving trump card. Xiaoyao shrugged. Teacher, I don't think anyone can force me to be seriously injured. And after you use the life crystal, don't you have a chance to break through to the master level? With a master level teacher in charge, who else do you think can hurt me? Master level. A hint of excitement flashed in Zhang Lao's eyes. Yes, after his lifespan is extended, there may be hope for a breakthrough to the master level. By then, even if he dies, he can break the soul contract with the war beasts and prevent them from being buried with him. Zhang Lao calmed down and said with emotion, Child, no matter what, the teacher still wants to thank you. Xiaoyao joked, Teacher, please break through to the master level as soon as possible. If I become a master level disciple, I will be able to walk sideways in Dragon Country. Elder Zhang patted him on the shoulder and said, Being a disciple of a master is nothing. I believe that with your qualifications, you will be able to break through to the master level in a few years. By then, I will be a master level teacher. Then I will be able to walk sideways in Longhua. The master and disciple smiled at each other, and the hearty laughter echoed in the training room for a long time. Chapter 424 Lao Du Base. Xiaoyao returned surprised his friends. Everyone asked him about his experiences in the past half-month. For confidentiality reasons, Xiaoyao only said that he had carried out a secret mission. It was not convenient to reveal the specifics. Of course, everyone understood this. To celebrate Xiaoyao's return, several people had a good time, eating and singing KTV, and did not return to school until late at night. After more than 40 days of killing day and night, Xiaoyao was finally able to sleep peacefully. When he woke up the next day, Xiaoyao opened his eyes, turned on his phone, and saw that it was already 1 p.m. I had such a good sleep. Stretching his body, he suddenly found that there was a strange text message on his phone. The content of the text message was very simple, with only an address and a string of strange symbols. And this string of symbols was the contact code he and Lao Du agreed on. I'll be there soon. Xiaoyao quickly replied to a message. After deleting the message, he got dressed and rushed to the address. Half an hour later, Xiaoyao raised his head and looked at the distinctive sign in front of him. Xinghan Bar. The star-marked bar is located on a bustling street in the main city of Kyoto. The store is very new and looks like it has just been renovated. Pushing the door open, the decoration style inside is quite retro. The wood-based color scheme gives the entire bar a heavy sense of age. Sorry, we are not open yet. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the side. Xiaoyao turned around and saw that it was Lao Du. It's me, Xiaoyao said lightly, and a golden flame appeared from his fingertips. Boss! Lao Du immediately realized that the man with a strange face in front of him was his boss. Yes, Xiaoyao nodded. At present, he was not ready to let anyone other than the teacher know about his relationship with Lao Du. So this time he came out with a new face. In addition, he can now block the perception of nightmare seeds on his own. So this is why Lao Du did not recognize him. Boss, please come this way. Lao Du took Xiaoyao to a booth, sat on the soft sofa, and handed Xiaoyao a stack of information. Boss, this is the information I have collected recently on the major forces in Dragon Country. Such high efficiency. Xiao Yao took the information with some surprise, and read it page by page. Old Du prepared the information very comprehensively, from the top 4 Grandmaster family industries in Dragon Country, to the master-level family forces below, and then to the major official organizations. Almost all the major forces and organizations in Dragon Country were included, including some information about the heads of families. Through this information, Xiao Yao immediately had a very clear understanding of the complex forces in Dragon Country. Old Du, you did a great job. Xiao Yao praised. Now he was even more glad that he had Old Du under his command. Having such a reliable subordinate really helped him save a lot of time. Old Du smiled. Boss, this is what I should do. Also, Old Du pointed to the bar behind him. I have bought this bar. This will be the base of my intelligence system in the future. In the bar? Xiao Yao wondered. Will this be too conspicuous and easy to be exposed? Lao Du explained. Boss, there is a saying in Longhua. The great are hidden in the city. Although the bar has a large flow of people, it can serve as a cover for me. Besides, Lao Du showed a hint of pride on his face. Not everyone can enter my bar. What do you mean? The Star Mark bar adopts a membership model. Only summoners above the silver level can bring people in. And only summoners above the gold level can reserve a private room. Isn't this a summoner bar? Xiao Yao raised his eyebrows slightly. In several large cities in Dragon Country, there are indeed many summoner-only bars, which only summoners can enter. However, generally the owners of such bars have strong local connections, and Lao Du, a foreigner, can really run a summoner bar well? Don't let it be embarrassing when no one comes. Lao Du saw the doubt in Xiao Yao's eyes and explained, Boss, recently in addition to collecting information from major forces, I have also integrated into the summoner circle in Kyoto. By showing my platinum level strength to the outside world, I have made many summoner friends. For example, this bar was purchased at a relatively low price through an acquaintance's introduction, so you don't have to worry about the bar not being run well. Up to now, there are already hundreds of people who have become members here. So that's how it is. Xiao Yao suddenly realized. Although Kyoto is a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are everywhere, there are many diamonds and masters. But platinum level is definitely considered the top combat power. Since Lao Du has shown his platinum level strength, it is reasonable that he can make so many summoner friends. Boss, there is a great advantage of the summoner-only bar. That is, these summoners can be exposed to a lot of information in their daily lives. And it is very likely that they will accidentally reveal it during the drinking and conversation. As long as these fragmented information can be summarized, we can follow up on the market in a timely manner. Yes, Lao Du, you have really thought it through. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up and he praised. Lao Du was right. If we can gather all this messy information and find the key points, then this intelligence network will really work. He is indeed a former ace killer. He is really good at intelligence work. Lao Du, do you have anyone you trust? Xiao Yao asked. It is impossible for Lao Du to sort out the massive amount of information by himself. It requires many professionals to classify and summarize, select the valuable information. And this work must be taken over by someone who is extremely trusted. Otherwise, once the matter is exposed, Lao Du will be in big trouble. Do you need me to find you some reliable assistants? Xiao Yao looked at Lao Du. He believed that Lao Du understood what he meant. Lao Du showed a confident look and said, Boss, don't worry about this, I will arrange it. As a former ace killer, how could he not have some means to control his subordinates? In front of the boss, he would try his best to show his reliable and gentle side, and in front of those disobedient subordinates, he would let them know what it means to live a life worse than death. Okay then. Since Lao Du was so confident, Xiao Yao didn't say anything more. By the way, you must have spent a lot of money to buy this bar. This bar is not small, and it is also in a prosperous area. With the startup capital he gave Lao Du, it is estimated that he can't even buy half of the bar. Lao Du said, Boss, I used my own savings to buy the bar, so this is considered an investment. Xiao Yao pondered for a moment and said, Lao Du, I know that intelligence work requires a lot of money. How about this? I will provide you with another 50 million funds next time, but I won't transfer this money directly to your card. I will buy 50 million precious materials and give them to you later. And then you can sell them. Buying precious materials and selling them will definitely result in a loss of money. But in order not to expose his connection with Lao Du, Xiao Yao thinks this is necessary. Okay, boss. Lao Du did not refuse. After buying this bar, he did not have much liquidity. And there was still a lot of work to do next, which required money. So he really needed the boss to provide some financial support. Xiaoyao looked around. The foundation of the intelligence system was built, but there were still many places to spend money. Only with his monthly song dividends, it was simply a pipe dream to build an intelligence network. He had to find a way to make money. Xiaoyao made a decision in his heart. In addition to hunting in the wild, he had to have other ways to make money to support an intelligence system. But what exactly could he do? He had no idea in his mind. Although he was a time traveler, he had everything he had in his previous life. And there were also things he didn't have in his previous life. Apart from the system, he had almost no advantages as a time traveler. It was not easy to make money. Boss, this is the bar's Supreme membership card. If you are free, you can come with your friends. Lao Du handed over a gilded card. Xiaoyao took the card, took a look at it, and smiled. Lao Du, I am very satisfied with your work. The establishment of the intelligence network will depend on you. If you need anything, please contact me at any time. Yes, boss. Chapter 425 Graduation is approaching. Taking over the Yanwu Association. Campus life always goes by quickly. In a blink of an eye, the annual graduation season is coming. The school held a grand campus recruitment. Major official organizations, top domestic companies, leading enterprises in various regions have begun to fight for talent. Especially the top 100 masters on the True Dragon list, they are scrambled by major forces. The conditions and treatments offered are higher than one another. Of course, the major forces are not stupid, they know very well that the talents on the top 100 of the True Dragon list of Kyoto University, it is a foregone conclusion that they will be promoted to the gold level in the future, and even the platinum level is also very likely. Recruiting a future platinum level summoner. What does it matter if the conditions are high? As the top 3 super talents in the True Dragon ranking, the top 8 players in the National League, the whereabouts of Lei Kuang, Long Jingyu, and Zhao Feilu have attracted much attention. Xiaoyao was also very curious about their choices. He had a good relationship with Lei Kuang and the other two, especially after the National League. The former competitors became good friends who appreciated each other and would exchange experiences with each other when they had nothing to do. Afterwards, he took the initiative to invite the 3 of them to dinner. During the conversation, he learned where the 3 of them were going. Lei Kuang was recruited by the military and became a soldier stationed in the Guardian Dragon Fortress. Of course, his starting point was much higher than that of ordinary soldiers. I am afraid that in a few years, he will become a rising star in the military. Long Jingyu is from the Magic City. He chose to go to the Magic City Law Enforcement Team and started as a law enforcement team member. With his qualifications, after breaking through the gold level in 2 years, he can at least be a small captain in the Magic City Law Enforcement Team. Zhao Feilu did not choose any faction. She was a descendant of a big family, so she entered the family industry directly and was trained vigorously as a candidate. The development direction of the 3 people is very good. Xiaoyao believes that they will become important figures in various circles in the future. In addition to these 3 people, Xiaoyao also wants to meet Gui Yufan, a senior who has the best relationship with him. Brother Fan, congratulations on joining the Wu City Law Enforcement Team. Xiaoyao raised his glass and congratulated. Gui Yufan and he are both from Yanqing, and both of them even graduated from Yanqing No. 1 High School. However, in terms of future development, Gui Yufan did not choose to stay in his hometown, but entered Wu City, the capital of Zhong Province, and became a law enforcement officer in the provincial capital. Of course, this is indeed a better choice for Gui Yufan. After all, the provincial capital has much better resources and future promotion opportunities than staying in Yanqing, especially for a genius like him who is in the top 30 of the True Dragon list. Choosing the provincial capital law enforcement team is easier to be appreciated and cultivated by the big guys. In addition, it takes less than an hour to get from Wu City to Yanqing by high-speed rail, which allows him to balance his family and career. Thank you. Gui Yufan clinked glasses with Xiaoyao, feeling deeply moved. To be honest, he had never thought that the junior brother he had protected had actually gone from a newly awakened Black Iron rookie to a gold-level summoner who was stronger than himself in just 2 years, and was even hailed as the first genius of Dragon Country. The first genius of Dragon Country? How many amazing geniuses could not get such an honor? Who would have thought that my hometown Yanqing, my alma mater Yanqing No. 1 High School, would produce the No. 1 talent in Dragon Country? Putting down the cup, Xiaoyao joked, Brother Fan, You and my dad will be colleagues in the future. Maybe we can meet often during the monthly meetings. Guiyu waved his hand and said with a smile, my level is too low. I can't even sit with Captain Xiao. It will be fine when you are promoted to the gold level, Xiao Yao said with a smile. Guiyu Fan smiled and did not refute. Xiao Yao was telling the truth. A gold level master is definitely considered a master even in the Wu City law enforcement team. As long as his qualifications improve and he handles a few more major cases, he will be on par with the captains of various cities. Of course, Xiao Yao's father Xiaoli is special. He is the only platinum level master in the law enforcement teams of various cities in the central province. So his status is obviously higher than others. The most important thing is that he is also the father of the first genius of Longwu. With this halo, even the captain of the central province law enforcement team dare not neglect him. Xiao Yao, I will graduate in half a month. So I will take this opportunity to hand over the position of Yanwu Association President to you, Guiyu Fan said. Yanwu Association President Xiao Yao hesitated and said, Brother Fan, I may not be in school for too long in the next few years. So let's hand over the position of Yanwu Association President to someone else. Guiyu Fan smiled and said, with you here, who in Yanwu Association dares to take over as president? Don't worry. It doesn't matter if you are not in school. As long as you are still a student of Beijing University. That will be the greatest help to Yanwu Association. He himself knew that, now that Xiao Yao had been promoted to the gold level, there was little that the school could teach him. So Xiao Yao would definitely not stay in school as planned for the next 3 years. But for the members of Yanwu Club, whether Xiao Yao was in school or not, as long as he was the president for one day, they would be more confident than any other club members. You want to fight, but why don't you ask who our president is? The first genius of Dragon Country, a gold level master. Even if the whole club comes out, you are no match for our president alone. With Xiao Yao here, at least in terms of school resources, Yanwu Club will not be inferior to the two strongest clubs in Beijing University, Imperial City and Magic City. Well, okay. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yao decided to take over the position of president of Yanwu Club. By now, he has deeply realized the importance of talents. If he wants to develop his power in the future, a large number of talents are indispensable. Yanwu Club brings together the top talents in the central province. There are indeed some good seedlings in it. Maybe he can pick out a few who are suitable for him and absorb them into his power. Of course, his current power is not enough to attract these Peking University students. But it may not be the case in a few years. Then from today on, you are the new president of Yanwu Association. Guiyu Fan smiled. According to the normal process, the position of president of Yanwu Association should be decided by voting of all members. But Xiao Yao's identity is here. This step can be completely omitted, and other members will never have any objections. Xiao Yao, I will add you to a group next. There are all the past presidents of our Yanwu Association. For example, Guo Tinglong, the president of Yanwu Association 30 years ago, is my current direct leader. There is such a group? Xiao Yao's eyes lit up, and he immediately realized how much power this group contained. Each session of the Yanwu Association is the most outstanding among the students in the province, and so many presidents are gathered in one group. The connections and energy are simply unimaginable. This president is really the right one. Guiyu Fan smiled, and pulled Xiao Yao into a group called Yanwu. Xiao Yao joins this group. When this message appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of other members in the group. Wu City Law Enforcement Team Chuquan. Xiao Yao, is it the league champion Xiao Yao? Xiao Yao, hello. Senior, it's me. Wu City Law Enforcement Team Chuquan. Wow, welcome. Welcome Wu City Yunfei Company Miao Feifei, welcome the great genius to join. Wu City Law Enforcement Team Guitinglong, welcome Xiao Yao. At Wu City Law Enforcement Team Chuquan, you kid replied so quickly, I can see that you didn't work hard. Your bonus this month is gone. Wu City Law Enforcement Team Chuquan. Leader, I was just replying to the internal news of the department, crying. 27th Army Kai Yan, welcome Xiao Yao to join Central Province Summer Association Duan Chun, welcome. Welcome. Many people in the group were blown away, and said a series of welcome words. Guiyu Fan looked at the texts and expressions that kept flashing on the screen in the group, and then thought of the few replies when he joined the group, and his mouth twitched. The gap between people is too big. Chapter 426, warm welcome. Inside the villa. Sir, this is the information sent by Guiji. The housekeeper handed a stack of information to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man opened the first page of the information, and frowned slightly. Zhang Daoxian, Diamond 5 level summoner. The housekeeper said, according to the information obtained by Miss Kuei, Xiao Yao is Zhang Daoxian's last disciple, and the security guards around him are most likely Zhang Daoxian himself. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's brows were almost wrinkled into a river shape. Although he expected that Xiao Yao would be protected by Diamond level masters, but when he really confirmed that he was Diamond level 5, his heart sank. There are too many masters in Dragon Country. The middle-aged man sighed in his heart. Diamond level 5 is already ranked in the top 20 masters in their country. How could such a person be a bodyguard for others? Even if the person being protected is the strongest genius in the country. The hope of the Grandmaster. They will never lower themselves and stay by the side of the younger generation every day. Let me briefly talk about Zhang Daoxian information. The housekeeper said, Zhang Daoxian. 163 years old this year. His wife passed away many years ago. And he has no offspring. After hearing this, the middle-aged man's face became even gloomier. Masters like this who have no wife or children and no ties are the most difficult to deal with. They have no ties, no weaknesses, and all conspiracies and tricks are useless. However, Zhang Daoxian has a nephew. Although the nephew has passed away for many years, his descendants have maintained a good relationship with Zhang Daoxian. They usually invite Zhang Daoxian to join them during the new year. The housekeeper added, Oh! The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and said, Do you know the family situation of his nephew? The housekeeper said, I understand everything clearly. And it is also shown in the information. The middle-aged man nodded, Yes. In this case we still have a chance. He flipped through the information page by page, his eyes flickering. And it seemed that a plan was brewing. Hello, Dad. I will arrive at the high-speed rail station at 4:30 this afternoon. Xiao Yao spoke to the phone. Okay. That? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Li seemed to have something to say. But in the end, he just said, Forget it. I talk to you when you come back. After saying that, he hung up the phone. What do you mean? Xiao Yao had a row of question marks in his mind. When did his father start to hesitate to speak like this? Putting the phone back in his pocket, Xiao Yao looked at his friends around him and waved, Comrades, Liang Liang and I will go home first. See you in 2 months. Goodbye. Li Yu, Bai Li Xiao Tao Yao waved. The three of them are local natives. For them, the holiday is nothing more than staying at home for a little longer. By the way, don't slack off during this period, go out to practice more, kill more monsters. I believe everyone will have made good progress when we meet again. Xiao Yao said meaningfully. Oh, could it be? Everyone's eyes lit up. They all heard the implicit hint in Xiao Yao's words. Is this the secret of Xiao Yao's rapid growth? Several friends nodded firmly. I understand. Then see you later. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, before leaving. He set his eyes on Bai Ling Xiao, with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. See you in 2 months. Bai Ling Xiao gently shook his hand. Although she was reluctant, Xiao Yao hadn't seen his family for several months. And he would definitely stay with his family during the holidays. So she would not disturb Xiao Yao during this period, but would focus on improving her strength. When they meet again, she would definitely give Xiao Yao a big surprise. Goodbye. Xiao Yao left the school with Liang Yang and took a taxi to Kyoto High-Speed Railway Station. In order to avoid being recognized, he deliberately changed his face. But when he entered the ticket gate, he chose to use his original ID card to enter the station. Fortunately, now it is all electronic card swiping and facial recognition. As long as he is careful, no one will notice him. Sitting on the high-speed train, there are only him and Su Xingliang in the entire business class car. Your phantom mask is really useful. Su Xingliang saw the strange and handsome face next to him and couldn't help but envy him. Xiao Yao smiled and said, You are India's, right? How about I make one for you later? Su Xingliang waved his hand and said, Forget it. I am not as famous as you. It would be a waste if I use this thing on me. Okay, I will talk about it later. Xiao Yao smiled. Liang Liang is not well known now, but he believes that it will not be long before Liang Liang and other friends will be like him, shocking the whole Dragon Country. For hours later, Xiao Yao and Su Xingliang finally set foot on the land of their hometown again. After returning to Yanqing, Xiao Yao no longer needed to hide his identity. He changed back to his original appearance, put on a mask and blended into the crowd. People who got off the high-speed train hurried out of the station, so no one noticed him. As soon as he stepped into the exit, the scene in front of him made Xiao Yao's body stiffen. A large banner was hung high up. with large golden characters printed on it, warmly celebrate the return of Yinqing genius Xiao Yao to his hometown. The banner was full of onlookers, and everyone stretched their heads, trying to find Xiao Yao in the crowd. No way. The corners of his mouth twitched wildly under the mask. Xiao Yao saw his father right below the banner. His father's face was rather tangled, both proud, and with a hint of embarrassment. Damn, such a big show. Su Xingliang was also shocked by the big show. Xiao Yao is there. In the crowd, a sharp-eyed girl pointed at Xiao Yao and screamed loudly, "Xiao Yao, I saw him too. Ah, Xiao Yao, I'm your fan." The excited crowd pushed forward, shouting and screaming, trying to get close to Xiao Yao. Fortunately, there was preparation here. A row of tall fences blocked the crowd, and dozens of security guards stood next to the fences to control the order at the scene. Since he had been recognized, Xiao Yao had to take off his mask and wave to his father and others in the crowd. Wow! So handsome. He's even more handsome in person than in the video. The crowd kept screaming and shouting. At this time, Xiao Yao's popularity was comparable to that of an Olympic gold medalist returning home. In fact, his status is much higher than those gold medalists. After all, there are dozens of gold medalists in each session, but there is only one league champion in each session. At the same time, he is the first genius of Dragon Country, a Grandmaster seed, in a society dominated by summoners. His status and popularity far exceed the top stars in Dragon Country. Xiao Yao walked in front of Xiaoli, looked at his father's proud face, and whispered, "Dad, I'm back." Xiaoli showed a faint smile. "It's good to be back. Let's go. There are already many people waiting to see you." Xiaoli didn't point it out, but Xiao Yao could probably guess who was waiting for him. "It seems that I have reached the age where I need to socialize." Uncle Xiao Su Xingliang stood in front of the crowd and greeted him a little embarrassedly. "Liang, you have grown a lot taller recently," Xiaoli said with a smile. Su Xingliang scratched his head and felt that countless people's eyes were focused on him. He twisted his body uncomfortably and said, "Uncle Xiao Yao, I will go home first." Xiaoli could naturally see Su Xingliang's awkwardness, and smiled and said, "Okay, you go back first." Liang. After Su Xingliang left, the father and son looked at each other, and there was a hint of helplessness in their eyes. Chapter 427 Theft at Yinqing Museum. Modu Hotel is the highest and five-star hotel in Yinqing. When Xiao Yao arrived here, he found that the banquet hall was already full of dozens of people. "Welcome our Yinqing genius, Xiao Yao." A middle-aged man came over with a smile on his face. Xiaoli's lips moved slightly, whispering, "This is the top leader of our Yinqing, Secretary Huang." The top leader. Xiao Yao took 2 steps forward, extended his hand and said, "Hello, Secretary Huang." Secretary Huang saw that Xiao Yao recognized him, and his smile became even brighter. "Hello, Xiao Yao. You are even more handsome in person than on TV." Xiao Yao smiled modestly. "Captain Xiao Yao, let's take a seat first." Secretary Huang pointed to the main table. Xiaoli nodded. "Okay." Sitting at the main table, Xiaoli introduced the people around him to Xiao Yao one by one. The second in command, the third in command, the chairman of the Yinqing Summoner Association. There were 10 people in total, not counting his father and son, and Xiao Yao only knew one of them. That is, Li Daocheng, the commander of the Zaya Junction military base. In addition to the main table, the people sitting at the secondary tables were all big shots. The heads of various departments, the chairman of major companies in Yinqing, the captains of several major hunting teams, and basically the most powerful people in Yinqing gathered here. The city leaders had planned a long time ago that they would hold a grand dinner in the future to welcome Xiao Yao, the super genius from Yinqing, back to his hometown. After the news was released, the dinner was so popular that the bosses of major forces and organizations wanted to participate and get close to Xiao Yao. They didn't ask for anything else, even if it was just to get familiar with him. In the future, when Xiao Yao grows up to be a master or a grandmaster, we can also say that we have had dinner with such a big guy, and maybe we will have a chance to use his power to bully others. Soon, a table of dishes was served. Secretary Huang raised his glass and said with a flushed face, "Come on, friends, let's raise our glasses and celebrate our great genius Xiao Yao return to Yinqing." Clap, clap, clap. There was warm applause from below. Seeing the warm applause, Secretary Huang couldn't help but smile. The first day of Longwa came from Yinqing. Under his rule, it can be said that this is his greatest achievement in decades of politics. Now both the province and the upper level have expressed their recognition of him. And further progress is a foregone conclusion. For him, is there anything happier than this? After the top leader finished writing the inscription, the dinner officially began. One after another, the big shots came to toast the father and son, and Xiaoyao and Xiaoli also accepted all the toasts. With their physical fitness, they could drink thousands of cups of ordinary liquor without getting drunk. But just when everyone in the Molybdenum Hotel was drinking, a silent theft was happening in the Yinqing Museum. As a former ancient capital, Yinqing has many historical sites and cultural relics. And the Yinqing Museum has collected thousands of precious cultural relics, including several national treasures. Normally, the Yinqing Museum would have more than a dozen armed guards and 4 silver-level summoners stationed there. The museum was also very close to the base of the law enforcement team. Once there was any movement, the law enforcement team would arrive at the scene within a few minutes. Therefore, since the museum was built, there has never been a case of theft or robbery. But today, when the main leaders of the law enforcement team were out for a banquet, the situation seemed a little different. Brother Wang, why are you here? In the monitoring room, Xiao Wu turned around and saw that the person who came was the summoner guard Wang Jun. And a smile appeared on his face. Wang Jun smiled slightly, walked to Xiao Wu, looked at the hundreds of screens in front of him, and asked, "Are you alone today?" Xiao Wu felt that Brother Wang's voice was a little strange today, and it seemed to be a little sharper than usual. But he didn't think much about it, and nodded. "Xiao Zhang has something to do at home today, so I'm the only one on duty." "Is that so?" Brother Wang showed a strange smile on his face. "Then why don't you take a nap first?" "Take a nap?" Before Xiao Wu could react, a layer of white cloth was covered on his mouth and nose, and a pungent smell entered his nose, and he fainted in less than 2 seconds. After seeing Xiao Wu faint, Brother Wang pushed him and his stool aside, and then turned off the surveillance. "That's about it," Brother Wang muttered. After that, he walked downstairs and greeted the guard at the door, and then swaggered into the museum. Arriving at the first exhibition hall, the first thing that caught my eye was an ancient golden Buddha. The golden Buddha was placed in a transparent bulletproof glass. As long as the glass was hit a little bit, the connected alarm would ring throughout the museum. However, for Brother Wang, who had been prepared, this anti-theft method could not stop him at all. Standing next to the golden Buddha, a gray jellyfish-like creature suddenly appeared. The jellyfish's body touched the bulletproof glass, and the glass suddenly rippled. Then the jellyfish strangely drilled into the glass. During this period, the alarm did not make any sound. After entering the bulletproof glass, the jellyfish wrapped the golden Buddha with its body. Gradually, the golden Buddha disappeared as if it was swallowed by the jellyfish. After swallowing the golden Buddha, the jellyfish's body did not change at all, as if there was a space inside its body to put the golden Buddha inside. Then the jellyfish drilled out of the glass and returned to Brother Wang. Brother Wang smiled, and he strolled in the museum, stealing the cultural relics one by one. However, when choosing cultural relics, he would only pick those that were small and easy to sell, such as porcelain bottles, jade, calligraphy and paintings, while some large cultural relics or ancient costumes and stone tools were ignored. Half an hour later, Brother Wang received a message from the war beast. He stopped, turned around and walked out of the museum calmly. "Brother Wang, where are you going?" the guard asked with a smile. Brother Wang said, "There is something urgent at home. I will go back first. Contact me if you have anything." The guard said cheerfully, "Okay, what can happen here?" Brother Wang smiled and waved his hand, disappearing in front of everyone. "Do you think Brother Wang's voice is a little strange today?" one of the guards said. "I think so too." Another guard nodded and said, "It seems to be a little sharper than usual. Maybe his throat is uncomfortable." After 3 rounds of drinks, the dinner officially ended. Everyone took a group photo together. After saying goodbye to everyone one by one, Xiao Yao and Xiao Li returned home. While walking on the road, Xiao Yao asked, "Dad, why didn't my mom come today?" Xiao Li said, "She had something to do at work today, and she is not used to this kind of occasion, so she didn't come." "Is that so?" Xiao Yao nodded. "It is true that my mom never drinks, and she doesn't like to eat with strangers. You performed well today. I thought you would be more reserved in this kind of occasion." Xiao Li patted Xiao Yao on the shoulder and smiled. Hey Dad, you underestimate your son too much. This scene is nothing. Xiaoli laughed. That's right, my son has grown up. Now he is also a gold level 1 summoner. Dad, you are wrong about this point. Xiaoyao shook his head. I am now a gold level 4 summoner. Snap. Xiaoli paused, slowly turned his head to look at Xiaoyao, mouth slightly wide. What did you say just now? Chapter 428,000 Face Thief. Yellow, gold level 4. Xiaoli mouth twitched, and his tone unconsciously rose a few degrees. Shoo. Xiaoyao put his index finger to his mouth. Dad, keep a low profile. No. Xiaoli lowered his voice slightly and said, didn't you just break through gold level 1 not long ago? How come you are already gold level 4? Xiaoyao did not reveal the matter of the ancient tree of life, but just said, it just happened to be a chance, and my strength improved quickly. This you are really. Xiaoli was speechless for a moment. He could no longer describe his son's evilness with words. 19 years old. Gold level 4. Do you want to surpass your father before you are 20? Ding ding ding. At this time, Xiaoli's cell phone suddenly rang. I take a call. Xiaoli just answered the phone. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Captain Xiao, a large number of cultural relics have been stolen from the Yanqing Museum. The case is very strange. Come over quickly. Xiaoli said in a deep voice. Okay. I go right over. Xiaoyao also heard the conversation and said, Dad, I go with you. Okay. Xiaoli did not refuse. He still remembered Xiao's powerful tracking ability. With his son here, he might be able to find the perpetrator in a short time. Let's go! A purple light penetrated into Xiaoli's body, and the domineering thunder wings were attached to him. Purple lightning flashed and made a sizzling sound. Xiaoli turned around and grabbed his son's arm, ready to take him away. But at this time, he found that a pair of black wings had grown on his son's back. Pretty handsome. Xiaoli patted Xiaoyao and flew into the sky with a flick of his thunder wings, leaving a message behind. Let me see your speed. No problem. Xiaoyao smiled slightly, flapped his dark wings, soared into the sky, and followed Xiaoli at a very fast speed. The wind blew in his face, and the father and son flew side by side, one purple and one black, and the two pairs of domineering wings kept shaking, as if they were competing to see who was faster. Xiaoli turned his head to look at his son beside him, and the wind blew his hair into a mess. But this actually highlighted his handsome face. He's really grown up. Xiaoli was filled with emotion. Unconsciously, his son's strength had almost caught up with his own. Thinking back to the young boy who grew up under his protection a year or two ago. And now he has become a gold-level strongman, and is even known as the first genius of Dragon Country. He felt a sense of relief and emotion that was difficult to express. The first genius of Dragon Country, the future master, turned out to be my son. Xiaoli? It felt like a dream. Dad? We're here. Xiaoyao interrupted Xiaoli's thoughts. The two leaned down and landed steadily on the ground. The Thunderwing Blue-Eyed Tiger and Mo Tun were taken into the beast control space by the two. At this time, the law enforcement team was waiting at the door. Xiaoli stepped forward and said, Shirin, introduce the situation. Yi Shirin saw Xiaoyao beside her and was very excited. However, she had official business to attend to, so she didn't have time to greet him. She went straight to the point. Captain Xiao, the theft of cultural relics was discovered 10 minutes ago. The guards entered the museum to use the toilet and found that a large number of cultural relics had disappeared. The alarm did not sound, and the staff responsible for monitoring also fell into a coma. In addition, Yi Shirin's face showed a solemn look. The 4 silver-level summoners in charge of security were all knocked unconscious. All? Xiaoli frowned. All? Yi Shirin affirmed. 4 silver-level summoners were all knocked unconscious. Xiaoyao frowned. To do this, at least one must have the strength of the gold level. At this time, a thin man was brought over by the law enforcement team. Yi Shirin introduced, Captain Xiao, this is the staff member in charge of monitoring. He claimed that Wang Jun, one of the silver-level guards of the museum, attacked him. It's Wang Jun. Xiao shouted, it was him who knocked me out and turned off all the surveillance. It must be him. That's right. The guard next to him also said, it's Wang Jun. As soon as he left, we found that the museum was stolen. Where is Wang Jun? Xiaoli asked. Yi Shirin smiled bitterly. The weird part of the case is here. Wang Jun is one of the 4 summoners who were knocked out tonight. We have repeatedly confirmed that it was not Wang Jun who did it. From this point of view, it should be someone who disguised himself as Wang Jun to commit the crime. Xiao Li came to a decisive conclusion. There are indeed people in the summoner world who are capable of doing this. Whether it is the summoner's own skills to change his appearance, or the use of props to change his appearance. It is rare but exists. I roughly know who this person is, Xiao Li said with narrowed eyes. Oh, Captain Xiao. Do you know him? Yi Shirin said in surprise. Xiao Li nodded. Recently, there have been 3 cases of cultural relics theft in the country. The modus operandi is exactly the same as today. The law enforcement team has issued a wanted notice for this person. His name is the Thousand-Faced Thief. Thousand-Faced Thief. Just by hearing this title, you can guess the ability of the perpetrator. Captain Xiao, what should we do next? Yi Shirin said anxiously. Facing this kind of thief, especially the one who has already escaped, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to catch him again. Don't worry. Xiao Li smiled calmly. Have you forgotten that we still have Xiao Yao? Xiao Yao. Yes, we still have Xiao Yao. Yi Shirin's eyes lit up. Every time she went on a mission with Xiao Yao for a long time, she forgot Xiao Yao's ability. Yi Shirin immediately looked at Xiao Yao expectantly. Xiao Yao. This matter depends on you. The stolen cultural relics are worth hundreds of millions. Please get them back. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Don't worry, Sister Shirin. I promise that the items will be returned to the original owner within 2 hours. Although this thief is very cunning, the smell on his body cannot be completely eliminated. Xiao Yao can even smell the very light perfume mixed in it. Ordinary people naturally cannot smell it. And even some war beasts, with a strong sense of smell, may not be able to detect this perfume. But for him who inherited Warwick's powerful sense of smell, this smell is just like navigation, clearly guiding him to find the perpetrator. Xiao Yao's mouth curled up. It seems that this thousand-faced thief is most likely a woman. You don't want to be a good gold-level master, but become a different version of Catwoman. Then let me, Batman, punish you. 2 hours. Yi Shirin was stunned for a moment, with a touch of surprise on her face. But then she said with some concern, Xiao Yao, this thousand-faced thief is most likely a gold-level summoner. Wouldn't it be unsafe for you to be alone? Captain Xiao, why don't you go with Xiao Yao? Xiao Yao smiled and said, don't worry, Sister Shirin. I can deal with her alone. This. Yi Shirin turned to look at Xiao Li. Although she knew that Xiao Yao had been promoted to gold, he was only a gold level 1 summoner after all, and the strength of the thousand-faced thief was unknown. It was too risky to capture him like this. Xiao Li waved his hand and said calmly, don't worry. Just leave it to Xiao Yao. Since Xiao Yao was already gold level 4, considering his several abnormal war beasts, he believed that even if the perpetrator was gold level 5, he would never be Xiao Yao's opponent. Go. Bring the cultural relics back as soon as possible. As for this thousand-faced thief, Xiao Li's tone was cold, no matter life or death. Understood. Xiao Yao smiled slightly, turned around, locked the smell in the air and ran quickly. Chapter 429,000 Machine Puppet. Following the smell in the air, Xiao Yao gradually walked into the main city. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. There were not too many people on the street, but the barbecue stalls on the roadside were very lively. The smell of charcoal and barbecue slightly covered the smell of the thousand-faced thief, but Xiao Yao was not in a hurry, but walked slowly on the street. A few minutes later, when the other smells gradually faded, Xiao Yao locked onto the thousand-faced thief again. Continuing to search along the smell, Xiao Yao came to the West City commercial street unknowingly. The commercial street was very lively at night, with snacks, milk tea, clothing and other stalls full of young people. At this time, Xiao Yao's mouth curled up slowly. He had found the thousand-faced thief in this commercial street. What a big heart, Xiao Yao thought to himself. He had just finished a big case, stealing cultural relics worth hundreds of millions. Not only did this thousand-faced thief not hide in time, but he also went shopping in the commercial street. I really don't know if she is big-hearted, or if she has strong confidence in herself and believes that no one can catch her. Walking along the commercial street for dozens of meters, Xiao Yao finally saw the thief. She was a beautiful young woman, who looked only in her 20s, tall, wearing denim hot pants, revealing her long white legs. At this time, she was talking to a street vendor selling jewelry, and seemed to have taken a fancy to a pair of earrings. You stole so many precious cultural relics, and still bought street vendor goods. Xiao Yao immediately became interested in the thief. But he did not approach directly. but turned around and bought a string of candied haws. Since he had already seen her, it was impossible for this person to escape from under his nose. There were too many people at this place, and it was not suitable for him to arrest her. Boss, let's just sell it for 25 yuan. Your purchase price is at most 10 yuan. Qin Jiaying took the earrings in her palm and bargained. Beauty. Although the purchase price is not high, I also have the venue fee and labor costs. If I sell it to you for 25 yuan, I will not make any money, the stall owner said helplessly. Qin Jiaying smiled and said, You see, no one has come to you for half a day. You might as well sell it to me. At least you can make a deal. Alas, the stall owner couldn't stand Qin Jiaying's constant pestering and waved his hand and said, Forget it, for the sake of beauty, I sell it to you for 25. Thank you. Boss. Qin Jiaying's eyes curved into crescents, like a child getting a favorite toy. After paying, she continued to walk forward, and suddenly she felt a hair on her back, as if someone was staring at her. Not good. Her heart sank, and her face became extremely solemn. Did someone find me? It's impossible. Qin Jiaying was quite confident in her method of committing the crime. She didn't think anyone would suspect her of the theft of cultural relics. Maybe there are other reasons? Qin Jiaying looked back calmly, but she didn't find anything unusual. The feeling just now was not wrong. Someone must be watching me. Qin Jiaying lowered her head slightly and quickly shuttled through the crowded crowd. When she walked out of the commercial street, her whole appearance had changed. She was 5 centimeters shorter. Her skin was slightly darker. Her delicate features became mediocre. And she also added a plaid shirt. I don't believe you can find me. When Qin Jiaying looked back and saw no one behind her, she sneered. But out of caution, she still hurried to her secret base. Pa pa pa. Walking to a remote path, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Only the sound of footsteps on the bluestone slabs could be heard. For some reason, Qin Jiaying felt more and more panicked as she walked, as if something scary was staring at her. What's going on? Didn't I get rid of him? Qin Jiaying's head was covered with a thin layer of sweat, and her heart was beating wildly. As the sense of crisis became stronger and stronger, she became ruthless and summoned 2 gold-level war beasts. One of them was a puppet-like creature, with a white mirror-like face, no organs, and a body size close to that of a human. It held a pair of dagger-like weapons in its hands. The other was a flame lion, with red hair, which looked like a burning flame in the dark night. Qin Jiaying stood next to the flame lion, and felt the hot energy lingering around her. Her heart calmed down a little. Oh! It's actually a gold level 3 summoner. A faint chuckle suddenly came from behind. Qin Jiaying's pupil shrank, and she turned around suddenly. When she saw the person behind her, she shouted, Xiao Yao. How could it be him? Qin Jiaying naturally recognized Xiao Yao, the National League champion, the most powerful genius in the history of Dragon Country. But she never thought that her first meeting with this super genius would be on such an occasion. Xiao Yao took 2 steps forward and smiled. Thousand-faced thief, it really lives up to its reputation. He just watched her changing her appearance and body shape in the crowd, without using any props, relying entirely on her own ability. But by looking at the puppet next to him, he also learned the source of the skill of this thousand-faced thief. Name of War Beast 1000 Machine Puppet War Beast Level Gold Level 2 War Beast Skill Transformation, Assault, Hardened Body, Weapon Conversion. From this point of view, the thousand-faced thief must have inherited the transformation ability of the 1000 Machine Puppet. As for the other Flame Mad Lion, it was Gold Level 3. But its skills were very ordinary. This kind of dragon suit war beast was not worth mentioning at all. Thousand-faced thief. He knows I am the thousand-faced thief. Qin Jiaying bit her lips lightly. Her heart seemed to be eaten by ants, and her panic made her legs weak. No. No. I must calm down. Qin Jiaying forced herself to calm down. Thinking in her mind, a few months ago, he was silver level 5. And now even if he is gold level, he will never exceed gold level 1. And I am gold level 3. He may not be my opponent. Just now, she was shocked by Xiao Yao's reputation. She was nervous for a while, but after calming down, she felt that she had the strength to resist. I can fight back. Her eyes revealed a hint of determination. Xiao Yao saw the change in her mood and smiled faintly. A white light flashed, and Xiaoke and Lao Niu appeared at the same time. A Wu Xiaoke looked at the flame lion, growled, and a ray of fire ignited in his golden eyes. The next second, the flame lion's limbs became weak, and great fear flashed in his eyes. He actually lay on the ground and trembled. Chen Jiaying? ? Are you trying to scam me? I fall down just by looking at you. Chen Jiaying swallowed her saliva and gave a forced smile. Well, genius, you misunderstood. I'm not the thousand-faced thief. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Is it? Wait until we get back to. Before he finished speaking, he felt a gust of cold wind blowing at the back of his head. Seeing this, Chen Jiaying's eyes flashed. As long as I subdue you, I have a chance to escape. To be on the safe side, she had deliberately kept a hand when she summoned the war beast just now, and this backhand was her hope for a comeback. Shadow Assassin, catch him! Looking at the dark figure behind Xiao Yao, Chen Jiaying's eyes sparkled with hope. Boom! In an instant, the golden holy flame exploded. Under Chen Jiaying's stunned expression, Xiao Yao reached out with one hand and grabbed the war beast behind him. Shadow Assassin, interesting. A chuckle reached Chen Jiaying's ears. Under the light of the fire, Chen Jiaying's face turned extremely pale. Chapter 430. Subdue the thousand-faced thief. How? How is it possible? Chen Jiaying's face was as pale as paper. The Shadow Assassin was a gold level 1 war beast, and it was held in the hands of a gold level summoner. Am I dreaming? Xiao Yao lowered his head, looking at the Shadow Assassin in pain from the burning of the holy flame in his hand. The Shadow Assassin was thin, and had an ugly appearance, with dark skin, which could perfectly hide in the night, and held a sharp black dagger in his hand, and the jagged blade was intimidating. Name of War Beast: Shadow Assassin. War Beast level gold level 1 War Beast skills: Shadow Fusion, Shadow Escape, Shadow Attack, Death Blow. Under the burning of the holy flame, Shadow Assassin's body trembled violently, the dagger fell off, and his dry hands tightly grasped Xiao Yao's big hand, with a distorted expression of pain. Seeing that Shadow Assassin's health value had dropped to 60%, Xiao Yao threw it with one hand, and threw it to Chen Jiaying's side. Cough, cough, cough. After landing, Shadow Assassin struggled to prop up his body, and let out a painful roar from his mouth. Chen Jiaying looked at his burnt appearance, and tears of heartache flowed out. Give up resistance. If I want to deal with you, you won't last more than 3 seconds. Xiao Yao said lightly. What do you want? Chen Jiaying also saw that Xiao Yao didn't want to kill her, and she felt a little relieved, and said weakly. Xiao Yao said, hand over the cultural relics you stole tonight first. I didn't. Chen Jiaying wanted to quibble, but under Xiao Yao's calm eyes, she finally gave in. I give it up. If I return the cultural relics, will you let me go? Chen Jiaying opened her bright eyes, looking at Xiao Yao expectantly, blinking her eyes. This move is her trump card, and it is almost always effective against men. But she seemed to have forgotten one thing. She looks very ordinary now, even ugly. Xiao Yao curled his lips, and said, ugly rejection. Ugly rejection. You actually said I was ugly. Chen Jiaying's heart was immediately filled with anger, Xiao Yao's words. Ugly rejection. It was like touching her reverse scale, making her completely lose her mind. And she shouted angrily, you are ugly. Your whole family is ugly. Oh my god. Xiao Yao's mouth twitched. Is this the attitude of a prisoner? You are really being punished. Take a mirror and look at yourself first. Xiao Yao curled his lips. Me? Chen Jiaying glared, and was about to refute, when she suddenly remembered that she seemed to have turned into a country girl just now. Chen Jiaying's momentum softened, and she turned from an angry tigress to a weak kitten, and said embarrassedly, well, I was just joking. After that, she turned back into the beautiful and tall beauty she was before. This thief with 1,000 faces. I'm afraid he is a fool. Xiao Yao couldn't help rolling his eyes. He found that he really overestimated the woman in front of him. Put the stolen cultural relics on the ground first, Xiao Yao said lightly. Oh, Chen Jiaying nodded weakly, and then summoned her third war beast. Battle Beast name Pocket Jellyfish. Battle Beast level Silver level 3. Battle Beast skills Void Pocket, Void Shuttle. So this is the main force of her theft. After Xiao Yao saw the skills of the Pocket Jellyfish, he thought secretly. Chen Jiaying struggled for a while, but finally reached his hand into the body of the Pocket Jellyfish. Golden Buddha, calligraphy and painting jadeware. Chen Jiaying took out the cultural relics one by one, and carefully placed them on the ground. That's all. After Chen Jiaying arranged the cultural relics, he looked at Xiao Yao pitifully. Xiao Yao did not take back the cultural relics immediately, but focused his eyes on Chen Jiaying. He did not know what he was thinking. Chen Jiaying was frightened by Xiao Yao's gaze, and subconsciously took 2 steps back. What do you want to do? Chen Jiaying's tone even had a tremor. It is said that the brain circuits of geniuses are different from those of normal people. He would not want to torture me or make me into a specimen. Otherwise, I'd better go to jail. Seeing Chen Jiaying's expression, Xiao Yao's forehead was filled with black lines. What on earth was this guy thinking? Actually, he was just considering whether to hand over this thousand-faced thief to the law enforcement team. After seeing all of this person's war beasts and abilities, he felt that this woman was a very good talent. First of all, she was strong. A gold level 3 summoner. And she looked quite young, which meant that she had great potential. At the same time, her ability to transform made her very suitable for some secret missions. Considering that she has committed several cultural relic thefts without being caught, this can also prove that her thinking is relatively meticulous. The most important thing is that she did not kill innocent people in the several crimes. And at most she just knocked people unconscious or knocked them out. Which shows that her nature is not bad. In summary, except for her big brain circuit, this thief is quite good in all aspects. It is a pity to hand him over to the law enforcement team. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao finally made a decision. I will give you 2 choices. First, I will send you to the law enforcement team. With the cases you are currently doing and the amount of money involved, you may have to spend your whole life in prison. Spend a lifetime in prison? When Chen Jiaying thought about spending his whole life with a group of vicious murderers in the future, he couldn't help but shudder, and quickly said, what about the second one? The second one, Xiao Yao said lightly, be my subordinate. As long as you return the cultural relics, I will help you conceal your identity. Be his subordinate? Chen Jiaying once again thought of the genius's unusual brain, and couldn't help but cross his arms, and looked at Xiao Yao warily. You don't want to do something weird to me. Me? Xiao Yao clenched his fists, and squeezed out a few words from his teeth. I'm not interested in you. Not interested in me? Chen Jiaying glared, feeling humiliated, and immediately became angry. But when she saw Xiao Yao's cold eyes, she softened. But she still maliciously guessed in her heart, you are not interested in me. Then you must be a gay. You know, her appearance is very outstanding, and she can transform into anyone, which is simply the girlfriend that all men dream of. He actually said he had no interest in me. He must be a gay, it's confirmed. I choose the second one, she said straightforwardly. Subordinates are subordinates, just admit defeat first. When the time is right, I see how you find me. You still want to catch me, you're going to eat your ass. Looking at the woman's eyes constantly changing, and the unconscious arc of her mouth, Xiao Yao could guess her thoughts at the moment with his ass. But being my subordinate, it's not that simple. Okay. Since you agree, let's proceed to the next process. Next process? Chen Jiaying's face froze, and she stammered. What process? Xiao Yao looked at her with a playful look. You don't think that if you want to be my subordinate, you can just say it verbally, right? What does he want to do? Could it be? Chen Jiaying's eyes showed a trace of fear and panic. And before she could react, a dark and terrifying face appeared in front of her. Ah! Chapter 431 Stronger Than Me? The black fog permeated. Chen Jiaying's body was motionless. The fear in his eyes slowly faded, and finally turned into calmness. Xiao Yao stood aside, quietly waiting for Mo Tung's brainwashing to end. With Mo Tung's current strength, any gold-level summoner could not resist his mental erosion. 2 minutes later, the black fog dissipated. Chen Jiaying bowed respectfully to Xiao Yao. Master. Xiao Yao said, call me boss. Yes, boss. At this time, Xiao Yao also learned the woman's name, and said, Chen Jiaying. Right. Chen Jiaying looked at the terrifying black monster beside Xiao Yao, and said timidly, yes, boss. After absorbing all the information said by Mo Tung, Xiao Yao looked at Chen Jiaying with interest. Chen Jiaying, 29 years old this year, graduated from Jinshui University. When she was in college, she was considered a celebrity on campus, with outstanding talent, good looks, and countless suitors. But just when she graduated, a major change happened in her family. Her parents died in an accident, leaving her with a huge debt. In order to pay off the debt, she had to join the hunting team and began a life of hardship. Fortunately, she was lucky. During a wild hunt, she got a fire treasure, which allowed her flame lion to successfully break through the gold level. And she also met the war beast Qianji Puppet that changed her destiny. From Qianji Puppet, she obtained the ability of transformation, which completely changed her life. In order to pay off her debts, she chose to take risks, and initially set her sights on gold and silver jewelry. With the help of transformation and the pocket jellyfish, she stole a large amount of jewelry and eventually paid off her debts. She also accidentally showed her face when committing the crime, thus getting rid of suspicion. After paying off her debts, she lived a peaceful life. But several theft experiences made her fall in love with the thrill, excitement, and sense of accomplishment of escaping. So after that, she began to commit crimes frequently. But the intensity of the crimes was not great, and the amount involved each time was not much. So she never attracted the attention of the authorities. As her strength grew stronger and her experience became richer, she finally set her sights on an industry that could make her rich, selling cultural relics. After careful planning, she successfully stole cultural relics from a small museum, and her values skyrocketed after she sold them on the black market. However, she did not choose to stop as she was getting deeper and deeper into trouble, but continued to commit crimes, and eventually fell into Xiaoyao's hands. She is really a Catwoman from another world. Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Hand over the cultural relics you haven't sold yet." "Yes." Qin Jiaying reluctantly took out the cultural relics from the pocket jellyfish one by one and placed them neatly on the ground. Xiaoyao put the cultural relics back into the broken sky ring, turned around and looked at Qin Jiaying's distressed expression, and couldn't help but joked. "Distressed? How about you take back the cultural relics, and I will send you to the law enforcement team?" "No. No." Qin Jiaying shrank his head and shook his head frantically. Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Leave your phone number, and you can go. Wait for my notification next." He now wanted to return the cultural relics as soon as possible. As for this Catwoman, he planned to make arrangements later. "Yes, boss." Qin Jiaying gave his phone number, then took back the war beast and quickly disappeared from Xiaoyao's sight. Not bad luck today. Xiaoyao was in a very good mood after receiving another capable general. Although Qin Jiaying's strength is not as good as Lao Du, she has more advantages than Lao Du in some aspects. First of all, she is a dragon countryman, and is very familiar with the various aspects of dragon country. In addition, she has been in the underground black market for many years, and has established her own network of contacts. Considering her magical transformation ability, it can be said that Qin Jiaying is an intelligence officer with great potential. If she is trained well, she can definitely upgrade from Catwoman to Mystique. Being a thief is not as promising as being an agent. Xiaoyao's eyes showed a hint of expectation. He took Xiaoku and Lao Niu back. At the same time, Mo Tung turned into a dark wing, and spread his wings and soared into the sky. A few minutes later, he landed steadily at the entrance of Yanqing Museum. "How is it?" Yishirin asked with eyes wide open. Xiaoyao smiled and said, "I am glad to have fulfilled my mission." "Did you find everything?" Yishirin said excitedly. Xiaoyao nodded. "Yes, in addition, we also recovered cultural relics stolen from other museums." "Great." Yishirin almost jumped up with excitement. The case was successfully solved within 2 hours of the incident, and precious cultural relics from other cities were recovered. Now the Yanqing law enforcement team will be in the limelight in the entire law enforcement system. At this time, Xiaoli asked, "Where is the thousand-faced thief?" Xiaoyao turned to Xiaoli and said, "I killed him." But when he spoke, his eyes moved slightly. Xiaoli saw that Xiaoyao seemed to be hiding something. But since there were outsiders present, he did not ask any more questions, but said, "Okay. Then restore the cultural relics in our museum first. Shirin, you go and write a report, and notify other museums to send people to pick up the stolen cultural relics." "Yes, Captain Xiao." Xiaoyao followed Xiaoli, and under the grateful and excited eyes of the staff, they restored the stolen cultural relics one by one. Afterwards, Xiaoli and Xiaoyao returned to the law enforcement team, placed the other cultural relics in the warehouse, and waited for people to pick them up. After entering the office, Xiaoli closed the door, sat on the chair and said calmly, "Tell me, what did you mean just now?" Xiaoyao chuckled, "I knew I couldn't hide it from my father." After drinking a sip of tea, he told Xiaoli everything that happened just now. After listening, Xiaoli did not blame Xiaoyao for letting him off the hook, but nodded in approval. "You did the right thing. This thousand faces thief is a useful person. It is a pity to send him to jail." In fact, according to his experience, even if this thousand faces thief was sent in, she would definitely be recruited by the relevant departments. After all, her ability is too suitable for doing some special work. Since she is going to be recruited anyway, she might as well follow her son. This may be his little selfishness as a father. But Mordekaiser's ability is really amazing. Xiaoli's eyes were a little amazed. Before, when Xiaoyao broke through the gold level, he introduced Mordekaiser's ability to him on the phone. But he really didn't expect Mordekaiser to be so strong that he could easily brainwash a gold level summoner. What's that? Xiaoyao showed a mysterious smile. Dad, I actually have another subordinate, who was also successfully brainwashed by a Mo Tung. His strength is much stronger than Qin Jiaying. Oh! Xiaoli immediately became interested. How strong is he? A gold level 5 summoner? Xiaoyao shook his head and said with a smile, Guess higher? Guess higher? Xiaoli's eyes widened slightly. Could it be platinum level 1? No way. Even if Xiaoyao is perverted, it is impossible to brainwash a platinum summoner. Xiaoyao did not keep him in suspense and said directly, his name is Lao Du, and he is a platinum level 2 summoner. Platinum level 2. Stronger than me. Xiaoyao's body stiffened, and his expression was indescribably weird. Chapter 432 Jiang Yunqi Wanxiang Capital. Is it really platinum level 2? Xiaoli couldn't help asking. It's really platinum level 2. Xiaoyao smiled and said, but his platinum level war beasts only have 5 skills, not as powerful as the Overlord and the Storm Spirit. Xiaoli said speechlessly, you kid has very high requirements. Tell me, how did you subdue him? Okay, then I tell you. Xiaoyao lightly told his father about his previous experience in the King Kong forest. After listening to Xiaoyao's story, Xiaoli's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity and distress. He knew that since his son was the first genius, he would inevitably face the targeting and assassination of various forces. This was the price that a super genius had to bear. As Xiaoyao's strength improved, it would be difficult for him, as a father, to protect his son. Did Mr. Zhang come to Yanqing this time? Xiaoli asked. Xiaoyao said, I came, but the teacher meant that since I was not in Kyoto during this holiday, I might face the targeting of certain forces again. So he tried not to show up and see if he could catch some little ghosts. Mr. Zhang is very thoughtful. Xiaoli nodded. Then let's do as he wishes. I still have to deal with the follow-up of this case tonight. You go home first. Xiaoyao said, okay, then I will go back first. After saying goodbye to his father and other friends in the law enforcement team, Xiaoyao walked out of the law enforcement team base. After not going home for a few months, Yanqing has changed a lot. The viaduct that was originally built for more than a year has been officially completed. The new subway line has started to operate. The landscaping along the road is much better than before. The whole city has a brand new feeling. In fact, what he didn't know was that it was because of his existence that Yanqing received more financial allocations, and the city construction was able to move to a higher level. Xiaoyao did not choose to take a taxi or fly, but strolled on the streets, carefully feeling the new changes in his hometown. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Xiaoyao came to the Cross River Bridge. There were few vehicles passing by, and the evening breeze made his heart extremely peaceful. It feels so different to be back home. Xiaoyao sighed. Although he was used to being in school, the familiarity and intimacy of returning to his hometown was something that Kyoto could never bring him. Just as he stepped onto the bridge across the river, before he had walked far, he suddenly saw a man sitting on the railing in the middle of the bridge, with several beer bottles piled around him, messy hair, and a look of drunkenness and determination in his eyes. No way. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyao saw the man kick his legs and jump down. Oh my god! Damn Wanxiang Capital, you make money by cheating, you will die miserably in the future. Jiang Yunqi drunkenly raised his head and drank a whole can of beer. Because he drank too fast, the cold beer choked him and made him cough violently. His face turned red, and his cough was heart-wrenching. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to hurt you. Jiang Yunqi's eyes were red. He threw the bottle into the river under his feet with force, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry. I will pay for my mistakes with my life. After saying that, he looked at the turbulent river under his feet, took a deep breath, and jumped with all his strength. The wind was like a knife, cutting his face and causing him pain. Seeing himself getting closer and closer to the river, Jiang Yunqi suddenly woke up, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. My parents are still waiting for me to get married and have children. I haven't fulfilled my ideals yet. I haven't exposed the vicious means of Wanxiang Capital. No, I can't die. I can't die. The desire to survive suddenly aroused. Jiang Yunqi's eyes flashed with reluctance and fear, and he shouted loudly, Help! Help! The river water under his feet became more and more turbulent, Jiang Yunqi's heart was full of despair. He knew very well that, with his current posture, jumping into the river from a height of dozens of meters was no different from jumping onto the concrete ground. The only difference was that jumping onto the concrete ground would turn him into a pool of rotten meat, while jumping into the river would break his bones and be washed away to an unknown corner by the river. I don't want to die. Jiang Yunqi screamed wildly in his heart. At this time, God seemed to have heard his cry for help. A strong arm was wrapped around his waist, and another hand held his thigh. Why jump into the river if you don't want to die? The clear voice came into his ears, and Jiang Yunqi's eyes, which were originally closed, suddenly opened, looking at the river more than 10 meters below his feet, and his intact body. Jiang Yunqi said ecstatically, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. You are lucky to be alive. And you just happened to meet me. The helpless voice came again. Jiang Yunqi turned his head, wanting to see the true face of his benefactor. When he saw the handsome and familiar face, he couldn't help but exclaimed, Xiao Yao. The black wings vibrated. Xiao Yao quickly took off, and landed smoothly in a princess hug. After landing, Jiang Yunqi was put down by Xiao Yao. He showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, then bent down and thanked, Thank you, thank you. Xiao Yao took back a Mo Tang, patted his shoulder and said, Brother, I see you are not very old. You should be at the age of having old parents and young children. Don't be so impulsive in the future. Jiang Yunqi nodded repeatedly. I will definitely not do that again. I will definitely not do that again. Xiao Yao glanced at the man in front of him. He looked to be in his early 30s, with a refined appearance, well-dressed, and a stylish men's watch on his wrist. How could such a person think of committing suicide? Xiao Yao asked curiously, Would you like to tell me about your experience? Hearing this, Jiang Yunqi showed a hint of hesitation on his face. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of Xiao Yao's great reputation and influence, so he decided to tell Xiao Yao his story. His name is Jiang Yunqi, from Yanqing, 34 years old this year, also graduated from Kyoto University, but he is not a summoner, but a double doctorate in biopharmaceuticals and chemistry. Jiang Yunqi has had a superior IQ since he was a child, and he went to school smoothly, and obtained a double doctorate at the age of 26. Therefore, after graduation, he set an ambitious goal, to develop a drug to treat the current terminal illness of humans in the future. After years of research and exploration, he targeted the ALS population, and made a great breakthrough in this regard. After that, he set up his own company, and attracted investment from a large VC company. The company was called Wanxiang Capital. After a large amount of capital was injected, his drug development progressed more and more smoothly. Just last month, he successfully developed a drug that can completely cure ALS. But at this time, Wanxiang Capital suddenly asked him to change the efficacy of the drug, from complete cure to partial cure. Patients must take this drug all year round to alleviate their condition. The most outrageous thing is that Wanxiang Capital requires him to add another ingredient to the drug. After long-term use, patients will suffer from severe migraines, nausea, and even organ failure. Only taking another drug under Wanxiang Capital can alleviate the symptoms. Jiang Yunqi naturally cannot agree to such a request. His ideal is to completely free ALS patients from suffering, rather than using such a bad method to plunder these poor people, who are not rich to begin with. Due to Jiang Yunqi's non-cooperation, Wanxiang Capital directly kicked him out of the board of directors, and completely took over the patent rights of this drug, preparing to produce it according to their ideas. Because of this, Jiang Yunqi felt a strong sense of frustration and guilt, and thought of jumping into the river to commit suicide. After listening to Jiang Yunqi's story, Xiao Yao patted him on the shoulder and said with emotion, Brother Jiang, you are a kind person. Don't worry. Since I know about this, I will definitely not stand idly by. If it was just a change from complete cure to long-term treatment, Xiao Yao could barely accept it. After all, drug development requires a lot of money, and pharmaceutical companies also need to make a profit. This can at least help ALS patients get out of despair, which can be considered a good deed. But the second approach of Wanxiang Capital is so unscrupulous that he absolutely cannot accept it. Thank you very much. Jiang Yunqi's eyes showed a deep gratitude. He believed that with Xiao Yao's current status and power, he could completely stop or even expose the vicious behavior of Wanxiang Capital. Wanxiang Capital. Xiao Yao picked up his phone and checked the situation of Wanxiang Capital. And when he found out the parent company of Wanxiang Capital, the corners of his mouth gradually showed a hint of amusement. The parent company of Wanxiang Capital turned out to be Wan's Group, which is also Wan Jiabao's family company. This is interesting. Chapter 433 Drug Development. Jiang Yunqi noticed the change in Xiao Yao's expression and asked, "Do you know this company?" Xiao Yao nodded and said, "Yes. It's my classmate's company." "What?" Jiang Yunqi's face changed. "Since it's Xiao Yao's classmate's company, then don't worry." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "I have a bad relationship with this classmate, and we even have some hatred." "Huh? It's good that he heard this." Jiang Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief. "Senior brother Jiang?" "You should call me Yunqi," Jiang Yunqi said with a wry smile. In front of the most famous genius in the country, in front of his savior, he, a loser, really couldn't bear the title of senior brother. "Well, okay." Xiao Yao nodded and said, "Yunqi, leave this matter to me. As long as this drug dares to be produced, I will make him bankrupt. In addition, I will try my best to help you get back the patent rights of the drug." "So what if it's backed by Wan's group?" "The chairman of Wanshi Group, Wan Jiabao's grandfather Wan Chongshan, is just a diamond-level summoner. This level of opponent is no longer worthy of his fear. Then I leave it to you." Jiang Yunqi bowed deeply. If Wanxian Capital really produces the drug and causes so many ALS patients to be permanently exploited, then he will be in endless regret for the rest of his life. Xiao Yao helped Jiang Yunqi up and said, "What are your plans next?" Jiang Yunqi's face showed a trace of confusion. Now that he had been kicked out of the company and lost his career, he really couldn't think of what he should do. Develop another new terminal disease drug? But can I really do it? Jiang Yunqi fell into deep confusion and self-doubt. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yao frowned slightly. He didn't want to see a kind, erudite, and ambitious person being defeated like this, so he decided to reach out and help this senior brother. "How about this, Yunqi?" Xiao Yao said, "I just have something I want to ask you. A professional. For help." "Help you?" Jiang Yunqi pointed at himself and said with a wry smile, "How can an ordinary person like me help you? Even if he is not a summoner." He knows that Xiao Yao is now a gold-level strongman. The kind of person who can kill 10 of his own with one slap. He doesn't think that his small body can help Xiao Yao in any way. Xiao Yao smiled and said, "I really need your help with something here." After saying that, Xiao Yao took out a bunch of flowers from the broken sky ring. "This is a treasure I accidentally found. It seems to contain a lot of vitality. I want you to help me study it and see if these flowers have medicinal value." The flowers in his hand were given to him by the little animals out of gratitude when he was in the living world. He planted 2 bunches of flowers in the dormitory, which were not only beautiful, but also filled the dormitory with fragrance, which could alleviate the smell of the boy's stinky feet. But in addition to the fragrant smell, these flowers and plants contain strong vitality. Xiao Yao wanted Jiang Yunqi to test them to see if they have medicinal value. If they are valuable, he can grow them in large quantities and develop related drugs to open up a source of income for his intelligence system. "Leave it to me." Jiang Yunqi took the flowers and plants in his hands. He must do everything he can to help his savior. Although he was kicked out of the company, he was also a special consultant for a large pharmaceutical company in Yanqing. It was no problem to borrow the laboratory to study the characteristics of the drugs. "Then I trouble you." Xiao Yao left his phone number to Jiang Yunqi, patted his shoulder and said, "Yunqi, you are a true genius. Don't give up on yourself. I believe you will be able to develop better drugs in the future, help those suffering people get rid of diseases." Jiang Yunqi reluctantly said, "I will try my best." "Okay, then you go back first. Remember to notify me when the research is done." "No problem." The night wind is slightly cool. Looking at Jiang Yunqi's long shadow under the light, Xiao Yao's eyes are cold. "Wanshi Group, hum. Mom, I'm back." As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Yao shouted, "My son is back." Lu Hui ran to the door without even putting on her shoes, and said as soon as she saw him, "You've lost weight, but you seem to have grown a lot taller." Hearing this familiar greeting again, Xiao Yao smiled. It seems that all mothers in the world are like this. Once their children come back from outside, they will feel that they have lost weight, as if they must have suffered a lot outside. "Mom, your son is now a gold-level summoner. He eats a lot of meat and fish every day. He won't lose weight." Lu Hui found his slippers and said with a smile, Okay, I know you are good. The girls around me praise you every day. By the way, come to my company when you are free. Many colleagues are eager to take pictures with you." "No problem." Xiao Yao patted his chest and said, "Take as many pictures as you want. Come in first." Lu Hui took out a bunch of washed fruits from the kitchen. "It's ready a long time ago. Just waiting for you to come back. By the way, Where's your dad? Why didn't he come back with you? Xiao Yao ate a strawberry and said, Hey, don't mention it. My dad and I just finished dinner with that group of leaders tonight, and immediately encountered a case. However, with the help of your son, the case has been perfectly solved. But Dad still needs to deal with the follow-up work. I guess he will be back soon. Is that so? Lu Hui was not surprised. After all, Xiaoli often dealt with sudden cases late at night. At this moment, there was a sound of unlocking the door. Xiaoli changed his shoes and walked in, seeing the mother and son sitting on the sofa. He smiled and said, You haven't slept yet? Lu Hui said. The child just came back. Just came back? Xiaoli looked at Xiao Yao in confusion. Shouldn't his son have been home long ago? Xiao Yao explained. Just now, I happened to meet a man who was about to jump into the river on the road. I rescued him and wasted some time. Jumping into the river? Lu Hui was surprised and said, How is this man now? He's fine. I rescued him before he jumped into the river. Oh, that's good. Lu Hui shook her head and sighed. I don't know what people think nowadays. They think about suicide when they encounter a little pressure and frustration. And they don't consider the feelings of their families at all. Yes. Yes. Xiao Yao nodded in approval. If a person is not afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Lu Hui patted Xiao Yao and said, To celebrate your return, I have booked a restaurant for tomorrow. And all your grandparents and grandparents will attend. Oh, that's perfect. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. He was just about to gather the whole family for dinner, but he didn't expect his mother to have already arranged it. Then let's see the power of the life crystal tomorrow. Chapter 434 Reborn. The next day, Xiao Yao came to the Modu Hotel again. Knowing that Xiao Yao was going to hold a family dinner here, the hotel owner directly vacated the best private room, ordered the kitchen to prepare all the specialties, and resolutely refused to charge Xiao Yao a penny. After repeatedly refusing, Xiao Yao also accepted the boss's kindness. After all, the Modu Hotel is the top hotel in Yanqing, and he might have to meet guests here frequently in the future. This time, he would just make friends with the boss. He added the contact information of the boss, accepted the gift of the Super VIP card, and took a photo with the boss, promising that the boss could use the photo for publicity. After everything was arranged, Xiao Yao family gradually arrived. There were 12 people at Grandma's house, 10 people at Grandma's house, and 25 people including his family of 3. When they saw Xiao Yao, both the elders and the younger generation in the family were extremely excited, and their faces were full of pride. Brother, when can you be promoted to Master Grandmaster? Yao Yao, many of my colleagues are your loyal fans. Yao Yao, where is your girlfriend? When will you bring her back for us to see? The greetings from his relatives made Xiao Yao feel a little warm in his heart. It is with the care and love of these relatives that he can always maintain an optimistic, enterprising, warm heart. Come on. Come on, everyone take a seat first. I have something good to give to everyone. Xiao Yao clapped his hands and said with a smile, Oh, good stuff? When they heard that Xiao Yao also thought it was a good thing, everyone immediately became interested. After everyone sat down, Xiao Yao took out the bottle he had prepared from the broken sky ring and poured a portion of the liquid in the bottle to each person. But when distributing it, he would pour more for the elderly and less for the young people. What is this? As a platinum-level strongman, Xiaoli immediately felt that the whole room was filled with life energy in just 1 minute. And the source of this life energy was precisely this light green liquid. Xiao Yao did not directly answer his father's question, but smiled and said, Everyone try it first. I will explain it to you after you finish drinking it. Then try it first, said Xiao Yao grandfather Xiao Rong. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable desire for the liquid in the cup, and his throat rolled involuntarily. Since the old man had spoken, Xiaoli did not ask any more questions. Everyone raised their cups together and drank the liquid in the cup. When the liquid entered the body, Xiaoli could clearly feel that his cells, organs, and bones were greedily absorbing life energy, and the functions of various parts of the body had increased to a certain extent. What on earth is this? Xiaoli was very surprised. As a platinum-level summoner, even the most famous life tree essence could not have much effect on his body. But the cup of liquid in front of him could produce such an immediate effect, which was really shocking. What shocked him even more was yet to come. He turned his head and saw that the faces of the 4 elders in the family were changing at an alarming speed. Their gray hair became black and shiny, The age spots and wrinkles on their skin disappeared, and their slightly turbid eyes became clear and transparent. The four elderly people suddenly changed from 70-year-olds to uncles and aunts in their 50s, who have not yet entered old age. In addition to the elderly, the other middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s also became younger, and their appearance was basically fixed in their 30s. The younger generation in the family also changed a lot. Xiaoyao's youngest sister is only 14 years old, and the oldest brother is only 26 years old, although they can't be 10 or 20 years younger. Their whole state is like reborn. Their skin is as smooth as silk, and everyone even grew 1 or 2 centimeters taller out of thin air. This is too exaggerated. Xiaoli's eyes were filled with shock that could not be concealed. He knew very well that, even if it was the original liquid of the Tree of Life, it would never produce such an exaggerated effect. What on earth is this? At this time, even though everyone did not know the changes in themselves, they could see the extraordinary changes in others, and there were bursts of exclamations in the room. Dad, quickly look in the mirror. Mom, look, you are 20 years younger. Oh my God, Yao Yao, what kind of magic medicine did you give us to drink? As everyone took out their mobile phones, seeing the changes in themselves, everyone's face was filled with shock and ecstasy. Rejuvenation, return to youth. This miraculous change made everyone ecstatic. Who doesn't want to be young again? Who doesn't want to spend more years with their family? And Xiaoyao helped everyone realize this dream, allowing everyone to embrace a young and healthy body again. Good. 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 Xiaoyao's grandfather Liu Yuxiang said 3 good words in a row, and a blush appeared on his face. Before, his physical condition was very general, and he often went to the hospital. He originally thought that it would be difficult for him to see the younger generation get married and have children, and he always felt a little lost and regretful in his heart. But now, the haze in his heart has been swept away. He believes that with his current health, he will have no problem taking his great-grandson to school. Seeing the changes in his family members, Xiaoyao's heart is also full of happiness and joy. The life crystal contains a huge amount of life energy, which is comparable to 50 drops of life tree liquid, and the energy level is higher. Through the sharing just now, it is equivalent to everyone taking 2 drops of life tree liquid, and the lifespan is increased by at least 40, 50 years. At the same time, the huge life energy also transformed the body of the family, so that they will never be invaded by any disease in the future. Of course, he also took a cup just now, which nourished his body again, and his strength, self-healing ability, and other functions reached a higher level. What on earth is this? Xiaoli couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. At once, everyone looked at Xiaoyao, their eyes full of curiosity and excitement. Xiaoyao smiled and said, "What I gave you is a liquid made of life crystals, which contains a huge amount of energy. Let's put it this way. The liquid in everyone's cup just now is worth at least 200 million yuan. A drop of life tree liquid is worth 4,000 points. 80 million. And 2 drops are 160 million. The energy level of life crystals is higher. So isn't it worth 200 million yuan? 200 million. For a moment, all the family members were shocked and speechless. He drank something worth 200 million just like that? Xiaoli was not surprised by the value, and even thought that 200 million was obviously too low. If there really was such a thing on the market, those rich people would definitely buy it even if they spent 1 billion. What surprised him was that he had never heard of the name Life Crystal. Where did Xiaoyao get it from? Seeing that everyone's expression was frozen, Xiaoyao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "We've already drunk it. Let's not think too much about it. I'm hungry. Let's eat first." Eat. Eat. Hearing that Xiaoyao was hungry, everyone stopped worrying and told the waiter at the door to start serving the dishes. When the waiter entered the room, he found that many people had changed drastically. Some people were so scared that they couldn't hold the dishes steadily. However, under Xiaoyao's comfort, the waiters adjusted their mentality. But they looked at Xiaoyao with a touch of awe and admiration. After the family dinner, the changes in Xiaoyao's family naturally could not be hidden from those who were interested. Everyone was shocked, and began to use various means to learn the term Life Crystal from Xiaoyao's family. Only Xiaoyao knew the source of Life Crystal, so more and more people began to curry favor with Zhao's family, trying to get in touch with Xiaoyao, so that they could also have a chance to get Life Crystal. In the next few days, Xiaoyao was so busy that he had no time to rest. In Yanqing, there were really too many people who wanted to see him, members of the law enforcement team, employees of his mother's company, leaders of his alma mater, Yincheng No. 1 High School. These were all relationships that he could not shirk. After dealing with all the big and small things, Jiang Yunqi also sent him a good news. Xiao Yao, the medicinal properties of the thing you gave me have been analyzed. Chapter 435 Getting Rich. Xiao Yao, the medicinal properties of the things you gave me have been analyzed. Oh! Xiao Yao asked quickly. How is it? How should I put it? Jiang Yunqi's tone was a little tangled. These flowers and plants do contain strange vitality. I roughly divide them into two categories according to their medicinal effects. The first category I named green life grass. Its function is to promote cell growth, but after many rounds of experiments, I have only found that it stimulates hair follicles. That is, it can only stimulate hair growth, and the effect does not last long. I named the second type the traceless flower. The effect of the traceless flower is quite good. By stimulating cell differentiation, it can remove scars and beautify and smooth the skin. Well, but I think neither the green grass nor the traceless flower seems to have much effect on you. Speaking of this, Jiang Yunqi's tone was filled with guilt. Time is a bit tight. So far, I have only found these. But I will continue to do experiments later, trying to find other more useful medicinal properties. Gulp at this time, Jiang Yunqi seemed to hear the sound of swallowing saliva vaguely. Xiao Yao, are you listening? I'm here. I'm here. Yunqi, no, senior brother Jiang, where are you now? I go find you for an interview. Xiao Yao's voice was filled with an undisguised excitement. I'm in the lab. How about this? How about we meet at the coffee shop downstairs in the company? Okay, send me the address. After saying that, Xiao Yao immediately hung up the phone and rushed to the address sent by Jiang Yunqi. I'm rich. I'm rich. Brother Jiang. Xiao Yao, you should call me Yunqi. Jiang Yunqi looked ashamed. No. 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 Xiao Yao said righteously. Brother is brother. Calling him Yunqi is disrespectful to him. Jiang Yunqi saw Xiao Yao's firm attitude, smiled bitterly. Okay then. Xiao Yao, I've already told you the medicinal properties of green grass and traceless flower on the phone. So far, I have only discovered this much, but I will continue to experiment, try to find ingredients that are effective for summoners. Jiang Yunqi had a trace of shame on his face. Brother Jiang, do you know that? You actually helped me a lot. Xiao Yao said excitedly. What do you mean? Jiang Yunqi was a little confused. This brother Jiang, although he is proficient in biopharmaceuticals, he really has no understanding of the market. Xiao Yao did not answer directly, but asked a question in return. Brother Jiang, do you know how high the current rate of baldness or severe hair loss in Longwei is? Jiang Yunqi thought for a while, guessed. 1%? 1%? Xiao Yao said with a smile. Brother, you really lack common sense. Let me tell you. This ratio is 1 in 6. That is to say, 1 in every 6 dragons has a bald head or severe hair loss. Is it that high? Jiang Yunqi was stunned. Although he had many friends with hair loss. After all, it was normal for people doing scientific research to have hair loss and baldness. But he really couldn't imagine that in the entire dragon country, this ratio would be so high. High! Xiao Yao grinned and said, this ratio is even higher abroad, basically reaching 30% to 40%. No way. Jiang Yunqi opened his mouth wide. Nearly 1/3 of people are bald? Xiao Yao said, look at those male stars abroad. How many have good hair? The most famous ones are bald. Jiang Yunqi thought about it. It seems to be true. This is just the value of green grass, and the traceless flower is not worse than it. Xiao Yao said excitedly, scar removal and beauty. Smooth skin. This completely hits the pain point of the female market. Brother Jiang, we are going to get rich. Get rich? Jiang Yunqi was in a trance. He had not thought about making money before, but just wanted to see if he could extract ingredients that would benefit summoners from these treasures. But after Xiao Yao's reminder, he found that he seemed to be really going to get rich. Brother Jiang, how long can the effect of green grass in promoting hair growth last? Xiao Yao asked. About a month. If you don't continue to use it after a month, then the hair that grows will continue to fall off. Jiang Yunqi replied. Great. Xiao Yao slapped his thigh excitedly. If it grows and doesn't fall off, it's a one-time deal, but the hair growth effect can only last for a month. This is a lifetime sale. This is the effect we want. Jiang Yunqi is not stupid. He naturally understands the reason for Xiao Yao's excitement. His eyes are getting brighter. After the painful lesson last time, he deeply realized the importance of funds. Only money can support his research, otherwise, He would be working for others in vain. I have an idea. Do you think it will work? Xiao Yao said. We can make green grass into hair growth liquid, apply it to the hair loss area each time. One bottle is about 100 ml, and we can make traceless flowers into essence or body lotion, for scar removal or daily maintenance. Jiang Yunqi nodded. No problem, the production process of hair growth liquid, essence, body lotion is very simple, there is no difficulty. That's great. Xiao Yao said excitedly, make a few samples first. If the finished product can really achieve the effect I expect. Then, he patted Jiang Yunqi on the shoulder and said proudly, at least it's a market worth tens of billions. Hundreds of billions. Jiang Yunqi's eyes were full of longing. If it was really as Xiao Yao said, and he could earn tens of billions of assets, then he could let go and try to develop drugs in any field. Of course, the premise is that Xiao Yao is willing to support him. Leave it to me. I give you the finished product within 3 days. Jiang Yunqi patted his chest and promised. He is not only a doctor of biopharmaceuticals, but also a doctor of chemistry. Things like hair growth liquid, essence, body lotion, are not difficult for him at all. Brother, then I wait for your good news. Xiao Yao said with expectation. If the hair growth liquid, essence, body lotion he envisioned can really be made, then he can at least be among the top 10 richest people in Dragon Country. Cosmetics, skin care products may not seem as high-end as other industries, but it is definitely one of the most profitable industries, and the green grass and traceless flowers in his hands are from the living world. Others can't copy them even if they want to. In short, as long as Jiang Yunqi can successfully make what he wants, then from now on, he will never have to worry about money again. The intelligence system can also develop at the fastest speed. Brother Jiang, keep it up, you will be the CEO of the company in the future. Xiao Yao patted Jiang Yunqi on the shoulder and smiled. CEO? No. No. Jiang Yunqi shook his head repeatedly. I can't do it, I can just be a researcher. The last experience of starting a company made him realize that he was not a leader at all, and a researcher was more suitable for him. You discovered the efficacy of the medicine, and you made the product. If you don't want to be the CEO, who will be? Seeing that Jiang Yunqi still wanted to shirk, Xiao Yao laughed. Let's talk about this later. Let's make the finished product first. Yeah. Chapter 436, Forest. Traceless. Morning dawn. 3 days later. Jiang Yunqi successfully developed 3 samples according to Xiao Yao ideas, which were named by Xiao Yao, Forest, Traceless, Morning Dawn, and after several days of testing, the results even exceeded their expectations. The Forest series is a hair growth water made from green grass, which means that after using it, the hair will be as dense as a forest. When the finished product came out, Xiao Yao found 2 law enforcement officers to test it. One of them was Qin Xing, a man who was completely bald in his 30s and had a shiny forehead. The second one was Li Jing, a woman who was also in her 30s. Although she was not bald, she had severe hair loss and her hairline was so high that she had to cover it with bangs. After using Forest on the first day, the 2 people's hair stubble grew in the places where they lost their hair. On the second day, the hair grew 1 centimeter long, and on the third day, it even reached 5 centimeters. This made the 2 people very happy, and they asked Xiao Yao what he was using. After explaining, they learned that it was a new product that Xiao Yao was about to develop. Without saying a word, the 2 people placed an order for 10 bottles in advance. The Traceless series is a scar removal essence. Whether it is abrasions, scrapes or even old scars, as long as a sufficient amount of essence is applied, it can be quickly restored in a short time. The test subjects were also a man and a woman. The man was a soldier with several gunshot wounds on his arms. The woman was Jiang Yunqi's sister. She had a cesarean section 2 years ago, and had a scar of several centimeters on her stomach. After using the scarless essence, the scars of both people faded significantly on the first day, and completely disappeared on the third day. The effect was amazing. The Morning Series is a body lotion. During the research and development, Jiang Yunqi strengthened the skin smoothing effect of the scarless flower, and added whitening ingredients to it. After mixing, a magical reaction occurred, and the whitening effect was even more prominent. The volunteers of the Morning Sun series are also members of the law enforcement team. They are 2 female bronze-level summoners, and they have a good relationship with Xiao Yao. Because the law enforcement team often works overtime, and because of their personal constitution, the skin quality of the 2 people is poor, dark yellow, acne, and because they often go out to do tasks, Their skin color is also slightly darker than that of ordinary people. But after using morning sun, the acne on the faces of the two people disappeared. Not only did their skin become whiter, but their skin quality was so good that they were amazed. Similarly, the two of them rushed to order a large number of morning sunshine. After learning that the product had not yet been mass-produced, the two rich sisters directly paid Xiao Yao a deposit of 20,000 yuan and asked him to send it to them as soon as the product came out. Through this experiment, Xiao Yao also saw the potential of the Morning Sunshine series. It can not only be used as a body lotion, but also as a face cream. Rich people can apply it all over their bodies, and those with poor economic conditions can use it as a precious face cream. This is much better than La Mer in the previous life. In short, Xiao Yao was very satisfied with the effects of the 3 samples. The next step was to find a way to set up a company and start large-scale production. However, before setting up the company, he had to solve the most important problem, which was that he had no money. That's right. He only had more than 100 million yuan. More than 100 million yuan seemed a lot. But if he wanted to produce quickly according to his plan, this amount of money was far from enough. In addition to the problem of funds, he also had a problem that he had no people. Jiang Yunqi is undoubtedly a genius, but his talent is all used in drug research, and his ability to manage a company is very average. To support such a company with a scale of tens of billions, talents are indispensable. To solve these two problems, he must find a partner. Of course, in his mind, he already has the best candidate. Let's go, Brother Jiang. Let's go to Kyoto. Kyoto? Jiang Yunqi asked in confusion. What are we going to Kyoto for? Xiao Yao said, of course. We need to find a partner. To be honest, I don't have much money right now. Besides, you are not very good at managing a company, let alone me. So we must find a reliable partner now. Who are you going to find? Jiang Yunqi said with some concern. This person must be reliable. Otherwise our efforts will be in vain. He was really scared by the last painful experience, and was afraid that he would make waiting clothes for others again this time. Xiao Yao laughed. Don't worry, the partner I'm looking for is also someone you are very familiar with. I am also familiar with him. Jiang Yunqi was confused. Do Xiao Yao and I have a common friend? Seeing that Jiang Yunqi really couldn't figure it out, Xiao Yao finally solved the mystery. The partner I'm looking for is Kyoto University. Kyoto University. Jiang Yunqi was stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect that. Xiao Yao actually wanted to cooperate with Kyoto University. Xiao Yao smiled slightly. Cooperating with Kyoto University was a plan he had in mind for a long time. First of all, Beijing University is not short of money. In addition to the national funding, Beijing University also has a large number of industries, and its financial strength is beyond doubt. In addition, Beijing University is not short of scientific research talents and management talents. As long as they are properly inclined towards him, the company structure can be built quickly. The last point, and the most important point, is that Xiao Yao needs Beijing University to escort him. The scale of hundreds of billions is no joke. In the process, he will make countless people jealous, and will also attract the secret covetousness of countless forces. Even if he is the first genius of Dragon Country, even if he is a Grandmaster Seed, as long as he has not fully grown up, those big families and big forces will not take him too seriously. But it is different to cooperate with Jingda. You should know that Jingda has a master summoner, dozens of diamond summoners, and countless outstanding talents every year, covering all walks of life. As long as Jingda shows its brand, he believes that no force dares to provoke such a behemoth. In short, there are too many things he can gain from cooperating with Beijing University. The only cost is to share a part of the profits. But compared with the benefits, this part of the profit is nothing. On the contrary, it can make him more deeply bound with Beijing University. Jiang Yunqi is not a fool. After thinking about it, he immediately understood the significance of cooperating with Beijing University. He said excitedly, "It is naturally a good thing to cooperate with my alma mater. But can you convince Beijing University to cooperate with us?" Xiao Yao smiled confidently. "Don't worry. It's no problem." Putting aside his extraordinary talent, the benefits of this cooperation alone are enough to attract Jingda. However, with him, Jingda will make some concessions in the distribution of benefits. When do we set off? Jiang Yunqi asked impatiently. Xiao Yao said, 2 days later. Prepare a few more samples in the next 2 days. Jiang Yunqi nodded heavily. Leave it to me. Chapter 437 Impressing Kyoto University. 2 days later, Xiaoyao and Jiang Yunqi went together and took the high-speed train to Kyoto. After getting off the high-speed train, Xiaoyao took Jiang Yunqi straight to the principal's office. After entering the campus, Jiang Yunqi looked around like a curious baby. He was not a summoner, so he had been in another campus during school, so he was very curious about the conditions of the summoner campus. Along the way, Xiaoyao acted as a tour guide, introducing to Jiang Yunqi the functions of several major venues such as the Battle Beast Hall and the Gravity Hall, as well as their usual course schedule. Soon, they arrived at the principal's office and met Principal Ouyang. Principal. Hello. Principal. Xiaoyao and Jiang Yunqi said at the same time. Xiaoyao was more casual, while Jiang Yunqi was quite reserved. Principal Ouyang was not only the principal of the Summoner campus, but also the principal of the Ordinary campus. After studying at Beijing University for many years, Jiang Yunqi had never been in such close contact with this master-level principal. The pressure was imaginable. President, let me introduce you. This person beside me is Jiang Yunqi, who has a double doctorate in biopharmaceuticals and chemistry from Kyoto University. Jiang Yunqi bowed nervously and said, Hello, President. Principal Ouyang smiled gently and said, Yunqi, don't be nervous. Returning to Kyoto University should be like returning home. Under Principal Ouyang's gentle attitude, Jiang Yunqi's nervousness gradually eased. Then, Principal Ouyang turned to look at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, you are so anxious to find me. Is there something wrong? Xiaoyao chuckled, took out 3 prepared samples from the broken sky ring, and placed them on Principal Ouyang's desk. Principal, I came here this time to cooperate with you and our Beijing University. These 3 products in front of you can at least leverage a market worth tens of billions. Oh! Principal Ouyang's eyes showed a little surprise. He knew that Xiaoyao was not a person who spoke without thinking. He could say such words, which proved that these 3 things in front of him were indeed of high value. You come and introduce them. Okay. Xiaoyao enthusiastically introduced the sources, functions, and experimental results of the 3 samples in detail. After listening to Xiaoyao's story, Principal Ouyang's expression changed significantly. Are you saying that the raw materials of these 3 samples are obtained from the living world? Yes. Xiaoyao nodded and said, I named them green grass and traceless flower. In fact, green grass and traceless flower were both thought up by Jiang Yunqi. But at this time, he just stepped in a little. Is that so? Principal Ouyang nodded, with an undisguised desire in his eyes. If these 3 types of products really have the effect Xiaoyao said, then its market value may be far more than the tens of billions Xiaoyao said. I find a few people to test it. If the effect is really that good, then I will accept this cooperation on behalf of Beijing University. Principal Ouyang said. Xiaoyao said confidently, no problem, you can rest assured to find someone. Principal Ouyang nodded, only to see his lips move slightly, and invisible energy spread out, but Xiaoyao didn't hear what he said at all. Is this what is called secret transmission? Xiaoyao guessed. Less than a minute later, a big man with a shiny forehead walked into the office. Xiaoyao happened to know this man. He was the teacher who led him to the first Black Pine Forest cleaning mission. Guantou Chang. Ba. Teacher Wu Yu. Principal. As soon as Wu Yu came in, he greeted the principal first, and then looked at Xiaoyao in surprise. Xiaoyao, why are you here? Didn't you go home during the holiday? Xiaoyao said, I came back to see the principal on purpose. Oh! Wu Yu's eyes were full of curiosity. But before he could ask, Principal Ouyang said, Wu Yu, this is a drug developed by Xiaoyao that can quickly grow hair. I asked you to come here to experience it. What? Rapid hair growth. Wu Yu exclaimed, then grabbed Xiaoyao's arm, and asked anxiously, can it really grow hair quickly? At this moment, he was extremely excited. When he was young, he was also a boy chasing the wind with long hair. But who knew that after the age of 25, his hair began to fall out continuously. Until he was in his 30s, he had become a smart. In order to grow hair, he had tried everything, but no matter whether it was ordinary medical technology or the treasures or abilities of the summoner world, they could not solve his baldness problem. In the end, he could only accept this reality helplessly, and had to admit the horror of genes, because his father was a bald man. Even a diamond-level strongman cannot resist the hair loss problem caused by genes. But if Xiaoyao medicine is really useful, then he will buy it no matter how much it costs. After all, There are few men in the world who can accept the reality of baldness without a care. However, there are not many men who would rather keep their bald hair strong and comb the few hairs in front of them than become completely bald. Xiao Yao smiled and said, Teacher Wu, you will know after you experience it yourself. Wu Yu pointed to the 3 exquisite glass bottles on the table and asked, which one should I use? The green one. Wu Yu picked up the green bottle and asked, how to use it? Just apply the hair growth liquid to the area where the hair is falling out. You may have to apply it all over your head. Wu Yu said nothing, unscrewed the bottle cap directly, and carefully applied the forest hair growth liquid to his head. Teacher Wu, it will take effect in about half a day, Jiang Yunqi explained. Wu Yu's face lit up, but then he noticed Jiang Yunqi's presence and asked, who is this? Xiao Yao introduced, his name is Jiang Yunqi. He is a graduate of our Beijing University, and he is also the only developer of these drugs. Upon hearing that he was a graduate of Peking University, Wu Yu's attitude became much friendlier. Hello, Yunqi. What do you mean by half a day of effect? Jiang Yunqi explained, you will grow stubble in half a day, and your hair will be almost as long as mine in 3 days. So fast. Wu Yu was overjoyed. With Principal Ouyang present, he naturally didn't believe that Jiang Yunqi dared to speak nonsense. Is the fate of my Wu family's baldness going to be rewritten from me? But your hair can only last for a month. If you don't continue to use it, your hair will fall off next month. What? There is such a thing? Wu Yu asked hurriedly, how much of this medicine do you have left? I'd buy it all. Only a few samples have been prepared so far. How about this? You take 2 bottles first. When we start mass production, I send you the finished products, Xiao Yao said on the side. Then it's a deal. Wu Yu was afraid that Xiao Yao would forget about him, so he directly added Xiao Yao's contact information. Before the samples were almost used up, he would remind Xiao Yao in time. Then, 2 other volunteers that Principal Ouyang had found also arrived. One was an employee of the school's security department, a former Special Forces soldier, with several knife wounds on her back. The other was Principal Ouyang's relative, a woman in her 30s, with average skin condition. After using no trace and morning light on the 2 of them, they began to wait quietly for the results. And this wait lasted 3 days. Chapter 438 Achieve Cooperation. 3 days later. Xiao Yao, quickly, bring me a few more bottles of hair growth water. Wu Yu walked into the principal's office and shouted loudly. At this time, Wu Yu had gotten rid of the image of Bald Chan a few days ago. His 5-centimeter long hair was combed into a side part and fixed with hair wax. With the neat clothes, his temperament suddenly changed from a fierce bald man to a sophisticated person. Teacher Wu, I really have no more goods. Xiao Yao smiled bitterly and said, you have already taken 3 bottles from me. How come they are all used up so quickly? Wu Yu showed an embarrassed look on his face and explained, I have no choice. One of the bottles was taken by my father, the second bottle was snatched by my daughter, and now my uncle is asking me for it, so I could only come to you. Almost all the men in their family are bald, and although the women are not bald, they have very little hair. So when these people saw the changes in him, they went crazy, and kept asking him where he got the hair growth water, and asked him to get a bottle for everyone in the family. Xiao Yao spread his hands helplessly. Teacher Wu, I really don't have any now. How about this? After we return to Yanqing, I ask senior brother Jiang to prepare a few bottles for you first. Well, okay. Wu Yu hugged Jiang Yunqi beside him, and said eagerly, Xiao Jiang, teacher is counting on you. I don't want much. Give me 10 bottles first, no 20 bottles. He thought about it. It seemed that 10 bottles were not enough for his family, and he also had to keep a few bottles for next month, in case of future troubles. Jiang Yunqi felt as if he was hugged by a bear. The force from the big hand could easily crush his bones. He nodded quickly, don't worry, Mr. Wu. I will prepare 20 bottles for you when I get back. Ha! Thank you, Xiao Jiang. Wu Yu patted Jiang Yunqi's shoulder, almost knocking him to his knees. On the other side, Principal Ouyang couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, Wu Yu, do you want to pat Yunqi to death? Ah! Wu Yu turned around and saw Jiang Yunqi forced smile, and quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry, Xiao Jiang. His usual social circle is basically summoners, so he didn't pay much attention to the strength of his attack, and before. He only remembered that Jiang Yunqi was a student of Beijing University, so he subconsciously treated him the way he treated a summoner student. Jiang Yunqi rubbed his shoulders and said, It's okay. Teacher Wu, I'm just too weak. Don't say that, you are a high IQ talent, And high IQ talents don't need a too strong body. Okay. Okay, you go back first. Next I want to talk to Xiaoyao about cooperation. Principal Ouyang said unhappily. Principal, I'm fine. Just let me stay here. Wu Yu said with a licked face. After using the forest hair growth water, he eagerly hoped that Kyoto University could reach a cooperation with Xiaoyao. He could already foresee the popularity of these products in the future, which would definitely be snapped up by everyone. If Kyoto University could successfully acquire shares, then we wouldn't talk about price cuts or discounts, but at least we could ensure sufficient supply. He has plenty of money. But he is afraid that the goods will not be delivered in time. Not only will he become bald again, but his family will not let him off easily. Seeing Wu Yu's stubborn look and unwilling to leave, Principal Ouyang waved his hand in disdain. Sit aside. Okay. Wu Yu moved a stool and sat quietly at the table. Xiaoyao. Yunqi. You two come and sit here. Principal Ouyang pointed to the chair in front of him. After the two sat down, Principal Ouyang smiled and said, Next. Let's formally discuss cooperation. Although Xiaoyao had described the effects of these three products before, he was still surprised when he saw them with his own eyes. There is no need to say much about the forest hair toner. Just look at Wu Yu conquered look next to him. This is definitely a blessing for thousands of hair loss patients. The effect of the traceless essence is also very powerful. After the soldier used it, the scars on his body completely disappeared. As for the last one, the morning body lotion, it brought him a lot of trouble. The experimenter he found was his niece. After using the morning light body lotion, her skin was completely renewed. Not only did it become several shades whiter, but her skin quality was also enviable. After his niece promoted it in the family group, at least 20 people around him are now asking him for this body lotion. His phone is almost blown up. So he also hopes to promote cooperation as soon as possible and produce the product. Most importantly, he can foresee the huge market brought by these three products. Not only Longhua, but even the whole world will be crazy about it. After Jingda becomes a shareholder, the future benefits will be unimaginable. Xiaoyao and Jiang Yunqi looked at each other, and there was a little smile in their eyes. It was natural for them to expect that Principal Ouyang would choose to cooperate. But the next step was to discuss the issue of profit distribution, which must be discussed by Xiaoyao himself. Principal, let's discuss the details of the cooperation, Xiaoyao said. Well, what do you need? Xiaoyao held up 3 fingers. I have 3 needs. First, I need Beijing University to provide startup funds for setting up a factory and establishing a production line. No problem. Second, I need Kyoto University to provide some professional management and research talents. This is easy. Just transfer them from Kyoto University's industries. Third, I need Kyoto University to protect the safety of the industry. Xiaoyao looked at Principal Ouyang with burning eyes. He believed that Principal Ouyang would understand what he meant. Principal Ouyang said calmly, There is no problem with the 3 points you mentioned. What we lack the most in Kyoto University is talents and strong people. But Beijing University can provide so many conditions. And you only paid for the technology. So how should the benefits be distributed? Principal Ouyang asked the most pointed question. Xiaoyao smiled and said, Principal, technology is the core of any company. So my idea is that I will take 60% and Beijing University will take 40%. Oh! Principal Ouyang showed an unfathomable smile. You and the core raw materials are green grass and traceless flowers, which are products of the living world. Logically speaking, they are also assets of Beijing University. You ask for such a high price. Aren't you afraid that I will leave you alone? Xiaoyao smiled confidently. I believe that you, the principal, will not hurt the heart of a future grandmaster or even a king for this little bit of profit. Little profit? Principal Ouyang said with a smile. This is tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of assets. You also call it little profit? Xiaoyao said calmly. But compared to the grandmaster or even the king, what does money count for? Principal Ouyang looked at him and said faintly, Do you really believe that you can be promoted to grandmaster or even king? Xiaoyao asked back, Don't you believe me? Principal Ouyang stared at Xiaoyao. After a while, he laughed. Good boy, this heroic spirit really lives up to your title of the first genius. Okay, I agree to your terms. He knew too well how terrifying Xiaoyao's talent was. In just a few dozen days, he upgraded from Gold 1 to Gold 4. With his qualifications, he could even break through Platinum before the age of 20. If people with such talent cannot become masters, then there will be no more masters in the world. As Xiaoyao said, Although money is important, compared with the friendship of a master, what are tens of billions? After hearing Principal Ouyang's final confirmation, Xiao Yao and Jiang Yunqi looked at each other, with strong excitement in their eyes. From today on, the business kingdom officially sets sail. Chapter 439 Operation Codename Dragon Slaying. After a whole day of negotiation, Xiao Yao finally reached the following agreement with Kyoto University. 1. Xiao Yao and Kyoto University jointly established a company, of which Xiao Yao invested 100 million, and Kyoto University invested 500 million. The 600 million will be used as the initial capital of the new company, to recruit staff and set up production lines. 2. Jiang Yunqi will be the CEO of the new company, and Kyoto University will transfer scientific researchers and managers from other industries as the backbone of the new company, and strive to start formal production within 1 month. 3. Kyoto University needs to arrange a diamond-level strongman as a resident worshipper to protect the safety of the entire production line. In return, the new company will not only bear its high subsidies, but also give 100 sets of full-series products every month. These are the 3 main terms, and the rest are just details. As for the name and registration place of the new company, they are also clear. Chinsi Group Company Limited. This is the name of the new company. Xiao Yao hopes that after the company is on the right track, he can fulfill Jiang Yunqi's dream and develop life-saving drugs for seriously ill patients, just like the morning light to illuminate their lives. The company's registered location and headquarters are set in Yinqing. Regarding the choice of the company's headquarters, Xiao Yao actually has a little selfishness of his own. He hopes that when the business empire reaches the top, it can also drive the development of his hometown, and bring more tax revenue and more talents to his hometown. Of course, another point is for safety considerations. If the production line is arranged in Kyoto, then even if Kyoto University is powerful, it is impossible to cover the sky with one hand, and there may be some evil spirits and monsters to cause trouble. Even if it doesn't hurt the company's foundation in the end. It's hard not to feel disgusted. But it's different in Yinqing. Xiao Yao can guarantee that the company's development will definitely be green light all the way. Whether it's openly or secretly, there will be no obstacles. After Xiao Yao explained his point of view, Principal Ouyang agreed, and the registered location of Chinsi Company was officially determined to be Yinqing. Principal, Teacher Wu, then Senior Brother Jiang and I will go back to Yinqing first. After we determine the location of the factory, we will start preparing to set up the production line. Xiao Yao said. Principal Ouyang nodded. Well, I am also preparing manpower and equipment here. As long as the factory is confirmed, people and goods will rush to Yinqing as quickly as possible. Did I trouble you? Principal. It's necessary to trouble you. Principal Ouyang said helplessly. A lot of people at home are urging me. I also want to produce the finished product as soon as possible. Xiao Yao laughed. Principal, you should have told me earlier. I asked Senior Brother Jiang to prepare a few bottles for you recently, to solve the urgent problem. Jiang Yunqi also hurriedly said, Principal, leave this to me. I promise to send it back to you within 3 days. Principal Ouyang smiled. Yunqi, thank you for your help. Yunqi, there is also my hair growth water. Wu Yu hurriedly said, don't forget it. Teacher Wu, don't worry. Your things will also arrive within 3 days. Yes, I leave it to you. After Xiao Yao and Jiang Yunqi left, Wu Yu smiled and said, Principal, let me be the first resident worshipper. Principal Ouyang glanced at him and said, I think you are eyeing the 100 sets of series products. Wu Yu smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether it is a product or not. The main thing is to protect the assets of our school. He knew very well how popular these 3 types of products would be when they were officially launched on the market. By then, it was estimated that even teachers from Beijing University would not be able to buy them in large quantities. As long as the resident worshipper stayed in Yinqing for a month, he would get 100 sets of products for free. You can imagine how popular this position would be at that time. So it's better to strike first. You? Principal Ouyang nodded at him, and said with a smile, okay, I will send you as the first resident priest. Thank you, Principal. After returning to Yinqing, Xiao Yao immediately registered Chinsi Group Company, Ltd. After learning that Xiao Yao was going to set up a factory in his hometown, the city leaders immediately gave him the greatest support. Company registration, review, factory site selection were all completed in just 3 days. On the 4th day, the first batch of key members sent by Beijing University also rushed to Yinqing. Yinqi! Xu Hong! Jiang Yunqi looked at the leader with surprise, walked up quickly, and gave him a big hug. Do you know each other? Xiao Yao stood aside, asked curiously. Jiang Yunqi said excitedly, Xiao Yao, let me introduce you. This is Li Shuhong, my roommate when I was a graduate student. I didn't expect the principal to send you here. Mr. Xiao Yao, hello. Li Shuhong extended his hand generously. Principal Ouyang sent me here, mainly to help you solve some trivial matters at the beginning of the establishment of the new company. Shuhong was the vice president of Shinka Bio Group before, and he is definitely more professional than me in company management, Jiang Yunqi said. Li Shuhong waved his hand modestly. My talent in biopharmaceuticals is very ordinary. Not as talented as Yunqi. So I can only do some management work without technical content. Xiao Yao held his hand and smiled. Hello. What we lack now is professionals like you. That's right. Shuhong. You came at the right time. Jiang Yunqi said quickly. The company has just been established. And there are a lot of things that need to be solved by me. I am too busy to handle it. Now that you are here, I can finally take a breath. Li Shuhong smiled and said, I will be your deputy in the future. Just assign anything to me. By the way, let me introduce my colleagues behind me. This time, Beijing University sent a total of 40 people, including management talents responsible for formulating the organizational structure, engineers responsible for setting up the production line, and researchers like Jiang Yunqi. In short, these people can build the skeleton of the new company, and the rest can only be completed by recruitment. In the next half-month, Xiao Yao and others were busy with the construction of the new company. At the beginning, some people were still a little dissatisfied. After all, they came from the prosperous Kyoto to the small city of Yanqing. They felt a sense of loss and frustration. But after seeing the results of the 3 products, anyone with a discerning eye could see the company's terrifying potential to make money. There was no need to urge them. Everyone would work day and night. They hoped that they can become the founders of the company and start a life of rapid success. Just as Xiao Yao was working hard for the new company, a conspiracy against him was about to unfold. How is Zhang Daoxian family preparing? Sir, everything is ready, just waiting for your order. Okay, then let's start the official action. Code name of the action, Dragon Slaying. Chapter 440 Changes in the Desolate Plains. Teacher, these are the 300 sets of finished products you requested. Xiao Yao carried 2 large boxes into his office, and gently placed them on the table. Mr. Zhang wiped the boxes away with his hand, and put them back into the beast control space. He smiled bitterly and said, I have no choice. The teachers in the school are really pushing me. My cell phone keeps ringing every day. Since Wu Yu used the hair growth water, his changes immediately attracted the attention of other teachers at Beijing University. After being questioned by many people, Wu Yu finally told the truth. And it was also confirmed by Principal Ouyang. After that, almost all the teachers in Beijing University knew that the school was cooperating with Xiao Yao and was about to produce 3 epic-making products. Among the 3 products, the teachers did not care much about the traceless essence. After all, they were all summoners, and it was easy to treat scars. However, they were very envious of the forest hair growth water and the morning light body lotion. The male teachers were mainly interested in the forest hair growth water. Even if they were not bald yet, it was necessary to take preventive measures in advance. The female teachers showed great enthusiasm for the morning light body lotion. Even the strongest women could not resist the temptation of becoming beautiful. The teachers all knew Xiao Yao, but they were not too close. So asking rashly was definitely inappropriate. However, not being familiar with Xiao Yao did not mean that they had no other options. After all, Xiao Yao teacher, Mr. Zhang, was the most respected senior in Beijing University. If he asked the senior for something, how could he refuse? In this way, Mr. Zhang became the savior of many teachers. Everyone begged in a low voice on the phone. And the reasons were varied. What if his wife was forcing him to take back Chinzi? I want to divorce him. Some help their children relieve hair loss, otherwise the children will be depressed. In short, so many people have come to Zhang Lao, he has to solve it. Xiao Yao laughed. It is my honor to be recognized by so many teachers. In the future, we have to rely on teachers to protect Chinzi Company. Zhang Lao smiled and said, now the quota for resident worshippers is almost crazy. Each teacher has a 1-month queue, and now it is 2 years later. Xiao Yao smiled and said, then I don't have to worry about the safety of Chinzi Company. Ding 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 at this time. Mr. Zhang's cell phone suddenly rang. Mr. Zhang picked up the phone. After a while, his face became very ugly. I know. Xiaoxian. Don't worry. I go back now. Mr. Zhang hung up the phone and said in a deep voice, something happened at home. I need to go back as soon as possible. Xiao Yao hurriedly said, teacher. Then you go back quickly. I don't have anything else important here. Yes. Mr. Zhang nodded, without saying much, and walked out of the office directly. But just as he closed the door, he suddenly stopped and frowned. No. A few hours later. Sir, Zhang Daoxian has shown up. Okay. Let's get started. Yes. A group of hunting team members in the deserted plains were returning to the Zaya Junction base, talking and laughing. This time the harvest is good. Everyone can get at least 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Captain Sun Haiban said with a smile. It's just right to save some money. I heard that our Yinqing genius Xiao Yao has set up a factory in the south of the city to produce several kinds of cosmetics, one of which is for treating hair loss and baldness. The effect is very good. Hair grows in 3 days. One team member said. Is it true? Another team member wiped his half-bald forehead. Is it really that magical? It's really that magical. My brother-in-law works in that factory. Their internal staff have used it. The effect is just as I said. Then I have to save some money. Such a magical thing must be very expensive. Several people walked and talked and laughed. They are now very close to the Zaya Junction base. Monsters will hardly approach this place, so it is very safe. But just when they were relaxed, a terrifying roar suddenly sounded behind them. Roar! The sound was like the roar of a wild beast, which shook the ground. Everyone felt as if their eardrums were pierced, and their brains went blank. After a moment, everyone came back to their senses, and their eyes were full of fear. What is this sound? I don't know. At least it's the sound of a gold-level monster. Gold level? Are you kidding? This is definitely a sound that can only be caused by a platinum-level monster or above. Not good. There may be changes in the desolate plains. We have to go back quickly. Run! Boom! 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 The heavy and chaotic sound echoed endlessly in the desolate plains. As if receiving an order, countless monsters quickly gathered in the center of the desolate plains. At this time, several platinum-level monsters in the desolate plains also felt the riot in the center of the plains. They began to gather their own populations and subordinates to protect themselves or act according to circumstances. In the center of the plains, a python with a length of nearly 100 meters roared, looking at the snake eggs with broken shells beside it. Its green vertical pupils were full of anger and murderous intent. Human, you are looking for death. Roar! The python roared like a mad lion, and its huge tail twisted and swirled, moving quickly towards the Shaojun mountain base. Beside it, countless monsters were like guards, protecting their king in the middle. Just as the python was rushing towards the Shaojun mountain base, several other platinum-level monsters seemed to see an opportunity, and followed quietly behind with a group of younger brothers. Chief, there is an unusual movement in the desolate plain. According to the images taken by the drone, a large number of monsters are attacking our base, and the leader is the disaster python. The soldier reported nervously. The python of disaster. Upon hearing this name, the face of Li Daocheng, the highest commander of Zaya Junction base, changed drastically, and he said quickly notify the city guards and Captain Xiao Li. No need to notify, I'm already here. He Yang, the city guard of Yinqing, suddenly appeared in the command room, and said solemnly, notify Xiao Li as soon as possible. The scale of this beast's tide may be more terrible than we imagined. Mr. He, what do you mean by this? Li Daocheng asked nervously. He Yang frowned slightly and said, my war beast has observed that there are already 5 platinum-level monsters rushing towards the base. I can't stop them by myself. What? 5 platinum-level monsters? Li Daocheng's face changed drastically. What should we do then? Notify Xiao Li, let him arrive as soon as possible. Also report to the provincial capital, let them send people to support. Okay. Yinqing Xiao Li hung up the phone, without saying a word. He combined with the thunder wings and the blue-eyed tiger. The purple thunder wings shook, soared into the air, flying quickly to the Zaya Junction military base. On the other side, Xiao Yao was sitting in the office listening to his subordinates' reports. At this moment, he suddenly felt the violent aura of his father Xiao Li. He opened the window, leaped up, and the dark and domineering wings instantly condensed behind him, locking onto his father's aura and rushing away at high speed. When he left, Jiang Yunqi and Li Shuhong were left staring at each other in the office.